Uh, okay. I'm a little bit half busy with the kids here, but I was. I don't know if you've seen it because it was presented the other day with the flashlight on the pond that disappears due to angular resolution. That was actually me. So I was wanted to talk about this, maybe, if you know what I'm talking about.
I don't, but you feel free to talk about it. I probably wasn't here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm interested. What? How's it go? So flashlights on the pond, and then what happens?
Yeah. Okay, I can perhaps post it. It's on my X account. I've been on Discord, but I'm not that versed, and it's changed since I've been here last time. Hold on a second. Ja, jag ska fixa det. I was wondering, with this angular resolution, is it possible to make predictions with like making a triangle with the observer height and the flat baseline, and then you get an angle to the observed object, and then you would know how much you would see? Is it this possible, or I'm gonna grab my video shortly here.
Not sure about that since you have heat that moves the air around, causing you not to be able to see things sometimes.
Yeah, and I also noticed when I go out, I can observe the optical horizon will be in a different place with my P900 compared to cell phone camera. When I go very low, the horizon will be, of course, in a different place than it should be because of if it was a geometric horizon, but it will end up in different place due to the optics of the different cameras. So maybe it's not possible. I don't know. But I was wondering about this. I got it right here. Let's see. So I got the link copied, and where do I post it?
How long? I'm not even sure if he's got rights. Let me look.
I can just send an direct message to you, maybe, and you post
Not
it.
me. Somebody else can. Mine are all closed, and I'm on my phone right now. It looks like you're a journeyman. I'm not sure, but if you click on the bubble that's next to our name, that's the text chat. See if you can post in there.
You can send it to me to Jamesy. I'll post it for you.
Okay, Gemsi, I send it to you. Hold on. Gemsi. I'm sorry. Yeah, I see you writing here. Please post so I can find you in the DM. Okay, I think I managed to post it here, the video. Right where you quoted me. So you see the video?
Check it out.
Yeah, that's the video. Correct, GMC. So this is with a cell phone camera over a 80-meter pond, and the flashlight in the distance is 2.7 centimeters above the water surface. And this is with the waterproof cell phone camera. So in the end, I just dipped the cell phone into the water, and as you see, it's like totally calm day. It's nothing. The movement is like less than 0.1 millimeter, I guess. And I have plans to do more of this. I have gotten some flashlight I would stack on top of each other and put plastic film in different colors on top of the flashlight, and then I can go up to like 400 meters, I think, and there still would be no curve on their stupid globe idea. And I will see how much I can get hidden. I kind of think it's an important argument, this angular resolution, because if I were to steelman the globe, I would say boats disappear from the bottom up in the distance, and they do actually. And then you would say, as a globehead, you would say, what else could it be if it's not curvature? This is false, I know this, but if you can demonstrate this is what happened on a flat surface, it's kind of devastating. But I know this has been done before with the coin on the table and stuff, but then they always say, the camera is underneath the table, flurf, and that's why you don't see the coin in the distance. So yeah.
There's a channel, if you want to have a look at the channel, I don't know if you've seen it before, but they just do a huge amount of these types of bottom-up disappearance over small-scale demonstrations. Skyfree, it's a link there if you want to check that out.
Okay, it's in the chat. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll have a look at this. But do you think I'm wasting my time if I do this by myself, or has it already been done in the?
No, I think the more of these things that we have, the better.
Yeah, because I got a lot of compliments for my observation here over in X, so people think it was a good idea. And I've been thinking about how I could do this for a long time. And with when you use lights, it's kind of easy to see that something actually disappears. When there's something else, it might be harder to resolve in the distance. So, but I don't know how I will do it. It will maybe an inflatable boat or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like just a toy, anything really, just something that floats on the water that's a certain size.
Yeah, and I can.
Something that stands out, something that's like a, fluorescent color, bright red, or, something that's easy to see.
Yeah, I already got the flashlight from Timo here, and I'm just waiting I'm looking for a good place to do it, a good piece of small lake where it's easy to get to the kind of shore from different distances, and then maybe like make a meme or a video about it. And it will be like acting just like a curve, and with the increased amount of disappearance over distance. So I will try.
What do you think? What do you think about this this little observation in the side chat that I just posted. Because I think it's an incorrect argument by some flat earthers if they say that you can see a boat disappearing bottom up and then you can zoom in and bring the boat back to view again. That there's not a single example of that happening, and that's not how it works.
Yeah,
The problem is
I
when
agree about it.
when they use that claim, most people normally are at their full length of their optic anyways. If you're going to say that, start off without using any aid. Then when the boat disappears, then grab binoculars, camera, telescope, and see if you can re-see the boat after it has disappeared. Because that,
If it's
yeah, I get that. But when they just go, like what you said, I understand what you're saying. But yeah, a lot of the time, and Matthew Learns is a classic for it, he'll show that fully zoomed in image and then go, oh, how are you going to zoom this in? Well, you're already at your optical limit, you clown, so of course you're not going to zoom it in.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, if it's physically obstructed, usually the explanation is ocean swells or some type of sinking effect due to the which is like a type of atmospheric effect that can happen. But most of the time, I mean, look at this example in the side chat. It's a giant boat, and they just disappear due to angular resolution. And then you can zoom them back in and you can see the boat again. But I've never seen a single video where the boat is sailing out and then it starts to disappear bottom up, and then you zoom in and you can see the bottom of the boat again. I'd love someone to show me that, but that doesn't exist.
Here because this is the kind of argument people make when they haven't done any tests themselves. I have a P900 myself and I've never seen it. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So
I think the boats over the horizon argument is a terrible argument for the globe side. It's very easy just using mainstream explanations that they haven't accounted for to say, you can say, okay, what was the ocean swells? Because usually when they show these boats are, hidden over the horizon, it's like really like windy, choppy conditions with ocean swells, and it's like it's already zoomed in and you're not seeing the height of the observer, you're not getting the weather conditions, like it's just like super cherry picked. So they haven't eliminated the possible things that could easily explain it away on a flat surface, like the ocean swells or the weather conditions. Because, even just a small ocean swell, if you have a small ocean swell and you look out over the ocean, it looks flat because it all kind of blends in together. So you can't really see that there's much of an ocean swell out there. But it's there, I used to have that problem when I would take my boat out into the ocean, because I had a small boat and I would look from a distance, I'd be like, oh, it's nice and smooth out there. But then I would get out there and there was like pretty big ocean swells. And you're going up and down over these ocean swells. You couldn't see them really from the shoreline. So, I mean, as the boat keeps going further away, the angular size of the boat shrinks due to perspective, but the ocean swells are still in the foreground, right? And we all know something, in the foreground, something small in the foreground can block something large in the background. Little example in the side chat there. But, and then you've got to combine linear perspective into the equation as well, making the surface of the water appear to ramp up. So those small ocean swells in combination with perspective can easily make it appear like the boat's disappearing bottom up. And you definitely can't zoom that back into view, because it's like a physical obstruction.
I think when we are talking to Globers, I think it's way better to demonstrate this angular resolution effect than to try to explain it, because when you explain it, it's like, yeah, you still have kind of line of sight to the object in the distance from your perspective. Like when you go really low, you kind of can argue you should see the bottom of something in the distance on a flat surface, but you don't. But if you demonstrate it and provide all the numbers so they can try themselves to kind of...
Yeah, but you do see the bottom of you don't see the actual bottom of the boat, because part of the boat itself is in the water, and what you see is the vanishing point. Everything merging into the vanishing point is what you're seeing, and you can't zoom that back, but you can zoom in on it and still witness that phenomena. Yes, you can't zoom in on the
Yeah.
bottom of the boat. No, you can't, because it's in the water. And anyway, that's the thing. And as for the angular resolution, I mean, it's easy to understand, I'm sure. Even but I agree, it's good to see it as opposed to just saying it. Yeah, pictures do help, mind you.
Yeah, I got another one with this is I can post this as well, actually. Hold on a second. It will be a YouTube video this time. A YouTube short.
Yeah, I've got a number of videos where they're zooming in like 14 miles, I think it is, zooming in on a ship. Massive zoom. Or is it 12 miles? I could be wrong there.
I have one of those on my banner where they zoom in and you see a boat. It's the reverse. It's zoomed in, you see the boat, and they zoom back out. And
Yeah,
the boat
they pan
disappears.
back, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got those as well. It's pretty good, and it's amazing. You know, when I first saw that for the first time, right? It just blew me away, because I thought the amount of times I've been on the beach, looked out, and thinking that there's nobody there. Do you understand what I mean? And yet they're zooming in, and there's people on jet skis, they're windsurfing, and everything's going on, but you just can't see it, because they're beyond your 3 miles. You know, they're right out there. You think, fucking hell! Look at that. Who knew, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, I had that too. When one of the things that got me was I was on a dive boat, and one of the things was we had to go out to a dive site that was I got beyond the curve, if you will. And there was like one of the things they said it cost a little bit extra to do this boat ride, because they had to bring some special equipment or whatnot. I don't remember the exact details, but to go to this one dive site, I figured it was just out a little bit farther because of something that they had to do, or whatever, special equipment or something. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I want to go out there. It's a really deep dive too, so we had extra containers and mixed gases and whatnot. Then when we got out there, like, hey, we got good news. I'm like, what? What's the good news, right? We didn't have to use some sort of process to clear the boat to go beyond a line of sight of shore, because today we can see the shore, so we don't need to request Coast Guard monitoring or something like that. And I'm like, what? Well, I thought we're going past the shore, beyond the curve of the earth. How can you how can it not be beyond the curvature of the earth? And oh yeah, it kind of varies day to day. Like, you can go boating anywhere. Anyone could do boating is for navigation purposes, as long as they can see the shore and they can, dead reckoning to the shore. It requires special training, equipment, and procedures if people are going beyond that. And I'm like, well, don't you just have GPS that just marks you on where you are? You just fire it up and it tells you which direction the shore is. You're like, well, it's not that easy. It's not that simple. It's a lot more complicated. Systems fail and there's redundant systems and stuff. But don't worry about that. Today we can see the shore, so we don't have to request any sort of extra boating like privileges. So you'll get refunded that part of the money once we get back to to the dock. And it stuck with me. I'm like, whatever, I'm like, I guess I get a refund for some reason. And then later on, like years later, I started thinking about it, and I'm like, so if the curve of the Earth is an optical effect, not a physical one, and it can change day to day, hour to hour, then why are globalists telling people, or why did the scientists tell you that the curve of the Earth, the horizon, is the physical leading edge of the Baltard? Why would they say that if that's blatantly not true? And anyone in the industry knows this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Why would they do that? Exactly. Either they don't know or they're deceiving us at the same time.
Or they don't really.
Middle Earth dilemma.
Yeah, they're not really taking the time to process it or really care. All they really cared about is like, I'm able to see the shore, so I don't need to pay this extra money to the government to make sure my boat's being monitored by some sort of Coast Guard or whatever agency that does it.
Yeah. It's amazing the stuff that you have to do in the US just to use your boat and all the other little red tapes that you got.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. They say, look at boating. You can go anywhere you want. You could go to Antarctica, just like, what's the dude? Rob Noxious. Just paddle boat your ass to Antarctica. It's like, bitch, you can't even leave the line of sight of the shore without special approval.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's right. And it's absolutely right, yeah. So that's why for me now, right, when I saw this action raving beyond, what we'd call the 3 mile line, out right out on the horizon there, and they're zooming in on all that action, and then they zoom back, and it's the kids at the beach here playing with the sand, right? That's where you're at, right? And then they zoom out, and there's everything going on: jet skis jumping, speedboats,
Yes.
boom, boom, boom. Everything's going on, but you can't see that from where you are. Amazing. Go ahead.
Jin, there's a one like what you're talking about. I just put in the side chat. Like it's a huge zoom, and then when he zooms right in, there's like people out there on windsurfers, and there's like so much going on, but you can't see any of it from the shore. It's crazy.
No, not at all. And that I watched that for like 5-10 minutes. Just kept zooming in, and just kept watching that video. I thought, wow, I wanted it to be seared in my memory because I never knew that all that was going on. All those years I've traveled around the world, that's what was going on. It was always flat. You see what I mean? You just keep going back to your previous experiences all the time, You get me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what makes us so grounded in our knowledge now. You see, because you're bringing in all your life experiences has been devoid of this curvature experience, hasn't it?
Yeah, here I just Googled it. Why is it more expensive to sail to boat into the open ocean? So one of the things is open ocean sailing requires extra insurance. Going into open water requires also special equipment and insurance premiums for going out there. Fuel and provisions. It's required to carry extra fuel and provisions. So requiring, basically extra costs incurred to the crew. There must be additional equipment, communications equipment, a satellite phone, which have subscription rates applied to them. There must have extra remote areas for passengers to access. You have to subscribe to a weather forecasting navigation system, and these must be updated, and they're vital for other associated service fees. Depending on the area, crew salaries increase if they go into the open ocean area. There's a couple other things, here and there. One says sometimes docking fees. If you go into the open ocean and you come back, the docking fee is more expensive.
Wow. Amazing.
So all that, yeah. So that's why you had to pay extra to go to this one dive site, and then they're like, "Well, no, I got good news. All that is waived because even though we should not see the curve or the shore, today you can. So we're good. It's not considered open ocean."
Right.
And I was like, "Well, damn, damn."
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at. Yeah, I've got that video. That video you sent, man. I got it. So thanks. Anyway, I'm going to look at it again. But I've got that very video. That one is the same one we're talking about. And the action is raving, isn't it? It's raving, man. But at the beach, it's dead as it's quite well. You're with the babies and that. Basically, that's the image I've got there. At the beach, you've got the people just taking in the sun, but it's all happening out in the ocean. You can't see that, and all that is level. That's the thing. It's level all the way to the action. Wow. That was back in 2015, 2016. Yeah, the beginning.
Did you see the one with the dolphins as well? Like, it looks like a normal horizon, and then he zooms out, and you can see like a miraging effect taking place, and then it looks like there's all these dolphins jumping, and it looks like they're in like sort of in midair.
Yeah, I've got a few of those shots that I've taken myself, actually. Yeah, I've got shots where the dolphins are jumping. They look like they're flying, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I've taken with my camera, the iPhone 4. The iPhone 4. What we're talking about. So we go back some time there, yeah. Brilliant shots. Yeah, I've got shots like that myself. But I haven't seen the one you're talking about, no.
Oh, yep. Just putting it in the side chat now. It's awesome. There's so many dolphins, too. There's like freaking 50 dolphins.
Yeah. It's just, I feel sorry for the Globers because they're not enjoying what we're enjoying. The fact that you've seen it, that means you've been entertained, yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you've been entertained by nature, naturally. The best entertainment there is. No CGI.
Yeah, have a look in the side chat, Jin. This is a cool one.
Yeah, I've just seen it popped up, so hang on a sec. Ugh. Just finishing off my litre of water. Today thus far, hot day, lots of exercising. We've consumed a litre of water. Yeah, lovely. Chilled in my flask, my thermos, that I've had for 26 years. I got it when my first son was born, just before he was born. 26 years ago now, coming up.
Back when they used to make things properly.
Yeah, exactly. And my wife made a mistake here. We went snowboarding and skiing in Nagano one time. We took the flask, of course, because we had babies. We had a baby with us, okay? And I was the man that was doing the milk and everything else. But she was using the flask, okay? And we came home and she didn't bring the cap. The cap, which is the cup, isn't it, as well? The cap is the cup, yeah? And, I said, where's the cap? Where's the cup for this? Is it in your bag? It's not. You've left it on the table in the hotel. Ring them up, get them to send it. So they had to send that by courier. You know what I mean? Yeah, they did provide that.
the same one that you're using now. You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, so it's got some history.
It is. And I said to my son yesterday, I said, this is older than you, just only by a little bit. I said to him. Because I bought it just before you were born, I said. Like maybe half a year or so. And I said, do you remember the time when Mummy forgot the cap in the hotel? Because he was with us that time. And he said, yeah. And Daddy was angry, wasn't he? I said, yeah, because, what is the point of having a flask in the cup? What are we doing? You know what I mean? I hate disorganization. I really hate that. Really hate that. When you've been in the military, you like to have things like ordered, ready. You really do, especially with the camping equipment or thermos, ski wear, all that stuff. I've got a system, right? The wife is a wrecking ball, wrecks every fucking thing. That's why I'm always at her on her case. Don't touch anything. Yeah, you don't need to be in this room, really. This room is my room with the equipment room. So you don't need to be in here. Can you leave, please? You know, because the one time
Yeah, well, that's what all of those motivational coaches and stuff like that, right? They say, like, if you want to have a good workflow, clean your, make sure you're working on a clean desk, right? The first thing you should do is, like, get everything tidy and organized before you start working.
Yeah, got to. Although my table is cluttered as I speak, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. So I have got a cluttered desk.
As is mine. Mine's terrible.
So I will put my hand up there to being guilty of a cluttered desk, ladies and gentlemen. But when we're talking about camping equipment, ski wear, thermos, baby stuff, Jin was the man. Okay, but I want it done properly. Like I said to my wife, I will clean this baby better than you and the nurses in the hospital. You will never outdo me on that. Let's see who does it the best. Do you know what I mean? That was me. Put a challenge on the table. Because, the women like to think that they do it. Nah, they didn't do it better than me. Sorry. If you're an engineer, cleaning a baby's butt is easier. You don't get your knuckles guffed up when you slip off a nut, try to tighten it or loosen it, for example. You get my meaning? Have you had that experience where you're trying to undo a nut there and then you slip off and then you're punching the block? Or something protruding and it's dug you up. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, or like I had it where just recently. The car was overheating and I'm like, what's going on? And then so I parked and waited and I thought it was cool enough. So I was like, maybe the radiator fluid's low. And I waited like a half hour and I touched the cap. It felt cool to the touch. Then I slightly turned it and then hot vapor blew on my hand, and I wouldn't say it burned, but it startled me. Then I dropped the cap, and the cap fell into the engine block. And my it's a little grocery getter, So I'm like reaching in there trying to get it, okay, but my hand's too big, and I can't. And anytime I get close to touching it, my fingers kept pushing it down further. And all of a sudden, this lady walks by, and she's like, "Hey, what? Do you need help? What's going on?" I'm like, yeah, I dropped the radiator cap. It fell down, and I can't seem to grab it. And she's like, oh, I can get it for you. I go, and she goes, is it hot? I go, no, it's been sitting here for like a half hour. Everything's cool and whatnot. She's like, okay. She just reached down there and grabs and hands it to me. I'm like, damn, that was professional. I was like, you just grab that cap. And she's like, oh, yeah, I grew up working on cars. And I'm like, that's outstanding. It's like, because normally you got some man helping a woman out with her car, and she's like, here you go. Don't drop it next time. Duh.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Yeah. I can just imagine it. Yeah. So as I was saying, so doing the baby stuff was easy. I had it all organised. I wanted it that way. But there's one thing I said to my wife: you're going to wipe this boy. Make sure you wipe the boy properly clean. Don't do it half-assed.
All the stuff in order. You got the diaper, the wipes, the cream, all laid out, and systematically.
Exactly, the nappy liner, as we call it. Because I at first, for the first three boys, I was doing the old-fashioned way. Not the disposable nappies, proper towels that we used to have, like when I was a boy, baby in the 60s. So we had, but in Japan, they're like cotton cloths. They're not towel material, but they're really nice anyway. I had about 30 of those. Okay? So there was never a time we never had a clean nappy. Do you see what I mean? So the baby might use about 15 during the course of the day, let's say. And then that 15 would be in a bucket of water, warm water, with only a little bit of bleach in there. Okay? Because you don't want to hurt the baby's skin, yeah? So just a little bit of bleach. And that's just soaking. Right, and then after that, you then put them in a washing machine, and then you wash on a hot wash. Okay, but I did all that. I did all of that stuff. I bought the nappy liners and the wipes and everything else. I got all that sorted out. Yeah, because I wanted it done properly. I didn't want to have my baby have any rash on his body at all, especially around the genitals and the bum and that. Don't have nappy rash. You get what I mean? And that. So yeah, I just wanted to do it, and I did it.
Interesting. DJ's GIF on the side is showing an example of like a curve. That's interesting.
Interesting.
Did you say curve?
Yeah, well, the dolphins are going
Oh,
in
it's
and
this
out.
spastic again. What's the measured
Yeah,
drop
so the
over
dolphins-
distance? Hey, DJ, I don't know if you were in here earlier, but this clown was in
No.
here earlier just feeding the side chat with shit whilst other guys were trying to talk.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the dolphins
then
are
went
above the
press.
horizons. Don't
Yeah,
know what his
so
point
feel
is.
free to kick it around.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so this is a inferior mirage. Or it's a type of mirage that's obviously happening here. We have the mirroring effect, and then the dolphins are like jumping within that area that the mirroring's taking place, and the horizon that you can see is just horizontal. So it's not really proof of flat or globe here. It's just a cool observation. We don't have a distance marker anyway, so we can't tell the distance to the dolphins or anything like that.
Actually, just the fact that there's water where the dolphins are, that's debunking the globe. That's proof of reality.
Yeah,
You're gonna have,
and it
you're gonna
does.
have water. You're gonna have water on the globe dart because there's no gas pressure contained, and if you don't have the
Yeah.
pressure for the water, there will be no water.
And the thing is, the angle at which you're taking it, the horizon is a straight edge. It might be angled off slightly due to the camera angle and that, but it's beautiful, beautiful natural shot there. I love it. I'm just looking at it now. Yeah.
Gene, do you get it, Gene? If you see water, that debunks the globe right there. Because you cannot
Yeah,
have
that's correct.
water
Because water is
on a
flat.
globe dart.
Yeah, I got it immediately as soon as you said it, Jamesy. As soon as you started it off. Yeah, I'm with you all the
Yeah.
way.
Water in a vacuum doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why they have to paint. That's why they have to pull out the crayons or the color pencils or the pixels, and they paint. They kind of give you the blue color because they cannot
Yeah.
use real water to misrepresent what water does. That's why they use the crayons and the
Yes.
painting to misrepresent water. But water, the way it
Exactly.
presents itself in
Sounds like you
reality,
guys are
it
like a
doesn't
cult
do
almost.
what the color blue does on a globe.
I think it's either 2017 or 2018. Flat Earth Banjo constructed a working flat Earth model. Okay, so that's you know the flat Earth that
Yeah,
we
I've
see
looked at.
with the ice.
I know. I looked at his website. He draws a disc on his webpage.
Yeah. Right. He made a
No,
proper
that's the
model.
wrong person. You're talking. That's the wrong. Father of Banjo's a different person.
Yeah, this is Flat Earth Banjo, who is married to a Japanese woman from Brazil, two daughters. Right, Flat Earth Banjo. Yeah, he made a working flat Earth model, and what you see is you have the continents the way it's laid out as the azimuthal equidistant map. Okay, then you have ships actually circumnavigating it. The water's there; it's flat. The little toy boats are circumnavigating, actually going around that, and then above that, at the North Pole. He's got a little rod and then two arms extended with two aeroplanes flying above the flat Earth. Okay, so you have this perfectly working flat Earth model. Okay, working, and you know what he said to the Globers? He threw them down a challenge in that video. He asked them to make a model of the globe with the water, like the flat Earth water there, on the globe, cascading and rolling and flowing, and ships circumnavigating and airplanes flying around that globe. Can you make that model? And you know what he says, Jemsy? He says, "We don't paint the water on the globe. Don't paint the water on the globe." He says, "We want to see real water, just like my model." Okay? Flat Earth Banjo. That challenge is still there, by the way.
Yeah, don't use crayons to misrepresent water.
Yes, exactly what he said. Don't use paint. Don't paint the water on the globe. I want to see water flowing, he said. Water flowing on the globe, with the ships circumnavigating that globe and aeroplanes also. And they can't do it. Can't be done. Flat Earth Banjo, he did that, man. I loved him for that. That was
the
great.
world is still a spheroid, so
Sorry?
Yeah,
the world is still a sphere, by the way. You can actually see it.
You're just saying that out of desperate. You're in Desperate Avenue. That's where you're at the moment. Desperate Avenue.
Can you prove the world is flat? Can you prove the world is flat?
Oh, we are. We're showing you material that you're looking the other way. We're telling you every day. We've given you every facet of flat Earth. You're just looking the other way. You know why? Because you live in Losersville, in sad and sorry Avenue.
So why does the space station? Why does the space station literally show like a huge curvature on the Earth? It would clearly indicate
let me
that.
tell you about the
So
space
where's your
station,
measured
yeah?
drop over distance?
Yeah. Let's give it. Hang on. Let's give him this. Let's give him all the numbers. Let's give some expertise here. Let me just hit him hard here. Hang on a second. First and foremost, it's a begging the question fallacy already. Okay, right? That the ISS that's doing this circumference of 26,250 miles circumference, it would have to be doing, okay, at 250 miles of the Earth's surface, traveling at Mach 3, that's 17,500 miles an hour. And the generated centrifugal forces and G's are 920,000 G's. Now, there's no way an ISS could survive that. It would be tearing itself apart, especially the way those solar panels have been configured. So it cannot be up there just by the numbers alone. The numbers alone tell you it's impossible. Okay? It's not up there. And then to add more to it, to confound it even more for you, it's in the zone where there's radiation to the tune of 150 REMs. Sorry, 150,000 REMs. Instantaneous death. That radiation was left there by Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Starfish Prime. They all started at 1959, ending in 1962. Okay, and it's impossible for anything to be there. It will be fried and died. Okay, so your ISS is not up there. And it's funny how the ISS always gives us this obscured view of the Earth. The obscured CGI. The Earth is lit up from the inside, so it's a lit up CGI globe ball Earth from an obscured angle. I am now
A
on
CGI, okay. How about we talk about reality instead of like living in a
Yeah,
fantasy?
how about we talk about reality? How about you show us measured drop over distance instead of these cool stories, bro?
Yeah, because you're
You
still
claim it's a
ignoring the
globe.
numbers.
You claim it's
Yeah.
a globe or a ball
Yeah.
or an oblate spheroid. I don't care which way you lean. I'm not interested. If it is such, you would be able to provide a measured drop over distance.
I could just literally just show a picture. This is
I
literally
could just
off from the
literally
space
just
station.
get a laser and measure it. Your claim is curvature. So why is none measured? Do you not comprehend that?
Literally,
You just keep literally falling back to photos that you can't validate, you can't verify, you can't prove.
verify. You can't prove the world's flat.
Actually, we can.
No, you can't actually.
Yes, we actually can. You can keep saying no, you can't, nah, all day long. We have physical stuff we can do. All of your so-called evidences, you have nothing. How do you go up into space to verify where these alleged images are taken from?
Yeah, that was
How do you do
CGI
that?
anyway. That was CGI. That image. That was a
So you're
CGI image you just showed me. You know why? It has to be. It has to be. You've got
Flatloid's
Robert-
pictures.
hang on.
Flatloid's
You've got
pictures.
Robert- let me tell you again. Look, you've got Robert Simmons.
Flatloid's
Robert
picture.
Simmons.
Flatloid's
NASA
picture is
employee.
CGI. My picture is
Robert
actually a picture
Simmons.
directly
That
from the
Robert
space
Simmons.
station.
Robert Simmons, NASA employee. Okay, Robert
Okay,
Simmons, Mr.
Vicky,
Blue
what's your
Marble
thoughts?
himself. Mr. Blue Marble himself. I'm quoting his own words. It's CGI because it has to be. He says it has to be CGI. They can't take real images of Earth. They can't. It has to be CGI. You're showing me a CGI image. That's what
So
you're
cameras
doing.
aren't real? That's
Excuse
how
me.
you
The
like
image
it.
is not real. The
So
image is
what's
not
the point?
real. It's real CGI. Go ahead.
So your
Let's get
image is
Vicky's-
real.
Let's get Vicky's thoughts on this. She just joined the chat. Vicky's, what's your thought on this? What's your thought, Vicky?
I think flat earthers are delusional. That's my
Why?
take.
I think
Why?
a few people better get it through their fucking thick skulls that they don't run our channel. So this is how it's going to work, MX Dove. Next time you want to run the channel, I'll run you clean out of it.
The fuck are you doing?
Yeah, straight
Comprendo,
up.
SA? So, you haven't got proof of curvature. We know this. We've got about 6 hours of ISS tomfoolery, or CGI, as you deny. And all of a sudden now your sidestep, your cope, your helping hand is to call someone else up because you're getting your ass handed to you.
So listen,
And
the
then-
lady said that people
Flat
in
Earth
here
is
are
a delusional.
delusional.
She said.
But the thing is that the people that believe on the globe, that goes contrary to what we can observe, experience, test, and verify, the globe claims the opposite of reality.
Yeah.
That's delusional, if you believe in it.
That is, she's an insult to humanity because she comes in, doesn't bring any evidence of her own work, right? Something she's done, and to show us so that we can actually go and replicate it. But she's free to say, call us delusional. She's lucky I'm not there. I'll give her a slap in the face immediately.
But if
It's
you
deserving of a
say
slap.
that,
You're the
if
ones.
you
You're the
say
ones that
if
need
you
to
say
prove
if
that
you
the
say
Earth is
that
flat.
Hey, okay,
somebody-
hold up. Hey, Sasha, hold up. What was that, Vicky?
You're the
You
ones
have
that need
proof
to
of
prove.
curvature. Because that's all we
You are
want.
the ones
Just
who
so
need-
you know.
No.
Just so you
No,
know.
I want.
Hold
I
on,
want
just
proof
hold
that
on.
the Earth is flat.
Just so you
I
know.
want proof that the
all
Earth is
we
flat.
are
You're
after.
inverting the
Are
onus
you
of the
not
proof.
fucking going to
This is what
listen, or
you're
you're just going
doing.
to be a shit cunt? How about I do the same? Right, my turn. All we are after is measured. Fuck off then. And you know what? Because the other one was a pain in the ass, it can go too.
Right, yeah. It is rather frustrating that they seem to forget that we all went to school and we were taught about the globe without evidence. We were told about it, but it wasn't shown to us. We never saw the curvature. They never took us on school excursions to experience the curvature, and then the 1 hour 15-degree rotation of the Earth from a bathysphere. That would be like a spherical ball suspended by a helium balloon. And you're in a capsule. You're having your lunch, and you're going to watch the Earth go by 15 degrees in that 1 hour, and then you get a bus or whatever and go back to or whatever the distance is. You'd have to fly probably. We didn't get that.
Do you see a problem with? Don't you see a problem though with muting people you disagree with? It only allows.
Well, it's not that at all. You see, it's not that we're muting people because we want to do it, and that's what we're about. It's if you're not listening, you're not giving us a chance to talk, and not listening to the rationale and coming back with rational responses rather than irrational. You're delusional. And no, I want to see the flat. We're asking you, how do you know it's a globe? And you know what? It's embarrassing. You don't know it's a globe because you haven't proven it to yourself. That's the embarrassing thing, you see. That's what you don't like.
Nobody will mute you if you do this. You say, let's say, one location, you say the distance, you say drop over distance, and that's it. And nobody will mute you.
Yeah, because you've gone out there to show me that you photographed it, and you're bringing it to me because I've got over 9,000 images of natural flat Earth. Okay, that's just here in Japan, right? If I add in my life in London on top of that, well, we're going to be going into the tens of thousands then, aren't we, right? And not one of the images there has a curvature in it, right? That's my life through the army, the cadets, okay, cadet life, army life, school life, youth worker life, lots of stuff I've done. Welding, engineering, Royal Engineers, loads of fucking pictures, no curvature there. Pictures in Nigeria, again, no curvature.
I mean, if there was no curvature, why is the word curvature in the English language?
That's you see. When you
Jen, stop! Please stop, Jen.
Question.
Yeah, that's get out. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's what its argument was before, Jen. I don't know if you were in here to hear it.
I was.
Oh, you were? Yeah. So you're a clown. Go elsewhere. Seriously.
Yeah, that's a silly question to ask. why Jedi was there as well, and Jedi was really giving it to him. I was listening all the time, and I did make a comment as well. But stupid thing to ask. You know, when they start asking questions like that, they're on Losers Avenue. That's where they're at. Losers Avenue. They've thrown in the towel. They've gone into Losers Avenue. That's where they are. Why is the word curvature? You know why the word curvature in it? The curvature of the woman's breast, the curvature of the woman's hips, the curvature of the woman's thighs, the curvature of the woman's buttocks. Do you understand? The curvature of the woman's head.
That's hilarious, Gene. That's what I was thinking. That's how curvature Barb was invented, looking at a woman's body. Go ahead.
Exactly. And I recognize the curvature of a woman at 3 miles on the horizon. I can see that curvature. So don't tell me I don't know what curvature is, okay? Thanks. Yes, my man.
What every sphere has. Every sphere has curvature.
Yeah, exactly. You see? But they can't measure it, can they? That's the problem.
Yeah. And people when posting the let's say that image, it's real, the space, and it's spherical. That means that also from the ground must be spherical, not only from the space.
Yeah. As Neil deGrasse Tyson says,
but
you
from the
see
ground,
curvature from 2 millimeters off this beach ball, as he slaps the beach ball like this. And then he said to the Felix Baumgartner jump, he said, that was a GoPro fisheye lens, which curves the horizon, he says. Do you know what I mean?
Gene, I want like a logic like a kid. That means if we see something from the space spherical, now we go back to the ground, there is not spherical. Why? The most reason people say because it's so big. Okay, so big, let's see how much. 1 million big or 24,000 miles? 24,000 miles? Saying how much? Right.
Yeah.
And the geometrical horizon for the ant on the Earth is 1.22 miles. But for him, he has no equipment, he has nothing. For him will be at least, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters will be flat for sure. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I understand.
For the ant and for the giant and for the me, it's the same geometrical horizon. It's on 1.22 miles. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That means you are not that ant. You are the small being on the big surface Earth. But that surface has the, at least they are saying they has the size, and that size it's that 1.22 miles. Unfortunately, I thought it is bigger, but it is not. It is that. And we didn't put that math. We didn't put that math like what we are discussing about math. That heliocentric model, whoever, Kepler, Aristotle, whoever.
Yeah. You're breaking up just a little bit, okay?
Sorry.
Your audio is very crackly this time. Crackly, like a packet of crisps. Sorry about that. Yeah. Everything you said we heard, though. We heard everything you said. And yeah, you're right. It's 1.22 miles. And like you said, I thought it was going to be bigger than that. But when I heard it was just 1.22 miles, it's a bloody well shock, isn't it?
And you can agree. You can also agree. Yeah, we are small. Earth is big. That's correct, man. Everything is cool. Now let's see how big is it that basketball, ping pong ball, or is that basketball real basketball? Because ping pong ball is smaller than basketball.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's a ball. And now we have only problem. This ball is so enormous, but it has the size. No problem. Let's measure it.
Yeah, exactly. They can't measure the curvature, can they? They just can't measure it.
That pictures from the space showing the Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles. I hope so.
Yeah, it's a stupid image, and if you watch the image, okay, it disappears. Like if you watch, because I watched what he put up, and the image of the ISS just disappears like boom. So you could see it was superimposed. Okay, CGI image. You could see it. Composite. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, superimpose is the old-fashioned word with the analog cameras. Nowadays, it's photoshopping. Okay, so that's what it was. It was a Photoshop image there because the image, the ISS disappears, pop, like that, right at the very end.
And it's not what Neil. it's not what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. You can make a math how much angular view you need for that kind of diameter, of the air to
Yeah,
see the curvature. Yeah, and
yes.
people made that calculation, and they made calculation with the height of the ISS, and they said you can see 3% of the Earth. 3%. That means you can see England, let's say,
Yeah,
and that's it.
maybe.
Maybe,
Not a
yeah,
lot,
but
is it?
yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought you would have been able to see more than 3%. Actually, that's crap. What they're saying there, that's bullshit. If you're at the ISS height, right, you're going to see quite a lot of the Earth from 250 miles up. Let me see.
Gene, you need to count that you have 8,000 miles of surface down.
Right, so 8,000 miles. That's a quarter. That's a quarter of the globe. That's more than a quarter of the globe.
Yeah, that's diameter.
Well, there you are. Then you see. Right.
You must see half of the
You
sphere
have
for
to see
sure
half
when
of
you
it.
go.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But
right.
Yeah, but you cannot with that height. You must go. Oh my God, I don't know how you need to go up.
Well,
and plus you need to have that kind of, I don't know, view a camera to record that.
Yeah,
that
of
surface.
course I would have to have that. Yeah, but 250 miles up from the Earth's surface. What you're saying? You can only see 3% of the Earth. Is that a fact? I thought it would have been more.
Yeah, I thought also, but they make a math. The astrophysicists made the math, and they said it's 3%, not me.
Oh yeah. No, I think you'd be able to see more than that.
But I'm not so sure. I can say 3%. That this is the correct number.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, though, but we don't get to see 3% because the obscured angle doesn't show us anything. It's just you only get that little bit of sliver of a curvature, equipment in the way, some clouds that never move, and then the ISS is moving, and that's it. You don't get much of the globe anyway. My question is, why can't they put a camera underneath the ISS in a dome lens so the actual camera is in a dome container in a dome so it can do 363 degrees panning and nothing in the way? Why can't they do that? What's the problem with that? Yeah, you know what I mean.
You cannot have that view. You need to go more up, and that's impossible. And that people cannot understand that kind of thing. It's like you have a house.
Yeah.
Large house, large house, and now you want to go up and to see that house. You must to go up, man, and that's not enough. That 255 miles.
Well, yeah, they say you've got to go. They say you've got to go at least 6,000 miles out to see the whole globe. That's what they say. 6,000 miles is the number that I heard. Anyway, but even from 250 miles, you get to see quite a bit, and you should be able to see quite a bit if you put the camera properly by itself, and not in between pipes, wires, and doors, and then you get a little sliver of the globe. It's CGI anyway. It has to be. We've got Robert Simmons' words on that, and we know it anyway. Well, no matter what, they're building on a false premise. And when you build on a false premise, whatever you've built and constructed has to be seen null and void. It's null and void. That's what it is. Void. Null and void. That's what it is. Because it's being built on a false premise. That's a law, that is. That is in a court of law. Whatever you've built on a false premise has to be seen as null and void. And the false premise would be that we're living on a globe. So, and then we've got satellites and we've supposedly got the ISS, etc., etc., etc. That's all null and void. Yeah. Of course, the Globers don't like that when I say that to them. I do this. I click my fingers. Null and void. Null and void. You're null and void as well.
Hey, Jim, speaking of globe believers, have we checked to see if there's any in here right now? Anybody think you live on a spinning ball?
We did have some, but they were being rather stick in the mud, we'll have to say. Being a stick in the mud, my man. Hank. It's not Hank. What's your name again? I've forgotten your name for a second. It's not Hank, because Hank is the other guy. Yours is, come on.
I'm
Dave.
Dead Air Dave Icon, man.
No, your
Dave
original name.
Hinkle.
That. Come on. What's it?
Dave Hinkle. Dave
Dave.
Hinkle from Kentucky.
That was close. Hank and Hinkle. I was getting there. Yeah. Sorry, Dave Hinkle. My deepest apologies, because I love all the work you were doing. So when we go back to 2015, 2016, Dave Hinkle was on every day. Every day he was putting out a short video about Flat Earth. Every day on YouTube. Okay? This man was a
I would
stalwart.
say that's enough, Jim. I've been around for a while. I know it's not a spinning ball. I appreciate it.
No, but I loved your work though, Dave. I came and say, I almost called you Hank, didn't I? You see, Hank Hinkle. I was getting there. Just hadn't heard from you for just a little while, but I loved all your work. And like I said, Dave, you were always there every day on YouTube, every day. That was good. That was good. That's dedication. Okay. And did we get
Wasn't
any
that
further?
weird? Back in 2016, we're the only few hundred people on the internet talking about this. It was kind of weird, wasn't it?
Yeah. Do you remember when we were on Hangouts as well? Do you remember we were on Hangouts? We used to kill them with Hangouts, didn't we?
Yeah, Poncho P. And one of
Poncho P. You got it. Yeah, that's right. You see, that's where me, Dave Hank, Denmark, Flat Earth Dude, A New Perspective. Who else is there? Oh, Troubles About, the Australian Troubles About, which she was on the Hangouts with us, but she was obviously a Glober. Who else have I not mentioned? There's a few others that Merle from Australia.
How about Jimmy Jedi or R.I.P. Jimmy Jedi?
Yeah, Jimmy Jedi. Yeah, not the Jedi. Yeah, but the Jimmy Jedi. That's right. I should never forget him, because he passed away on us as well, which was a real shame. Did like his stuff. Yeah, Jimmy Jedi was really good. Yeah, we had some great fun, didn't we? Yeah, we really had.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah,
Here
really
we
had
are in
some great.
2025, and people still think they live on a spinning ball. It's crazy, ain't it?
It's crazy. You said it earlier on. You can't believe that people still think that they're living on a globe and people live in the moon. Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah. Because that guy came in saying there were people living in the moon and in all the other planets. There's people living. I was going to ask him, what kind of people? What, human beings? And they don't want us to know, he said. What a wally. Yeah, we've had some real delusional people come in, actually. For the young lady calling us delusional. That young lady, if you're listening, you should be working out how you measured that curvature, because you can't be telling me because somebody told you in this sense. That's wrong, isn't it? You would have had to have gone out there to measure it. That's how we know. We've gone out to check. Okay? Somebody told us the Earth isn't a ball, Jin. Okay? Flat Earth videos are telling. I watched different content producers of Flat Earth, and everything fitted like a glove. My life. And then I realized there's no curvature, man. And then I took my children and the wife, and we went out to go and check. And there isn't any. And the children had already known anyway, right, that there wasn't any curvature, because when I asked them to show me how an aeroplane flies, they showed me the aeroplane flying level. And then when I showed them, they said, but hang on a minute, there's the globe there, yeah? Shouldn't the plane fly like this? Does it fly like this, in a curve like this? They said, no, it doesn't. How do you know? Because we went to Hawaii. We went to this level, Daddy. Yeah, you know it. Yeah. So they even knew that the plane flew level. See what I mean? Come on. Anyone delusional, it's those globers, man.
But Jim, the globe believer would insert the elaborate excuse about why the plane is being pulled by the center of the earth, blah, 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 blah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? They say that, these globers say that gravity is pulling the nose of the plane around the globe, right? And I say, well, if that was the case, that means the pilot wouldn't be in control. There's no need for the pilot here. What's the pilot doing then? That'd be silly. The pilot's got control of the plane. Even when he puts it into automatic pilot, you still need the pilot to do that. So I'm sorry. Gravity has nothing to do with flight. Nothing. That is a red herring. It's a non sequitur, and it's an insult to the principle of flight. That's what I told them. Yeah. So yeah, they couldn't hack it. You know. Yeah, they're trying to say that gravity is pulling the nose of the plane around, but it's not being registered in the in-flight telemetry data. It's not being recorded at all. Nothing like that. No curved trajectory. Okay, so it's horizontal. It's a horizontal flight. Go ahead.
Jen, it's an insult to the Wright brothers if they really invented flight. But
That's
anyway,
right.
it's an insult to them because they use physics of flying across a level plane to even develop the airplane. But anyway, go ahead.
That's right. No, that's right, Dave. Exactly. It is an insult to the Wright brothers, and they took a lot of risks with their aircraft called the Flyer 1 and the Flyer 2. I did it because, like I said, I taught myself the principle of flight at elementary school and how the combustion engine worked at elementary school through the Lady Bird book series at elementary school. That was my first introduction, all by myself, no teachers. The book was my teacher. That was it. My projects. How do ships work? How do aeroplanes work? How do cars work? All this I learned before I went to Nigeria, and I was very excited because we were going to get into an aeroplane. Yes. All the way to Nigeria from London. Yes. 1969, 1970. They'd gone to the moon already by this time. Okay, supposedly. They didn't really go, but they said they said they went. I believed it because I was only, 1969, I would have been about 8 years old at that time. 7 when they went, and then shortly I would have been 11. So I would have been November. That would have been my birthday. So yeah, I would have turned 8 that year. But by this time, I'd learned how the combustion engine works, how ships work, and how aeroplanes fly. And it was the first person, the first 2 boys, the Wright brothers. That's where I started from. Yeah, I drew the biplane flyer, which is like a glider, really. And then they put an engine on it in the end. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. So, no, gravity doesn't help in flight at all. It's not there. Has nothing to do, there is no assistance from gravity. Gravity has got nothing to do with flight. It's just a normal thrust from the engines, forward thrust, and you move fast enough, the wind flow over the wings generates lift. Because what it is that the wing flow at the top is lighter than underneath, so it just starts to rise up. It's beautiful. It's like magic. It starts to rise up as you increase airspeed. Okay, and then the aeroplane itself is configured to have its nose 3 degrees above horizontal. That's a standard. The pilot doesn't have to do that. That's the way the wings are configured into the fuselage, facilitates that 3 degrees nose upwards. The pilot doesn't have to input that in. That's a standard already on all jet planes that we fly on. So yeah, it's just that's it. Got nothing to do with gravity. And the reason for the nose up is to facilitate a smooth airflow across the aircraft fuselage and wings to generate that lift. For if you were flying dead horizontal, fighting it, there's a possibility where the airflow could push the nose down, and now you're into a nosedive, possibly. And it would be a very bumpy ride because the pilot would be fighting the air, trying to keep the plane level. Yeah. So the 3 degrees nose upwards facilitates this smooth airflow as it's flying through the air, and it's still flying level, by the way. It's wonderful machinery. So no curvature measurements. Stop lying. It's all flat, and the in-flight telemetry data tells us that. You don't need that because your senses can tell you that, or the Spirit Level app that I've got on my phone. I've got 3 of them uploaded back in 2014. So we use those in the planes, and we can see that the plane is flying level because the bubble is right in the middle of the black circle. It's right there. Doesn't move out of it. That's a leveled flight in my book. But I digress. Someone else can take the mic. Go ahead. I do find it funny though that they call us delusional. All the while, they haven't proven the Earth's curvature for themselves. They haven't even proved it to themselves. Step one, prove it to yourself before you prove it to anybody else. Prove it to yourself. That's the first step. Prove it to yourself.
Hey,
They can't prove it
Gene,
to themselves. They haven't proven it to
Gene, I think I
themselves.
found something that relates airplanes and curvature. I'm gonna
Go
post
ahead.
it in the VC
Thank you.
for
Yeah,
you, Gene.
I posted it in from the 24/7
There you go.
years and
I
years ago. I posted
posted
it in there today.
I posted it there for you, Gene. It's in relation to airplanes and curvature. Since you
Okay,
mentioned
thank you very much.
curvature
Yeah,
earlier.
let's have a look at it. Let's have a look. See what you posted there,
I
Jemsy. Yeah.
Okay, guys,
That's
let's
the
take a
closest.
moment to sit there.
That's the closest thing I found about airplanes and curvature, and nothing else.
I love it.
Let's take a moment to see if there's anybody new on here or listening on YouTube. Click the link, come in here and tell us about the globe. We're going to tell you it doesn't exist, but we'll go into that once you get in here. Go ahead.
Did you pray for a safe flight?
No, for a bumpy one.
Yeah, yeah. So if you didn't have the nose up at 3 degrees, then it would be a bumpy flight every time, and there would be more accidents, I would have to say as well, and very, very tired pilots. So obviously, having the nose up at 3 degrees is a necessity to facilitate a smooth flight. And remember, when a plane is flying horizontal, that is the safest position for the aircraft. Horizontal flight. As soon as the plane has to start to climb in altitude or decrease altitude, that therein is a dangerous maneuver. Okay, the plane is now taking on stresses. Okay, weights are shifting. So can you imagine traveling, let's say, from England to Japan, which is 6,000 miles? That's a nine and a half hour flight. Okay, could even be 10 hours. Okay, a flight through curvature, and that 6,000 miles is almost a quarter of the globe. That would be a 90 degree. Okay, and the curvature there, distance is 3,740.47 miles. So can you imagine an aircraft flying through a curved trajectory all that time, all those 9 hours? Okay, so it's under stress, under load all the time. Remember, when it's horizontal, there's no stress. It's just flying now, as it was intended to, horizontally. But as soon as you shift that to an angle and you start to follow a curved trajectory, you're putting stresses right across the fuselage, where the wings meet the fuselage, where the engines meet the wings. All those nuts and bolts and rivets are all now stressing for 9 hours. That means when that aircraft lands at the airport, it must go into the hangar after the passengers have disembarked and the luggage has been removed. It has to go for a check, because 9 hours of curved trajectory puts enormous stresses on the aircraft. Has to. Jet fighter pilots, when they do their training and they're doing barrel rolling upside down and they're pretending that there's an enemy behind them, and then they go back to the hangar, they check everything is checked. Everything. So the same would apply to an aircraft flying through a curved trajectory for 9 hours, 17 hours, 5 hours. You've got to check all those articulated points. That's where the wings meet the fuselage, where the engines meet the wings, the tail section, and then the undercarriage doors. All these things have to be checked. That's a 3-hour maintenance schedule. They don't do that, though, do they? They don't do those kinds of maintenance. They just sit there. You see the aircraft sit there. They refill it. They take out all the toilet tanks. You know, the poo tanks are taken out, and a new poo tank is inserted in there. Okay, then the hot meals are going in, right, in those aluminium, silver container things. They're going in. All the luggage. You see the little truck attached with the trailers of containers with all our luggage. You see it. You see the train of our luggage going in. Oh yeah, that's good. You might see the plane get refilled. You might be lucky and see that. And then in an hour's time, an hour and a half, you're getting on the plane. They don't check that. They don't check the engine connections. Nothing. They don't do any of that. They don't do any of that. Any of that kind of structural integrity testing. They don't do any of that. But it would need to be done if a plane is flown for 9 hours through a curved trajectory. That's torsional stresses have been applied for 9 hours. And in the case, if you want to imagine it, the first part of that curvature is going to be where the plane is going upwards on an upward curve, okay? And then it's going to go down on the second half, okay? So then the weights are shifting. Weights are shifting, even in the luggage compartment. All those bolts and belts have all got to be checked properly, so things don't come loose. So yeah, no, the reason they don't have to do all those kinds of checks on every flight is because the plane is flying horizontal. That's why. It's not flying through a curved trajectory where torsional stresses would apply. I hope everybody understands what I'm talking about here. You can imagine it for yourself. Yeah. For example, if you have a motor car going around in a circle, so that's, let's say it's doing a right-hand turn, completely going around in a right-hand turn, 30 miles an hour for 9 hours, you're going to have a very, very hot suspensions on the left side of the car. The rear suspension and the rear suspension and the front suspension on the left side of the car is going to be a lot more hotter than the suspension on the right side, on the front and rear, because it's not taking as much stress as the left side. Remember, when you're turning, the centrifugal forces moves you to the left as you're turning right. So imagine that for 9 hours, just going around in a circle. Yeah, you check that suspension and tell me it's not boiling hot, and the springs and everything. So that's what I mean about curving. Curves increase stress. If it was going straight in a straight line, that car, it's going to operate normally. It might be warm, but it won't be hot because it wasn't stressing. It was designed to go straight. It wasn't designed to go 9 hours, corner, got a circling like that. You see what I mean? That's what I mean with the aircraft as well. It's designed to fly horizontal. As soon as you subject it to a curved trajectory, stresses are increased. Torsional stresses everywhere. Yeah, and also you couldn't go to the toilet because you're flying through a curved trajectory. Remember, that means that the aisle, when you look at it, it's not level. That the angle of the aisle is, so there's no horizontal there. So if you were to go to the toilet at the beginning of your flight, you're going to be running downhill to the toilet and having to climb back. You might have to use the headrest of the passengers in their seat. Excuse me, sorry about that. Just a second, I'm just trying to get back. I'm right at the other end. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? As you're working your way back up. And then if it's the latter part, then you're running downhill to get to the toilet, and then you have to climb back up again. So you can imagine that the cabin crew couldn't serve you your drinks. That'd be impossible. Couldn't have any food. Wouldn't get your blankets. Wouldn't get your pillows. Wouldn't get your magazines and comics and your nuts and little refreshments. Wouldn't get anything because the plane is not flying horizontal. So you'd be flying in the seat with the toilet under your seat. You do your poo and the piss where you sit. Yeah, there you go. But indeed, that's not how planes fly, do they? Everything is level. Yeah. That's what you've got to remember. You can't be level on a ball. Curvature and circumference. That's not straight, is it? And level, is it now, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. That's why the water doesn't stick to the ball, because the ball surface is not level. So the water rolls off and finds itself level on the table there, right there, level, sitting there looking at me. But on the ball, it's just rolling off. Doesn't have any business with the ball, doesn't like the ball, doesn't want to sit on the ball. It just rolls off. Okay, that's enough. Anybody else take over, please? Nice picture, by the way, Jemsy. Nice picture.
That was a good gin rant. Way to go. How's things in Japan?
Oh, in Japan, we're enjoying the nice summer. So I went out today. I'd done 9.5 miles. Okay. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Got really hot and sweaty. Yep. Things are okay here in Japan. I can't complain. We just ended the rainy season. Didn't rain that much. It rained a lot in April and May, but June this year wasn't as much. So we might get some in July perhaps, but it's been a lovely, lovely weather. Yeah.
Cool.
How
And you're
about
not
you,
on the
Lord?
other side of the ball. This is the coolest thing, Jen, is you're not on the other side of a ball from me right now. So
I'm across the pond.
you're across the pond, yeah.
Yeah.
But real quick, let's check, see if there's anybody new here. I see 2
Yeah.
Globe Believers
Yeah.
on here right now.
If there are
Flat
any
Lloyd
Globers in the
Rice.
house, please speak up. Any questions you
I'm
have?
gonna name 2 of them real quick, Jen. Still
Go ahead.
start talking. Flat Lloyd Rice is a Glober, and T-Dub. Both of them guys are Globers. Go ahead.
Yeah, please speak up and ask your questions. Surely you've arrived at the Flat Earth server. It's a university, and we've got lots of people here who can help you out. 24/7 Flat Earth University.
All right, Joshua, you're getting called out.
There you go, Matrix. Go ahead.
The reference point for your flight is the flat Earth before the plane takes off. All instruments are synchronized to that, and then the gyroscope holds that position in free space whilst the plane yaws, pitches, and rolls around it.
Yeah, that is textbook answer right there, sir. Thank you. That was Matrix, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jen. Nice to hear your voice too,
Matrix
mate.
fixes it again. Matrix fixes it. Fix it. Matrix does it again. So yeah, that's exactly what it's all calibrated on the runway before it starts to take off. That's what they do. All calibrated there. And that's the beauty of the gyroscopes. They hold rigidity through the gimbal, which is attached to the aircraft. Fantastic instrument, the gyroscope. I had one as a kid, as a toy. Didn't realize the ramifications and implications of its use as a child. Only later on in life I realized. Okay. But I had one in the 70s. Gyroscope. It was wonderful to see it balancing on a string. On a string, you know. Ooh. A piece of string. Yeah. It's fucking brilliant. So yeah. Anybody else got any queries? Planes don't take a curved trajectory, ladies and gentlemen, and they should be taking that, because if you're living on a globe and you hear the word circumference, and then you hear 24,901 miles circumference, and then you hear radius, and you hear 3,959 mile radius, these are all curving lines, aren't they? Curves. So by rights, an aircraft has no business flying horizontal for 9 hours. That would be an impossibility, wouldn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, but yet in the in-flight recorder, the black box, which is actually the orange box, the in-flight telemetry data tells us that this aircraft flew horizontal for 9 hours. Didn't deviate from the horizontal. That's some globe that we don't live on, ladies and gentlemen? Okay.
Airplanes work with air pressure. There is no air pressure on a globe, Lord.
Exactly. That's what they keep saying. They keep using those stupid words. When they say that, they are misrepresenting flight. And let's not forget this, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening in the YouTube live stream or Rumble, wherever you are, Ruskin and Library, wherever you are, there's the 32 pilots confirm flat Earth. Okay, 32 pilots confirm flat Earth documentary. And then there's the Flatten the Curve, 2 hours of pilots. That would be jet fighter pilots, helicopter gunship pilots, flight instructor pilots, submariners, aircraft fighter personnel.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all these individuals are telling us that we operate our instruments on a flat Earth. We don't live on a globe. If we subjected our instruments to a globe Earth ball, our
Holy
instruments
shit.
would work. Yeah,
No way.
yeah.
I didn't know that. Damn.
yeah. That's what they've said.
Interesting. Oh,
It's called
no.
Flatten the Curve, the documentary. Flatten the Curve, 2 hours long. And then the other one is 32 pilots confirm flat Earth. 32.
Ooh-wee.
Hey, Tomato. Tomato, welcome to the VC, Tomato. Tomato, how do tomatoes work on a globe?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they do. Do they?
Exactly. You know why you don't know? Because tomatoes don't work
Are
on a
not
globe.
real.
You cannot have tomatoes on a globe.
Yeah, like
Tomatoes, yeah.
exactly. Why do I sleep like this and not like that? You know?
Therefore, no globe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because we do have tomatoes in reality.
Yeah,
Correct.
tomatoes are circles. No, they're not
Hello.
circles. I failed math. What shape are tomatoes? They're not a shape. They're tomato shaped.
Yeah, they're tomato shaped, oblate spheroids, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah, but to have a tomato, first you need a certain environment. You need water, terrain,
As
gas
I can
pressure,
bet you all my
containment.
money. Guys.
The globe doesn't have any of the globe doesn't
Yeah.
have any of those things.
Yeah.
Globe sucks ass, bro. I know. But I want to say a thing. I want to bet all my money, not a single person in this VC who believes in a flat earth has had a higher education that involves physics.
I mean,
Higher
you're
education.
insulting all of us, really, now.
Hold
Now you're
on, a
insulting
higher
all of us
education than what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just
You
not
said
saying you guys are ignorant.
You
but I'm
bet
just
that
saying.
not one person in here has a higher education in physics. A higher education than what? What is the comparative?
No, like by college. I mean, in college.
So just out of curiosity, hey, Tomato Head, just out of curiosity, which field of science deals with shapes?
Yeah.
You're laughing.
I don't think shape.
You don't think exactly. We know.
Hey, Tomato, listen. You bet all of your money. How much is that? How much are you betting?
0, bro. He's broke.
Yeah,
wait.
he gets.
Tomato. Guys,
Yeah.
don't reply.
So,
Let Tomato reply. Go ahead. Hello, Tomato. Reply to my question.
Wait.
How
I
much
want to
is it?
reply to his question. You guys are asking me too many questions. at once. I
Tomato,
wanna reply to
how
his question to
much
the
are you betting,
science
Tomato?
that
Just
studies
answer that
shapes.
question.
Wait, I want to. Okay, one by one, right? First,
Tomato.
the science that studies shape.
Okay, I'm gonna
What?
put you on mute until you say how much it is. Tomato.
Like $3? No. $0.02.
Don't spend your lunch money.
Okay,
All right.
that's fine. Never mind. So Tomato, go ahead, guys.
Yeah?
He doesn't have any money, so he cannot
Which
back up what he
field-
said about the bet.
Which field
No,
of
I
science?
will.
Tomato. Which field of
Yeah.
science deals with shapes?
It's not science. I mean, I think geometry, but I don't think.
So
when we're
geometry is a
talking
field
shapes,
of science.
I said I don't think so, but But when we talk
Right,
about
so can you-
So hang on a
so can
minute.
you
Hang on a minute. Hold on, Tomato.
He didn't even concede, did he?
Tomato, I'd just like you to understand that your claim of so-and-so being better at physics means 5/8 of fuck all in this room when you don't even know about shapes. So,
I'm
what are you doing
smelling
here,
a
mate?
logical fallacy here. I'm smelling a
No,
logical fallacy.
that's it.
What shape
Does
is a
that
tomato?
prove that the Earth is not flat? The Earth is not round. Does that prove the Earth is flat?
Well, you were claiming physics is important.
Me not knowing geometry or science or not, does that
You were
prove
claiming
wrong?
physics was important. That's why I asked you which field of
Yeah.
science deals with shapes.
All right.
So
what? Yeah, I said physics deals with shape of the Earth. You don't understand that, do you?
no, physics doesn't deal with shapes. You are
It
not
does.
qualified to be in this room. So any degree or PhD that you believe you have has just been. You might as well scrunch it up and throw it in the bin.
Hang on. To be fair, he did say geometry. Hey, Tomato. You said that something flat doesn't debunk the round. Is that what you said?
I said being wrong or being wrong at something and thinking that geometry is a science does not prove that the Earth is flat. That is literally a logical fallacy textbook.
Okay, if the claim is that the ground that you're standing on and the waters across are curving, then you measure that and it's not curving. What does that mean?
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. I think the Earth is flat. Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
It's not curving. I measured it. I used a fucking ruler. I mean, no, I'm not that stupid. Yeah, I used an actual measuring technique, and it measured it as flat. I guess the Earth is flat then, right? I guess there is no space.
I mean, it's not curving, so
Okay,
it's not
hang on.
a
If you're
problem.
not Gemsy, look, if this guy's not going to be serious, just mute the guy, okay? Because he's making a mockery of a discourse and a
He's making a
discord.
mockery.
Okay?
I'm
Yeah, you are. You're making a mockery, man. Why don't you come out with
Hey,
some numbers?
look at me.
You're interrupting me now. I'm trying to talk.
Yeah,
You're
you're
interrupting me.
interrupting.
It doesn't work when
All right,
two people are talking at the same time. It's called audio chaos. So you shut up and just listen to what I've got to say. So, Gemsy, if the guy's not going to come out with a rational and a coherent response, and he's just going to be joking, just mute the guy. I don't want to hear the guy,
So,
making a mockery.
Jin Sensei,
Yeah.
I'm listening to you, Jin Sensei. Hey, Tomato, I'm one of the authorities in here, and Jin Sensei, as an elder, is addressing your behavior, and if you don't adjust it, we're gonna have to, take action. So,
Does
are you
being
gonna
an
be able
elder
to address your behavior and have a
to me?
respectful
Wait, Jensen, I have a
conversation?
question.
And
I'm
Jin,
sorry
listen,
for.
Jin Sensei will definitely have a conversation with you. But
Yeah.
just take it
All right.
seriously. If not, he's not gonna waste his time with you.
Yeah. What I want to know from
I'm
you is,
wasting my
because you've
time
come
here with
just
you.
again, you're talking when I'm talking. What I want you to do is this: you've come into the server. We're flat earthers here. I know you think it's all stupid, it's funny, whatever. What I'd like you to do is to highlight where we're stupid, if that's what it is, and then highlight where you are 100% certain that the Earth is a globe. The methodology that you used to confirm for yourself, without anybody else's help here, that you know that the Earth is a globe. How did you get to that final conclusion? Okay, so first of all, highlight where we, the flat earthers, are wrong and we're stupid, and what is this that is stupid about us, if that's the case. And then secondly,
I don't
how
think you
did
guys
you
are stupid.
prove that to yourself that the Earth is a globe? Go for it.
Okay, I don't think you guys are stupid. I think you guys just are misled. You guys miscalculated. Just like, when someone makes like a huge scientific
Yeah, get specific.
yeah, I'm giving a new example. When someone makes like a huge equation and makes like one step wrong and then the conclusion is completely wrong, that's what you might have done. You might have overlooked some things, and that you may have reached that conclusion because you're
Well,
only
you're
proved
making
that
an
you
assumption.
measured the Earth.
Sorry to interrupt you. Hang on.
I'm
You're
not
making
making
an
an assumption. I
assumption there.
saw
You're not making
the.
hang on a minute. You're not making a concise observation or evaluation. You are
I'm not
assuming
here
that
to
we've done
debate,
something wrong. So why don't you ask us how
Jency.
what
I'm not.
methodology did we use? You could do that, for example, rather than assume, because nothing you've said thus far is correct. That is an assumption there. Okay?
I'm
Please
not here
carry
to
on.
debate. I'm
Yeah,
not here
Jin
to
asked
debate. I'm
what
here to
specifically did he say that was wrong?
I'm not here to debate. I'm here to chat. But if you guys want me to get ready and like get all the sources and shit, I don't think I have energy to spend on. I'm not saying anything about you guys, but
No,
I
you
really
are.
think
Sorry to interrupt
it's
again. You've
pointless.
accused us of doing something wrong. You said we got the numbers wrong. Okay, now we
Real
can
quick,
talk
Jin
about the numbers being
Sensei,
wrong.
forgive me, Jin Sensei. Tomato,
Yeah.
let's make it this very simple for you, right? I'm very confident that we can take it like from page 1 to maybe page 3, depending on your energy levels. And we're gonna skip page 1 because I'm pretty confident that you know your ABCs, right? You do know the ABCs without singing the song, right? You do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you, Tomato?
No, I don't.
Do you know the ABCs without singing the song? Do you, yes or no?
The song,
Okay, we can skip this
sadly,
part,
yeah.
Gemsy. Come on.
So you do. So let's go to page 2. Now, we might touch a specific topic. We can address that, And if you're capable of passing page 2, maybe we can continue the conversation. But this, you just making declarations based on nothing that you can point to in reality, that's not gonna work in here, bro. Just try to keep it real, okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
So you want to touch a topic? Maybe one of the guys want to touch a topic with you and have a
Oh yeah.
conversation
Oh,
about
Yeah,
it?
let's go to the topic that you brought up,
Hang on a
Gemsy.
minute, hang on a minute,
If
hang on a
Earth is a globe and the globe is 80% water,
Yeah.
and we measure water to not be globular, then what gives, tomato?
Yeah.
What other proof do you
And where
guys
did we go
have
wrong with the maths?
other than
Can you tell us where we went wrong with the maths as well, please?
What did you say, Gen C? Gen C.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. I said, can you explain where we went wrong with the maths? You said we may have done something wrong with the formula or something like that, you said. So can you clarify what you mean by that? Thank you.
What maps are you referring to?
Bro, that was just an analogy.
No, maths. The numbers.
Math. Oh yeah. I haven't seen. I think I have seen.
I can give you an example right now if you want, and we can go over the math and the observation, and you can tell us where we're going wrong.
I'm not a scientist. I cannot literally prove you wrong because
This isn't science, right? This is basic math that anyone should be able to do, and a basic observation that
understand how the Earth works.
So they tell us it's a certain size. Yeah, they tell us the radius is 3959 miles. That means we can use basic math and calculate the distance to the horizon and how much something should be obstructed in the distance if we have validated distance markers. Yeah, so we can go out and perform. Hold on a second. Right, so if I show you a 21-mile observation just now.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, well done. Well done anyway, yeah, because you were taking him on the right path. Obviously, I think it was too much of a hot potato for him, so he had to leave.
I did like that. I'm not a scientist. So much for the big physics claim at the start.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Matrix. So that's what I was going to say. He accused us of not having any education almost, right? And now he's not a scientist. And by the way, he also let slip that, he didn't know how to measure the surface of the Earth anyway, did he? He didn't have a technique, did he?
Well, I asked him about the ABCs and he wasn't able to respond, so I'm not sure if he has page 1 of this whole thing.
That's right. I don't think he could do the ABCs without musical help.
As one of our brothers says, he mightn't be qualified for this conversation.
Yeah, there you go.
He still thinks elemento is a single letter.
Nice. Anyways, guys, I've been somewhat entertained this evening or tonight. I shall catch you all later. Nice to hear from you, Jin.
Yeah, nice to hear from you, Matrix. Wicked. Yeah.
You all have yourselves a good one, and I shall catch you in the future. Peace, guys.
Yeah. Catch you guys. Catch you two on the flip side.
Later, Matrix.
But that was good, yeah. The guy practically accused us of being dumb nearly without actually saying it. But then when you put him on the road to enlightenment now, he had to get a telephone call there, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe he'll be back and try. Maybe he'll realize everything. Hopefully he can, go from page 1 to page 2 and eventually read the whole book.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I wanted him to do. Just stop the jovial joking, right? Because really, it's not working. And just prove us wrong amicably. If you can do that, just prove us wrong amicably.
I needed to take physics for my university degree, so I want the money that he's lying about not having. I want his parents to cover his debt.
Yeah. Thank you.
It'd be like $12 or something.
I accepted the bet, so I should be able to cash that check.
Yeah.
Anyways, Joshua, you're in here and you've been texting in the text chat. So Joshua, go ahead and open your mic and tell us how the nonsensical globe make any sense. Go ahead.
Sure. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking particularly about planes. Someone here earlier was talking about how airplanes would need to make a constant adjustment to go around the curvature of the Earth, and people would notice it.
Okay, real quick, Joshua, that's perfect. So you brought up the airplanes topic, and that kind of touches the sensical, if it makes sense or not. But yeah, you know how airplanes are designed to operate in practicality, in reality, because the architects, when they build it, they want the airplane to work, right? To be safe so they can use it and put their families in and fly, test it. The airplane has to work in reality, right, Joshua?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Is
Carry
that
on.
correct? So yeah, so if the airplane has to work in reality and then they have to, we assume, to make the airplane work, a flat, motionless Earth, how does the airplane demonstrate a globe if they don't take into account movement, rotation, or curvature of the ground they're traveling across?
So, from what I understand, what you guys were saying is that you think because there's a gyroscope or something that the plane would maintain a single line and it would gain altitude on a curved planet, Earth.
That's not what he said just then. No.
No, I'm addressing something else. I'm addressing what was said
Whoever said
earlier.
that is wrong. Whoever said that is wrong because it's commonly known that planes fly at what's called an angle of attack, wherein the pitch angle is a little bit higher than the like path of the flight.
Right, and a lot of instruments are calibrated to the surface of the Earth, so naturally they would follow the surface of the Earth. And there is a correction. There's like 3 or 4 degree correction per minute because of the gyroscopes. Depending on what gyroscope you have. So, for example, like a ring laser gyroscope, it would make that correction. So planes do follow the curvature of the Earth.
No, planes just fly level, bro. They fly level, and in order to maintain a level, they have a slight like upwards angle, a slight incline. It doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if it was a globe or a flat Earth in terms of the flight of the plane. And any flat earther that says, "Oh no, it's going to keep on increasing altitude" or something like that, they're wrong. They just don't understand how planes work.
You have to be able to see the plain truth here, man. It's the plain truth.
Shrub, don't stop, bro. Put yourself on mute. Come on.
Can I talk? Level to what? What's your point of reference? My point of reference is the ground. What's your reference?
Same, the ground.
And what happens if that ground curves? Your point of reference would change, and you would follow.
You realize that globe earthers say that the curve is level still, right?
In a local sense, but not in a larger sense. When you're on the ground, sure, everything seems flat, but as soon as you're traveling long distances or you're gaining quite a lot of altitude, you would literally start seeing the curvature of the Earth, and you'll be following that curvature around.
No, that's wrong.
How am I wrong?
You wouldn't see the curvature of Earth on a plane, bro.
You would see the horizon. When I talk about the curvature, when I'm talking about seeing the curvature of the Earth, I'm not talking about particularly a plane, but when you gain like a high enough altitude, rockets and such.
Right.
Planes fly according to the level of the Earth. Now, in terms of what level is, globe earthers and flat earthers will disagree, but it doesn't change the fact that the plane flies over the level ground. Right, for globe earthers, they say level is equal altitude from like the equal elevation from the center of the Earth and what have you, right? And flat earthers say no, it's flat, it's straight, right?
Well, let me explain. Yeah, let me explain. Look, to the Englishman who's a glober who thinks that planes follow the curvature of the Earth. First and foremost, does your ball have curvature? Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Does it have a circumference?
Correct.
Right, so an aircraft, therefore, must follow the curvature of the Earth and make a circumference doing so. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, so now, is a circular line straight?
A circle is not a straight line.
Is a circle line straight?
No.
Thank you. Right, so therefore, when I'm in my aircraft and I've calibrated all my instruments on the runway, I then take off. I accelerate to 200 miles an hour. I start to nose upwards. The reason why the plane is nosing upwards is getting lift now. We've got the flaps configured. We're going up. We've allotted at 35,000 feet. I'm now leveling off. Now, at that point now, I'm now flying level all the way from London Heathrow to Japan. Level. I'm not taking a curved trajectory. Hang on, don't interrupt me because I'm nearly finished. This is the main point is you've said that your globe has curvature, it has a circumference, and the aircraft must follow a curved trajectory to make that circumference. Yes or no?
Correct.
Right. The in-flight telemetry data therein states and shows us that the pitch angle of the aircraft doesn't deviate from the horizontal 3 degrees nose up during the flight from London Heathrow to Japan, which is 6,000 miles, a 9.5-hour flight approximately. Okay? It doesn't deviate from the horizontal. It's straight all the way. That would be
No, it's
impossible.
not. What are you talking about, Jin?
The
pitch angle is going to have a slight. There's going to be a slight
it's
angle.
3 degrees up. We're squabbling. It's a 3 degrees up. That's the standard configuration. But the plane is still flying horizontal across the Earth. That's what the pitch data shows us.
It's not.
That's not the pitch angle. You're right, but that's not the pitch angle. That's the flight path.
Yeah. I'm talking about the pitch would have to change as it's following the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. Because if it was to
why would it have to do that? It would not have to do that, Jin.
It would. You're wrong, sir. It would have to. The pitch of the aircraft, that's the attitude of the aircraft. The pitch angle is the attitude of the aircraft. And if you're taking a curved trajectory from England to Japan, that's curvature. The pitch angle of the aircraft is going to keep on changing throughout the 9 hours. There will be no point of a horizontal flight during that duration of time. So the angle is constantly changing. Yes.
No, that's not true.
How much is it changing per
true.
minute?
That's the pitch angle of the aircraft. The aircraft's pitch angle.
You understand? A plane could be descending and still have a positive pitch angle. You understand that, right?
Well, technically speaking, they fly with their nose up.
Yes, nose up. That's what I've said.
Yes, it maintains its level at nose up.
Yes.
Whether that level is curved or flat is inconsequential in terms of the flying of the plane.
No, it's not. That's where you're wrong, because curved trajectory would be registered on the pitch angle if it's going from England to Japan, for example. There's 9 hours. There's 9 hours of a curved trajectory to negotiate, and the plane doesn't do that. It's not recorded.
Yes, because it's just flying level. Whether that level in totality turns out to be a curve or flat is inconsequential, man.
You're messing it up. You're messing it up. You're messing it up. This curved trajectory has to happen on a ball Earth, and the curved trajectory is not there. Okay?
Jin, every minute, the plane at 200 miles per hour would need to only make a pitch change of 0.02 degrees. That's every minute.
It's still going to have to. We took 9 hours, and we're talking about a quarter of the globe. Listen to me clearly. We're talking about a quarter of your globe. That's 90 degrees of your globe. 90 degrees of curvature. So at the starting point to the finish point, your configuration is going to be completely different if you're on a globe Earth ball. Okay? But we didn't do that. It's a horizontal. I am nearly finished. It is a horizontal flight. I've done it many times. It's horizontal all the way. There is no curved trajectory. And there would have to be if you're living on a globe. Fucking hell.
Okay, so show me the pitch data where it's precise down to the 0.02 degree.
Yeah, well, you can find it. I found it for myself. You go to Quantum Eraser server or channel. Go to Quantum Eraser and look for episode. I'm giving you the numbers. Episode 128. Go to Quantum Eraser server, episode 128. And that's called Globetard's Flatline, and it documents Boeing 777, where an engine broke down, a turbine snapped off, wrecking the engine. The pilot shut down the engine and had to turn back. That was a 2-hour ordeal. All the flight telemetry data is there for you to look at. Go and have a look at it.
So that uses
Eraser,
autopilot.
episode 128. Go and get it.
Okay, I heard you. That uses autopilot, and it makes so many micro adjustments within just even the span of 10 seconds. The pitch angle of 0.02 per minute isn't going to be visibly noticeable.
Unfortunately, it's useless words, mate. Useless words. Go and look at the data. Go and look at the data. The data trumps everything you've said. I'm trumping everything you've said. And let's go back to the 6,000 miles, which is a quarter of the globe. That's 90 degrees. That's impossible not to encounter curvature of 90 degrees. Impossible. You must encounter
So you're
it. But
using
yet,
you're
you're
using
not letting
very
me
low
finish.
resolution
Don't
data that would
interject.
not prove your
You're
claim. It's
interjecting here.
invalid. It doesn't
You're
follow.
interjecting. Look, can you mute the guy? I'm trying to explain myself and I'm getting
Fuck you,
interrupted
buddy.
here. Right? So just mute the fuck up. Right, now pay attention. What I'm saying to you is that you've got 90 degrees of your globe Earth that you must experience that curvature over 9 hours. The plane was horizontal all the way. There was no curved trajectory. Okay? A quarter of the Earth cannot be straight and level. Thank you. I've now finished.
You don't know that.
Hang on.
The data isn't high enough resolution for you to determine that based off of it.
You would not feel, besides,
0.02 degrees a minute, all the small micro changes due to the autopilot are going to be so insignificant, you're not even going to be able to see the change on the line. It's going to look like maybe like a pixel difference. You're not going to be able to resolve.
No, that's
what
rubbish.
exactly that is.
We're talking 90 degrees.
It's not.
So
then show me how it's high resolution. It doesn't matter how it is over the span of 9 hours. Every single.
I've given you enough information. You should be checking it out. You should be looking at that video, like I just told you. And you're still not getting. You're still ignoring what I'm telling you.
Evidence. You should watch it.
But you're still ignoring what I'm telling you. You're still ignoring the 90 degrees. The number is 90 degrees. So it doesn't matter.
Saying it's irrelevant.
You're still
that 90 degrees doesn't change all at once.
You're still interrupting. It doesn't matter if the air. You're still interrupting here. Let me just pay attention. If the aeroplane is making that 0.2 increments, it's got to do that over 90 degrees. 90 degrees.
Yeah, but over 9 hours, that's a long time.
I'm talking to my friend. Really? No, you're not. You're listening. No, I'm not. I'm my friend. And are you muted? No. Is that flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm muted. Why?
All right, reset the conversation. I don't know what's going on, but Joshua and Jin were having a conversation, so let's have them continue.
Can I?
Yeah, right. I was saying that there's 90
Can I
degrees.
insert something for 10 seconds?
No, you cannot.
Really quick.
Right, you go on mute.
Sorry, I've started, so I'll finish. I'm saying that there's 90 degrees of curvature. That would be impossible to not encounter that. You have to encounter that. As the other gentleman, the other English gentleman said, that there's a circumference, and the plane must follow the circumference. That requires a curved trajectory, and it's not being recorded in the in-flight telemetry data. I say again, 90 degrees, that's a quarter of the globe. How can you fly horizontal for 9.5 hours and not encounter the curvature of the Earth, 90 degrees of it? Go ahead.
Sure. For start off, you wouldn't feel it. It would feel perfectly normal because you're following the curvature of the Earth as well as the gravity. So the downward feel, it'll just feel the same. It just feels like you're flying in a straight line, but you're in fact going over. Gyroscopes do counter for this. There is a slight degree change every time, but like you mentioned before, it's over a long period of time. Could you imagine making slight adjustments over a long period of time? You just won't notice this. Yeah, and depending on what kind, of course, the other point is the reference point. Like instruments are using, like, for example, the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth is curving, it's going to follow that surface of the Earth because that's what the instruments are measured to.
Okay, he's saying that.
Let me explain something. Hang on. Let me explain something.
Hang on, Jin. In resume, he's saying that the lack of evidence is the evidence for the globe.
It's ridiculous. Let me just get in there. I've got a point to make.
Measure
I've got an urgent point to make here. A very urgent point to make. Listen to this one, sir. You've got a clock. We're looking at 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Yeah. When I put that's a quarter. That's 90 degrees right there. Yeah, a quarter, 90 degrees. When I put my hand at the top of the clock, and then I put my hand at 3 o'clock, the orientation of my hand has changed. Has it not? It was at the top, and now I'm at 3 o'clock. It is not at the same orientation. I did not travel level there. Hang on. I followed a curved trajectory, which I saw and noticed and felt. Okay, and that's just on a clock. On a clock. Okay?
Or is it?
That's natural law. So it stands logical to reason that if you're an aeroplane traveling 6,000 miles, which is almost a quarter of that globe, 90 degrees of it, you're going to have to experience the curvature of the plane because the plane must take a curved trajectory. And a curved trajectory is not straight and level.
Wait, hold up. Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Go
Can I
ahead.
interrupt you? Did you say that? Wait, are you discussing that the plane should go with their nose down to go with the curvature of the Earth?
I'm saying that the aircraft must follow the curvature of the Earth. It must be a curved trajectory.
Do you know?
You're interrupting me again. Shut up when I'm talking. Right now, when the plane is taking a curved trajectory, that means you are following a curved line. A curved line is not horizontal straight, which is what all aeroplanes do. They follow a straight, linear, horizontal line. That's what they do when they fly.
You are very correct. I agree with you. You know what happens actually? The Earth is... how do I explain it? I don't fully understand the aeromechanics, but what I understand about... Do you? Really?
Yes, I do. That's why I'm talking. I learned this at elementary school.
Why do planes fly?
Right.
Why do planes fly?
Why do planes fly? They fly because, one, if we're talking about an engine plane, they have engines and they're able to generate enough thrust to generate lift. Okay?
What is lift?
Lift is when the aircraft is moving through the atmosphere at a certain rate where the wind speed over the airflow over the top of the wing versus the bottom of the wing is different. It becomes light at the top and the plane starts to lift up. That's what lift is, when the plane starts to leave the ground. Okay? Due to the velocity that's going forward, that forward thrust.
Interesting. When the engineers are designing the planes, do they take into account gravity or not?
No, they don't. What they take into consideration, of course, is the weight of the aircraft and the power to weight ratio of the engine. The engine must be able to propel the aircraft across the ground and to generate the lift and then to sustain that flight through the duration. So they take that into consideration. Don't take into consideration gravity. No, they take into consideration the weight of the aircraft and the loads of the passengers and their luggage and fuel.
You literally, hold up. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but you literally just said weight, and you said they don't count gravity.
Weight is not gravity at this point.
Is anyone here a globe earther?
They're not going to help you, Emily.
I am a globe.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong for saying that weight is gravity?
You are wrong, sir.
Weight is a direct result of weight.
No, it's not. Weight is nothing to do with gravity at all. Molecules have mass. So tissue paper has light mass.
Mr. Mass is not weight, Mr. Jin.
Again,
weight is
the molecules make up... So you got it all wrong again. You got it all wrong. The molecules make up the weight of an object. So you got steel
molecules make up the mass of an object. See, this is what I was talking about earlier.
The weight is coming from that. The weight is coming from the molecules. It's coming from the molecules that make up the object.
So does something with more mass necessarily weigh more?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so the amount of force that it exerts is not due to mass. Gotcha.
Then
the point is this: with the aircraft design, they have to make sure that the engine is powerful enough to propel that mass, all that weight, not gravity. An aircraft sitting on the runway, I don't say, "Oh, there's lots of gravity."
It's so funny.
You're interrupting me again.
Okay. What is weight? I'm sorry.
I'm going to carry on talking because you're not listening to me. I don't look at an aircraft and say, "Wow, that aircraft's got a lot of gravity." Nobody says that.
Yeah, they say weight, which implies gravity.
No, gravity's got nothing to do with weight at this point. Gravity hasn't.
Well, you're the odd one out on that.
Listen, buddy. Tomato, you're saying that the engine is going against gravity, being an anti-gravity device. That's complete nonsense. The engine is generating thrust to be able to lift the weight of the airplane, nothing to do with gravity.
Is
If you're
not
saying
force.
that gravity is weight, then the engine is an anti-gravity device. That's what you're claiming, which is complete nonsense.
Yeah, that's right. It's absolute bunkum. It's got nothing to do with gravity. The engines have to be able to. That's why they use the words power to rate ratio. Okay. You know, you're not an expert, as you've said. So listen to the experts, digest and learn, will you?
Lift requires gravity. It's not anti-gravity.
Here we go. Here we go. Always joking. They can never be actually taking in. You know why? Because when we're
Who
serious and
jokes?
we're
Who
hitting
made
them
a
hard,
joke? I didn't
we
hear
have
it.
to joke
I
about
like to
it.
laugh. No, who made a joke? I like to laugh.
Well, I don't want to be laughing at the moment. Yeah, we're talking about lack of curvature, and flight proves it. And you are joking. Don't be joking. You're lucky it's
Okay.
not me on the server. You'd be gone anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yo, Tomato, you gotta listen. Weight is not
When we're talking
gravity.
about airplanes,
It measures level.
when you're talking about airplanes, this is where people
Oh my God!
put
One at a
families
time.
in. Hello, airplanes is where people put their families in, and
Yeah.
where people travel across. So this has to be taken very seriously if you want to make an airplane to work practically in reality, so people can travel safely. And you think that making a joke and saying the airplane is flying based on gravity, that's nonsense. Nobody is
So the
gonna
insult.
use what you're saying to make an airplane.
Where was the joke in that? Or are you just being condescending?
No, you were joking there somewhere along the line, laughing, and you need
No,
to
I believe
stop
in the
that.
globe.
Because
I
it
believe in
says
gravity.
you
I'm
said
not
it yourself.
joking.
You said it yourself. I like to laugh. Well, don't be laughing whilst I'm talking.
No, I
because
asked who made
we're
the joke
talking.
because
Hang on,
I think you're a
again,
joke.
we're talking about the lack of
You don't know
curvature
basic English.
experience. We're still interrupting. We're talking about the lack of curvature experience through a 9-hour flight over 90 degrees of 6,000 miles of the Earth's surface. Okay,
Real quick,
that's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
so show me the data that's high enough resolution.
Gene,
to determine
hey,
that
buddy,
going to
Tomato,
I'm
you're
not finished.
questioning. Hey,
I'm not
Tomato,
finished.
you're
You're the guy who's
questioning
muted.
Gene. You're questioning Gene on his English. He's an English
Tomato.
teacher in Japan. Listen, buddy,
He
he's
feels
an
muted.
English teacher in Japan.
Okay, so in that case, does asking I like
He
saying
can
I like to
teach
laugh
you. He
make a
can
joke?
teach you English. So don't be questioning his English. He can
Yeah.
teach
Okay,
you
I'll
I
ask a
was
English.
question
I
then.
was born in England, where the language
So
originated.
exactly
Anyway.
how does I like to laugh mean I am joking and I don't believe in gravity? How does that work? Because I don't know.
Well, never mind. Never mind. We're not going to. We're not
That's
going
what
to
you said.
squabble.
That's what he said. The English teacher said saying I like to laugh means you're joking.
One
Listen,
second,
buddy.
guys.
Well,
one second.
He's the teacher.
Olga,
You listen
hold
and
on,
learn.
hold on a second.
What a
One
what
I
a
can't
second,
hear you when you talk.
Olga,
got the world
Olga,
to
turn off
speak
your
English now.
camera, bro. Because it limits the
I
room.
can't hear you when you talk at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Look. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
hold on a second, guys. All right, so there's a guy with his camera on. It limits the room. Olga, please turn off your camera. Because the room's pretty full. Thank you. All right, continue.
Okay, so as I was saying before I was interrupted, you don't have, or I want to see the high enough resolution pitch data that shows that a plane does not correct pitch by 0.02 degrees every minute at 200 miles per hour, or
Right.
something adjacent to that.
Yeah,
Show me that.
I gave you the link which you said you were going to go and look for. Quantum Eraser, episode
I said I wasn't going to
128.
look for it.
Yeah,
Just post it.
I'm not going to look for it for you.
Post it in the
I don't know.
chat.
Look. I found this information for myself. I didn't get anybody to help me, and I've got the information. I'm doing you a service by telling you. Go and get it.
If you can't prove it, then don't argue for it.
No, it's there. It's definitely there. It's proof. You don't want to go and fetch that proof for yourself. Good luck, but it's there. And I posted it.
Yeah,
in
don't, because you're the one invoking it. Why would I have to go and
I'm going to
search
keep
for
on
you for the
evoking
proof
it.
that
It's
you're
Quantum
using?
Erasers. It's Quantum Erasers Globetards Flatline, episode 128. That's what it is. And I gave you the incident. I think it was in
Real
May
quick,
of 2018.
Jin, you already told him, so
Yeah.
he doesn't want to look for the information
Yeah,
and
of course he
continue the
doesn't.
conversation.
No,
So
to be fair,
now,
that's not
if he
fair,
wants to continue the conversation, go get the pitch data, right? You ask for it, go get
Yeah.
it, find it, and then he can come back, post it, and then we can discuss it. Now, Jin, let's move on to back to Tomato.
Yeah.
Tomato, I'm gonna unmute you, right? I'm gonna reverse the mute from another mod, okay, just for you, and you're gonna tell to Jean or to some other people in here in a respectful manner, right? You're gonna address what's being said, and reply to the topics specifically. No joking.
Right.
And
Real
then I'll
quick,
mute
Jin,
you,
the
okay?
burden of
So
proof is on the
be
positive
respectful.
claim. Sorry, go. I was gonna say, like, you can't just expect him to watch 8 episodes, bro, of quantum
No,
research.
no.
Oh my.
You see, every word when you open your mouth is a mess up. I didn't say you had to watch 8 episodes. It's episode 1 to 8. So he goes to the channel, he scrolls down, he selects 1 to 8, and watches it.
Oh, my bad.
Shut
I
up
thought you said
now.
1 through 8.
Shut up.
You
Listen,
relax, bro.
percentage.
Relax.
Shut the fuck up today. You're fucking
Hello,
up too
one
many
second, guys.
times.
Percentage.
Shut up.
The guy asking
being rude.
asking for that, he's been here in this chat and he's seen this already before and he's asking for it again. The I like tomatoes guys, he's heard these conversations 10 times fold most likely. And he's just here to waste time. So you're trying to white lie for him, it's not helping percentage.
Yeah,
That's not what I was doing. I heard Jin say 1 through 8, but he's saying he said 1
You're
to
a
8. That's
spanner
the
in
only
my
thing.
works at the moment. Everything you've said has been incorrect.
Jin, just relax. You need to relax, bro, okay? It sounded like you said 1 through 8.
Yeah,
now you
shut
said
up,
1
shut
to 8.
up.
So you shut up, man. Respect yourself.
Shut up, percentage. You spoke a lot of shit in the last fucking 30 minutes. Shut up.
I don't think this is very respectful, guys.
Just relax. Okay. So I unmuted Tomato, and if Tomato say he wants to talk, and maybe one of you guys can talk to Tomato specifically about the topic.
I want you guys to unmute. I like penguins. What did you guys?
No, thank you. No, you're not gonna moderate this chat. If you're gonna have a conversation, go right ahead. You're not gonna be moderating in here.
See, he's already joking. He's already joking around already. Look at him. He's not getting on with
How
what
is
he's
that
meant to be
joking?
doing. Look, get on with it.
Gen CBR, how am I joking?
Because you were told to speak respectfully, and now you're concerned trolling. That's not respectful.
How is that trolling?
It's
How is that
It's
trolling?
what we call concerned trolling. You're concerned about somebody else, which is none of your business. You're here to have a discussion about the global Earth. Remember,
how
you
is that
insulted us.
concerned
We didn't have.
trolling?
Listen clearly, because you're talking when I'm talking now. You said we didn't have much education, right? Now you're saying you're not an expert in rocketry or science or whatever. You haven't been serious for 1 second yet. So can you please be serious now? Thank you.
I'm not an expert, but I know that weight is caused by gravity, and you don't know that. Can you prove me wrong?
Yes, I can prove you wrong. Gravity doesn't actually exist. There are 2 theories, so it would depend on which gravity you're talking about. Because if you're talking about Newtonian, well, it's been superseded by Einsteinian. So the current standard is the bending and warping of the space-time fabric today now. So Newton's is out of date. And none of them were proven to be a real thing. So Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. Thought it was an absurd idea.
So you're saying that Newton's idea that the Earth is grabbing you is outdated, and that the idea of Einstein is that the Earth is moving upwards and you're falling down. That is the one that is dated?
That's the one that everyone is going with. I don't go with any of those because you can't prove any of those.
I mean,
that's not my position. That's the current position in the academic world out there. That's the current standard.
No, the Earth is not moving upwards. Just stop with that nonsense.
Correct. It's not moving upwards at all. Yeah, that's not our position. You see what I mean? Now, can you get on with how you proved the Earth was a globe? Because that was what the question was put to you about 35 minutes ago. How do you know? What method did you use to confirm that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? What did you do?
The weight definition actually came from mass times gravity.
Are you answering the question that I put to you, or are you talking about something else that's got nothing to do with what we're actually talking about? I said to you, what methodology did you use to confirm how the Earth is a globe? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I studied at a school.
So you have no proof for yourself in the physical world of the Earth that is an oblate spheroid. You haven't done that test yet. Yeah?
Mr. Gen CBR, I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
No, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You would need to go into nature.
I did. I told you.
So what did you do how did you do that? What did you do?
I did nothing. But let me tell you a thing. I was born and I grew up and thought it was a fact, correct?
I don't know your life. You're telling me.
Mr. Jin, do you believe in God?
I know God exists. It's not a belief that I carry. I carry knowledge that God exists all around us. Yeah.
How did you come to that conclusion?
By looking at the earth and the seasons, the snow, the wind, the mist, the dew, the humble pistachio nut, tomatoes, carrots, pawpaw, pineapple,
Air pressure.
animals, dogs,
Air
human
pressure is
beings.
the easiest giveaway. Air pressure. Air pressure, dude.
Air pressure.
Air pressure proves the existence of a creator.
Yeah.
Have you? Yeah, it proves some creator. Does that prove it's your creator?
It's what? There's a creator. Period. Thank you.
Okay, what religion do you follow?
I don't follow any religion, but I was born under the Islamic religion. But we're not talking about me and my religion. We're talking about the methodology that you used to measure the curvature of the earth. You didn't do that, so you're carrying a belief. You're the one that's believing. Is that not correct?
Jen, do
You're
you
not
believe in
answering my
God?
question, sir. Stick to the script, sir. Stick to the script, sir.
Can you
Stick
stop
to the
being
script.
emotional?
Stick to the script, sir. I asked you a question. You didn't measure the curvature of the earth, so you're believing that the earth is a globe. Is that not correct, sir?
Can you relax for a minute and take a deep breath?
No. You're not answering my question, sir. I'll ask it again. You're the one that didn't measure the curvature of the earth. You've done nothing, so you're carrying a belief. Is that correct, sir?
I'm not carrying a belief.
Okay, so how did you confirm that the earth is an oblate spheroid for the umpteenth time? How did you confirm it, sir? How did you confirm it?
I cannot confirm it to you right now because I don't have the...
How did you confirm it?
I mean, how can I not confirm it? That's the question.
How did you confirm it? I just want the methodology. What's taking so long? What did you do to confirm it?
I mean, you can look in the sky.
And what do you do? Please take us through the steps, please.
How can you explain the...
You confirmed it. Tell us how you did it, please.
Let me tell you. How can you explain the lunar eclipse without...
Don't ask me a question. How did you confirm it, please?
Okay, I'm
Take us through the methodology. You're taking us through the journey of how you confirmed that the earth is an oblate spheroid. Please carry on. Don't ask me any questions.
Please carry on. The lunar eclipse only happens when there is when the sun is behind the earth and it's casting the earth's shadow on the moon. That's when you can see that the earth is literally round. It literally casts the sun is behind us, and the signs, everything clicks. Everything is goes on perfectly. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is missing. You don't see anything missing in the science behind it. Is that just coincidence? Really?
That is a flawed. That is a flawed and unreliable methodology. If you're living on the surface of the earth, why would you be looking at shadows on the moon? Shadows on the moon do not prove the shape. That is not a validation, because you're looking at the moon now and some shadow there, and you're saying, oh, that means I'm a globe. Have you measured? If they're giving you numbers, 24,901 miles, the radius of which is 3959, have you measured these numbers or any portion of it to get a curvature? Have you done that?
Jen, you yourself said,
by the way.
You know, quote unquote, know that God exists just because of air pressure or whatever the thing you saw in the earth.
Air pressure
you did
wasn't
not
around,
see
we'd all be dead.
God. Did
We
you
would
see
be
God
dead.
with your own eyes?
We would be dead. We would be dead. We can't make
Yeah, but
air.
does that
I can't
really prove
make air.
God?
You
Does
can't
that really
make
prove
air.
God?
Can you make air for everybody to live with? Can you create air for us to live? Can you create air?
I mean, I accept
Can you
this
create
from a science denier. I see it.
So now, flat Earth is not a science endeavor. You see, that's where you're wrong again. You see, flat Earth and heliocentric models are not scientific endeavors. So that's wrong. There's no science going on. See how you see, you are totally incapable of even having a
You
single...
literally deny every single science about it.
No one is. I haven't denied anything. I'm still waiting for your methodology and looking at the moon.
CBR, do you think evolution
Looking
theory
at
is
the
true?
moon doesn't prove shape, sir. The question still stands. What methodology
Let me
did you
touch
use?
this. Let me touch this so he can at least listen. Let me touch the tomato.
Yeah.
Let me touch this real quick. So,
Go ahead.
okay, you live in reality, don't you? Right? We live in reality. Yeah, yeah. So
I mean, I get you guys. I get you. I woke up the
okay,
morning
listen,
and it saw that everything's flat.
Just
Yeah.
follow this chronology, okay? Follow this chronology
Okay.
step by step, cause and effect, right? So
All
when
right.
you when you use your muscles and you expand your lungs, the volume of your lungs expand, right? And when that volume expands, the air pressure, the gas pressure around you rushes towards that available volume. Do you agree with this so far?
I know all of that. Why does that have
Okay,
to do with God?
perfect. So, as an antecedent, cause and effect relationship, gas pressure
Okay.
is the
Do you
force
know
that
for
the
sure that
gases
God created
exert
this?
on the walls of its container, because the pressure, right, is
I agree with everything you're
related
saying, brother.
to the
But
container,
how does
and the
that
gas
have
is
to do with
pushing
God?
against it. The pressure that the gases exert on the walls causes the pressure. The force that the gases exert on the walls of the container causes the pressure. And a container, a container that is in place in a design environment requires a designer, someone that put it there, right? So as an antecedent, you have gas pressure around you, you have the container, and the antecedent to the container, or the
Does it
design of everything, it's
really
a
need a
designer.
designer?
People call it
I
a
think so.
creator. People call it God. You call it Muhammad. Some people call it Allah. Other people call it the
Jesus.
God of the, different names. But
Yeah.
that doesn't take from the fact that a designer is required. Okay? And that's
Are
how
you
you can come to
sure?
the logical conclusion that based on the necessities and the cause and effect relationship that we live in a contained environment, and there is a container in place because we have gas pressure, there is a designer.
You know that people in the past, well, do you think the tree, that this perfect tree with every single little detail about it in the living, or like every single little detail about how it's living, how its mechanism work, do you
No,
think God
there's a lot of
created that?
unknowns. Tomato, no, we don't know everything, but we do know certain things, and
It is
certain things
known.
can
It
bring
is
you.
literally known how it works, and there is
No,
no
no,
God that
not
have to do with
everything
it.
is known. Wait, what are you saying that is known?
I'm talking about a tree, how it grows from a single seed. You say you need
Oh,
some
okay.
creator to create
We
such a perfect
listen.
thing.
We do
Yeah.
know certain mechanisms about how the tree, you need the soil, you need the air, you need the water, you need the sunlight, and we can look at certain mechanisms. But there's a code in place. The code. There's certain genes and amino acids, proteins, all of those things that causes the mechanisms to make life, right? And that
Okay.
code requires a coder. There's no code out there that wasn't put in place by a coder. Okay, code
Okay.
requires a code, and a coder that has a mind has to be in place for the
Great. Who
code
created that
to happen.
coder?
When the programmer of the computer, the guy with the mind, puts the code together and put it into the machine, into the software, and make it do things, right? That code,
Yeah,
right?
who made the coder?
Code. So
Why don't we just say
it requires the mind.
that the code was
It
just
requires the
there?
mind, and without the mind, you don't get the code.
Wait, James, why don't we just say the code was just there? If the coder, like we don't know how
For the code to
the
be
coder just
there,
exists. Why don't you just
a
say the code is
mind
there?
has to be before it.
How can the mind be there?
Because the
You
code is
cannot
not
have it
Osseous,
otherwise.
Tomato.
You do know that the mind itself is an
Tomato, I'm answering your question. Because the
yeah.
code is not Osseous. It's not self-sufficient.
You guys know that the idea of a mind is human, right? Like the idea
You're
of
not
consciousness
engaging the answer I
itself.
just said to your question.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
You
not here
said
to
you
debate
asked,
God.
why don't you just say it's just there?
I mean,
Because
My dog doesn't
it's
have
not
a
the type
mind
of
of his
entity that it
own.
is.
My dog doesn't
God.
have a mind of his own. I know he does
Yeah.
because he does dumb shit.
So
You have angles and shadows on flat.
please engage. I mean, let's not like just talk back at each other. Let's converse. Okay, you just asked the
Yeah.
question.
What are you
Why don't you
saying?
just say it's just there? Right? Because it's not that type of entity. It's not Osseous. It's not self-sufficient. It's contingent.
You mean God? Well,
No,
you mean
listen.
the universe?
Yeah, what you just spoke about when I quoted you.
I mean, I'm not gonna debate flat earthers about the existence of God, but
So I answered your question, right? That's the error of trying to just scratch out God and just say,
no,
well, you
it's
just
like
have the world.
because
But
like
he
you
brought
start
up God,
referring
but
to
he
God.
doesn't want to debate it. He brought it up
Right.
himself.
No, you guys
You
use the
believe in God.
cosmological argument. You guys use the cosmological argument, and the cosmological argument is flawed.
I'm
I
not
thought flat
religious, so I can go ahead and
Odd.
tell you there's a creator. I'm not religious. There's a creator. So now what kind of dilemma are you in? And I'm a flat earther.
You're not giving sequitur replies to the
No, he's missing
replies
the
that we're
main
saying to
point.
you.
Okay, no, you're missing the main point. You don't
Yeah.
need to discuss God here. That if you want to discuss God and who is using which God for which idea, you can dive right into heliocentric. That model, brought to you by the Catholic Church, brought to you by astronauts who thank God for American exceptionalism, they will tell you all about how God picked America. They put a Bible on the moon. You know, the current director of NASA told him God said to come out of retirement because God said he's got the special skill set, an astronaut and a statesman, all this stuff. All these claims of divine
No way.
intervention. Okay?
Holy
that is
shit.
who you would talk to when you want their model is deeply entwined with God of the Bible. Here in Flat Earth, you're going to have multiple people with multiple different religious views that have nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. You've got, pagans. You've got, we call it witches. I can't think of the name of it. Wiccan. You got Wiccans. You've got atheists. When you talk to a flat earther, their religion is checked at the door. This is about physical, observable reality. One here is going to intertwine the physical and natural with the spiritual. They could speculate and be like, hey, what is your creation myth? But if you want that creation myth style discussion, you don't need flat earth for that. You can get that in spades on the heliocentric globe earth worldview. In spades. Okay, like the current director of NASA ends every discussion he talks with, God bless America and God bless you. God, he's talking about God. He's saying he knows God's real because God put him in that position to offer God's blessing to America. The director of NASA. When they landed the last rover that they landed on Mars, the NASA spokesperson said, they asked her, how did you make this possible? She said, the first thing I want to do is give the glory to God. God made this happen. So when you want to talk about God and making things happen, you could talk about a moon rover or a Mars rover or whatever. Just go directly to them. You don't need flat earth for this conversation at all. And that's what people keep telling you. Okay, do come back to the surface of the earth, the physical and natural realm where you exist in right now, and discuss the topic. If you can't do that, you can go to any one of the religious rooms. There's like 4 of them open right now. Just go pick one and just go there and start talking about your supernatural sky daddy.
Sky daddy.
Yeah, we can go back to planes if you like.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's.
Please.
Let's get that pitch day.
Sure. Oh,
Okay. So what is the weight exactly? Because I don't think
no,
I know
stop,
what you
stop,
guys mean
stop,
by
stop, 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 stop.
My brain has officially reached low IQ territories. All right, we are now descending. We landed on flat Earth theories and tinfoil boards.
Right. So I got some flight data here. I'll post it again, and it will have if you look onto the app at the very bottom, it will have the sum of the total depeche of a plane, and this is flying from Australia.
Yeah. It literally uses a globe Earth.
Yes, because we're living on the globe Earth.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah. And it's flying to Mexico. And you can see the sum of the total pitch of the flight, which is recorded. Even if you believe in the flat Earth, you can see the total sum of that flight. The pitch is changing over a long period of time. And that's your flight data for.
Be aware, passengers, that your IQ would drop significantly.
Wait, why the fuck? Why the fuck does it track it on a globe? Oh my god, it tracks it on a flat Earth too. That's so cool. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Should I stream it?
If you're upset by the 3D model, you can just ignore it and just look at the data.
Wait, somebody send me a message.
Enjoy your flight.
Yeah. Okay. So who wants to take this? Is it anyone of the flat earthers want to? I think was that Joshua? Was it? I'm still trying to get your voice. I heard you the other day talking.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yo. You guys should check that out. You guys should check that out, please.
We're gonna do it. Who wants to? Who wants to discuss it with? I know some of you guys are really into the plane stuff. I think what percentage? I know he wanted to come in earlier.
Well, what I can do is I can mute myself, and if you guys want to look over it, obviously no need to like shoot from the hip. So
no, this has been this stuff is well known.
Have you guys heard of a satellite?
Yeah. Hold on.
It's a begging a question, Palace. I'd like to take it up anyway. I think the document.
Okay, go ahead.
The material that was just given to us, I would have to say is fraudulent. Knowing that the Earth is flat, of course they're going to have material that will work on a globe and on the flat Earth, you see. But the proof is actually in the pudding because, like I have said, and Joshua agreed, that an aeroplane flying over the Earth, if it's a globe, has to follow a curved trajectory. And an aeroplane flying in a curved trajectory would be noticeable because it's flying around a globe ball Earth. And when you start at the top, where England is, and you go to Africa, that means you're going down to Africa from where England is on that ball. Okay, and it's a curved trajectory. I've been to Africa many times by plane. I started in 1969. The plane didn't go down and it didn't take any curved trajectory. And that would be impossible if you're on a ball. You must follow a curved trajectory. And a curved trajectory doesn't allow you to leave your seat to go to the toilet. That's why the seatbelt is there. It's much the same as a roller coaster ride when you do the loops and little spiral rolls. And you understand? You have to fit. This is natural law we're talking here. Not even the laws of physics. Okay? So your document really doesn't wow me at all. What wows me is the physicality of the flight. And that was level all the way for 9 hours. That's an impossibility on an oblate spheroid with curvature and curved trajectory therein. I'll shut up now. Anybody else, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll address what you said. So the data that you showed had like low resolution because the change in pitch would happen very slowly. The data that I'm trying to demonstrate is showing that pitch, and when you look at it at a local level, the pitch is very small, but over a long period of time, it is a greater pitch. The reason why you don't feel it is because it's over a long distance of time. Over a long distance, over a long period of time.
You're contradicting yourself. You said that you don't notice it when it's long, but if it's long, you're going to notice it. You just double speak there. So can you clarify yourself again? If it's a short distance, you don't notice the curvature. So if it's a longer distance, you notice the curvature. Which is it?
So if it was like a 90-degree change and they had to make that 90-degree change in a minute, yes, you would notice it. But if it's over like 10, 12, 30 hours or so, you're not going to notice that slight change in pitch.
Of course you're going to notice it. Of course because you are starting at one point, like I said, you're starting at 12 o'clock and you're going to go to 3 o'clock. That curved trajectory is not horizontal. It's not horizontal. You've got to follow a curved trajectory. That means the orientation where you are at the top of the ball. Now the aeroplane is now pointing downwards by the time it gets to 3 o'clock. The equator, so if you will, the equator. That means the plane now is facing downwards because it was level at the top, and now it's following a curved trajectory going down. It's the same when you go on a roller coaster ride. When it goes up on the top, it rounds that curve and it drops down. It's the same thing. Please don't insult me, sir. Thank you.
I'm not insulting you.
Joshua, your appeal is self-defeating and implies that it's not empirically verifiable.
I'm going to give you an illustration. So if I put you on a wheel, as in like one of the wheels in the like a kid's park, and if I blindfolded you, and if I moved that wheel 90 degrees, but over like 12 hours, you're not going to feel it. You're not going to notice.
When I'm in an aeroplane, my eyes are open. When I'm in an aeroplane, my eyes are open. I can see and feel everything else. It wasn't shut off, and I was inside the vehicle. Okay, when you're on that roundabout, you're on it. It's a very short thing. I've been blinded. I will notice the motion. I can notice the motion, of course. As to what degree, I can't notice that because I can't see that. But when I'm in a plane, I can see. And then I've got my senses. I can see the pitch angle of the aircraft. It's level all the way. I have my spirit level app. It's there showing me that the plane isn't taking a trajectory. So I can see these things. So if you chop my head off, I won't notice anything, of course. Why not?
Flying in a curved trajectory over hundreds of miles, especially at hundreds of miles per hour, does not entail that you would not empirically perceive it.
Yeah, thank you.
First of all, actually, you wouldn't if the change is gradual enough, you won't change. You won't notice it. Actually, it's only if, say, you were to look theoretically back and say, "Well, this looks different." The problem is, though, the way perspective actually it goes straight. It goes straight forward from where we are. Okay, it doesn't go. We don't notice it from outside. It goes from straight from where we are. So therefore, the way our perspective will look is that things will look flat to us, and that is natural. Okay,
it's only in Ipsy Dixit.
Go outside, for example, if you look at images, okay, taken from NASA. Okay, now these people don't believe NASA exists. They think they're all liars, conspiracies.
Yeah,
okay?
useless images.
But if you go look outside the box, okay, you can notice it's a box. It's like when you're on the box, you don't know it's a box.
That's
again, that's hopeless.
It's just an ad hoc bare assertion. You don't have any knowledge about that.
Yeah.
You're just saying that to try and walk around the fact
Wait, I'm just saying
that you don't
from our
empirically
perspective,
detect
things do look
what we
flat.
would.
That is true.
Stop clamoring for me. Stop clamoring to me. Stop clamoring
I'm
to
trying
me.
to tell you the truth. Why won't you admit it?
Clamoring to me. I obviously was in the swing of my reply to you.
Are you listening to buzzwords you just learned yesterday, bro? Clamoring? What the fuck is clamoring?
Look, just shut up.
Clamoring to me.
Now, the buzzwords.
Yo, why the fuck did you ban him, bro?
God. Okay, what they're doing is they're just saying you wouldn't empirically detect.
Yeah, that's rubbish.
This thing, and that's not the intent.
Did you guys just mute and ban everybody who doesn't say?
And obviously was in the full swing of my reply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
I want to interject for 1 second. Just 1 second. Tomato.
Gregory, your brain looks almost a fucking slipper, bro.
Why are you talking over me?
I think. Wait, I want to say something. I really
Tomato.
I think you guys muted and banned everybody who says anything otherwise.
No, that's not true. Okay, that's not true.
Okay, that is
what
not true.
What just happened with Kane is from 2 days ago. He wasn't currently talking. Okay, it was something that happened between me and him 2 days ago. So before you start white knighting, okay, maybe you should know what you're talking about.
Okay, white knight.
Right?
Yeah.
You know the backstory. So shut up.
You just banned him right now because he told you show me the roof or
why'd I ban him?
Whatever.
Why'd I ban him?
You told him show me the roof or something, and you said no, and then you said bye, lie.
Why'd I ban him?
You literally just said I don't know. I don't read your mind.
You don't know. That's right. You don't know. So shut up. This is why you guys get muted.
Shut up.
Carry on.
Right. Anyway, let's go back to. Well, let's go to. I want to address.
How we dive into a new point? Okay. Do you guys even believe that the Earth rotates?
Yeah.
Does it rotate?
Dude, stop. Obviously, I wasn't done. I've been waiting for the past 60 seconds.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
Gregory. What they're doing.
Gregory, go ahead.
Yeah. What they're doing is they're just saying an ipsy dixit. It's just a mere assertion without any evidence or justification. Well, you wouldn't experience it if we were in a plane and flying around the ball. That's obviously not the entailment. If we were flying around in a plane around a ball in a curved trajectory, we would empirically detect it. They're just arbitrarily saying you wouldn't. They don't have any justification for that. That's why I'm critiquing it as a fallacy of just being ad hoc and an ipsy dixit. It's just a bare assertion without any evidence or justification whatsoever. And it's particularly for the critique that they know they can't account for.
Yeah, I would like to talk to that point just to finish off 30 seconds. We're talking about weight shifts. So if it's 9 hours of flight, the body weight and the weight of the aircraft is, as it's going through its curved trajectory over 9 hours, a 6,000-mile flight, the shift of weight's going to happen because it's taking a curved trajectory, you see. Okay? You're going to notice that. For example, when you walk up a hill, you'll notice that your feet are now putting more pressure on the balls of your feet, okay? And you're sliding back at the heel here, okay? That's when you're going uphill. When you're going downhill now, your toes are banging at the very end of your shoes because your weight has shifted. That's
Why
going
is that?
downhill. So the point
why
is,
that is.
we are noticing you. Why are you talking when I'm talking, sir? Thank you. When I'm finished, then you can address. Shut the fuck up. Now listen up. As you're walking down, your toes are being crossed in your boots as you're walking down fucking a hill. When you go uphill, you're sliding back in your shoe to the hill. Lucky you got the hill, or you'd slide right out of your fucking shoes, you stupid cunt. Right now, in an aeroplane, it's the same thing. We're in your seat, doing the first part of your curved trajectory. Your bum is in the seat. When it's going down to the down now, your bum seems to be lighter in the seat. Notice a change in pitch angle when you're flying through a curved trajectory. I'll finish there. Thanks.
How long is he going to go on for? Okay, I was wondering. All right. To understand, so I assume we agree that gravity exists then by your example of someone walking up a hill. We agree gravity exists. Yeah, because that's the force that's pulling on you. That's what scientists have identified. So I assume we agree on that.
Wow.
I'd like to add that you're thinking of a very large
that makes you,
object for the
walk
size
on
of
your
the
head.
hill and the
Shut up for a
slope,
second.
whereas the plane is
shut up for
very
a
small in
second.
relation to the slope of the curve.
Force that makes
We're not
your feet
digressing to
fall
the
on
issue
your
of
heels, bro.
gravity.
That's gravity right there. That's gravity. So what's your name,
Let's be
Jay?
clear and not just clamor through each other. Now we're digressing to the issue of gravity.
The example you gave talks about gravity, okay? So that's the force making it harder to walk up the hill or making you walk on your heels instead of your fucking soles or whatever. That's gravity. Do we agree on that? At least.
So do you want to continue talking about the initial subject, or do you want to digress to gravity now?
Because this is what Jincy was talking about. You know, if you were listening to his all rant earlier,
I'm
okay?
asking you.
Actually, I'm trying. We're talking about the subject, okay? But if we can't find middle ground, okay? Because I want to know what we can agree on, so I can figure out what to prove to him about flat Earth, okay? Or whatever
Dude,
shit.
Just discuss the subject, right?
I know we're
What you're
discussing the
doing,
subject, right?
You're
I know, but the
digressing
problem
to
is
another
that
subject. Stop
laws,
clamoring
okay?
to me, dude. Okay.
First of all,
stop clamoring to
I'm not.
me.
Shut up! I'm not even talking to you, Gregory. Like, be quiet for
You
a second.
are clamoring to everyone talking to you. Stop.
I was mainly talking to the
What
guy who
you're
made
doing
the
right
argument.
now, and it's
Jin,
you're
what's
just
Jin
disrupting.
CBR? He's not talking
Stop
right now.
doing that. What you're doing right now is that we talked about subject A, and now you're frantically digressing to another subject because you're so desperate to try and get some sort of concession from us about one of the distincts of your worldview. So just complete the first subject first. We're talking about the alleged this issue about empirical detectability of the consequences of flying a plane or being a passenger in a plane flying over the curve of the earth in a curved trajectory. Now, the issue is very simple. You're saying that you wouldn't empirically detect that you're
Gregory, he plugged his ears.
trajectory over
He's
a
deafened
ball. Just
himself.
stop. Hang on.
Gregory,
You're
he
acting as
deafened
though we
himself.
wouldn't empirically detect that we are moving in a curved trajectory around the ball if we were flying in a curved trajectory around the ball, when it's obviously not the entailment. He's just deafened himself.
That's not what I
obviously the
claimed.
entailment.
That's not what I claimed. So when you invoke the word empirically, I'm talking about instruments, and I'm saying our instruments do pick it up. Our instruments absolutely do pick up the change over time. My contention is you're feeling. I'm claiming you just don't feel the change because it's so gradual over time. That's my
How do
contention.
you verify the instrument? How do you verify the instrument is accurate? You can't just ignore your own senses in the first place in order to know that the instruments are correct.
Would you trust an instrument over your own senses? Like a
Not
gyroscope?
necessarily, no.
So I would argue that a gyroscope
What does
would
that
be
have to do
more
with the issue?
accurate. So we're talking about feelings and measurements, okay? If I'm saying a gyroscope will more accurately detect changes in pitch more accurately than in our feelings. That's what I'm claiming.
It's not necessarily true. You can sit in a car and the speedometer is at max speed while the car is sitting still.
We're talking
It's
about
not gyroscope. It's not what he said.
Something.
There's nothing to do with speed.
You just flagrantly misunderstood
Stop
what I said.
inflating.
Clamoring to me again. Okay, you're acting as though the instrument is infallible. You're acting as though the instrument is orders of magnitude more accurate than our perception.
No, he's just implying that
have
it's high
to-
resolution than your senses.
My God, dude, I don't need you to interrupt me to make my point.
Well, you're strawmanning him.
You're like, stop doing that. I'm strawmanning anyone.
You need to stop strawmanning.
Stop clamoring.
Joshua, do you think
to
that
me.
instruments are infallible?
I'm tired of this
What you
happening
said?
all the time, every time I speak. Okay, what I'm saying to you, Joshua, is that you're acting as though the instrument is far more accurate than our senses. Okay, the problem is how you know the proposition. You can't just take for granted that the instrument is accurate. You have to verify the instrument is accurate. So instruments can be wrong. You can't just take for granted the instrument is always accurate.
Are your own senses fallible?
Yes, we're also fallible, which all the more, in my all for theory point, if our own senses, if we ourselves are fallible, and we make these instruments to try and help us perceive accurately, then the instruments are just as, if not all the more fallible, just as we are.
No.
So you can't just, what do you mean no? You can't just ignore that fact that you cannot,
Explain.
no human can make an infallible, inerrant, perfect instrument.
Can I explain? So the
Grasp
reason
my point, though?
I grasp your point. So I repeat your point back to you. So your point is humans are fallible in their senses, and when you create instruments, they're more likely to be fallible because we are fallible. Am I understanding your argument?
It's one of the two. Humans are fallible, not inerrant. They are errant. So there's no justification to take the instruments we make as being infallible or inerrant. No justification.
Yes, I understand. So how we make sure our instruments are accurate is that we have repeatability. So we make sure that these gyroscopes will measure them against other gyroscopes to make sure that they are coherent. Sure, they're not 100% perfect. However, they're better than human sensors because we have repeatability to show that these are more accurate than human sensors when we measure them between human sensors and gyroscopes. There's more
And with
consistency.
what are you measuring them against the other ones?
Sorry, repeat that.
I said, with what are you measuring these gyroscopes against other gyroscopes? The reproducibility, the repeatability. How are you ensuring it?
Sure. So you'll get a gyroscope has an accurate test it against another gyroscope. Are they producing the same results? If so, that's consistency.
My point is you're relying on your senses to do that.
Sorry, is something in the background this guy is,
for all you know, you're using two fallible, two inaccurate gyroscopes. For all you know, that's the second point.
Wait, so you're saying, so now you're claiming that gyroscopes are inaccurate now, okay.
Hang on,
you're just distorting my point again.
You just said that though.
Yeah,
no,
however,
you distorted my point again.
You just said you just claimed that he was using distorted gyroscopes. You just claimed that.
No, you distorted my point again. You're not quoting me at all. You're not conveying what I conveyed.
You're using distorted gyroscopes to prove your point.
I'm going to tell you you're wrong again, and you're either going to humble yourself and acknowledge that you are wrong, and then ask me what's the correction to my error, Gregory, or you're just going to stubbornly repeat the same error that I'm telling you is an error. Let's see what you choose.
Keep going. Keep beating your head against the wall.
Okay, so more yapping and whining. So like I said, point number one, like Percentage just told you, you still have to use your senses, all right? What's the point in saying that? That you can't just act as though the instrument is correct all the time. And like you just admitted, it can be incorrect. And secondly, your supposed testing method, for all you know, you're using another inaccurate instrument to be the standard to measure the accuracy of another instrument.
Yes, but it's repeatability. So say, for example, the two gyroscopes are faulty, but they produce the same result. We can work from that. But the problem with human intuition or human observance is that you can get like different, you can get different agreement. Like, for example, we're disagreeing now. You can get different feelings and they're not measurable. They're not accurate. So that's
Repeatability
one
doesn't
way of doing
necessarily
it.
entail veracity. Repeatability doesn't necessarily entail veracity nor accuracy. You can repeat errors.
The thing is, we can test gyroscopes. We can put them
But
on
your
like
test,
precision.
all you know, is using another inaccurate instrument.
So are
This
you
isn't
just
regressive using inaccurate standards?
okay? So before
First of
I
all, our eyes are
continue,
not a correct tool to measure the curve of the curvature. It would not be a correct tool, so you could not say you could use this tool to correctly measure. That's why you have tools, and that's what Joshua's outlining to you.
yeah. So no. What he's arguing is, I'm saying tools, but what he's saying is, how do I know the tool's accurate? And every time I'll bring up something that hones its accuracy, he's going to ask me, how do you know that it is accurate?
And then he brings up the idea of the eyes, and he says, "Why aren't your eyes able to use?" This guy Gregory outlines the eyes. Okay, well, your eyes don't agree with it. Well, your eyes aren't good at measuring this type of shit. Okay, eyes only see a very small distance.
How do you know? You had to see something.
First of all, if you search this shit up, okay, think about it this way: it's like an ant on a basketball. An ant on a basketball doesn't know that the basketball is round. Okay, he doesn't really know that.
Dude, go back to the first point.
It's perspective. Your eyes are flawed, and it's
Dude,
only
just go back to your first point.
when you place
Go
the
back to your
ant
first point.
outside the basketball that it knows that it's round. I mean,
Okay, go back to your first point. Okay. You're sitting here trying to verify the instrument. You necessarily have to use your senses that you say are unreliable to verify the instrument you're trying to use to assist your senses. So you can't have it both ways simultaneously. You cannot have it both ways simultaneously. That's the point. I'm exposing the error in your epistemology. You're trying to simultaneously use your senses while denying the reliability of your senses.
Hang
on, use your senses that you say are unreliable to verify that the instrument you're trying to use to assist. I'm trying to talk through him because he won't let me reply to anything.
Wait, VB. Let me respond to what he's saying, VB. Just I understand what you're saying because of human. However, we can still measure like a gyroscope against another gyroscope. We can look against another turntable. Now, I know you're going to say our sensors are faulty, but if they're producing the same result, hang on.
That's my point.
Hang on, let me finish. Don't overtalk me. If they're producing the same results, even if they're wrong, at least there's a consistency there, and we can work off that consistency, and we can make maths and models over that consistency, and that's how we can measure. And if all the gyroscopes in the world are consistent and giving the same consistent data, that's what we can work off rather than human sensors.
Okay, but you don't get my point. Okay, I'm exposing the self-defeating self-contradiction in your pattern of argumentation. Because when we tell you you're not listening. When you first mentioned your first appeal to us, we then tell you, well, no, we would perceive this event. It isn't as though if we were on a ball flying in the plane in a curved trajectory, especially over extended distances, extremely long distances, that we wouldn't perceive it. No, we would perceive it. And then you insist, well, no, our senses aren't always accurate, but we have these instruments to help us assist in our empirical detection, right? You deny the reliability of your senses so that you would walk around the obvious fact that the entailment of your cosmology is false, but then you have to simultaneously rely upon your senses to make the instruments and or verify the instruments are veracious and accurate. It's self-defeating and self-contradictory.
It's not
First of all, it's not contradiction. It depends on the context we're talking here. The problem here is that when the context is not clarified, which I have clarified to you, then it can get confusing. So I get where you're coming from, but this is still a non-point. The reason being is because I've clarified you the context under which our senses are unreliable. Okay, I clarified it to you. So you're just making
no one is missing context, dude. I exposed the self-contradiction in your pattern of argumentation, given your pattern of replies to us when we answered your questions, dude.
No, you didn't. You've not exposed anything. All you really just talked about is how, for example, no, all you claimed is that there's a contradiction because you say your senses are flawed, okay? So then why can you say this is right with your own senses? Okay, I get where you're coming from. The problem here is I clarified why they are flawed, okay? I've not claimed, okay, well, all of our senses are flawed. All right, your senses are very much right a lot of time, but there are limits, okay? I'll go list this out to you, okay? Because you don't believe this shit. For example, okay,
So
the average human
why
view
would we
has a
not perceive
horizontal
the obvious trajectory of
view
the
of
plane
about.
around the curvature of the
Let
Earth?
me
Why would that
finish.
not be
The
perceivable?
average human has a shut up for a second, okay? The average human has a horizontal field of about 180 degrees, but you can only clearly focus on about 5 degrees at a time. We don't see wide solid curves naturally. Our brains fill in the blank to create a stable picture, okay? Earth's curvature drops only 8 inches per mile square, far too slight for our eyes to detect without tools, okay?
Hey, why would we
There are
not
limits.
feel it then?
You won't feel it because that's, for example, that's sensory. That your for example, your feet on the ground.
Why would you
can
not feel
only-
it? Explain
Jesus
why
Christ, you
would you
can't
not
feel
feel it?
Jesus Christ, and it's also too small for us to detect too, our body, okay? But we're talking about our eyes right now. We're not talking about the flaws of the body. I'm just talking about our eyes, okay, from our visual perspective. Because you
So
brought
more
eyes up.
arbitrary lore. Because you
No,
haven't
because
found
you
the ball
brought
in the
eyes
first
up.
place.
You're the one who brought eyes up. Now you want to shift conversation to your body, okay? That's
It's
another
called
discussion, okay?
progression.
But you
It's not
brought up
digression. It's
eyes,
just
okay?
progression. We talked about one thing, and we're
Notice
talking
how
about
when
another
I
thing on
bring
the
up
same
anything, you
subject.
start to talk about body. Oh, what about the body? Oh, what about
Dude,
this?
just
What
stop
about this?
frantically talking back. Have a conversation.
Focus. Just focus. Like
Okay,
focus on what I'm trying to
so
put.
now you're talking about your cosmological lore. You're arbitrarily contriving what would or would not be the entailments, right? Instead of just simply acknowledging if we were on a ball flying through a plane, that we would eventually, to some degree or another, see the curvature and see the curved trajectory of the plane and or feel it. We would empirically detect it, not just only with our eyes, but also with our feeling, with our tactile sensation also. But you just deny that we would
No.
perceive it.
Your senses are flawed. I mentioned this before. And before
If
you
your senses
start
are flawed
going,
to
hang
perceive
on,
such an obvious thing, and they're not reliable for your instruments.
Stop.
Why are you interrupting him, Gregory? You're talking about interrupting. Why are you interrupting
Hang
him?
on,
You keep going in
hang on,
circles about
VP.
this point. You're just clamoring to obfuscate the
No.
issue. If we're not reliable to see that event happening when we're in the plane, then they're not reliable for the instruments that you're supposedly using to assist your perception.
No, that's not what I'm saying that at all. I'm saying the changes are so small that you cannot perceive it. That's what I'm saying.
Just
I'm not saying. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. You keep bitching about people interrupting you. Don't do it to me. Okay. So no, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. This is what happens when you're cornered. Okay. You're like, oh no, he's going to say something I don't like. Now stop. No, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to explain that, and then you're going to give me a rebuttal. Okay. Your senses are not like are not completely inaccurate. If I put a gyroscope on a turntable, and if I want to detect the rotation, like how many rems or something, and I put a switch, and that switch keeps telling me it's 1,000 RPM, your senses, when you read that fucking sensor, is not flawed. What is flawed is when the degrees change in a plane every so slightly every couple of hours. That's what you're not detecting. So there's a difference. It's literally a question of sensitivity. Your sensors are not as sensitive as the gyroscopes. That's my point. Please rebut.
Exactly. So the silence proves it. He's quiet. Well, exactly. The curve, as I said the same thing Gregory just said, okay? The fact that two people, we don't even know each other, but if we can repeat the same thing, I feel like it just shows that there is a truth here. There honestly is. And the fact that he's quiet just shows that he knows it's true. He just won't respond because there's no response. There is none. Listed out the stats earlier.
I've got a response. Just hang on a second. Yeah, look, we're talking about 90 degrees, and in the example I gave, you're at 12 o'clock on the clock.
Back to your example now.
You're interrupting whilst I'm talking. Is that it? Okay, let's talk together so everybody gets fucked up. Yeah. Can I talk now? Thank you. Right, we're at 12 o'clock on the clock. 12 o'clock. Now we're going to go from there to 3 o'clock. Okay, and then we're going to follow that curved trajectory. Yeah. That means that your orientation is going to be different from where you were at the top of that clock. Now you're at the side of the clock where the equator would be on your globe. Excuse me, yeah? That's a quarter. That's 90 degrees of curvature that you're going to experience. But in actuality, you don't experience that because the plane is flying horizontal all the way to the destination. That meant it flew horizontally. It didn't take a curved trajectory. For if it did, you would notice it yourself, because the orientation of the aircraft would change. You wouldn't be able to go to the toilet because it's following a curved trajectory. And a curved trajectory is not a straight line. Okay? Do you understand now? You're going in increments through 90 degrees. 90 degrees is not straight when you follow it through. Okay? Thank you. Shut the fuck up now, you dumb fucks.
Okay, let's turn down the temperature a little bit. You're saying that you would feel it. I'm going to say, what happens when you get off that plane and someone told you that they actually felt the curvature, they felt the plane was tipping? How would we tell the difference between your perception and their perception?
I would say, can I smell your breath, please? Oh, no
Well, I mean, no, that raises a very big point. What do you think about tipping?
Yeah, exactly.
What's your take on tipping?
Yeah, on tipping. Yeah, exactly. What is your take on that?
Sorry,
Joshua.
tipping. What do you? What? Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
No,
when you said tip,
you just said that if somebody went on a plane and they felt tipping, what would be your take? Not really Jin's take on tipping. What do you think about tipping?
Curvature tip.
So I personally would not feel it. I've been on a plane before and I don't feel it. So what I'm trying to say is, hang on, let me just finish. Let me just finish. You're overtalking me. I've given you the honest. I trusted you, and I let you finish your point.
Okay,
let me finish my point.
Okay.
My point is quite simple.
You're
the way we
going
would
the
tell
wrong way. Okay, I didn't ask you to give me a full narrative of your plane ride. Just break down what do you think about tipping. That's it. Okay, you have to go into what you ordered, how many peanuts you got per bag, or whatever. What was the steward, was the air hostess hot or not? Just tell me exactly what you think about tipping. That's it.
I'm not talking about tipping. Let me finish what I was going to say.
Yes, you are. We're talking about tipping. Is tipping detectable?
No,
And how
you're
much
trying
tipping-
to distract from the conversation, and then let me finish, and then you can criticize me, and I promise I won't interrupt
okay.
you.
It's not. Okay. This is kind of how we'll do this. Okay, I'll give you some time on mute so you can think about your answer, and then we'll check again. We'll check again if you've got a chance to answer, because we're not just gonna let people waffle on about random shit that has nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever. Right now, we're trying to parse out what you mean by tipping. What do you think? What's your take? How much tipping is too much tipping? How much tipping is too little tipping? So if you and someone else went on an airplane and you got a person talking about they felt
20% on a meal is way too much tipping,
but you
bro.
felt no tipping, what would be the way to parse out tipping? Who else wanted to get it? I think Tomato was trying to talk earlier.
Yeah, I was just going to say that 90 degrees is 90 degrees, and in increments over the 9 hours, you're going to notice that because the angle of the pitch angle of the aircraft is going to change. You started horizontal, now you're going for a curved trajectory. You're no longer for the whole 9 hours. There's no horizontality there; it's curved all the way. So in increments, you're going to be feeling that weight change in increments. You're going to feel that. You're going to notice that at the beginning, you could go to the toilet at the very beginning.
Jin CBR1. How's it going, gentlemen? Ladies?
Body. You can't walk around because it's at a curved trajectory on an angle that is constantly changing. If you're flying through a horizontal linear straight line, which is what airplanes do, the pitch angle doesn't change, and it's like walking up and down on a double-decker bus, basically, because the aisle is level, it's horizontal. But if it's following a curved trajectory, your aisle is going to be changing angles. You're not going to be able to go to the toilet. You're going to have to stay in your seat. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. We're not flying through a globe or over a globe. It's a horizontal linear flight with the nose slightly pitched up at 3 degrees. That's the standard configuration. The pilot doesn't have to do that. That's the aircraft doing that, by the way. It's been configured. So the pilot's got an easy time there. And you fly horizontal. That's when the plane is at its most relaxed. If it has to go through a 9-hour curved trajectory, then we're talking about torsional stresses that are put on the vehicle itself, the aeroplane. When it lands, it would have to go up for inspection. 9 hours of torsional stresses don't allow for an immediate turnaround unless everybody get on the plane. We've got to check parts, articulated parts, where the wings articulate with the fuselage, where the engines articulate with the wings. The same for the tail section. And then you've got the undercarriage doors and everything else. All these things have to be checked before you can get on the plane again. But they don't do those checking. I've watched. They don't. Thanks a lot. I'll stay on mute for a while.
Yeah, who's the guys we're speaking to? We got red mics in the room.
Nice to hear your voice, Mickey. Nice to hear your
Tomato.
voice.
See, we had Tomato.
He was talking
Zach.
like penguins.
We got who else? There was Kane was here. I'm trying to think who else. There's a couple other people.
Tomato, and Joshua, of course.
Yeah,
and they're having a very hard time. They're having a very hard time in here.
If I can finish what I'm saying without being muted, then I'm happy to talk about whatever else you want. Okay. My previous point is, like, if two people are having different experiences, we've got to distinguish whose experience is correct and whose experience is incorrect.
No,
and that's
not the standard. No, that's not the standard.
That's where measurements.
No, that's not the standard. No.
Hang on,
that's not the standard. Because that's not the standard. Sorry.
You can put your ears in your head.
People's experiences.
Like, and go la 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 and talk over me.
No, I'm going to actually silence you because that's not what the standard is. We're not going to go by people's experiences. We're going to go by what's actually being utilized to detect whether or not the aircraft is being used on a horizontal plane or if they're accounting for the curvature. We're not going to go by, hey, do you feel like you're going over Earth curve? I don't. Yeah. We're not going by experiences, dude. Relax.
I know what you're.
People keep telling you about their experiences.
If you're not the guy I'm talking to, do not interrupt that guy.
I'm not
interrupting. Go ahead, Joshua.
AV,
you got a choice, dude.
AV, I would agree with you. Like, experiences are not perfect, and that's why I'm illustrating.
No, it's not about it being perfect or not. It's not the standard. We don't utilize people's experiences.
Let him finish.
Hang on, my
Shut
argument.
your dumb ass up, Tomato.
My argument was for instruments to be used rather than personal experience. So in a way, you're agreeing.
Yes. All right. So let's go back to the standard. So what demonstrates that they are flying over a curved surface, utilizing the aircraft? Go.
I've shown the data.
What instrument? What instrument are they using for that?
Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah, talk about the instrument they're using to detect that they're going over a curvature, sir, of the Earth.
Okay. When a plane is flying over a curvature.
Yeah, so you say. What is the name of the device they're utilizing to detect that?
We have gyroscopes.
All right, gyroscopes. So in the cockpit, they're using a gyroscope to detect that they're going over a curvature, according to you, yes or no?
I'm not talking to you unless you stop muting.
No, I'm going to be muting you and holding your feet to the fire. You're going to answer the question or you're going to be silenced, all right? What you said, a gyroscope, is that correct? Is that what they're utilizing to detect that they're going over the curvature of the Earth?
Can't I hold your feet to the fire as well?
No, because you're the one that's being interrogated, not me. You think you're the one that lives over a curving surface, which planes do not fly over. They fly over a horizontal plane. Now, if the device that you're saying in question, the gyroscope, is detecting this, I need you to support it with the data. Can you do this?
Would you accept change in...
No, I'm accepting the data from the device detecting them going over the Earth's curvature. Do you have supporting data?
I have data of change of...
No. You just said gyroscopes, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now, I need the data in the text channel that supports that they're actually going over the curvature of the Earth through the course of the flight. Do you have such data? What is this?
Check chat.
All right. Check chat. What do we got here?
Well, you would have to know that from a plane, the radius, because it's a potato shape. So you would have to know the curve that you're landing on at that point. So that never happens.
All right. So what he's posting here, I don't know if you guys could click on that link. GPS flight data. All right, let me unmute the guy because that's not what I requested. According to him, basically. So let's see here. You just gave me GPS flight data. Is that what I requested, sir?
I don't give a shit. You keep muting.
You need to give a shit because you're not answering the question that you said it was gyroscopes. This is GPS data. I don't need that. I need what you said detects curvature of the Earth in the plane, which are gyroscopes. I need the supporting data that they're actually going over the curvature due to the fact that they're using these gyroscopes. You don't have that data, do you?
If you want a conversation, you're going to have to stop muting.
No, this isn't a conversation. This is an interrogation. You think that you have information supporting the case that airplanes are flying over a globe that's curving. Now, the data that you should have would be supporting that, which means that the gyroscope that you said is detecting the curvature of the Earth should show that it's going over the curve. Now, where's that data, sir? I've examined your first supporting evidence, and it's not supporting the case that you think gyroscopes are what's detected when the planes are flying over the Earth. They're not going over curvature. Support it with data, sir. What you said. I'm going based off of what your claim is, that gyroscopes are detecting the curvature of the Earth. You do not have supporting data. And your silence is telling, too. I like that you're quiet now that you're unmuted, to say that you do not have supported data about the gyroscope showing that you're going over the curve.
First off, I can't tell if I'm unmuted or muted. Second of all...
Well, first of all, pay attention. Be situationally aware where you're in this room. Look at your name, and right next to it, it should show a white or a red mic. Red mic means you're muted. That's what that means. Yeah? All right. So now that you know that, and that's out of the way, you can now attend to answering the question, which is gyroscopes showing that they're detecting curvature when airplanes fly. I need that data, sir. Do you have it?
When you stop unmuting, maybe we can have a conversation.
Do you have it? Shut up, dude. Do you have the supported data or not? You can see by your name that you're not muted anymore.
Stop muting
your
me.
eyes.
I'm not going to talk otherwise.
Yeah. This is an interrogation. This is not stop muting me. No, we're going to keep doing that until you answer the question where you said gyroscopes are what planes use to detect that they're flying over curvature. Show right now. Show the audience. You have the information. You have the winning hand. Show everybody that you got that. Let's see. Well, what are you waiting for? This is your big moment. Show everybody that you got that. You've been yammering on for God knows how long in the chat. Now you want to stay quiet? Where's the supported data, sir, that shows that gyroscopes are flying over a globe? Where is it?
Yeah, hey, I just want to add something for Joshua real quick. If you're going to run around talking about that getting muted is a win for you, I'm going to accept that and just give you your stupid prize for playing a stupid game. So I would say just in general, drop that bullshit. If you want to talk around here, cut the shit. Starting that step one.
All right, so
Yeah,
gyroscopes.
it's funny because
Go ahead.
I want to say something about what Chris just said. On X, the Goldbergs be like, look, I got another flat earther to block me. Well, obviously you're the problem. Like, why are you bragging? Anyway.
Yeah, his little theatrics out of the way. Now we can attend to the good stuff, which is information that supports that an airplane with gyroscopes are showing that they're going over a curvature of the Earth. Go ahead, Joshua. This is your big moment. The spotlight's on you. Give us that data, please. Show us data that supports that gyroscope is flying over a curved surface.
Oh,
everyone's waiting.
Cowbell?
That's what he said. He said gyroscopes are accounting for the curvature of the Earth on an airplane. I'm waiting for that. And anything other than that is him stalling, filibustering, dancing around the topic. You need to just show your winning hand. Let's see it. Are you looking for it, Joshua? Is that what you're doing? You're frantically searching the internet? Is that what's happening right now? Is that why you're quiet? I bet you that's what's going on, aren't you? Look at you. Sweating, looking for the answer. It's not there. It's a ghost in the dark, bro. You're not going to find it. So now what? You got egg on your face? You can see your name. You're not muted. Yeah, I'm going to grind you into the dust, dude, because you think you have evidence, and I want all the ballers that are in here to see that you don't got what you thought you had.
So who's trying to debate?
There isn't a debate, sir. Is that it, Joshua?
Who's trying to debate here?
Shut up, dude.
Just get rid of him.
Yeah, he's
freaking
really not even supposed to be in here. That guy's a meathead.
That's Timmy. That's Timmy, right? Was that?
Yeah, it's Timmy. Tracksuit.
Yeah.
Tracksuit Timmy, whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the voices down. That's why I like to guess before I tab back in. Yeah, Timmy, you got to come up with a claim if you want to debate.
All right, so Joshua's just clamming up because he doesn't have the information.
Out to Joshua, so he knows where he's at. Claims are not evidence. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. Claims are not evidence. You parroting someone else's claim that they showed you without evidence is not evidence. Okay, so the evidence is the evidence. So the data that shows that gyroscopes navigate over a curved surface globe is what we need. The actual data that indicates that. Not their claim that that exists somewhere in Neverland.
So Joshua just wants to be in here and talk utter bullshit and not present any evidence for his claim that gyroscopes are accounting for curvature of the Earth. How cute. Guess that's all you had, huh, Joshua? Nothing but a windbag. Pathetic, dude.
All he had was a rumor he heard. I heard a rumor that gyroscopes account for the curvature of the Earth, and I'm going to spit it out as fact.
Yeah, because I was like, well, what's accounting for curvature? And then he says, gyroscopes. Okay, I'll bite. Show. And then he gives me GPS data from Wolfie.
No way.
Yeah, that's what he did. I'm gonna. Well, let me see. Where is it at? It's a little bit up in the chat. I can repost it. This is what he did. Where are we at? We're in the politics. Let's see. Live stream general.
Excuse me for interrupting. Just a short announcement. That's for Joshua. I posted the video that you were screaming about, the Globetard flatline that talks about the in-flight telemetry data of the Boeing 777 flying over the Honolulu. There was an incident, and the in-flight telemetry data recorded a 2-hour ordeal, and it shows that the plane was flying horizontal for 2 hours during all that ordeal, where the engine was shut down due to a turbine blade breaking off, wrecking the engine anyway. So the pilot, quick action, shut the engine down and returned back to Honolulu. It's all there. Okay? Watch it and weep.
Thanks for the information, Jin. Good to see you too, man. We're turning our sights to what he posted. So there's a link there, Indio. I posted in the text chat. That's what he put for his evidence, by the way. Everybody can take a look at it. Because, I mean, what we do here is if you say that you have evidence and you put something in the text chat and we look into it and it's not what's being requested, because then at this time I was telling him, you know, what instrument is supporting that they're going over any curvature in an airplane, and he said gyroscopes, and then this is what the information he put down, which is not exactly what I asked for, something different than that. And then he wants to go ahead and say that I'm muting him and not giving him a chance to speak when what I requested wasn't what he put in the text chat. There's a problem. Maybe he can't back up his claim? I'm thinking. But either that or he's searching frantically right now for the answer to his claim, which he's not going to find.
I think you're calling him out on the right one there. He's frantically searching. And Indio, yeah, great to hear your voice as well. Still using
I'm not frantically searching. You're just guys don't know how to understand data, and if I try to explain it, you'll just mute me.
No, we're not asking for the. We're not asking for the thing that we didn't ask for. We're asking for the thing we're asking for, which is what you said you had, right? Gyroscope supporting that the airplane's flying over the curve.
Why is there a pitch change in that data? Yes, it's from a GPS, but what's making the pitch change?
Yeah, well, it's definitely not the gyroscope. No. Is it the gyroscope?
Yes, it's the fucking gyroscope.
Then show me the fucking gyroscope data, dude. That's what I'm asking for.
Let's see it. I've already shown you the.
Go find it yourself.
Why do you think GPS is the gyroscope? Why do you think GPS is the gyroscope?
That's him getting upset.
That was creative. That was really
crash and burn. He's crashing and burning.
Why do you think? I just want to know why he thinks GPS is a gyroscope. Are you confused, buddy?
No, I didn't say that data was from a GPS. From
Wolfie told them.
Well, we want the gyroscope.
Yeah, I want gyroscope data. That's what I want.
Again.
That's what you said. You said you had gyroscope data, and I'm waiting for that. Where is it?
Gyroscope data. Gyroscopes.
So you don't have. Oh, okay, cool. You don't have gyroscope data, yeah?
I have GPS data. Are you refuting the GPS data? Are you
refuting? Let's have a concession. All right.
Absolutely.
All right.
We can move on to that if he wants. We can look that.
Yeah, we can. But let's get it. Let's button up. Let's get a concession going. You don't have the gyroscope data, right, Joshua? Just admit that. We can go on to what you want to present. Here you go. Bye.
Yeah, he said he was going to be honest.
You won't admit it?
No.
Are you admitting it or not?
No, he refused.
You actually
gave us terms.
Did admit it.
Ultimatum, right? Mute me again and I'll leave. Ultimatum.
Oh, boy.
I got something for you, Indio.
How am I going to sleep at night? I don't know how I'm going to go to bed tonight. He left.
We got a kowtow before his presence because he will leave. He will do it.
Indio, I'll text him and I'll tell him to come back online for you.
Yeah, because I'll never be able to sleep again.
Yeah, great to hear your voice as well, Indio. And once again, I thank you for the material that you gave me from the Apollo detectors. I'm still using it. It's causing mayhem in all the other servers. You know what it's like. And it's still giving. It's never going to stop giving, this one, and I thank you for it. Thank you.
Yeah, I looked in like one of the other ones. I think it was Geo server, and I see you in there, and I see your mics open, and I see like 4 ballers mics open, and I just know you're like cooking all of them at the same time. It's like, yeah, dude, they're hating life right now.
Yeah, that's it. You know what I'm like. Thank you very much. And like I said, I use all the material that you guys give me from all the other we've had. I'm still using that stuff because it's useful, it's important, it's valuable for me anyway.
How many servers do you go to, Jen?
Oh, I go to there's one called the Earth Awakenings. There's another one called Omnivore, just started out. You got the Gem Panda. There's another one called the Under 18s Plus. And a few others.
Yeah, we got this snazzy. We got this snazzy little tag.
He's in enemy territory, man. He's like crossing enemy lines. He's like in their trenches.
We got a snazzy little tag you can put on beside your name, and it gives people the link to the server. So that little flat tag that everybody has, like that. It'll link them back to 24/7. So that's where all the information, if you want to reference them back to it, and then they'll have all the information at the bottom of the server. Instead of just dropping a link, they can just click the tag that you. The server tags are like a new thing.
Yeah, so I noticed it.
They just started doing it.
I did notice it.
They just.
I might.
They just started doing that. So.
Yeah, I'll think about it. But I still killing them with all the old memes. I'm still using them all. I love it.
I've been in whilst I haven't been here because it's been very difficult for me to get in on my other device. I got a new device given to me by my Japanese student whose husband wasn't using this iPhone 11. It was just sitting there, so she could see that my iPhone 6 I couldn't upload a Skype on it because they've stopped supporting. So she gave me this phone yesterday for nothing. Brilliant. Sorry, on Thursday that would be Thursday. Sorry. So I'm just getting used to it. So there's going to be a little bit more of all these evidence and proofs. Jin, the CBR1, the secretary, is back. Okay? Yes.
It's good to hear your voice, man.
It's good to hear your voice as well, Miggy, honestly.
Man, you know.
Yeah.
Something else, bro. Yeah,
Jen, good to hear you on there, Jen.
I don't
keep cooking.
I appreciate that.
Jen. Yeah.
Sorry, Tony. I'm having some issues. I can't type or text in the live stream. I don't know what's going on. I can post a meme, but if anybody can help me out, just DM me. Thanks.
It didn't get fixed yesterday I thought when you double tapped it, it unhighlighted the text bubble. The text box with like a blue square. Like tap it again, it should unhighlight. Because right now, I think you have it highlighted that you want to copy the text that's written in there. So tap it again to unselect it.
Yeah, no, it's like when I go to bring up my keyboard, it just drops back down. There's no messages there. And I don't know what landscape mode is.
Turn your phone sideways. That's landscape.
Boomer detected.
Yeah, that doesn't change nothing.
You
talking about hold on? You talking about the Discord when you're trying to type in the chat? Because mine's all screwed up right now too.
Exactly.
And then like just 30 minutes ago it happened.
Yeah, and then like some servers, no problem. I can type a message. And yesterday, for a little while, it was popping up and let me put like 3 or 4 words, and then it would drop down on me. For about a half hour or so, it worked like that, and then back to just instantly dropping down. And I thought maybe I had to, like, because I went through the new server rules in terms of service and all that, but nothing.
No, it must be glitching because I've restarted my phone. I've disconnected. I've done everything but sign in and out of Discord. I'm afraid to do that. I may never get back in. Boomer.
You got to remember your old password, man. Got to find where that is.
Mine are saved.
All right, we do have some new and old. We got I Like Penguins. He had a red mic. I don't know. Have you guys spoke to that guy? He's hot and bothered in the text chat. So.
Yeah. We talked to him a couple times. He kept blurting. He didn't want to talk. Like he wasn't we wasn't like basically talking one-on-one. He was waiting for other 2 people to talk and then chiming in, interrupting the conversation. Like
that's what he did yesterday. He did exactly that. I let him talk and he didn't say a word. And then other people started talking, and he decided to translate what they actually meant to the rest of the audience. So I muted him.
Oh, that's bogus.
Not true.
Yeah, and then like if you do get him one-on-one, I got him one-on-one twice in the last 3 or 4 days, and then once the heat gets on him, he just quits the VC.
Oh no way!
He's got some cowardly behavior going on. Now maybe he has like some sort of social anxiety, like where he can't he can't take pressure, which some people can't. They can't take pressure. Maybe that's his problem.
When a mute happens.
So he votes with his feet like Joshua.
He can't take the pressure, so he runs out of the building and
handle the pressure. So
kind of hides on the side of the building for a little while, then walks back in after
comes back in
himself. That's weird when people do that. It is weird.
If I couldn't handle the pressure, I would server mute you, and then I would ramble on about my point.
We
you
don't
can't do that.
About that. I Like Penguins.
Well, you can't server mute people, man.
Why don't you just tell us? You say in the chat that you have common knowledge that's been verified for thousands of years. Why don't you provide how your knowledge from thousands of years has been verified? Why don't you tell us
You
that?
can respond in chat. I'm busy.
I mean, now it's like everybody hold hands and get in a circle and like do a seance or something.
Yeah.
Oh, he left again. He voted with his feet, guys.
He left. So apparently we can only respond to him in the chat, but he can open his mouth and talk about being muted, but he can't provide his facts.
Can we not let him type in text? At least restrict him from that so that he can be only regulated. Because he just dipped, dude, right now.
Yeah, he'll
Apparently.
complain about being muted, and then he leaves the call self-muting. Like, really, dude? Like, I thought
Look,
you don't
now
want to
he's-
be muted.
Bro, he's texting. He's still. Oh man, that's. I wish we can't restrict him from texting in the chat.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
No, there is
Yes.
no command to do a text restriction. You just have to ban them and unban them later.
Damn, well, we don't want to do that, but like the same time, like, you know, he's just going straight to the text because he wants to and he doesn't want to participate in here. And the text usually is regulated to people that are in here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe give
Yeah,
him
I
an
think
ultimatum,
we should
like
ban
join
them,
or not?
and then watch. Well, we should ban them, and then watch if the YouTube stream goes up one viewer.
Yeah. Well, if he's gonna text, he can do it there. That's a great way to just keep texting. Do it in Helio Skeptics live stream.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he just wanted to be in this text and not be a part of the VC, and we don't usually let people just sit there and do that.
Just wanted to ask you a question. Did any of you see the Quantum Erasers video with Wolfie and Will Duffy in there with the globe trying to show us how an aeroplane flies over the Earth and how it flies level, and they had a spirit level, and the spirit level was changing its pitch as it was going over the globe. It was a right mess. Did you see that one? Any of you?
No, that would be really. Who did that, Jen?
Quantum Eraser did that one. He did a critique of
No,
Wolfie's
I meant
video.
Wolfie did that. Like, who's the one that actually said that?
Wolfie and Will Duffy together. They've got a globe there, and they're trying to talk about how aeroplanes follow the curvature of the Earth. Okay, and they've got a spirit level, and it was a mess because you could see that the spirit level's not level. It's moving off of. It's just not level. Do you know what I mean? And it was just weird.
That's disingenuous, dude. Because every flight that people are on, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, they were trying to explain how planes fly over a globe, and that it was brilliant. I would endeavour to get that video, and I'll pop it in there later on. But yeah, it's really, really funny. Absolutely hysterical.
So they're falsifying the plum, showing that it has some angular difference or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But it was a complete disaster. And the way Quantum Eraser critiqued it, you just end up in stitches.
Yeah, those people are desperate.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice as well, Sonny. Yeah. They are desperate.
That dude Kane, I was looking for Indio. That dude Kane was here earlier, and he said it again. He said the weird thing that the pendulum and the gyroscope prove the Earth is changing. It's not only direction of rotation, but speed of rotation. And he was fine with that as long as everyone just admits the Earth is rotating. It can change speed and direction.
Hey,
Yeah,
Gene,
it's funny. Yeah.
you know the issue that they were having with the level on the globe? That when they went to the store, and bought the globe and bought the level, they didn't went to the different aisle that they sell the glue, because if you put the level on the side of the bottom of the globe, it's gonna fall.
Yeah, you
It's
can
gonna
have some
you
glue.
attached to it. So they need
Yeah.
glue. They forgot that part,
Yeah.
so that's why it didn't work.
Loctite Super Glue 3 is what they got. Yeah.
Yeah, they skipped the glue, and it failed. There you go.
Yeah, they felt it was a right disaster. I'm going to try and find a video later on, and I'll put it in there because it is a classic, I think, from Quantum Eraser. Another classic. Him and Nathan Oakley have been going great guns at it when they're doing the little critiques. I wasn't into the critiquing at first, but I kind of got into it. I could see where it was necessary to be done because they're trying to character assassinate the flat earthers with their antics. So the critiquing of their videos and their stupid antics just backfires in their face because, yeah, it's damage control. It needed to be done. And I respect them for doing that as well, yeah. That's why it's good material. It's just interesting that, we can't rely on our senses, apparently, Oh, yeah, and that was it. That was going to say, this is something else that some of us might have missed as well, that aircrafts generally are designed to fly horizontal on a horizontal plane. If you subject them to curved trajectory for hours upon hours, torsional stresses are going to start to increase and apply. And depending on how many flights they make a day, you're going to have a long maintenance schedule, okay? Because if you have a vehicle that's traveling at 30 miles an hour in a circle, in a tight circle, 30 miles an hour circle, and just keep going around in a circle, for 30 hours, let's say you're turning right, so it's a right-handed circle, okay? The left side of the car, the suspension is going to take a lot of stress because the car is, leaning to the left. That's the centrifugal force. So it's applying more stress to the front suspension and the rear suspension on the left side than on the right side. Yeah. So when you stop after 9 hours, go and touch that and tell me it's not boiling hot. You see what I mean? So that would apply the same to an aircraft flying over a curved trajectory for 9 hours because the weight shift.
So, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aren't they claiming? They're saying, okay, whatever gyroscope, all the devices that are in an airplane that indicate different, different values for different things, pressure, whatever,
the instrumentation,
the instrumentation, all of it. They're saying within the construct of the airplane, the curvature that the airplane is going with, the airplane is not how do you say, detecting it, but it's there.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not able to detect it, and they're saying that the lack of the evidence is the evidence.
That's right, Jemsy. That's right. That's what's so about it. Because the instruments, if it were to follow the curvature of the Earth, it would clearly be showing on the instruments, and it would be, you're nosing down, so you're not going to be flying level. So you're losing altitude, you're losing lift. As soon as you move off the horizontal linear line, you start to lose lift because you've got to go down from the horizontal. And that means you have to increase power, okay? Because you've got to keep the thrust, you want to keep the lift. So you've got to increase that. It's a dangerous maneuver. Curved trajectories are dangerous maneuvers, ladies and gentlemen, okay?
So the change of it is so gradually and so small that it's not being read or indicated anywhere.
No,
and
that's ridiculous.
It's there because it's not being indicated anywhere.
Yeah. No. It definitely would be, ladies and gentlemen, you're talking 90 degrees there. That's just on a 6-hour flight. Sorry, on 6,000 miles. That's a 9.5 hour flight. 90 degrees. That's from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. You're going to notice that. That's a quarter of the globe. How can you fly a quarter of the globe and not encounter curvature, ladies and gentlemen? How can that be?
So within these $1 million or $1 billion airplanes that can indicate so many variables to the very precisely, they're saying they're not going to indicate this change within the angle or within the degrees that is changing from one side of the world to the other side of the world. You can't.
Exactly.
There's no. Exactly. You cannot do that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Gregory said it right. Gregory said it's empirically. You have to notice that. It's impossible not to notice that. It's silly. Gregory had it bang on the money, man. And then Miggy came in and just totally discombobulated him because he didn't have the gyroscope data. Okay, and that's what they keep saying: gyroscope, 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 all the time. You know, and it's all crap because the gyroscope doesn't do anything. Well, it's not telling us about the curvature of the Earth. No, it keeps the plane horizontal. You see, right? I had a big argument a couple of days ago in the Omnivore server about the and the NASA Shill and others are calling themselves pilots, and I'm talking about night rating, where pilots sometimes who want to get a night rating, they have to take a test, and then you get your rating when you do put more hours in. Sometimes you can't fly at night because your life schedule doesn't match. So there are times when you fly in an aeroplane where all the windows are blackened off and all you can see is the instruments. And then the control tower will tell you to taxi out, controlling you, and you go up. And you have to use your instruments only. And then do the left turn, the left turn, the left turn, the left turn, back right on where you landed. Yeah.
We have someone new. Go ahead, Pinhead. Go ahead, Pinhead. Ask your question, Pinhead.
I've been to space.
What was that?
I've been to space. I've worked on a satellite before.
Yeah?
You've been to space, you said?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
When was that?
I've been to space. Prove me wrong.
Silly. When did you go?
Look me up. I went 3 years ago.
When did you go? When did you go?
Look me up. I went 3 years ago.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'm not going to dox myself.
Well, then how can I find you then?
What device were you on? What device
You'll
were
need
you
to.
on?
Yeah, hold on. You'll need to ask.
I was in a rocket ship.
Okay, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to share. Okay, he doesn't want to do any of that. So just either
I'm
accept
just
it.
living proof that you're wrong, and you need to accept that.
Okay, well,
no, I don't.
People aren't going to accept that because you're a liar. Dude.
So you're not going to accept that because you're a liar.
Really?
Why are you lying?
I accept your statement unconditionally.
I accept you are a retard unconditionally.
Why are you lying, bro? Why are you gotta come in and say a lie? Why do you gotta lie?
Bro can't talk without spitting.
Why do you have to lie? It's very interesting when people just have to come in and say a lie. This is the best the Gloper has.
That was a very good question, because usually it's why do they lie? What? But now you're asking the person, why have you got to lie? Great question. Great question.
Yeah, it looks like he just exited like a 6-month triggering. I was kind of looking at when he's been around here before. It was like right before, like the final experiment sort of rocked this dude. It rocked him into giving up the topic for almost 7 months. He almost got there. He almost got to a conclusion, but couldn't do it.
But from the last few hours conversation, there was some point that Percentage was trying to make. Percentage, are you there? Can you clarify your point about what was being said? Percentage, he was speaking earlier, and Ian was saying something, and Percentage was saying something else. So I don't know where was the disagreement in there. If there's any clarity. Do you remember what Percentage was trying to say, Jin? What was it? He was addressing you, Jin, earlier. Remember?
Sorry, I was eating. Yes, I can. Yeah, it was basically we're talking about the pitch angle of the aircraft over a curved trajectory. That pitch angle is going to continuously change for the whole duration of the flight. Percentages of a different opinion, basically, and I said he was wrong in that, because the pitch angle basically is referring to the attitude of the aircraft. Now, the aircraft is configured to be 3 degrees nose upwards. That's correct, and that's fine. That we agree on. But when you start to go over a curved trajectory now, the angle of the plane is going to change because it's following a curved trajectory.
So it cannot be horizontal going over a curved trajectory. You can't do that. Not 90 degrees of curvature. You've got to follow the curvature. That means trajectory, and there's no horizontality there.
Yeah, because across that distance, that adjustment has to be. What was that? Someone said something.
It has to be adhered to. You've got to follow it. You've got to go through 90 degrees. Yeah, that's all.
And when you're flying, aren't you also constantly being brought down by gravity?
Well, actually, gravity has got nothing to do with flight at all. So that's just a red herring, a spanner in the works. It's a lie. It's a fallacy. It's nonsense.
So you're saying that gravity doesn't exist then?
Of course, we don't have gravity. You know, I'm Mr. No Gravity, mate.
What makes stuff fall down then? Are you saying it's the mass of it?
Go and ask the creator why things fall down. Yeah,
No,
that's all you need to do, because the creator. I didn't create this earth. I observe phenomena, and when I don't know what is fully happening, I don't start making stories up. You know what I mean? So for me, the only way I'm going to know why God, the creator, endowed objects to go heavier than air and objects to go up, directly up when they're lighter than air, I'm going to have to ask God that, because no human being knows.
So my
All right?
question to you is, if a pen is heavy enough to drop, why doesn't a plane drop? And why when...
Well, the reason why the plane doesn't drop is because the plane is under power. So it's under power. You turn off the engine, it starts to drop like a stone.
Perfect, right? But that power is also being affected by gravity, okay?
No, it's got nothing to do with gravity at all. It's got nothing to do with gravity. I'm sorry. You're going to have to stop right there. I can't be in a room full of gravity. I've got a table, I've got my bicycle here, the whiteboard, chairs, and I've got a little helium balloon, the lightest thing in the room, and gravity can't pull that lightest thing down, but yet it's pulling down my table, my chair, my shoes, the whiteboard, the TV, my video cassette player. Get out of here.
Hey, Zach, when you say gravity, what do you mean? What is that mechanism that you call gravity that is causing an effect on the airplane?
It's a phenomenon of which the Earth attracts things that their mass is more than air.
You see what I mean? This is these human beings, man. How have you proven that, sir? How have you proven that, sir?
We're talking about this. Can you please provide me some scientific evidence that, you know, some things aren't affected by it, and that when planes are flying with power, they're not affected fully by gravity? Can you please?
They're not affected by gravity at all, because when the plane takes off,
please provide me some proof of it.
You're not listening. You're just running up your stupid mouth, but you're not really listening. Listen again.
Wait, Jin, he is making a claim about gravity, and he asks about scientific. Zach, do you have like a scientific?
Is it?
Do you have like the scientific paper and the hypothesis of gravity? Can you post that?
No, but I would like one on what he's saying. I'm sure I could find one, but like I want one on what he's saying, so I can.
Okay. So you're the one. Okay, remember, Jin told you that the engine and the aircraft is designed to create lift, right?
Mm.
And you're saying that design is an anti-gravity device, because you're saying gravity is pulling things down and the airplane is designed to go up. Now you're saying that this gravity thing, that you're claiming the airplane is designed to go against that gravity. Now there must be some type of demonstration or paper, scientific paper, that it has been demonstrated that gravity is a thing that has been manipulated, and you should be able to demonstrate it. So do you have the paper where that is shown?
Gravity assisted flight, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they're telling us now. So we have, gravity is assisting the flight. Gravity has got nothing to do with aviation at all, ladies and gentlemen. That's all.
Can you please show me a paper on that then?
I don't
No, but Jin, let's first try to define what he means by gravity, because I don't know exactly what he means.
Tell us how gravity assists the flight. Go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. Buckle up. Here we go.
That's a problem. It doesn't assist the flight at all. It negatively impacts the flight.
You might want to speak into your mic as well, mate, because you're coming a bit low.
Guys, sorry, no, people tell me it's too loud, so I have it further away.
No, just talking to your mic.
Am I okay, like audio-wise now?
Yeah, you're perfect. Go ahead now.
I appreciate it. So, like, no, gravity doesn't help flight. It's a factor that's negatively impacting flight.
Okay, don't tell me what it is. Just post the scientific paper where you got this idea
I asked you for a paper first, and now you're asking me for a paper.
You're the one listen, we can post about airplane schematics, about all of those things, right?
Go ahead. Right now, let's do it.
But
Let's
you're
do
the
it.
one claiming that gravity is a thing that is affecting Earth
No, I
flight. So
started
can
this
you
off.
show that?
No, I
Yeah, so
started this off. I'm not
you've got the
claiming the
burden of proof,
gravity. If
mate. You
you
started
run
it,
this
you
back from
finish it.
recording, if you
You
run this
got the
back from
burden of
recording,
proof, my
the
friend.
first thing I asked was I opposed Jin, if I'm saying that right, sorry, his idea about flight, and I asked him to provide papers on it, and then you asked me about gravity. So I didn't start with gravity.
No, no, you
I just asked
started
for his
gravity.
papers on
No,
history.
you started gravity. No one else there mentioned gravity because we don't talk about gravity. We don't talk about it. You brought it up. You said gravity, and I told you I'm Mr. No Gravity because you guys, well, you don't believe gravity? I'm Mr. No Gravity, mate. Okay, you brought it up, so you prove it. Thanks.
Well, you can
Hence,
prove
I
gravity
said
by stuff falling.
gravity-assisted flight, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, prove it, please.
It's not assisting the flight, though. And like, so what do you think happens then when you drop
apply
something?
it.
Why does it drop?
Explain. It's your problem. Go ahead.
Okay, why do things drop when you drop them? This is part of my explanation.
Unfortunately, you're supposed to be explaining to us how gravity
No, I am. I
has
need
some bearing on
I need you to
flight.
respond to
So
me.
it doesn't mean that I'm going to be answering your questions at this point. You're not doing your job properly. You made a claim that gravity has something to do with aviation. Please explain where it is.
Okay, so for planes to create lift, okay? Yeah, I'm not an expert here, right? But to my understanding,
Well, there you go. I am an expert.
okay, now you're interrupting me.
Sorry.
Just give him a minute, Jin. Come on.
We're down here, guys. Like, it's the same loop.
I was moderating Jin, so you can continue speaking. Come on, go ahead.
It's okay, guys.
It's okay. You're not gonna bring the paper. You're not gonna demonstrate what you claim.
No, I'm not.
So that's a baseless assertion. You got nothing then.
Exactly. He's not an expert, ladies and gentlemen. And I said to him, I'm an expert. In fact, I'm a professional expert specialist. That's what I am. Listen again, a
Then let's
professional
provide some
expert
proof.
specialist. That's what I am.
Then
Okay?
provide me with proof.
I don't have to provide you with any proof. You made the claim. You made the claim.
No, but you've also made many claims here. Can you please provide proof of one of your claims?
You made that claim, and now you're can't prove.
Why
prove
can't
it.
you provide proof for your claims?
I don't have to provide any proof at all.
Well,
I've already
then why
done
do I
that
need to
earlier.
provide
If you
proof
scroll
then?
back, if you scroll back, you see I put a video in. You see I put a video in explaining how aircrafts fly over a globe. Oh, sorry, how they don't fly over a globe and how they fly over a horizontal plane. Okay, it's all there. I posted it ages ago.
Well, how long is ages? Because I need to go to a timestamp to find it.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to look at the whole video, mate. I'm not here to give you timestamps.
So
okay,
you posted a video. But I mean, it's like, when did you post the video? An hour ago? 2 hours ago?
Oh, sorry, maybe about 45 minutes ago, Jin CBR1. Just go back, you'll find it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. And then watch it. It's called Globetard's Flatline. Jin CBR1 posted that. A great video, that one. And you'll learn how planes fly horizontal and not over the globe ball that you think you live on. And ladies and gentlemen, yeah, gravity has nothing to do with aviation at all. They keep bringing it. It's a red herring. You know,
So Zach,
gravity is needed. Gravity is needed. Yeah, go ahead.
In the text, Jane posted a few things. Other people have posted stuff, and you open your mic and claim something about gravity. When are you going to post this claim that you're holding?
I don't have proof of this claim. I'm sure there's proof out there, but I'm not going to go and waste my time and search for it. I didn't open my mic. Guys, please just let me explain. That's not the first thing I said when I opened my mic. The first thing I said was, "Can I ask a question?" And then I asked him to provide proof. And then he asked me a question after that, and that's when I brought up gravity.
That's incorrect.
No, that's incorrect. We got you recorded. Sorry, mate.
Okay,
please
go ahead, Jin, a third party. Go ahead, Elbow. What happened, Elbow? A third party that wasn't speaking at that moment. What happened, Elbow?
Yeah, you came in saying that the reason why planes fly is because of gravity.
Thank you. Thank you for your honesty, sir. But I know you're always honest anyway. As for the Englishman, you're letting down the side there, mate. Terrible.
I'm not English, sir.
You sound it.
Well, I don't know what to say to you, but I'm not English.
All right. Well, you're letting down your race anyway.
I'm letting down my race.
What you said?
So Zach, when you talk about gravity, what gravity are you talking about?
Guys, I'm trying to listen to the live stream. If you don't mind, I'm trying to figure out when I first started speaking. Thank you.
So you can.
So you have to deafen yourself so you can hear that.
Yeah, I'm going to, but you guys are asking me
Right.
questions. So
All right, bye-bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we do have people coming in, making sorts of claims and then accusing us of making claims and wanting us to prove their silly little story. That's not how it works. We are telling you exactly how planes fly. Those of you who have been flying for ages, I can strongly say you tend to take it for granted. Me, on the other hand, even though I'm 63 years of age, I'm still like a kid when I get on a plane. I close my eyes. I want to see if my senses are working when the aeroplane begins to reverse out of its parking, okay? And then if it's a left turn with parking or right turn reversing, I can pick that all up in that aeroplane from that seat I'm in. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's why I do that. I love doing that. Okay, and then I close my eyes and then it starts to accelerate. And then you can feel the rumble as it's accelerating across the runway, and then the rumble's gone, and now you're up, and then it's starting to bank to the left or the right, and then you open your eyes and you're up in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so your senses do work. Okay, they do work. I don't take flights for granted at all. Reason being, it's a dangerous thing to be doing anyway, especially these days with doors falling off. Okay, but I love flying. Love every moment of it. I've jumped out of planes parachuting, so it's a beautiful experience. That's why that's what I can describe flights for you. What you would expect through curved trajectory, and that is, you will not be getting any meals. You will not be getting your blankets and your pillows and your magazines, newspapers, and comics for your children. You will not be getting your snacks and your soft drinks. You won't even be able to go to the toilet. For a curved trajectory means that the angle of the plane is not level anymore because it's following a curved trajectory. And if you're talking about a 90 minutes curvature, 9 hours of curvature, so you've got the first half, 4.5 hours, and then the second half of your curved trajectory. At what point can you go to the toilet? Because there's no horizontal there. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? But you do go to the toilet. You do get your blankets. You do get your pillows and your magazines, your comics and your snacks and your newspaper and your soft drinks, and you can go to the toilet, and in fact you can stretch your legs. Why are you able to do that? Because the plane is flying horizontal. That's why you can do all those things. For an aeroplane flying for a curved trajectory would mean you'd have to be in your seatbelt for the whole duration of the flight. At no point can you leave that seat. Right. Aeroplanes prove flat Earth.
So
I've been saying, yeah, go ahead.
So Zach, you're back. You undeafen yourself. Go ahead.
was I hot micing? Why am I server muted?
No, you weren't hot mic, and you.
Okay, can we get on,
yourself.
please?
I'm
Have you got
sorry,
anything to
and
say
I
for
was
yourself?
wrong.
One second, Zach. Zach, give me 1 second, because Jin, you have like a how do you say? Your mic is like coming in and out, and you're kind of lagging. So whenever someone is speaking, it takes like 20 seconds for you to reply, and then you jump in on top of others for some reason. It's like some type of a timely thing that is happening with
Okay,
your
I've
connection.
got a lag, have I? Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry, Zach. I think remember, Jin is on the other side of the globe in Japan, so the satellite connections are not, very well connected.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. I'm sorry, and I was wrong.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. You conceded. It's also good.
No, it takes a
that's a
big person
rarity.
to admit it, man. That it takes a big person to actually admit when they're wrong. That's
Bro, that's great.
Points for manning up.
You know what I was wrong about? Are we all on the same page?
Well, you manned up, dude. That's all we need.
No, but do you know what I said I was wrong about?
Tell us.
I was wrong about what I first started my conversation. My first point. I thought that I started with a question, but due to people speaking over me on a live stream, I start with a sentence. I start with a statement. and I apologize
What
for
was
that. I
it?
thought
Can
it
you
was a
remember?
question.
Can you remind me of that statement that you started with? Go ahead.
Hang on a second, I gotta play it again.
So we can
I'm trying to
start the conversation again. Go ahead. And we're gonna start from there and then continue step by step, hopefully.
Okay, so my thing was, yeah, like when you're flying, aren't you constantly getting brung down by gravity? That was my thing. But I don't know enough about it to argue about it, so I'm not gonna argue about it.
And that's fine. And it takes, like I said, it takes a lot for somebody to apologize for something they
It
said.
doesn't though. That's the thing. It's just some people are
It
so
does. Some people.
upthrown, you know, egotistical thing that they won't apologize. But like,
Yeah,
I
well, their
appreciate
ego
that y'all are
gets in
here
the
to
way.
try and debate. It's a shame
Excuse
that
me.
you know y'all have been deceived. But like, I don't hold that against y'all.
100%. It takes ego to say that you're wrong. So.
No, it doesn't.
So real quick, let's that's it's cool with the meta and everything, but your first statement was that the airplane is being affected by gravity.
Yeah, but
we
I don't
can
have enough
demonstrate.
to argue
So,
that.
He also said.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me, gentlemen. I can't.
You also hold on. You also said.
Who's asking me to hold on?
Speak about it. I'm sorry. I was.
there's something going on with the connections. I think Elbow is cutting out. Is it me?
No, I just wanted to quickly address something in the live stream because I can't text message in there. But the Raytime guy, yeah, put the water on the outside of the bucket, bud. You're saying, yeah, put water in a bucket and spin it around. The water will stay inside the bucket. Duh. It's inside of the bucket.
We're in the middle of a conversation. You gotta speak about something else, dude. What the hell, fat man?
And I thank you very much for your time, guys.
No, that's fine. Oh, you gone?
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if you attach the string at the bottom of the bucket, fill it with water, cover the lid, spin it around, and then release the lid? What would happen to the water then?
Real quick, Raytime, they're addressing you, Raytime. So you got the mic now. Are you there,
Look at the
Raytime?
formula I wrote. Yeah. Look at the formula I wrote. I understand that these morons don't understand how math works. Can one of these morons read it?
Excuse me,
Since we're talking about centrifugal force.
Excuse me, insults and ridicule are the tools of the
I've been
losing
insulted on
party.
video. I've been insulted on video endless times and banned with lies. I recorded it and I made a video. And I made a video after you banned me for 3 days for something I showed on video that you said I didn't.
Stop whining,
And
Linda. I've been banned.
Every insult
Linda.
I've been insulted is
Linda.
recorded. Do you understand? Do not get to boss me around, you fucking scum.
Calm
You
down.
do not get to
I've
boss
been
me
banned.
around. You do
calm
not get
down.
to boss me around.
Calm down. I've been banned, and I'm sure your insults were thrown at you after you started calling us morons and whatever.
I have a video. I have a video of it. I never
Okay,
did. I have
good.
a
Play
video
your
of it. I never
video
did.
and review it. Review your video. See who threw the insult first.
No, I didn't. It's obvious right there in the video. Here you go. I had 2 of them. If you want. So don't
Wait,
make
guys, and the other guy, we're here right now. Forget about whatever in the past. Concentrate on right now, today, and what is the claim on the table, and what is the reply to that claim. Raytime, pose your claim or say whatever you're claiming, and someone is gonna reply, or vice versa. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just joined the group again so I can post the video that they said I didn't make. And then I noticed that the conversation was that racist guy was talking about how you can use a toilet on an aircraft. I said, just because you don't have an imagination, you can't imagine how you can use a toilet in an aircraft, even if it's bending sideways. I kept being called crazy in chat and handicapped. So I said, yeah, imagine holding a bucket and spinning it fast. Does the water spill out of the bucket? No. And then he said, well, imagine holding the bucket with the string from the lower side, assuming that the water is going to spin out. Now, you need to do that, spin it really fast, but the Earth only spins around about 15 degrees per hour. So that's really, really slow, and that's not without counting the force of gravity that counters the centrifugal force.
It's
So
never been
just because
proven.
you don't understand,
Yeah,
it has been
It's
proven.
never
Please
been
calm the
proven.
fuck
And
down.
one
Your
and a half
ignorance is
times
not
the
my
speed of
problem.
sound.
Your
One
ignorance
and a
is not
half
my
times
problem. I
the
don't
speed
talk
of
to
sound
racist
is not
people.
slow.
I don't talk to
One and a half
racist
times
people.
the speed
I
of
don't
sound.
talk to racist people who call someone genocide of my people. Do you understand?
One and a half times the speed of sound is not slow.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah, one and a half times the speed of sound is not slow, by the way. One and a half
Yeah,
times the speed of sound.
look, this dude's arrogant, bro. Dude, calm down.
Okay, one at a time, guys. One at a time. He said a few things.
Let
Will
me ask you a
anybody?
question.
I'll finish. I'll finish with this. I'll finish with this. I'll finish with this, and you can kick me out if you want. I need to finish with this, and you can kick me out if you want to. I do not.
I want to ask you a question about your question. What reference frame is the Earth spinning in?
You clearly don't understand reference frame. Just let me finish with this sentence, and then you can kick me out. You can kick me out after. Just let me finish this.
Absolute reference frame for the Earth spinning in, and everything you did is disproven by Newton's bucket. So try again.
Yo ريتين وسع بالك شوية.
Hard. I'll try, but I just don't want to speak to that racist scumbag. That's all. I'll speak to anyone about anything. We can disagree all we want. I'm just not going to speak to that racist scumbag, and he does not get to speak to me too.
Ray time. They just asked you a question.
Yeah, sure. So reference frames doesn't mean that you mean spins on an axis, not a reference frame. There's no such thing as spinning it on a reference frame. That's not a thing. You could say it's within a reference frame. And yes, Earth itself is a reference frame.
I said within.
Yeah, Earth itself is. Earth itself is a reference frame. Again, Earth itself is a reference frame.
But it has to. So within the Earth's reference frame, it's not spinning. It has to be spinning within some exterior frame.
Earth is spinning on its own axis because Earth itself is a reference frame.
Okay, so that's a rotating reference. That would be a rotating reference frame, right?
A bucket spinning on Earth means it's spinning on the reference frame of Earth because it's a part of what interacts with Earth. That's how interactions work.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm addressing you saying the Earth is spinning and it's been proven.
Yeah. Have you used a gyro before?
Yes, I have. How does a gyro prove the Earth?
What reading do you get on a gyroscope, whether it's mechanical or otherwise? Have you ever used any navigational tool before that were used as gyros for stabilization? Okay, cool. What's the reading on it? No, you said you have. You said you have. Just answer my question. What's the reading on it?
Doesn't give a reading.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Okay, what's it give then?
15 degrees per hour.
No, dude. You're an idiot.
Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Look at any manual for any gyro. It has a correction of 15 degrees per hour. What are you talking about?
Okay,
yes, it does. Open any gyro manual. It's going to say 15 degrees per hour within the margin of error. What are you talking about?
You said the wrong thing three times.
Stop making shit up and be an honest person.
Okay, it's 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. Now try again.
Yeah, again, that's what I said. 15 degrees per
15
hour.
Degrees per hour. That would only be at the poles.
Oh, wow. So now it does. So now it does give a reading. Thank you for agreeing with me.
It's called an internal critique, you stupid fuck.
Does it say that it needs to Does any manual on a gyroscope which used for stabilization has a correction for 15 degrees per hour based on its position and orientation? Yes or no? You'll find that every manual in the fucking world says so within the margin of error mentioned at the end of the specifications. Stop lying.
Post the manual. Post any manual that says that. Go.
Fine. Of course, you're going to ban me again like you did last time.
I'll say it. I'm sure I'll find it. You won't find it.
I'm going to do it now, so calm yourself down.
Do it.
Just try not to ban me when I do it like last time. So I have to make a video demonstrating that I did post it and do an experiment for you in video like last time. Stop lying.
You didn't do anything for me. Don't call me a liar.
I did a video. I posted it on video. I had the whole thing recorded. Shut the fuck up.
A video of what?
Click the fucking link in my channel. You'll watch it, and then you can pretend that it didn't happen.
Dude, you're
fucking
mentally ill.
Now stop changing topic while I post the links for the manuals.
Mentally ill.
Stop changing topic, you cowards.
I'm asking you what video. You just said you posted a video.
In chat. Stop pretending nothing happened.
Of what?
You posted a video of what?
A video of what happened. Are you stupid?
What happened? Why are you speaking in vagaries? Be specific, dude.
I am specific. There's a video with the entire context if you're interested in what you morons been doing.
The entire context of what you're a dumb fuck, dude. Say something specific. The entire context. Who was talking?
Stop
What were they talking about? When was it?
How about this? How about I make your dumbass a deal?
You got about
Let me
3
find the
seconds.
links,
or you
post
get
them.
fucking video.
Also, thank you for posting the gyroscopic instruments. That's exactly what I was looking for, but I'm going to post the manual for those 3. One of them is the altitude indicator, not altitude, the attitude it should be called, not altitude.
Oh, the attitude indicator. Oh, yeah.
That's one of them. That's one of them.
It wouldn't work if it had Earth rate drift, dude. It wouldn't even work.
Really? That's not what it says at the end of this fucking manual. No, does it?
Well, see, it wouldn't work if it account.
You morons keep posting the shit on the internet. Do you think anyone that knows that I'm lying wouldn't be able to post it? I'm fetching you the fucking links and compiling the list for your dumbasses so you can read it. Holy shit. Willful ignorance is really strong in you people.
This is why you get muted, because your word count.
No, you're distracting me on purpose. You're
doing it again and interrupting me again because you're trying to mute me.
I am being an asshole to this guy.
You're
I have
muting
had
me.
no respect of anyone here, not even basic human courtesy. Yes, and I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Okay, you heard what he said. Ban him. I'm banning you. Bye.
The Mu'min does not use profane language.
Right. So has he gone then? Yeah. Yeah. Has he gone?
No, he's still in the Twitch chat.
Ah, okay. All right. Fine. Just for the record, I just want to extend an apology to Percentage on this Saturday evening or your time, Sunday early morning here in Japan. To Percentage, I told him to shut the F up earlier on because I thought he was interrupting but I'd like to give him an apology, handshake, and a salute because I do respect him really. I don't want any bitterness between me and him. So if you're the Percentage, please accept this apology from Jin CBR1 on the record. Thank you very much.
Apology accepted. I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Love, hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses.
And maybe hugs. We'll leave out the kisses.
I just finished reviewing his little clip there where, he was being a douche nozzle. So, whomever called him an idiot to start, you were correct. It's not like he didn't have it coming.
So how did that discussion conclude with the flight data? Unbelievable. I wasn't here.
That dude has severe emotional problems. He shouldn't even be allowed in this chat ever again.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Just to answer Gregory's question, Gregory, it went down very well indeed. I'm sad you missed it because Miggy held his feet to the fire and asked him to provide the data that shows gyroscopes informs the pilot that they're going over a curved trajectory. Okay, and he couldn't prove it. He couldn't prove it at all. So in the end, he got muted out. Okay. Yeah. And we backed up what you said in that it would be impossible not to notice curvature over 90 degrees. How would you not notice the curvature there? How would you not notice that? So there you go. And I also posted the video from Quantum Eraser, the Globe Tards flat line with the incident from that Boeing 777 that had the engine that blew up basically because of a turbine shearing off, wrecking the engine, and the pilot shut the engine down in time and then returned back to Honolulu. Nobody died, and of course the plane got a new engine in the end. But yeah, and the telemetry data showed for the 2 hours that the plane flew horizontal all the way through. There wasn't a curved trajectory there. 1,200 miles. Okay.
You know, it's really ironic when they just always deny the uh, implicit, empirical, detectable things, empirically detectable things. Like if he lived in the cosmos that we believe, there's several entailments that follow that would be empirically detectable. But we don't empirically detect them, so their premises imply falsity, so it falsifies their position. But they deny that these empirically detectable entailments are indeed empirically detectable, which of course is self-defeating, because no matter what happens in their cosmic paradigm, you can't empirically detect the consequences, the entailments of their premises. It's so self-defeating. It's like you're just a contrarian. You're just a petulant contrarian to the point that you defeat your own position.
Dude, you know XO, right? Gregory?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm sure you heard him say, like, you're gonna be arguing against your own claim in 30 seconds.
Right.
It's like the Earth is spinning, and then they instantly start arguing how you can't detect the spin, which is
Right.
so crazy, right?
Yo, like that's like, well, I don't know what to compare that to. It's just so idiotic. I literally attempted to make some sort of analogy or comparison, but I couldn't think of nothing because it's so idiotic. It's like you are trying to argue your position is empirically verifiable and or verified, given the entailments of your premises, but then you deny the implicit empirical detectable things of your premises. You're making your position unverifiable just by your own rhetoric, just by your own pattern of rebuttals.
Yeah, it's a sight to behold. I think the sight to behold is that they have zero self-awareness that they're even doing it.
The vast majority of them are oblivious. It's just, that's why I call it. It's just petulant defiance. They're resisting what we're saying because we don't agree with their position, not because the particular rebuttal that we said to them in whatever given moment was incorrect. They're just stuck in their agitation and their stupid indignation, and they just resist everything that's being said to them by us.
Yeah, and we had a young lady come in, and the first thing she says is that she was asked about the flat Earth, and she said, "I think flat Earthers are delusional." First words coming out of her mouth, just stepped into the server, just like that. Well, she didn't last more than 5 seconds. She was gone.
And again,
I didn't
we've
get it.
talked about this before, but it's still a worthy question, right? Like, why is there such strong antipathy, right? Why is there such strong antipathy to the supposition the surface of the Earth is horizontal? The surface of the Earth and ocean is horizontal. Why is there such? It's one thing to just disagree, right? It's one thing to even just strongly disagree, but to have such strong antipathy and abhorrence for that notion, for that supposition, the question is obviously why. Where is that coming from? There's something deeper underlying that.
Yeah.
I was talking to Danny Ryan about this last night. There's only 5 types of arguments Goldberg even give, and given the variation of human, behavior, it's very strange that there's only 5. Like we hear, it doesn't matter who they are, what level of it's just a very weird that it's like there's some weird brainwashing that happened, but it's undetectable. Is it subliminal messaging? What's going on? And what you said, the antipathy, where does that even come from? It's like, who hurt you? You know what I mean?
Crazy. And the whole this whole, I'll just call it this whole era of conscious scrutiny and criticism of scientism obviously has exposed some things about the scientists, like what you just said, for instance. It's exposed just how hypocritical and pretentious the scientist is, especially the devout zealots. And it's also exposed, secondly, a common type of thought pattern, like you just mentioned. They're nowhere near as intellectually robust and formidable as they like to presume themselves to be and espouse themselves to be.
Yeah, you just like to hear yourself talk, don't you?
So there it is.
Are you trying to hurt his feelings?
He was just
Nah,
so,
it's something
so
I
annoying.
noticed yesterday. It's something I noticed yesterday.
Because it's
Does it bother
so
you?
reprehensible for me to speak in a voice channel. Right.
Yeah, it's a Discord call. Did you want him to mime?
I can perceive things. I've known this guy for years, and what I've realized is a lot of the time he ain't listening to nobody. He just really likes to practice, or he likes the sound of his voice, or he likes to practice articulation. It's one of the two.
Yeah. Cope.
I'm sorry he uses multi.
It ain't no cope. It ain't no cope. It's definitely not a cope.
It is.
That's so funny. How would it be a cope? It has nothing to do with my survival, bro.
Dude. He uses too many syllables.
Nothing to do with my survival.
Explain it like he's five, Gregory.
Y'all are hopping on his dick when you know it's true, bro. You wouldn't be getting fucking emotional if it wasn't so true, guy.
Too many syllables, owie. Too bad.
Nah, bro. I can understand everything you're saying, bro. I read too, but I don't try to fucking make myself sound fancy. But yeah, I realized it
It's so
yesterday.
reprehensible to use
You
words
just
that you
like
don't
to
want
hear
to
yourself
use.
talk. You don't actually like to hear other people.
Another
So I don't like to hear you
argument.
talk.
You don't want me to use.
Flat earther.
Too bad.
Yeah, this is one of the tactics. Ignore the subject and attack the person and complain about us. Wow,
There ain't no subject. There ain't no subject. I'm making an observation after years of knowing a man. And it's true. And none of y'all are acknowledging it. Y'all are just ignoring it and getting emotional.
Bro. Y'all repeating yourself.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
truth
let me
needs to be repeated.
Let me take a guess. You're the smartest man in the room, right?
No, he's second smartest.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But that's funny. That's funny how you guys have been wrong
He's the
about
most
everything you
agitated
said
and
about
irritated
me.
man in the room. That's obvious.
That's funny how you guys have been wrong about everything you've said about me this morning. And yet I've been starkly right.
Listen, bro, you know what a sign of liking your own voice
You guys
is?
are
Repeating
fools.
yourself.
You guys are fools.
You're admitting to repeating yourself, so you must love to hear yourself talk.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just realized that this guy doesn't actually listen to the opponent or anyone in the conversation for that matter. He just likes to hear himself talk. I realized it yesterday, and it's true. I just came in here today. I was listening.
Well, that's
and
funny. A lot of the time, he posts things in the chat for people to look over and read and think about. Did you miss that part?
Yo, for what
Listen,
it's worth, Noah, I don't completely agree with you.
I've known this guy for years. You're not telling me anything I don't know. I'm just making an observation, and I know
You're
it's
apparently a mind reader, though.
I know
You're
y'all.
a mind reader, though, because you know
and
he thinks.
I know y'all are irrational and foolish because y'all accusing me of shit right after I make an observation, and all the shit you accuse me of is not true. So I know y'all are a bunch of
You're not
fools.
merely making an observation. You're just yapping.
Yo, Noah. In my experience, he listens to the person that's talking, but he's not as smart as he tries to sound.
Nah, in my experience, bro, he really just wants to hear him talk, dude. I had like a fucking epiphany yesterday.
It's really
That's what it
amazing
was.
how
I really
fixated
fucked
they
with
are
him.
on me right now.
I really fucked with him before that, but then I realized,
Is the
like,
channel
when I heard him
designated
talking
for
to someone
ridiculing
else, I
me,
was like, yo,
moderators?
this guy is actually
Like, he's
just
just
here,
repeating
not
the
even
same
addressing other people
ridicule
and what they're
about me.
saying.
Like,
Well, hold on.
Just wants to hear himself
Noah,
talk.
how about you bring a subject, and illustrate it?
Okay,
Dude, do you want a Discord
subject would
call
be
where everyone dislikes the words that are coming out of their mouth?
on Discord? Why are grown men who are older than me on Discord acting like women and getting emotionally hurt because one of their friends got criticized?
Dude,
That's
you're
how
the
women
one
are. If
belly
you
aching
criticize
like
a
a
woman,
woman.
if there's a group of women, and I go up to
Why are
one
you
woman, I say, "You got a
implicitly
pimple on your
Repeat
forehead."
yourself.
I said, "Y'all got a pimple on your forehead." All
What
the other
woman
women in
hurt
the group would
you?
go,
Why are you
and that's what
implicitly
y'all did.
disparaging women?
Y'all are
No, that's
feminine
what
women in
makeup's
here.
for.
You're a
Yeah,
feminine
that's why
woman,
everyone
sir.
puts 3 inches of makeup on their head. Dude,
3 inches of
enough.
being feminine. 3-inch cock. You're feminine. Don't even talk.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
You
Wow.
boys are feminine.
Dude, you sound dumb as fuck right now.
At least you're masculine, Gregory.
You
You're not
sound
feminine like your
profoundly
friends over
idiotic right
here.
now.
Somebody needs to
I
mute
mean,
your
Dude,
ass.
you don't even
it's
know
just
what
a
the heck
shitty
you're talking
opinion.
about, brother. You're
No,
just
let him
talking
Yeah,
share.
and you have no clue what you're talking about.
you
Such a
clearly do
Apparently
if
know
you're
what other
emotionally
people are
reacting,
thinking,
buddy.
dude.
You clearly do
Get
if
it
You
you're
out.
apparently
emotionally
know what
reacting,
other
buddy.
people are thinking, sir.
Still
You
clamoring.
You
apparently know what
defeated
other
your own
people are
point by
thinking.
being an emotional little girl.
All right, man. This is hard to hear. What's
If I
going
didn't
on
know
here?
what
Because
someone
really
else was
isn't
Noah,
enough
saying,
of
I
hold
that.
wouldn't
on,
get
Noah. I'm trying to
emotional about
mod.
it.
Noah, hold on, man. What's going on?
Thank
Can
you.
we actually have a conversation or an argument? Because I mean, all
Oh,
I
there's
hear is
nothing right now.
screaming back and
Not if
forth.
he continues those antics.
Hey, dude, I'm not asking you for a colorful.
Commentary.
I'm just saying, go with an argument. What's the argument?
A
I
lot of
was just
flat
talking about the
earthers
previous
are
discussion where he
feminine
just
and emotional.
raged
A
out
lot of
against
flat
me because he
earthers are
heard me
feminine,
saying words that
emotional,
he
and
doesn't want to hear me
irrational. That's
say.
my
Yeah, it's
argument.
amazing, and both of y'all speak at the same time. I can understand what
Well,
y'all both
I made
said.
my argument. I'm sure you heard it.
On my
So is
end, when I
anybody
began speaking, I
listening?
didn't hear anything.
If everyone's listening, according to this person, because of the emotional stability of flat earthers, the Earth is a spinning water ball in space because of flat earthers.
You're retarded, flat man. You don't know who you're talking
Fool
to.
in the chat. Hey, everyone that's spoken against me, actually, I'll give you not Gregory, but everyone else that's spoken against me has accused me of something that's not correct or not real. So y'all are fools. You've proven yourself fools and emotional
No,
idiots.
you're a hypocrite. You love hearing yourself speak.
I
So
love
what's the
calling you
point of
out
all this
for being an
clamoring?
emotional fool.
Do you have a point that
Get
you
it
can
out,
actually
bro.
you drive home? Is this some cowboy
Yeah,
here or what?
y'all are irrational. You're an irrational
No,
group.
hold
At
on,
least all
Noah.
the
I
people that's
understand. I
been.
get it now. I see your PFP, dude. I see your PFP in your space helmet. You're upset that your astronaut dreams have been dashed, but just
This guy's a
no
fool.
need.
This guy's a fool.
Yeah, he is.
He
He
doesn't
is
know
a fool. He
anything
is a
about.
fool.
That's
The
funny as fuck. This
Discord.
guy's
If you
actually a
don't like the
fool.
call, leave it, bro.
A guy speaking is actually an irrational fool, proven in real
Can we
time by
please
his
get back to
accusation
the
of me, which
subject
is
this
not.
channel is designated for?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, if it's wrong, yeah, on the periodicals count.
Wow.
You guys are kind of being dumb. Someone criticizes a flat earther, he's instantly a glober? Come on, man.
Nice. Yeah.
I never said that shit. So don't include me in that.
No, the guy's his space helmet and his PFP, his astronaut costume. That's what gave it away.
He's making
No,
a
he's
joke.
not a
I think
Glover,
it's
man.
ironic or
Noah's
something
not a
he said.
Glover, dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's a Glober. And what happened to your hair, Gregory? What's going on here?
Well, it decided to retreat back into my scalp, so I don't know what to do about that.
Looks good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So proven in real
Did
time.
you get it all out,
Old
Noah?
horsehair burn at burn or
we're just gonna
whatever.
Did
go
you get
right
it
back
out,
to the
Noah?
subject that you
He's a
brought up.
proven fool. He's a proven fool. Yeah, he's a proven fool. He says things that he has no
Noah,
knowledge
stop
of.
ridiculing
Well,
yourself.
That's the
dude, you
type of
sound
people
like
we're
your
listening
brain is in
to.
outer space.
Please don't.
It doesn't matter. You've proven yourself a fool. Your opinion doesn't matter.
Not
No,
at all.
say
You
la
just say
vie.
things that you have no idea
You're
of.
pointing me.
Yo,
Actually,
percentage. Your hot mic is broken. You're screaming
Gregory's
into the.
bloviating is actually not even that
Someone else has the
compared to the
floor now.
foolishness and emotions of this
Just
room.
continuing to clamor.
He's actually the best of the worst. I can see why he's looked in high regard because y'all are idiots. Not everyone, but all the people accusing me of things that aren't true. You're
Thanks to heavens for that one. Whoever muted him, thank God. The guy is apparently a mind reader.
Sure sounds like a space cadet.
Imagine the intellectual
It's like
capacity we could free up if we didn't
can't
have
have.
people wondering
Here's
why the
another
Earth
one.
was flat.
Y'all. Why? Who knows?
So, are there any scientists in here? You know, the adherents of scientism.
Anybody in here with a PhD? No? Nobody? Okay. All right,
Junior,
just
are
me.
you a scientist?
I've got a PhD. But that's
Yeah, I
not
thought
my
about going $120,000 in debt, and then I said, nah.
In what subject, Junior? Junior. I guess you just don't want to reply.
The Junior went to space like 3 years ago, but he has to look him up, and then he doesn't know. He doesn't want to say who he is.
So y'all spoken to him before. Okay. So he's one of them. Wow. Well, we can get the discussion going again. You know, this is what the channel's for.
How can you have a discussion after a bunch of people were proven to speak on things that they are absolutely incorrect about?
So,
Yo, Junior Penny, I got my doctorate.
I'm trying to get
Sorry,
the
guys.
discussion going about, you know, the subject that this channel is designated for. I'm trying.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, if you're not going to discuss subject matter, you're just going to attack people. It's not going to go well. You know, that's the whole issue here. It's like you're not here to. If you're not going to be bringing forth your facts.
Me?
You know, no, not you. I'm just talking about people in general. People aren't going to be bringing forth facts about the subject matter at hand. There's really no point if your whole purpose of being here is to attack individuals and personalities. It's like, where can the conversation go from there? It's just silly.
So, who in here believes the Earth is a ball? You, Junior, are you saying yes to my question? Hello? Is it that there's no ballers? Is it that there's no one in here who believes the Earth is a ball, or they're just AFK, or they just don't want to answer me, or like I don't know what's happening.
No. There's Junior Pinhead in here.
I think he may be AFK, but hot micing, like in little spurts, with extended periods of time in between.
Yo, now, bro.
What was with the little crybaby outburst? It was like a parade of crybabies.
It's weird.
It's weird in here sometimes, man. It's a very, man. I have to say that this politics Discord is one of the weirdest. It attracts some of the strange people.
You said the word right there.
Middle-aged, single, still living with their parents like you.
Here we go.
What was that? What'd you say?
Middle-aged, single, living with their parents. Mama, papa.
Dude, I haven't lived with my parents since I was 14 years old.
Like you.
You don't know what you're talking about, kid.
Those parents kicked him out because he couldn't take a shower.
Junior, what good are you getting from your ridicule?
I did more shit before I was 15 than you've done yet.
Bro was too smelly to live under his parents' roof.
Junior, what good are you getting from your
smelly. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I'm telling you. Dude, you're so immature. Fucking speds couldn't get laid in a women's prison with a fistful of pardons.
Wait, the what? What was the last part?
Fistful of pardons.
Let's try again. Junior, well, actually, hold on. Let me ask the room. Has anyone had a lengthy discussion or debate with Junior, and he's just trying to irritate now.
They never have a discussion with this guy. This guy just doesn't want to actually speak. He'll just insult and just go away.
Oh, so he's only trolling. Oh.
Gregory, do you want to present your spheroidal Earth?
Well, I ain't trolling. I'm 100% serious.
Not right now.
Y'all think I'm a troll? You're wrong. That's another proven point that you're fools.
No, Noah, we're not talking about you, Noah.
Oh, Noah. Guilty conscience much?
Guilty? What would I be guilty of? I criticized the man for globe eating.
I unmuted you to give you another chance not to go back into this thing.
Yeah, but you're a fool. You make assumptions and you say things that aren't true when you have no knowledge of them.
This is just thoroughly annoying now. She's just
old harassment. You're a proven fool to me and to everyone who knows who I am.
That's fine, Noah.
Yeah, that's fine that you're a fool and you're known as one.
Noah, you're not making a point. I mean, you making
There's nowhere to go but up.
Just denigrating people. That's what you're doing.
Hey, that's a good attitude, at least.
Thanks. You're complimenting a fool. Look at you.
Hey, I do it quite often. I just say what's I perceive to be the truth.
Spit it out, Noah.
Why, you trying to drink my spit?
You guys are degenerates, aren't you?
Little bit.
Yeah, you are. The world was a better place when it was impossible to get a hold of a Playboy magazine.
Oh, wow.
These people have the degeneracy in their ringtones.
It's true.
The friction was more or less done. I don't know why he got banned after.
I guess you don't know.
Yeah, and the question earlier about why this is so upsetting to them or why it's such a big deal that the Earth isn't a ball. Well, because they have to come face to face with the, maybe I'm overusing the word degeneracy, but we live in the modern world. We see what's going on. People have to come face to face with this, and it's all their ability to detach from their actions and these things they say and do comes from this idea that they're just marbled pond scum that was struck by lightnings eons ago.
Please clarify this for me, because it seems one way to me, but I want to make sure it's correct or incorrect. Because like Noah he just exploded with all that we heard after I was saying my comment in critique of the scientist zealots. So the way it unfolded, it seemed like he resented my critique against the scientist zealots, as though he is one of them and doesn't appreciate that critique. Has he switched, or is it something else?
He's mad because you say correct and incorrect instead of right and wrong. You're using too many syllables, and it hurts his brain. So that, he can't handle that. He's been observing you apparently from afar with some weird man crush for you,
right.
And it's not attractive to him, so he doesn't like it.
Oh no! Come on, be fair, guys. Noah's he's a really intelligent dude.
He's mad at Gregory for sounding too smart, and he's mad at me for sounding too stupid.
So only Lord knows, really.
No, he said he was mad at Gregory for not listening to the person he's talking with and just hearing to hear the sound of his own voice and stuff. And he's mad at you for assuming that he was a globe earther and just like talking without knowledge.
Yeah, I don't. All I see is his PFP. I've heard him in here before, but dollars to donuts, even though $1 probably costs more than a donut these days. A donut costs more than $1, but I guarantee that Noah still thinks he's floating in outer space.
No.
So we're dealing.
Noah's been in the game for years, bro.
I don't know, man. Well, the hell's it? What's his deal today?
Right.
You heard Greg, and he said what he said, man. I personally I don't think Gregory ignores whoever he's talking to, but I do think Gregory, you try way too hard to sound smart.
That's your opinion.
At this point, do you think he's trying? Really, after 3 years, he's still trying?
Maybe not trying, but definitely the language doesn't match the idea.
I wonder how you verified that.
Yeah, dude. Hey,
because you don't say too many. It's just language. It's the rhetoric isn't. It's not quite up to scratch, in my opinion.
Hey, percentage.
That's just who he is.
Just repeated it. The opinion. It's like, how do you know that?
Yeah, percentage. You ever on a work site when someone says, "Oh, there's the fascia boards, there's a soffit, there's this, there's that." Why? It's like you would go to the site and say, "Hey, why don't you just point to it and say that wood over there?" Maybe he's saying something because that's the word he's using or needs to use.
Maybe, but that's not the case. Usually what he's saying could be said simpler, and the idea isn't that intelligent to begin with.
Yeah, but that's your personal opinion.
The majority.
It's my personal opinion. Yes, this is my own observation. You're free to disagree.
Okay, well, the next time that happens, where you get confused, ask him.
I've never been confused when Gregory's talking. I've never once been confused.
Oh, so you're being confused on the behalf of others?
No, I think you're confused right now.
I think the Earth is a donut.
Like a fritter?
I think it's a donut.
Yeah, well, I'm asking, does a fritter qualify as a donut? They sell them in the donut shops.
No, I'm talking about your classic donut. Like the one with the hole in the middle.
Oh.
Yeah. Even if the Earth was a donut, you're still not going to get laid.
I think it makes sense.
Where's the hole?
In what sense?
No, it's in the middle.
It's the most complex shape you can think of with a donut.
But we can't see it because we just go around it, and we haven't been able to go out, and that's where the moon is.
You can't
and
see
the
what's
sun.
going around what?
Well, because the moon and the sun are in the middle of the donut hole, and the stars and everything are on the outside.
So what do you not see?
What do you mean I don't see?
So also
we don't see it.
You have any evidence for that? Anything you said? Well, let's ask.
Evidence for the Earth being a donut?
Yeah, for the Earth being a donut. Other than baseless
Well, I walk on it every day, and when I see the horizon, it curves, right? And the Earth can't be round. That's some bullshit.
Hold on, we
like
have
a
a
donut.
sentence. Hold on, dude. You did your first sentence ending with the word "right." Why don't we focus with that? Because you're hoping for us to agree. So what was that?
Well,
you see the Earth curving, right? No, I don't. Where do you see it curving?
Well, when the bottom of it, and it slowly gets eaten up by the horizon as it goes over.
Oh,
the bottom is the first to
you're
disappear, right?
interpreting that to be curved. Yeah, that's your interpretation,
it has to be
dude.
curved in some way, but I don't think it's round.
It's not true.
Yeah, that can't happen.
True. Well, I was just going to say,
it's curved some way, but it's not round.
They're true, but actually aren't true because we can demonstrate them.
How do you guys take me seriously? I've been bullshitting and rage baiting you the entire time. You guys are all fucking
Yeah, we're not raging, are we?
Why he leave so quickly?
Dude, it's like literally the fail army in this chat today. Did the little boy leave?
He's off to the donut shop. It's too bad. I mean, it's good when the Donut Earth claim gets made. It's good to get to the bottom of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
A Bengals song in there today.
What is that? What's a Bengal song?
All the cops in the donut shop go away, oh, hey, oh. Walk like an
Never heard of that.
Walk like an Egyptian.
I'm learning something new. I don't know. I ain't up on it.
Did you notice donut shops never burn down?
That was a great track from the 1980s. Walk Like an Egyptian. That's a great track. Yeah. I remember it very well.
Has there ever been there has to have been at least one donut shop that's burned down and destroyed by fire.
Yeah, for a place full of hot grease. They do kind of avoid it, like, because all the donut shops that were there 40 years ago, that were there 20 years before that, seem not all of them, but they're still there. Yeah, that's a weird, strange.
What made you think of that?
There's always a cop there. If there's a fire, they just radio the fire department immediately.
That's right.
And that's like high priority, right? They just drop everything. Oh, we're trying to save a baby. Get the baby. The donut shop burn it down.
Did you drop by a donut shop just then, or did you just go to the donut shop? Like, why donut shop? Where'd it come from?
It would make more sense to say donut shop never been robbed.
No, I don't believe that. Yeah, I've one stick up for a glazed donut or the paint with the sprinkles.
Yeah, I've heard some robberies. So that's usually because they have to open at odd hours, like 3 a.m. and.
Oh yeah, Popo's off shift.
That happens in movies all the time. Well, not all the time, but yeah, that's yeah. Just yesterday, I was wondering if whatever that smoke or steam coming off the top of Burger King is just some machine up there. If that really has to do with the cooking process, because that's great. But now I'm going to wonder about donut shops. Yeah, what is that? Steam or smoke?
Steam is the smoke of water.
Yeah, what's coming out of the top of the Burger King? So that's what I'm wondering. Is it real or is it just like a little machine, like a little advertisement?
I would never think that nor say that. What's coming out of the goddamn hole at the top of the Burger King? I would never think to say no shit like that.
It's obviously smoke, because steam kind of
I've never worked in a Burger King, but I've worked in some restaurants, and the Burger King's the only one that has smoke coming out of the top of it, or steam.
Well, percentage, steam and smoke are two different things. They're not the same.
What are you talking about? Steam
I think they're trying to
smoke of the water burning.
Yeah, but they're trying to insinuate
water
that comes from the
burn. Wait. Water doesn't burn, dude.
Yeah, it does, man.
Burn? Water burns?
Yeah, when water burns, you have steam, which is the smoke from it burning.
Water burns.
Flammable water?
Yeah, it's called boiling.
Flammable water.
Water smokes. Water can smoke.
Yeah, the water boiling is called burning. And the smoke is steam.
Everyone at home hear that? The guy who was calling us all emotional feminists and all this other crap.
Did you also hear the smile?
He burnt a pot of water at home. He burnt a pot of water at home.
You're saying that
No, I didn't burn the pot. I only burned the water.
When you put the water on the to boil, you say you're burning the water when you boil it.
Yeah, boiling water is burning water, and the steam is the smoke from the water burning.
Steam is smoke.
Yeah, dude. But this all began,
right?
Yeah, this all began because it's supposed to be from the broiling of the Whoppers. So you're telling me, you're answering my original question. It's just like an advert.
No, it's only steam if it's the broiling of the waters.
Whoppers.
Okay, so why is Burger King the only one with a pillar of steam coming out of the top of it?
Because vapor sounds like water.
Percentage. The steam from the water is vapor, not smoke. Vapor.
Yeah, vapor is smoke of water burning.
No. Smoke and vapor are two different things, not the same.
I know, but is steam and vapor two different things?
Okay, vapor and yeah. Vapor and smoke are not the same thing. Percentage, not the same. Different.
I didn't say they were. Besides, you guys are taking the joke too far, man.
Okay, good. Good thing that you're joking. Good thing.
What's the recipe for ice cube?
That's still killing me. Flammable water.
Hey, it doesn't have to be flammable.
The water that burns it isn't flammable.
No, it's like the flame of fire, but without the burning.
Now, when you say you burn water, you mean that when you turn the water into gases, it's no water anymore, and then those gases you can, light them up. But that's not. Those gases are not water anymore. They're gases. You're burning the gases, not the water.
We're burning airtime right now. We're desperate for a topic.
I'm just making sure I'm not confused myself, because you guys are smart people. I'm just trying to say what I think it is. If I'm wrong, just tell me.
In Islam, jinn are created from the flame of fire. Smokeless fire. Fire without anything burning.
Go ahead, Savion Blanc. Savion Blanc. Is that wine, or is that your name and last name? Savion Blanc.
It's Sauvignon.
Sauvignon. Blanco. If you add an O at the end, it will be white wine.
Yeah, just imagine that. The flame of fire without anything burning.
The gases burning cause fire. I mean, the gases. It's not. The gas is burning, isn't it? Or what's happening when the gas turns into a flame? What is happening there? Is that burning gas?
Yeah, it is.
So were you saying that the gas is burning without fire? I mean, without. I don't know. You confuse me.
No, yeah, it is a confusing. It's like something you have to ponder. It's what in Islam the jinn are created from. They're created.
Let's get Noah back in here.
Imagine something burning. There's nothing burning but fire existing. It's weird.
Sauvignon Blanc, go ahead, tell percentage about the globe nonsense. Tell him so we can go back to it. Let's see if we can find the text.
I've never heard of Sauvignon Blanc before. What about Martin K?
All right, Sauvignon, he can speak now. That's all right.
The Discord must be completely glitching. There's a
Why you say that?
No, well, in chat, the chat's a couple of people. I think I don't know if we're the ones using mobile or whatever, but you can't chat. You open the chat window and it closes it up with the keyboard.
That's gotta be. It's been happening to me in some devices, but if I try another device, cell phone, it doesn't do that. So it looks like it depends on maybe on the how do you say, the version of the Android software or something like that.
Yeah, it just started happening about an hour ago.
Go ahead on Trust. You can open your mic and ask your questions to the panel. On Trust, go right ahead.
Hello. Is everyone okay?
Hi. Yeah.
Well,
how are you doing?
That's good.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to ask Percentage some questions if that's okay.
Maybe anyone else? Anyone else, but not Percentage, because he's busy right
I
now.
want to hear his religious perspective on the flat earth.
He's burning water at the moment.
He's burning water.
Why can I hear you right now?
You not like listening to me?
This is an alt account?
Yeah.
Click mute.
It'd be better if you'd. Well, I think it'd be better if you join a private channel.
I just
By the way,
kidding. You have a
in Islam, the earth is flat, and anyone who says the earth is a globe has kufr, disbelief.
Can you tell me why?
Percentage, can you hear on Trust?
No, I just turned it down right now. I don't talk to women, man.
Sounds like a boy.
You ask him like why he thinks it's why there's like compelling evidence that like the earth is flat to the point where like it's kufr if you don't believe the earth is flat.
Well, clearly, Allah, God, created a flat earth. You see, and we can see that. We've been given our senses to know that. We've got instruments that we have made that prove that. What's the argument here? You know, the question would be, how did you confirm that the earth is a globe? What did you measure the curvature of the earth? I mean, you know.
Absolutely.
Please, young lady, get on with it.
I think I'm kind of convinced, like with the, like, you know, logical evidence, like, you know, water when it's on a flat surface, it's flat, right, and things like
Correct.
that. But I want to
Given
hear like
empirical
Percentage's religious perspective.
Okay, well, because as I've mentioned, you know, Allah created a globe, not at all. He created a flat Earth, and if you're going around, not you in particular, people who are going around saying the Earth is a globe, that's against God's creation. That's a crime, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So the creator designed it on trust, right? Listen, so you are in the realist level, you experience in certain ways, you have your God-given senses, you can make observations with your vision, you can touch things and measure using with instruments, right? Measure certain things. You have your vestibular system, which is in the inner canal of your ears, a liquid that is horizontal, and that indicates if there was any motion, any spinning, and you don't feel any of that. So if you're asking about, you mentioned God. I mean, your God-given senses actually debunk the globe nonsensical arguments, because the globe goes contrary to everything you can experience, observe, sense, measure. So the globe is nonsensical, complete nonsense. You think about it.
You wouldn't detect a 360-degree rotation over 24 hours. That's a lie.
How do you know that?
You think that you can detect a 360-degree rotation over the scale of 24 hours?
Asking a question doesn't prove you know your proposition is true. Try again.
Did you hear what we said on trust?
Yes, I was listening. I agree with you guys. I'd just like to hear the religious perspective from Percentage. I've been a flat earther.
Yeah, but as he said, he doesn't talk to women, and that's his position there, as he said clearly to you. And the idea of the Earth going at 20 in one rotation, 24 hours, 15 degrees an hour, but that's at 1.5 times the speed of sound. Now, is 1.5 times the speed of sound slow? Anybody? Is that a slow speed?
It is not slow.
Thank you very much. There we are. Brilliant.
And also, you know about water on Trust? You know, there's water when you go outside. Water.
I know,
Is the water?
Sorry, go ahead.
So you know how the water behaves, right? And water
On a
is
flat
not.
surface is flat, yeah.
Yeah, and also you cannot attach it on the outside of spinning spheres in a vacuum, and that's the claim of the globe. You require contained, pressurized environment for the water to be under a certain pressure to be in the liquid state. So if you have water that is not curving across the surface and is obviously in a liquid state, you know you are in a pressurized environment, and that pressure requires containment. And the globe doesn't have any of those variables in place to have all of the things that you can observe and experience in reality. The globe claims fall flat when you compare it to the realist level.
Well,
you know how the globe has to paint blue with crayons and pencil colors or pixels to say this blue is water. But that's not the way water behaves, right?
Right.
On the outside of spheres.
But what about gravity?
Yeah, what about it? I'm glad you mentioned that. Sorry to cut you off there. Everybody, all you globers tend to, or maybe not you in particular, but other globers tend to mention this bucket of water and you're spinning it around. Well, I say this: let's attach a string at the bottom of the bucket. Okay, so it's at the bottom of the bucket now. We fill the bucket up with water. We put a lid on it, and then we generate that spin. Okay, now we generate the spin, and then we have a device that just releases the cover. What would happen to the water, you think, as I'm spinning? What's going to happen to the water?
It wouldn't stay, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Exactly. So the idea of having a bucket with water in it, and that proves gravity, it's just stupid, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right, there we are.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Percentage, if you can hear me, which I doubt you can. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. That was smooth, wasn't it? Delightful. Obviously, she was from the UK.
It kind of sounded the Percentage knows the user and they had interactions in the past, and she was kind of like trying to maybe troll him a little bit, but at least she engaged. But I don't think she was serious. Go ahead.
She knows that I don't free mix with women, so she tries.
Yeah, she was trying to drag you out of that. That's why I came into the rescue there by saying that he stated clearly that he doesn't talk to women. Right, and there you are. So you should not be pushing it, really. She's a naughty girl.
You too, though. You too, because you shouldn't the rule is not to talk to women unnecessarily, right? No part of this talking on Discord is a necessity. So I appreciate you trying to have my back, but you seem to be doing so I don't condone it.
If people are lying about God's creation and it's a woman, then you have to put them in their place, of course. Well, not put them in their place, but make them aware that what you're saying is not true, and you can prove it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, we've always got to be nice and polite. It's just when they start talking over you or with their smugness, they're completely and utterly wrong. Utterly, there's not one atom of their position that is correct, but yet they've got the gore to call us retarded or delusional or effed up or, just amazing. As Greggy was saying, that very strong disdain for the idea that the earth is a leveled, unbelievable, the reaction. But yeah, it's good to be back in the 24/7. It's taken 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. 3 years in the making of trying to get into politics. What a load of politics, eh?
Why did it take you so long?
Oh, I had a problem with my other device that when I logged into politics, okay, I can see the 24/7. It says join voice. I click it, you hear ba-ding, ba-dong. It's like I get in and I get kicked out immediately. Ba-ding, ba-dong, ba-ding, ba-dong. That was what was going on. Okay?
I think that'd drive
And
anyone.
I tried so many different ways to get in. Jedi tried to help, Miggy even tried to help. Loads of people tried to help me get in there. Lots of links. We tried everything. Ba-ding, ba-dong. But the other day I got a new device given to me from my Japanese student, you see. And I tried it today. Sorry, I tried it on Friday. Or was it Thursday?
And you heard a ba-ding and no ba-dong?
Yeah, I had a ba-ding and I was in.
Dang, that must have been disorientating at first.
It was frustrating, man. You know what I mean? To be seeing you guys there. So when I visit the other 24/7, the original, and when you guys are in now, I'm glad because they're all alive still, wicked. But now I can join now and I can really do my bit. I shall be facilitating the chat and information therein on a topic matter we talk about. I've got lots of material from the old days all coming back. So it's going to be very nostalgic, but with power. Pep, Gene. That's the way it's going to be.
Problem is, there's no globe gazelles, We're starving hyenas just waiting, but there's nothing to pounce on.
Okay, well, I'm going to try and do that then. I'll try and generate some globers to come to the 24/7. Yeah. I'm going to get, I know one that can come probably. His name is Oleg. Have you had an Oleg? Oh, yeah, Oleg was in here already. He's already in here. I don't have to worry. He's pretty good. I met him on other servers about a year and a half, 2 years ago, we'll have to say now. And he was totally adamant that, you know how they are. But like a Drew Sargent, I just matched them into the reality of it all. And now he's on a 24/7. I gave him the link. That's why he got here. 24/7. Yeah. Together with some other women, and they all started to realize that Jim was right. And I said, yeah, well, you just missed it. That's all because of your education. But now you understand. Brilliant. Yeah. So Oleg is in here now, and I'm quite impressed. He's still trying to fight it. He's still trying to fight that Earth is a globe, but he's actually in here listening. So that's good. He's from the UK.
Not now, though, right? I don't see him right now.
No, he's not in here now. No, he was in here the other day, 2 days ago. And he was faring well, asking the right questions, listening to the responses, but a little bit tangled up when a couple of people joined in and over talking a little bit. But for the most part of it, 90% of it was all good. 95% of it, I'd have to say, yeah. So hopefully you'll be back. It was good to hear Mary Mum's voice the other day as well. I hadn't heard her for ages, but she's still there. Brilliant. Mary Mum? I think she's known as Dandelion now. I think she changed her name. Dandelion?
Yeah, I do, but I have to turn her down too.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Well, her name before that was Mary Mum, I think it was, or something like that.
Yeah, she's an OG too.
Sorry?
I said, yeah, she's an OG too.
Yeah, she's an OG too. Yeah. It would be sassy, undoubtedly Sassy. If she could come back, that would be good. She was really good. Talking about, yeah? Mm.
Yo, whoever's like the owner of this room should put events, should hold events like, you know, inviting Globers to come argue their position.
Yeah. Is that your baby in the background?
Yeah, it is. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. How old is your baby?
She's a little over 1.
Wow! Congratulations. You've been busy. All right. You've been busy.
Yeah.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Good. 1. Yeah, I remember when my kids were 1. Nice times.
She's a handful.
Yeah, go on.
I think she's a handful.
Oh, yeah, of course. She's a lovely handful. What are you talking about? She's a lovely handful.
But the type of handful you always want to hang on to.
Yeah. Are you going to give her the injections? Oh, we can't talk about that, I suppose.
I can't talk about that.
No, yeah, we'll leave that. I'll trust that you won't, though. That's what I'll trust. Because Allah has done it perfectly already. Yeah, can't post that material. Yeah, on the good front of good news is that in the United States now, slowly but surely, they're beginning to remove the fluoride out of the water now, as it's seen as a toxic waste poison, and some court hearings have been had, and victory has been gained. So for those who don't want the fluoride in the water, so it's starting to happen now that they're removing removing fluoride out of the water in the US now, slowly but surely. Okay, just in case you didn't know that. No takers on the fluoride, eh? Okay.
Pingwit said on the chat that they're removing it and children are getting cavities again because, you know, they're removing the fluoride.
Yeah, they're lying. You see, that's exactly what they've got to do. They've got to lie so they can keep it there. So that was fraudulent and fictitious statement that they made, because that's not true, is it? Not true at all. You know.
So the amount of reported cavities decreasing after introducing fluoride into the water in certain cities where there is high cavity density is false. Right. That's anything that contradicts you is a lie. You're right. I'm so sorry.
No. The data is there clearly that it was not necessary, first and foremost, because they compared America to other countries that don't fluorate their water, and yet they don't have the cavities. So there's the question right there, straight away.
Oh, because other countries can just be replaced with America and we have the same variable.
Please don't do that, because I hadn't finished what I was going to say. The other thing that you have to also to consider is that damage from the fluoride in the United States. Fluorosis of the teeth, curvature, right? Liver damage, organs damage from the fluoride. It's all there. It's all there. So go ahead anyway. Sorry.
Real quick, we're gonna move on from this one because the VC is not for that. So
yeah. I can see the needle going into the red almost. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I just want to respond to him because he said that and he didn't let me respond. So there's no like direct link to liver damage.
Well, unfortunately, you haven't seen the data. That's all.
Just move on from that one, Jim. Just let it go.
Oh yeah. I ended it on a good note. Yeah.
Bring up a different topic with Penguin and speak
again. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about pitch data too, but what you said about you're conflating America to other countries. That's all.
Anyway, so we can't hear you.
You're conflating America to other countries despite differences that affect cavities. So that's all.
No, I'm not. And that topic matter is finished now. No, I'm not. You're living in a toilet. Never mind. Good luck.
You're free to believe that. You're totally entitled to believe that.
About the country's topic, America is not a country.
No, we're dropping it though. We're dropping it. I obviously don't mean the country.
How many countries are in the Americas?
You're a business that's out of control, America. A business that's out of control.
I thought we were dropping the topic, but now you guys want to talk all about it after I said you're conflating, huh?
No, we're dropping the topic matter, but
we're talking about geography, America.
Anyway, let's hope Robert F. Kennedy Jr. does his due diligence and cleans that all up.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hey, Penguin, there are about 35 sovereign states or countries in America.
You're right.
So yeah, America is not a country. It's a bunch of countries.
Oh, no, people call the USA America all the time.
What? What people?
Especially you Europeans.
Ignorant people?
No, it's just like interchangeable at times. So you know that when I was referencing countries and I say America, that means the United States of America. This is something that people know. You're going
when you say America.
Actually,
You say America, I'm thinking about Canada, Mexico, the United States, Colombia, Ecuador.
Well, that's fine. Now you know what I and other people meant by America when we refer to it as a country. It's the United States of America, so it's shortened.
So the United States of America. You were talking about the United States of America. That's what you was talking about.
Yep.
United States.
So I'm pretty sure that's what he was talking about when he said America. Because when he was talking about fluoride and recalls.
You know that in the United States of America there are multiple states that are flatter than a pancake, right? Like Florida. Penguin.
Sorry, I got a call.
How can you have a flat? How can you? Oh, you're in a call.
Where are you? Where were we?
That the Florida is flatter than a pancake.
The fluoride is flatter than a pancake.
You know that?
I mean, I never really thought about it.
No, it's Kansas, isn't it? It's Kansas State that's flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, and Florida is flatter than that.
Yeah. Florida's flatter than that. Okay, good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I never thought about that before. I'd have to check.
Oh yeah. I think there are about 20 states that have got that are really flat in the United States. I think there's about 20 of them.
Oh, I wouldn't contend with the claim that it's relatively flat. That makes perfect sense. Now, if you're to say they were completely flat, like a line, then we have a problem. Also, who was it? Was it Jin that was talking about airplane pitch data? You said that we should see what would a 90-degree rotation look like on pitch data? Do you think? Can you demonstrate that? Can you write that out, or maybe you can just explain it?
Basically, it's a drop over distance, and then the graph, the data would show you that in increments of degrees. It's not showing that at all. It's not showing a 90-degree on a 6,000-mile flight. Right, that's almost 90 degrees of your globe. That's a quarter of your globe. The data is showing a horizontal near flight, no deviation from the horizontal.
Well, there's plenty of deviations. There's plenty of corrections that are made every 10 seconds or so, especially by autopilot. So to say that there's no deviations from a flat line is not true.
There's no deviation unless they encounter bad weather, of course, and then they have to deviate to go up or go down to avoid the bad weather, the turbulence. The point that we're making here, when you see the video, I already posted it in there. You look for it, you'll find it. You'll see the data shows a straight line almost. Straight line, in fact. That's what it shows. The flight was only 2 hours in this particular case, but it was all level. There wasn't any curved trajectory over the 1,200 miles.
So what should the graph look like? You never answered. You said that there should be increments of pitch change that add up to 90-degree angles, but where would that be exactly, and how would we differentiate? Well, I wasn't finished.
Okay.
And how would we differentiate that from changes due to turbulence? Which again, even on calm days, there's slight turbulence that requires micro changes in pitch.
Well, from the zero, it would be plus if it's going up and minus if it's going down, basically, and the numbers would tell you. It's simple as that. You look at the
you just keep saying that. I guess you don't want to explain what it would look like.
I've explained it. What more do we need? I've explained it.
No, you just said the numbers will tell you. Hang
on. I've given you the video. It's if you scroll back, you'll find it. It's called Globetard's Flatline. It's episode 128 from Quantum Eraser. Go and have a look at it. Okay? Done my due diligence. I don't have to say any more.
At 1:01 p.m. Sorry, you might not be in the same time zone. At 1 minute after the hour.
I haven't posted it right now. I posted it a little while back. You'll have to scroll back to find it.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at a video. Artificial horizon of aircrafts.
No, that's not that. Yeah, look at that, because that shows you how the artificial horizon works during flight to keep the plane level. And then you need to actually look at it. You have to go back again. Go back some more to the Globetard's Flatline, episode 128. That's what it's titled, okay? That's the one that tells you about the incident that happened over the Hawaiian region, Boeing 777, and the incident where a turbine blade sheared off, wrecking the engine, and then the pilot had to switch that engine off pretty quick, and then with the one engine remaining, return back to Honolulu. That event took 2 hours, covering about 120 miles, and it was all level. You check it out. It's all there. We don't fly on the globe.
So I think, how many hours ago did you post it? Because I think chat got deleted about an hour ago, so anything before that is gone. You might have to repost it.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me see if I can repost it for you, okay?
And in that video, in one of those
I will do that in the next 2 minutes. I'll do it in the next 2 minutes for you, okay? Perfect. Just hang on there. Hang on there. Hang on.
And in one of those videos, there's going to be an example of what it should read if there was a curve of the Earth.
It's all going to be there apparent for you, and then you can take it or leave it.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no? Because if you were citing a couple of videos after I asked you for what an example would look like of that on a machine that's tracking the pitch, the level, and you cite these videos and it's not going to be in there, I'm not going to be too happy.
So that's just a wild goose chase. Because from my understanding, if you were to be gradually changing level and the autopilot's going to be consistently keeping adjustments happening, it's going to be a flat line on the graph because it's still level. It's continuously level. There's going to be some changes when you go up or down or due to turbulence, but the real micro changes that it makes every 10 seconds or so, at least, even on calm days, usually it's more. It's only going to represent that by showing its pitch, its angle. So if it's going to be level the entire time and while it's slowly correcting for it, you're not going to see these dips or rises in the graph because it's remaining at near perfect level. Because it's a gradual change. It's not like, oh, you're in New York, now you're in LA, and now there's 90 degrees of angle that you need to register on the pitch. No, it records it level because it's a gradual change. But I could be wrong. Maybe the videos will explain how it would actually look. Just what I hope they'll do. My opinion, no, it's my understanding over fences. That's how level would work on a globe. If you're tracking the pitch angle off level and it's constantly correcting for it and keeping you at level, you're not going to notice any sort of major deviations because the angle only changes due to curvature if you're going like 200 miles per hour, for instance, by like 0.02 degrees per minute. That's not going to show up as anything other than basically flat on a line that's on a graph representing the pitch over the flight time.
So how can you turn out and say that the lack of reading of curvature is evidence for the curvature?
No, I'm saying that wouldn't be a way to read curvature. I'm saying it would be expected to be flat.
So because
it's so gradual, it's too low resolution. No, the evidence isn't there to debunk the globe. That's what I'm contending.
No, it's not about debunking the globe if there's no globe in the first place. But think about this.
Well,
just follow the follow the chronology, right? The people that build the aircraft in the first place, they live in reality. And they want to build a practical aircraft to be able to get in on it and put their families in and moving from point A to point B safely, right? In a practical manner. So when they build the aircraft, they build it and they assume a flat, motionless Earth, right? To make it work. Then the pilot that operates the vessel never in his flight takes any curvature or any movement of the ground to operate the aircraft, right? The devices on the aircraft, like you admitted just now, don't ever show any curvature or any movement of the ground.
Yes,
So
he just
how
went in a
can
circle.
you
That was
come
his
to
original
any
point.
conclusion
Sorry, I wasn't done.
otherwise?
Sorry, I wasn't done. So you just said what he said basically, and my contention with that was this data that you're referencing that you're saying should account for the curvature of the Earth would only do so on such a small scale that's not going to be readable at that resolution that flight pitch data is recorded. You understand what I mean by that? Just so we don't circle around back to the original claim.
No, we're gonna circle back to the original point, and that is that the data therein that I posted in the video shows us that the aeroplane is flying horizontal. Like I said, 120 miles, 1,200 miles. There's a certain amount of curvature that you're going to encounter. It's not being encountered. I flew from London to Japan on several occasions. I'm in Japan right now talking to you, and that was a 9-hour flight, traveling at roughly 600 miles an hour. The predicted curvature experience that I didn't experience was meant to be of 3,740.47 miles of that through a 90 degree, because it's a quarter of the globe. None of that was experienced. It was a horizontal flight all the way. I know because I check every time. I got my bubble app and my senses. Those are the two instruments that I use to prove that we're not curving in any way, shape, or form. And I know that anyway, but I do it just to, for the fun of it now.
Okay, so what should you have seen with the tools that you used if the Earth were a
Well,
curve
the
and the
tools I
Sun
should
was
have
curving
used,
along
and
it?
the bubble app would have moved out of the center because the plane is taking a curved trajectory. So as it takes
Okay,
a
by how
curved
much?
trajectory, it's going to move right out of the circle. And then
By how much?
when it gets that's the first. You see, the bubble is going to be when you tip it. Yeah, it's going to be at the top end of the little circles, or out of circle to the top. And then as it's following the curvature of the Earth, it's going to steadily roll back and then roll backwards because it's going down to where I'm heading towards Japan from England. So basically, and then of course I wouldn't have been able to leave my seat because of that curved trajectory. I'd have to remain seated and belt it up because it's a curved trajectory, remember. Much the same as a roller coaster ride, if you will. Okay? Yeah.
Okay,
You're not
yeah,
the authority. And by the way,
that's
you
not
are
what a
not the
level would read on a
authority
curved
on
Earth.
this. By the way, you're not the authority, so you can refute and say what you like. The point is, we're not measuring the curvature on this Earth. Aeroplanes are proving that. Submarines are proving that. Torpedoes are proving that. Many instruments, long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, laser beam tests, GPS, theodolites, okay, radar, sonar, and radio waves. Take your pick. GPS. We've all got this stuff there, and it's all proving flat Earth. Okay, the video is there for you.
So you're wrong.
Go check it out.
Can I
I'm not
talk
wrong.
now?
You're so wrong. You're so wrong. You wake up wrong. You shit wrong. You eat wrong. You talk wrong. You dress wrong. You're a wrong 'un.
Oh no.
You will always be wrong. You will die wrong.
No, really? Oh,
Really.
fuck.
Really.
I'm always wrong.
You're wrong from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. Your whole life is wrong. You're even in the wrong country.
No.
You're in the wrong country. We're in the wrong country.
I'm not wrong about how level would read a curved Earth while maintaining level. That doesn't make sense. Why would the bubble move out if it was maintaining level over a curved
I'm
Earth?
not even going to waste my time with that. Look at the spirit level. And you
understand
tip the spirit level left or right. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's moving it off level. The plane is maintaining level gradually.
No, it's maintaining level because it's flying over a leveled surface. That would be the
no, it would do the same thing on a curved surface.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry.
It would do the same thing over the same amount of degree change over the time that it's happening.
You're living in Losersville. You're living in Losersville, and you come from Desperate Avenue, right? So you're living in Losersville. You're coming from Desperate Avenue, and you've got nothing at the moment. I'll post you the video. Go and have a look at the information you need to look at to learn.
Oh yeah, about your video. So that was supposed to be a response to my question. What should you see if you were on a curved Earth?
That's not the response at all. That's not the response of that video. That video shows
I explicitly told. Well, I'm not done talking. I explicitly told you
got it wrong
I wanted an example of what would happen.
You're wrong again, sir.
Don't talk in and mute me like you always do. Let me finish what I was about to say. Those videos are not what they're supposed to be. The videos don't show what I was asking for. You responded to my request, and you responded with something that was invalid, just like the level. Let me finish what I'm saying. Don't overtalk me and then mute me. That's what happens the entire time I'm here. Okay?
No,
this is a nice
what you're
change.
doing
Anyway,
is what you're doing.
So those
is
videos. Hold on.
You're trying to
stop talking. Stop
no,
talking.
I'm not going to stop talking because you're trying to misrepresent. You're misrepresenting what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that I posted a video for you to look at that shows you the data, the pitch angle data, that the aircraft follows a horizontal linear straight line during flight. At no point does it take a curved trajectory. That is the video that I posted for you to learn from, and the data therein teaches you that. Okay? Thank you.
Listen, man, I was trying to save you by giving you an opportunity to show an example of what it would actually look like if you took a level on an airplane over a curved surface, changing 0.02 degrees per minute or something insanely insignificant like that. But I'll take your one insanely wrong answer that it would, for some reason,
sorry, mate, you're the one that's insane
10,
and
20, 30 degrees to the side and the bubble would move all the way up.
That an
on a large curved Earth, a plane would never make such a dramatic change in such a short amount of time for a level to result in such an effect.
And the aeroplanes don't take a circumference flight. They don't follow the circumference.
You really can't let this guy speak, can you?
Because if it were to do so, you couldn't leave your seat.
What did I just say, Jim? What did I just say?
just right then.
It was verbal diarrhea, is what you said. Verbal diarrhea.
Okay, you're not worth
Verbal
talking to.
Man, I'm telling you, just move on. Just laugh and move on. Like, these guys
Yeah.
aren't worth it.
I am
Move
at
on.
this
These guys
point.
aren't worth your time. Like, you can do something
I'm
better
not
with your time.
engaging with
Yeah,
this
you
guy.
can do something better with your time. Watch that video and you learn something. That's what you can do with your time. Yeah.
Yeah.
We give you
I'm
the
sure your life
precise
is really
information.
good. I'm sure your life's really good. I'm sure.
Oh, you want to know what my life is? I'm married to
Yeah,
a
I
Japanese
bet it's
woman.
great.
I've
Yeah.
been for 26 years. I'm an English teacher here now of 27 years. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 27 years. And we have 4 boys. The top boy is
Wow. Poor
football
guys.
crazy.
Poor boys.
Second one's a black belt.
Well said.
Poor old guys. Imagine having this guy as a dad. Like,
Oh, hey,
fucking
Farms,
hell.
he's an English
You should
teacher
be
who
so
can't
lucky.
understand basic English. Earlier, I said he made it sound like I was joking. He said, "Oh, your serious claim is just a joke. You're making a joke,
Indonesia,
clearly." And I
Los
said,
Angeles,
"What joke? I like to
France,
laugh. I
Germany.
like to laugh.
Yeah,
What
we
joke
travel
was
the
made?"
world.
And
My
then,
life's
he
fucking good, mate.
derived from
All right.
that.
You want some more? I own a Honda CBR 1000. I drive a
All right, man. Jim, you
26-year-old.
don't tell your life
Wow,
story,
you in a
man.
Honda?
Pathfinder.
What?
Lovely
Bro,
guy.
I take it back.
All right. Do you understand? My life is
Okay,
much
Jim,
better
you
than
don't tell your
yours.
life story, Jen.
Yeah, thank you. Right. So don't be telling me about I'm sure your life is good. It certainly is, mate. And some of the
like
people in this server
penguins.
have seen images of my life.
On Jin.
Yeah.
So I like penguin.
You're in a Honda. I take it back.
Farms, calm down. Farms. I like penguin. All right.
I'm calm.
In order for you to have, you stop talking. In order for you to have a globe saying that it's flying over a globe, you need to have curvature measurements. Do you have that by any chance?
What are we talking about?
Let's
Oh
say
no,
that.
I'm not engaging in this.
Oh,
No,
I'm pretty sure you don't want to. I'm pretty sure you don't want to engage because you know.
No, I'm just not going to engage because last time I did this, it soaked out like 3 hours of my day.
You
I'm
don't
not doing
have,
this. I'm here to
I
laugh at you
understand.
guys.
That's fine. That means you can shut up.
Yeah, no, I
Okay,
literally don't care.
Yeah, well,
I
I
don't
can
care.
just mute you because I don't care. Then don't speak. Then there you go. So, like penguins, where's the measurement of curvature of the Earth? Where's that at?
You can just compare the flat plane to the globe, and the measurements will line up with the globe and not the flat plane.
No. I'm asking you, where is the measurement of the globe? In other words, drop over distance. Who measured that and how did they do it? You give me that, and I'm a glober.
I believe it was Eratosthenes who used the
Eratosthenes didn't
sticks and
measure.
shadows.
No.
Yeah, I did.
He did not
measured
measure.
the angles
That-
from the
he
parallel
made an
rays from the
angle.
sun.
Are your angles
you can derive
curved?
curve from that.
Are angles curved?
Angles can result from parallel rays hitting a curved object.
Let me see. Let me ask you another question. Did Eratosthenes has any assumptions in his measurements?
See, any assumptions, none that aren't backed by more evidence that strongly point to the curve. Like he uses parallel rays, but we know it's parallel rays because the sun clearly is not local. So the diverging rays from the sun are due to the curvature.
He assumed the Earth was a ball. Yes, he did.
He's seen
and
parallel
the sun
rays.
was far, and the sun was far away. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. You can do the same.
So the only
thing,
assumption,
assuming the same thing could happen if he assumes the Earth was flat and the sun was not that far away.
Okay, I'll give you that he assumed that there are parallel rays, but that's only in the technical sense that the parallel rays aren't being verified by this experiment. The parallel rays are verified by every other observation that we make that clearly point to a distant large sun, not a local sun.
What other observation did Eratosthenes do to assume that the light was parallel? There's none. Thank you. So he assumed
he doesn't need to.
Yes, he did, because he made the assumption that the lights was coming in parallel because they were far away, and assumed that the Earth was a ball. Therefore, the Earth was a ball because of the angles.
When did he do that exactly? When did he assume the Earth was a ball?
In his observation, he said, "Well, the sun it's far away." He assumed the Earth was a ball. The sun was far away. 40. I think you say it was 4 million. He thought it was 4 million at the time, by the way, and the light was coming in parallel.
So he concluded that the difference in angles from the shadows of the sticks was caused by a curve because the light is parallel. That's something he derived. He didn't assume that it was a globe. He came to that conclusion based on the premise that the lights from the sun are coming at Earth in parallel rays, which is supported by basic observations like the angular resolution of the sun. Because if the sun, this is really quick, if the sun were local and it was overhead, we would see it getting significantly smaller as it moved into the horizon. But we don't see it shrinking in angular size.
We often do.
Oh, like, well, there's a clear sky? No?
I'm saying during sunsets, we often see the sun getting smaller.
When? Can you show me that? I mean, if you're talking about by like 23 arc seconds, then like, yeah, that's pretty insignificant for what a local sun should be shrinking.
Does anyone have the video offhand where the sun gets really small as it sets?
But we see the sun in the sky ourselves, so you know it's not shrinking. It looks the exact same size, especially if you use
give me a couple of minutes. I'll get it
eclipse
for you.
glasses. Sure, either eclipse glasses or solar filter. But this has to be a pretty damn good video to contradict every other piece of evidence. If this is going to be like a cloudy day or something, like, I swear, man. Sunset time lapse. All right, so did that? I didn't see a noticeable shrink. Stay same size. Oh, it's Trevor. Yeah. Honestly, that video isn't the best to demonstrate how the sun stays the same size because overhead to the horizon, it's only like 0.0 something degrees in difference. So the fact when it's overhead, it should be the very closest to you, and if this is local, like only like 4,000 miles or so, then it should decrease once it gets to from 12 p.m. to 6:50 p.m. It should decrease in size by 40%, it's half, but we clearly don't see that. Oh, here's the day with insanely unresolvable low resolution sun dipping into the atmosphere with not even the proper lens. There's a terrible amount of diffusion coming from the light hitting the lens. So it looks like the sun. Yeah, we clearly, that's not what the sun looks like when it sets. You can see that with your own eyes, right? Who posted that? I was clip recording. Oh, he's a troll. He's not intellectually honest at all. Like, that is not what the sun looks like when it's setting. That video is clearly due to atmosphere. Everyone knows that. That is unique to that
due
video.
to atmosphere, why sometimes it doesn't look like it's getting smaller. Maybe there's atmospheric like magnification. Why do you so readily accept? Why do you so readily accept the one that serves your
magnification that'd be required to make it look like down to the 23rd arc second of the same size? You know how crazy the atmosphere would have to be for that all the time, and not to mention you can still measure the atmosphere. You can account for those kinds of magnification things. They do account for those with precise measurements of the sun.
Oh, really? Tell me about these precise measurements that somehow measure the refraction, the atmospheric pressure,
I got it right here.
along the optical corridor. Tell me more.
I got it right here.
You have like these temperature and pressure sensors every like 10 meters, or every 10 meters of like the vertical as well.
To account for like being able to see further. Oh, so you're saying that when the sun sets,
throughout the optical corridor,
we should see it being bigger. So
maybe the reason why it is bigger is because of atmospheric magnification, and the reason why it's smaller, like in the video that Clipboard put, is because of atmospheric like opacity and obstruction.
So there's obstruction and then there's magnification. You're suggesting that over the course of 6 hours, the sun moves position. Well, let's disregard that. Let me address what you said directly. You're suggesting that the sun that objects can be magnified by an extra half of what they should be when they're far away. When do we ever see this?
Well, I mean, maybe it's happening right now and you just can't verify. Because you can't go to the sun and, or see all of the temperature and pressure readings throughout the optical corridor from you to the sun on the horizon. So it's not, you can't prove what you're saying.
We can see objects at the horizon and we know their distance because we can track them. And never once has an object been magnified by 40% because there's an inverse relationship to the distance and angular resolution of the object. The farther, when it doubles in distance, it halves in size. When it's 2 times as close, it's 2 times as big. So when a ship goes from 4,000 feet away to 6,000 feet away, that's a 40% decrease in size. But you're suggesting that when a ship moves that far away, we should be able to see it at the same time, at the same size when it's closer. Sometimes we never see that, so that's just ridiculous. So that's how we know that the Earth is curved. You're welcome. Wow, silence. This is a first. Did I disconnect?
Sorry,
it's almost too hard to believe.
No, I'm just taking care of a kid.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't know I was talking to you. Sorry, that sounded like an insult, but it wasn't. I just looked at my screen now. I guess maybe he didn't hear what I said then. He's distracted. Maybe he just can't respond yet. Well, excuse me.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
My mic didn't pick that up. Oh yeah, were you the one that said that it could be atmospheric conditions that magnify the object by 40%?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we never see that. So the inverse relationship from distance to angular resolution is always observed to be consistent. Not and consistent in the sense that we should know that the sun is going to shrink this amount and that it wouldn't stay the same size when it moves an extra, if it's local, 2,000 feet away. So we see ships that are 4,000 feet away, 2,000 miles away. So if we see a ship that's 4,000 feet away and then it moves 2,000 feet away, if the atmosphere can magnify it by 40% sometimes, then sometimes we should be able to see ships remaining the same size despite having moved 2,000 feet away, which is never seen. So that's just ridiculous.
No, but that's like apples and oranges because we're talking about the sun, which is so far away. So there's got to be.
We're talking about distant objects.
Issue of scale.
It's the ratio would be what's determining it because there's an inverse relationship between the distance and the size. So the scale doesn't matter. Not to mention that the atmosphere only goes so far. So there's only so much that you can account for the distance.
Scale does matter because that's how lenses work. That's how the atmosphere works. If over a long period of time,
angular resolution is based on ratio, not scale.
Hold on. Let's say you have an index of refraction, right? Of a certain index of refraction over more distance, it'll be more pronounced.
Yeah, but the atmosphere doesn't go 4,000 miles up to where the sun would be on a flat Earth.
Doesn't it though? Because there's no true vacuum. There's no perfect vacuum. So there's going to be air from between us to the sun. Now you could say that the pressure dramatically decreases, sure, but there's still air, and it's going to be most pronounced, near to the surface. But there's still going to be an effect from the air that's beyond.
Yeah, so the air gets thinner and thinner as you go up. There's less and less atmosphere. We know that the amount of atmosphere that extends upwards and towards the horizon from ground level on Earth is insignificant compared to 4,000 miles. So a ship should have relatively similar conditions to the sun. It really is like when accounting for that, just down to the inverse relationship between angular size and distance. Like the atmosphere wouldn't account for that much. Like even if it does extend up 4,000 miles to the sun, I'm not sure that it would ever be possible for an object to stay the same size when it moved like 2,000, like a half away.
I don't know, man. Like, what's the index of refraction for? Because you'd think that the sun is 93 million miles away, and that 93 million miles is not like vacuum. It's not perfect vacuum. It's a low pressure air environment. So all of that air, coalesces into basically a giant lens, and you think it's like outside of the realms of possibility that causes the sun to magnify a little bit as it gets farther. I don't know, man.
It's not a little bit. It's 40%. It's completely negating the inverse relationship between angular size, distance, and angular size. That's never seen, no matter how much atmosphere you have. You could scale it up. You could say that, okay, at 100 feet during these atmospheric conditions, we can see things X amount bigger. Maybe like, I don't know.
Who's got that Rob Skiba clip? There's a Rob Skiba video that shows the atmospheric magnification as like the light source moves away.
Yeah, but the atmosphere isn't going to make something appear 40% bigger.
He demonstrates it on small
scale. Because we know when days are clear. So if it were to be so specifically perfect to match keeping the angular size of the sun from overhead to the horizon almost every day, we would see that even with slight changes in the atmosphere, that the size would be again changing. But it's not. It's like within like fractions of a degree the same size all the time, regardless of the conditions of the atmosphere. Except when it's like super fucking cloudy. But even marginal differences in the atmosphere would result in a change of the angular size of the sun greater than what we do see. And actually, when you do measure the angular size difference from overhead to the horizon, I think maybe it's not that calculation. Maybe there's a different couple of variables. But when you do just look at the angular size of the sun in relation to something, it does measure 93 million miles away. It's extremely accurate.
No, it doesn't. Not at all. It's not extremely accurate. It's extremely inaccurate, and I'm posting some material in that regard shortly. The sun is definitely not 93 million miles away. I've got photographs of the sun above the cloud, and you see flat spots, hot spots right there, hot spot. And I cannot be looking at a sun that's 93 million miles away, and there's a hot spot above the clouds. Above the clouds. Get out of here, man. See, this is what I mean, 93 million miles away, yeah. But I'm in an aircraft with my family. We're looking out the window. We can see the sun above the clouds as we're flying. Man. No, man. Sorry. Over Guam Island, for example. I've got another one here in Japan. I'm climbing a mountain. I'm trying to get it for you. And the sun is right in my shot as I'm climbing up the mountain on my mountain bike. Yeah.
How high over the clouds is it, you think?
Yeah. Sorry?
How high above the clouds is it in the picture that you're
basically, let's say we're around 40,000 feet, yeah, and I'm looking out the window. The sun is just above the clouds, right there in the shot, above the clouds. Now, how high up, I can't give you that, but at least it's as high as where we are. We can see the hot spot on the clouds. It's like the plane could fly to the sun. Now, I've said this, right, that we've got aircrafts like the SR-71 that flies at Mach 3.3. Now, the sun is only moving at, 1,000 or so miles per hour? Yeah, isn't it? If it's moving at... It is moving, that's for sure. It is moving. Now, an aircraft can keep up with that sun. The problem is refueling. Okay? We've got aircrafts that travel at Mach 3, so we can keep up with the sun. Okay? Yeah, stop thinking. Get out of that box of yours, please.
Yeah, there's a movie about that. Like, there's a movie where, like, the guy has to, the sun mutated and it's killing everyone that touches. So they have to be in this plane and they have to stay in the dark and they have to refuel, and it's a crazy ass movie.
Yeah, that movie was touching on the reality
I
slightly.
like penguins. I like penguins. I posted a citation that gives you the 5 assumptions that Aristotle had, and the 5th one is that the Earth is a sphere. So that's from Adelphi University. So
If the Alexandrian saying lie on the same meridian, then that would be expected on the globe, and observations line up with that. For the light rays, confirming a hypothesis, you need to assume some things, because when you swap out those assumptions for one that a flat Earth would use, you come with inconsistent results, and you're unable to predict what would happen.
No, unfortunately, you're wrong. You don't have to. If you have assumptions in your hypothesis, and your whole shit is confused and wrong, you gotta have. That's why it's unbiased. It's supposed to be unbiased. Your hypothesis is supposed to be unbiased, and that was definitely biased. So
okay, so I
you
think
said you first said that he didn't have the assumption that the Earth was a sphere. Now you're taking that back. Are you conceding to that?
Yeah, I'll take it back. Some aspects of the sphere are included in the hypothesis, but the experiment confirms it. Because all you need to know is the angular size of the sun remains consistent.
That's very, very wrong. I mean,
the results of an experiment will confirm whether or not you're right. Because when you test the hypothesis that has assumptions, the results will either confirm or falsify it if it's properly set up.
All you're doing is actually begging the question.
That's conflating. That's not true at all. You're verifying
begging the
hypothesis.
question.
Okay, so if I were to say that I assume that I can defer, that I can solve.
Do you even know what assumptions he made, sir? Sorry to cut you off. Do you even know what assumptions he made?
I could say that I can resolve or derive distance using speed and time. Now, if I were to go on a road and then like measure the road, that's confirming or denying the hypothesis. You'll be able to tell whether or not you're actually able to derive this from that. So if you previously go out and you measure the road, you know the road's in a straight line, it's not curving, so this straight line distance is going to be accurate for determining speed versus time to get distance, then you're going to have a method, once you verify that the conditions are correct to verify this, you're going to be able to come to a conclusion, and that conclusion is going to either falsify or confirm the hypothesis. Eratosthenes already knew that the Earth was curving due to these shadow lengths, and all he did was put the pieces together and said, okay, if the Earth is causing the parallel rays of the sun to extend the shadows more at different angles, then we should be able to measure and derive the size and radius of the Earth.
The sun rays aren't parallel.
They are.
Literally, they're not.
There's no evidence of diverging rays from this. That would imply
There's
local
plenty of observations.
We're talking about the inverse square law of light. How are you going to say that the sun rays are parallel?
Show me.
Literally, all light rays diverge. There's no collimated light sources.
The sun is.
And like I asked you before, do you even know what assumptions he made? And can you verify that you have evidence that he made those assumptions?
Evidence that he made the assumptions. I mean, he can make assumptions in his hypothesis. The experiments, what prove it, and the already known variables like parallel rays. Once you know parallel rays are real instead of diverging rays from a local sun, you can derive the radius of the Earth using the shadows.
Even if we give you the 93 million miles, it's still diverging.
Light source? Can you
Yeah,
show me a light
barely.
source
They're going to be
parallel?
when it's 93 million miles away.
That's still
If it
diverging.
expands if the light comes out in a circle and expands in the radius, that amount of difference that they're diverging is going to get so small that by the time it
Did you hear
reaches
about
Earth
that?
93 million miles away, they're going to be virtually parallel, and it's going to be nearly undetectable.
Clip that. He said almost parallel. So if I'm almost home,
Virtually,
I'm not home. So if I'm almost dead, I'm not dead. If I'm almost 50 years old, I'm not 50 years old. So if it's almost parallel, it's not parallel. So very
okay. So they don't need to be perfectly
Go ahead.
parallel for you to actually be able to measure the Earth using the parallel rays of light. That's not how it works.
Just said they're not
Beyond the obvious statement that
They don't need. I said they don't need to be perfectly parallel to measure the radius of the Earth using them. If they're virtually parallel to the point where there's no amount of deviance that would alter the results of measuring the Earth using them, which there isn't, then they don't need to be perfectly parallel.
Clipboard, where are you at, brother? Because he just said it's not parallel. So thanks.
Yeah, it's not perfectly parallel.
Yeah,
Nobody ever claimed it.
Exactly. There's no collimated lights. All light rays.
Now you're complaining. Now you're complaining. They're next to each other to the point where you cannot detect any sort of divergence.
Hello. Mic check.
Mic check. You're working. I was talking to him. Sorry.
I'd like to know how he comes to the conclusion that they go from one method to another. You know, how do they go from diverging to parallel? That's interesting.
Oh yeah, so if you have a radius extending
based
outwards,
on distance, right? The further away you go, the straighter the lines get. That's insane.
That's literally how it works. You can model. You can literally just draw it. You can literally draw it.
That's literally not how it works.
You can open up Photoshop, make a small circle, and expand it to the point, and that circle suddenly will get a lot flatter at the same resolution. If you don't zoom out.
Give us a real life demonstration, not a computer generation.
You don't need a real life demonstration to prove it. You can use math.
Oh, really? Yet we observe diverging lights coming through the clouds all the time. You're crazy, man.
When the light reflects off the clouds, yeah, but that's not on a clear day.
Oh yeah, so the parallel light hits the clouds and then it starts being non-parallel. You're amazing.
Yeah, because it interacts with a medium that reflects it in different directions.
No, man. No, you're grasping
you're saying,
at straws.
oh, this light's going in a straight line? Oh, yeah. Well, when I put a mirror in the way, it curves. So guess what? Like, what?
Yeah,
like,
you're grasping
when you have a variable that alter the path of the light, no shit, it changes.
No, you're grasping at straws.
What? How? Explain. I genuinely want to know how you think this.
Mark J just posted an image in the post in the live stream for you there. All of a sudden your parallel lines become non-parallel because of clouds. Amazing. And that apparently that light is 93 million miles away before it hits those clouds. Amazing.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Either way, there's no such thing as a collimated light source. All light rays diverge, even like a laser beam.
Yes, thank you. But listen, can you look at the image I posted? It's in CBR1. You see the sun is right in my shot. I'm on my way up to the summit of this mountain that I'm on my mountain bike. Can you see that sun right there above the clouds?
Yeah, I see those parallel lines. Like, are you telling me that because they're angled to the left and right of you, like, you look at the ones in the middle, those are clearly parallel. If you moved from right to left and followed it, you wouldn't see a change in angle. If you kept the camera positioned exactly where it is and then dollied it over to the left, you would see the exact same straight angle pointed at you. The reason that those appear to be curving to the left is due to the position you're standing. Do you actually think that those rays are diverging?
All light rays diverge.
Tell me you don't. Please tell me you don't think those rays are diverging.
Yeah. Are you referring to my picture where my mountain bike is in it? Because when you see my picture,
yes,
the sun is above the clouds.
Yes, I'm looking at that.
Well,
you're standing in the middle.
The shadow being casted is a shadow from the railings. And if you look at the sun itself, that's in my shot above the clouds. Can you see that? That's just above the clouds. That is not a 93 million mile away sun, I'm telling you now. That shot was taken by a iPhone 4, by the way. iPhone 4.
I don't care what it's taken on.
Taken.
I don't care.
It was a long time ago. This shot was taken. February.
Yeah. So did you just decide to? Did you just decide to position yourself directly in the middle of these supposed diverging rays? Why didn't you do it at an angle where you could actually see it? Why didn't you do it from above? Why did you pick the angle?
When I took this, hang on a minute. When I took this shot, I'd already been going for about an hour and a half going up, because it's up all the way. Yeah, I stopped. I thought, what a fantastic view. Park the bike up, get the camera out, snap, put the camera back in, and carry on. That's all I did. Okay, thank you. Beautiful shots. 7:40 something in the morning.
I think Bo was trying to plug his photography business. God damn.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Fantastic shot. Say, guys, iPhone 4.
Why did it take you so long to get up the mountain?
Okay, I guess the conversation's over.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, but there you go.
I guess you don't want to explain where the diverging rays in that shot are.
Only example you already. I mean, you ripped the wig off your head when you said almost parallel. That's not parallel, by the way.
Felicia. I mean, this guy says the sun's 93 million miles away. They start out diverging. By the time they hit the Earth, they're almost parallel. But then when they hit the clouds, they go back to diverging again. You're just not winning your argument here.
Yeah, you're moving
distance. They become more and more parallel. If the Earth was smack dab in front of the sun, the rays would be diverging. The farther that it goes away, the more parallel they become. You understand that, right? The closer to parallel they get, and at some point they become virtually parallel, where it's near indistinguishable, and so that you can verify that's not a local sun because the rays are virtually parallel. Yes, that doesn't mean that there's a local sun. Don't know how you think I'm ripping my wig off.
No one's trying to
right there.
We're just debunking your idea that it's parallel.
No, my idea isn't that they're perfectly parallel. They don't need to be perfectly parallel to have a distance.
They're not parallel. That's the point, sir. You said, well, we already know.
They don't need to be. Parallel. They do not need to be. How dense are you? Why would they need to be perfectly parallel?
Don't insult the man, please.
The fact that they're near. I have to keep explaining this. The fact that they're near parallel, virtually parallel, debunks any sort of local sun. And you guys don't want to
prove a local sun here. We're ripping apart the idea that Eratosthenes already knew they're parallel. You're telling us yourself it's not parallel. I never once
my
said
position on it. You know what's needed to do these calculations, and he had that. And it doesn't matter whether they're virtually parallel or they're emanating from a sphere, or if they're perfectly parallel or what they're emanating from a sphere and virtually parallel, because it will result in the same calculations and the same result.
Incorrect.
If it's virtual, oh my god. Okay, so calculate the difference between a 93 million mile sun, the sun's rays, and then the actual parallel rays. Put that in math. Go debunk me. Prove that you get different results about the radius of the Earth from virtually parallel rays and then perfectly parallel rays. Do the math and debunk me then, because you're not going to see the difference.
You have no parallel rays, regardless. So just give it up. There's no parallel rays.
If you know the variables, math will prove things if it's set up correctly. If you know the variables, so you're not doing it because you clearly don't have the confidence to back up.
No, it's not that at all. It's not I don't have the confidence. That's silly. What it is that maths doesn't prove reality at times. There are times when you have a mathematical formula and it doesn't prove what we live in, like the globe maths, for example. It's there, right? But we can't prove it in reality. So please be quiet.
That's the claim you're making.
It's a fact.
No. Prove it. Show me.
Yeah. It's a fact.
Show me that.
I'm showing
show me that.
I've shown you. Isn't based on reality?
Are you?
Because this math is definitely abstract. I'm gonna tell you why, Penguin. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna give you an example of why.
Hold on. There's a lot of people talking right now.
I'm gonna give you an example of how math is abstract and not driven by reality. Because I could have.
Oh no, I know math is abstract. I never contended that. You can say
if it's abstract, I know that's abstract.
But you can, if you know the variables of reality and you observe it, then you can come to conclusions using math based off of those.
Yeah, but it's
still observing reality. You're just applying reality to different systems.
He didn't base it. He didn't base it on reality. He based it on a concept, an idea. He based it that the Earth was a ball one assumption. Then the lights were coming in parallel because the sun was far, far, far away. Those are assumptions, not reality.
Except we know that the rays of light are parallel.
We just went over how
We just went over this.
Oh my God, you guys are... It doesn't matter. You're nitpicking. It's the same fucking thing. Virtually parallel. Oh my God, they're 0.00001 degrees off of being parallel. Who cares?
If I say, I already went over with an example. If I'm almost home, I'm not home. If I'm almost dead, I'm not dead. This is very
okay. So let's say you're 1 foot away from your house. You're not exactly home, or you're 1 foot away from your property. Let's say you travel 93 miles away from your home to a store, and you travel 93 miles back. If you are 1 foot away from your home, you can calculate the distance between where you're standing and the store to figure out how far it is from your house. Just because you're not literally exactly perfectly home doesn't mean you can come to conclusions based off of the measurements.
But is he home? Yes or no?
He's not home.
Did you hear? What did I say?
What did I just say? Baseball, right? I almost hit a home run, but I didn't hit a home run. I was so close, but I didn't.
Okay, yeah, but we're not dealing with exact cutoffs here. We're dealing with a gradual increase towards.
If it's slightly diverging, it's diverging. Hello, I don't understand how you don't see this, dude.
Okay, you can't detect the divergence from this.
It doesn't matter. All light rays diverge, bro.
That is exactly what matters, because if you're going to measure shadow lengths to determine how big the Earth is, you would need virtually parallel lines, or if it were diverging, that it would skew the results, but the results aren't skewed.
So again, he begged the question because he assumed the Earth was a ball and all that. Again, so no measurement of the Earth being a sphere. So
if you mean assuming that
because your point was that he did it. We just pointed out that he didn't do it because all he had was assumptions based information.
That's false.
Which is not. Yes, what do you mean? No, that's not. How is that not? How is that false?
No,
I just gave you a citation about all the assumptions that he made.
If you say assuming the light rays. If you assume that the light rays are parallel, does that mean that you don't know that they're parallel, or is that just how you phrase an experiment to test a hypothesis?
Not an experiment, by the way.
He did an experiment. He tested the angles
not
of
an
the shadows.
Experiment, by the way.
The Eratosthenes experiment.
Not an experiment.
You guys are insane.
Not really.
No, you are.
What is an experiment? What is an experiment?
It's a cause and it's dealing with cause and effect relationships.
It's an experiment.
You set up a hypothesis. You have an independent variable which you would manipulate to determine whether that's causing the effect, which is your dependent variable. You set up a hypothesis test. This is not taking place with Eratosthenes. It's not. You're using it colloquially.
Exactly what you described Eratosthenes doing. He set up something to measure, and then he made an observation. They changed the variable.
What's the variable? What's the independent variable?
His location.
And that's the cause for what? What's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable are the rays of the sun.
So the location is causing.
What do you mean by dependent? Dependent? You mean independent variable?
You just said it was definitely an experiment. Now you're asking me?
No, you said what is the dependent variable?
Well, that would be the effect.
I know what you said. I know what you said. Independent.
That would be
I didn't know if you said independent or dependent variable.
Well, you already gave me the independent variable. So then what's the dependent variable, which you said was the light rays?
Yeah, I said that, and I immediately asked you what you said before I answered, because I was confused. So I literally don't know where we are.
You already answered the question.
Yeah, we know you're.
We already hit the sound effect, bro. You didn't hear the sound effect? Bro,
so the dependent variable is the angle of the shadow.
So you're changing it now.
Now that I know what you said, yeah. That's why I was asking what you said, and you were just like running away from answering. It's like you didn't want
to answer it already. Am I speaking Chinese?
I didn't hear you. I answered based on something that I thought that you said, but it wasn't what you said. So I corrected myself.
Well, then you gave two. Then you gave two independent variables. Then.
So his experiment was.
Well, now you're just nitpicking.
Hold on. Now his experiment was that his location changes angles of shadows. Therefore, his experiment has to do with just angles of shadow.
Yes,
I already explained how exactly the.
You're getting air fried right now. Did I cut out or did he cut out?
I think he cut out.
Yeah.
I got a call, so I think my mic cut out. I'll just say what I was gonna say in full in like short in like 20 seconds. So all that happened so far was I explained how we know that the lights are parallel. You guys got nitpicky about the exact correctness of that. Exactly, just like now, you guys are being immature and nitpicky, even though whether or not they're virtually parallel or literally parallel, it doesn't affect the experiment. If they're off by 0.0001 degrees, then it doesn't matter.
I'm giving you multiple examples how if you're off from having a home run by 0.000000,
that's not analogous because that's a home run. That's a specific distance to me. Parallel lines aren't a specific distance.
Parallel is a specific thing.
You can get infinitely close to parallel without actually being at parallel. That's not how.
Then it's still diverging.
There's an objective distance traveled by the ball to reach that. You understand why that's not analogous?
No, it's analogous because if it's almost parallel, then it's not parallel. If it's slightly diverging, then it's still diverging. I don't know how you don't see this, dude.
Okay, so virtual home run doesn't matter because you need to be past that specific point to achieve a certain result, which is the rules of the game.
So you can have
someone can go grab the ball, that can change the variables, that can actually change a lot. Yeah. But guess what? What variable changes from virtually parallel rays to literal parallel rays?
I'll say it again. It's very simple. Very simple.
No, don't give me the analogy. Give me exactly how the variable changes the result of the experiment.
If it's slightly diverging, it's diverging.
Okay, and you're not explaining how that matters. I asked you how that would change the result of the experiment.
How does that matter? Because you're saying it's parallel.
You're just okay. Yeah, they're virtually parallel. I'm going to say they're parallel because that's what matters. We can treat them as parallel. You can't treat you can't treat. There's no virtual home run because it's a home run or it's not. But virtually parallel line. Hold on, I'm not done.
Bro, just say they're not parallel, but we treat them as
the same results. You'll garner the same results with a virtually parallel line to a parallel line. You will not garner the same results from a near home run to an actual home run. That's the difference. You're not, and you're not. No, hold on. Because every time I ask what the difference is, I'm not calling 1 sec. Every time I ask what the distance is, don't Peach, get out of here. Every time I ask what the actual meaningful difference is between parallel rays and virtually parallel rays, you just say almost home run versus actual home run, which is not an analogous scenario. If you don't have an actual reason to differentiate between parallel rays and virtual parallel rays, you can just stop talking.
Let me help you.
They think the Earth is flat.
It's like this. If it's slightly curved, it's not horizontal, right? So if it's still diverging, they're not parallel.
Why is that? I know. We know. Why does that matter? That's the question.
Because you're trying to claim that because they're slightly diverging, they're not. They're actually parallel. That's a misnomer. You can't make that.
I never said that. I never said that. Now you're just lying.
Exactly what you're saying.
Now you're just lying. Now you're lying. That's so sad.
You're fucking cool, man.
I said you can treat them as parallel. That's what virtually parallel means. I don't think they were literally parallel. And originally I did call them parallel. But that's
Linda,
because they
hold
act
on,
as parallel. You can treat them as parallel.
What did Eratosthenes? How did he?
Listen, I can't treat a slightly curved line as a horizontal line. So please stop making those statements.
Yes, you can. You totally can. It's like, what? You do that all the time. We can use levels on the curve
as a horizontal line
all the time.
Hold on, did you just say you can treat a slightly curved line as a horizontal line?
Yeah, and you can come to very precise, accurate measurements and achieve a desired result.
Definitely brick.
Yeah, but you guys are the ones just nitpicking language instead of actually explaining why the difference in language matters. You need a distinction. There needs to be a relevant distinction between parallel rays and not just a technical difference. You need a relevant distinction between parallel rays and virtually parallel rays that we can treat
stop
as
saying
parallel.
parallel rays. You already agreed they're diverging. You're air fried.
You're the ones that are getting hung up on it. I'm not. We can move past that once we agree that the rays are virtually parallel and therefore we can treat them as parallel.
No, we're not going to treat them as
You're the one
what
that's
they're
getting
not.
stuck.
So let me get this straight.
Okay, there you go again. That's
Hold
honestly,
on,
bro.
hold on. Just 3 seconds. I want you to.
You just keep
I
repeating
wanna,
the same fucking thing. Who cares?
Yeah, I want to ask you something. If your girl and I start chatting on the side here and there, and you're aware of it, and you're cool with it, and then all of a sudden she starts giving me head once in a while on the side, but nothing else. Does that qualify as she's not cheating on you, and I'm not doing anything wrong? It's only head.
Almost.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, there's a strict line that you can draw between what's not cheating and what's cheating. Unlike parallel versus virtually parallel, which can get infinitely close. So there's the difference in that. That's why that's not analogous. Now, if you're going to come at me with, oh, but it's technically not, I don't care. You're not bringing up any scenario where you can get infinitely close to something and where it becomes virtual. Every example you've given me with the baseball and the cheating, there was a fine line. There is no fine line.
Divergent is divergent. Parallel is parallel. Head is head. Talking to your chick is talking to your chick.
Bro, he said it's not parallel, but he treats it as parallel. Can we stop with the semantics?
Clipcord, get the clip, bro. Is air fried. Fucking incredible. So, do we want to recap? He said, "Well, we know we already know it's parallel, even though it's diverging. We're just going to treat it as parallel." And you guys are getting hung up on semantics. In reality, the light rays are not parallel. It's nothing to do with semantics. Cooked.
Where'd you go?
A horizontal line can be curved.
It bounced.
So as the horizontal line has a slight curve, it can run parallel to the horizon. Therefore, it's going to touch the horizon at one point or the other, or diverge from it. So not parallel.
It's like this whole idea that we already know, then you should start with how you came to that knowledge. That's a whole other syndrome for Globers. Like, we just already knew syndrome. Okay, well, you got to start with how you knew that. Or how did you come to that knowledge? You don't just spawn into this world with information. It was weird, too, because he thought we were trying to prove a local sun. Like, not really, dude. We're just taking away your trash idea. And this is the best they have to offer, Eratosthenes? He's like, well, it's been confirmed. Well, okay, go ahead. How?
Yeah, long distance laser measurements across flat bodies of water aren't good enough. We got to go 2,500 years ago to shadows and sticks.
Yeah, what's going on, chat?
What's happened?
Nothing.
Musa.
Yeah,
that boy Musa.
What's up, Moose?
Yo, so I have an idea. Okay,
Yep.
so the thing is, like, we say that the Earth is a circle, and you guys say that the Earth is a square. So why can't we just agree that it's a square circle?
Are you like a boxing fan or something?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Well, I'm just saying, like, a square circle. Have you guys ever seen a square circle?
Yeah, you're talking about like boxing?
Boxing. The sweet science.
Well, it has to be a square, right? If it's flat.
No.
Well, why not? I'm not walking on
No,
paper.
I think what you're asking, if it's flat, it'd have to be a square. No.
I fought Hulk Hogan in a square circle.
Yeah. Do you work for Ring Magazine?
Well, yeah. The thing is, like, it would be a square without corners, yeah, a square circle. You know what I mean?
A square without corners.
Yeah.
Well, is this like a Kevin Hart joke?
Yeah, I feel I'm in the corner of a circle room at about 13 in the afternoon.
You just a piece of cheese without the corners. That means you ain't never gonna be.
So what you're saying? A pizza is really a square, which is out of a square box, but it's round.
Can we cut it into triangles? It's fucking madness.
We don't cut them into triangles. Unless you're a Glober. Spherical triangles.
What are you, one of those weird Chicago tavern guys? Cut fucking round pizza into squares? Boo this man.
So is that it, Musa? Anything else?
Well, I posted in the side chat.
All right, let's take a look.
All right. Okay, so this way, yeah, the Earth is flat, and then it's also round at the same time. You know what I mean? So all of us agree.
Well, you know when flat earthers are talking about flat, they're referring to the surface, right?
Yeah. So it's flat on top, it's flat on the side, it's flat on the bottom. Flat Earth.
What shape do you think it is?
This is the word of sphere part. You said because it was also a sphere.
See, you don't want to do that because if it came out tomorrow that the Earth was flat, the day after that, these guys would say it was something else.
No, it measures flat, so it is what it is. We're not just anti. We're not just anti, mainstream just to be for the sake of it. I know it's easy to believe that, but it's not the case.
Well, now you have to prove to me that the Earth is not a square. I don't know how to say it. A square circle.
Can you do me a favor? A favor?
Well, what's up?
Can you draw for us? Like you have the ability to draw on like MS Paint or your Notes app or something. Can you put together a drawing for us?
No.
I find it absolutely fascinating how the Globers know what we would do if something happened. Like, if they came out and admitted the truth, I would not start saying it's not flat, it's something else. Like, that's just a misnomer. You can't assume what I would do if they presented the truth to the world. You're crazy, man.
I would like you to draw for us the shape flat. Let's take a look. Musa.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm kind of eating right now, so if somebody else can do it, it would be nice.
I'll just tell you, it's fine. You don't have to draw it. Flat is not a shape.
Okay,
so this idea of like it's a square, it's a circle, it's a triangle, it's this, that, and the other. Those are shapes. Flat is not a shape. It just describes a surface. So while you're eating, you can probably look around your environment and notice that everything has a surface. The table, the plate, the fork, the food.
He's eating on a flat table, on a flat plate.
Well, the plate might be curved or whatever, So there's what I would like to point out to you is that you'll notice that either the surface will be curving in some way or it's not.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, well, we have to know the thickness of it, right? So,
No. Listen. No. Don't get lost in the sauce. Don't get lost in the sauce, bro. It's not about thickness. It's about the surface description. So, for example, your table is probably flat, regardless of its thickness. I would imagine maybe like your spoon, if you're using a spoon, like that's rounded, regardless of its thickness. It's the surface that we're describing here. The bowl. Should I take I can take some pictures for you just so you can see what I'm talking about. I'll take some pictures of mine.
Creation, you ever wonder why if you look at a spoon with on the curved side, your reflection appears upside, normal. If you turn the spoon around, it's upside down.
Interesting. Okay. Well, got some pictures for you. I'll put them. You able to see the chat bubble? Musa.
I think he said he's eating it flat to me. That's a flat sink, bro. Totally flat.
Musa, just be a good Muslim. Be a good Muslim and affirm that the earth is flat, that Allah created a flat earth.
Allah? Is he in the Bible? Is he in the Torah?
Yeah, he is.
Really? Never heard of him until 700 years ago.
Sarah's handmaid, or the handmaiden of Sarah, Helga.
Oh my God, it's Crit.
Yeah, whose kid was that? What child was that?
I think
it wasn't a sweet child of mine.
I think Hagar, right?
Yeah, Hagar. Yeah. So Sarah had a handmaiden that had a baby. What was her name?
Hagar.
But not for you, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, of course you know it.
I'll say Lee Roth. How do birds fly if we're moving 1,000 miles an hour? How the fuck can they even fly?
Now we can say that we don't know the shape of the earth, but the earth definitely has a shape because it's not infinite. We know it has a shape.
How come every other planet has 0 deaths with no birds, but we have birds with lots of deaths?
I mean, every other planet. Don't say other.
I think the other planets are inhabited with life civilizations. They don't tell us about it because they don't want us to go there and unite.
They have life on Mars. They found water on Mars.
Yeah, Martians, Venetians, all of them. Mercuroids.
Yeah, do we have a sample of the water?
Saturnians, Neptunians.
Go bring a cup of that water so I can drink it.
It's in the movies, man. Ice giants. You think ice giants were just thought up by some guy? No, dude. Yeah, okay. They tell you the rest of everything's empty. Okay, sure, buddy. We're just a miracle. They don't want you to know how small you really are and how insignificant their control over you is. So they give you that little book to read.
I think you meant how significant their control is over you.
No, it's insignificant. You just allow it to happen. They keep people just happy enough to not cause any issues. I've basically gone into deep think mode. What is the question I can answer? You know, there's got to be one answer, one question, one answer.
Yo, so percent. The thing is, if I believe that the Earth is flat, I have to change my qibla. Yeah, but because according to Al-Azhar University, there was a guy in there. He believed the Earth is flat, and then he said, from the from the west, it would be southwest, or no, it would be southeast. But like everybody agrees, it's southeast. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I have to check, but
That's not true, man. The Qibla should just be the shortest distance to the Kaaba. So
no, I know. Like flat, it changes.
No, it doesn't. On the globe Earth, every direction would point towards Mecca. It just would be a longer path to get there. You could point north, and eventually that line would wrap all the way around, going east or west, all the way to Mecca. You could point south, same thing. East, west, all of it. On the globe, pointing any direction. They explain this as you circumnavigate. You go around in a circle. Meanwhile, on the flat Earth, that's how you know directions, because everything's orientated towards north. North is the only direction. Everything else is measured off north.
Suffice to say, with the Qibla, you should be praying in the shortest distance to the Kaaba. So regardless of whether the Earth is curving or flat underneath that, it shouldn't change your direction. You should just be sure. If you're not praying in the shortest direction already, then you might have an issue.
Well, prayers don't really have to follow that. They're just, they can go through things. They don't really have to get technical. You don't have to have a flight path for a fucking prayer. You're looking in the general direction.
Yeah, well, I posted the picture in the side chat. So, if it is somewhat of a flat Earth, it would be southeast.
But why are you assuming the Mercator projection? Why are you assuming that map?
But what do you mean?
There's a bunch of different projections of if you're taking the globe and trying to make it into a flat Earth, basically. There's a bunch of different projections that you could use. So why are you assuming that one?
Can you show us the flat one to use?
Well, I posted it in the side chat. I just posted this one. But if you guys have anything better, go ahead and show me. But
there's 100 different projections, man.
Yeah, it's still going to be southeast.
Which one's good?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you saying that Mercator projection is wrong?
Oh, what do you mean?
Wait, hold on. Is that wrong? You can't use that? Is that wrong or is that right?
What? What is wrong? What is right?
The map you posted. Is that map? Okay, you slapped the flat Earth sticker on it. No problem. Is it right or is it wrong?
The thing is, I don't know, but I would assume.
Oh, you don't know now. Okay. You use that map to get to Mecca.
This network. Oh, outside feels like 94 for the cars. Clearly,
hey there, someone's hot micing.
Oh no. Okay, so this one is tough. Okay, but
Hey, can someone get the hot micer? Okay, so you're worried that on a flat Earth, you can't be a flat earther because you can't pray facing Mecca. Then you showed a Mercator projection and said, this is what you're talking about. On this, you can't face towards Mecca and pray. Is that true or false? That projection doesn't work?
So what about this map? You know, like this
one map at a time. I don't know what when you're. I know when someone said the Mercator, I'm tabbed out, so I don't see the chat, but I know what the Mercator is. So is the Mercator projection, is that right or wrong?
Okay, so like according to this map, it would be northeast.
Well, let's go back. Go back to the Mercator. Is the Mercator one? Does that work or doesn't work?
Well, yeah, I'm not really sure about the names. I'm just looking at the latest picture by 1234.
Okay, does someone know the name of it? Because that's out to tab in. What map did he post?
No, the one that Musa posted was like one of them was a Mercator.
Okay, what's the one to talk about?
I don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is. What does it look like?
You know, Musa, the one that like looks like a rectangle. That's the Mercator projection.
All right, here.
A rectangle without sides. A rectangle circle.
Ooh. What's up? Do you guys talk about politics in here or just the flat Earth?
Yeah, sometimes we discuss politics in the framework of, environmental conditioning and the overview effect, or kind of like the conspiracy theory that the Apollo astronauts raised, that the people in government had been taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Okay, now I know you're messing with me.
Look it up. Edgar Mitchell said that conspiracy theory about shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Yeah, he posted the U.S. Air Force. He posted the U.S. Air Force physical political global chart of the world.
Okay, so you think this one would work for you? Yeah. That map would work for you.
Okay, yes. So according to the latest map, it would be northeast, but according to my map, it would be southeast.
So whose math is right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
So what's wrong with these maps, do you think?
Yeah, but because like if I go on Google Earth and it shows that the Earth is a globe, it would point at northeast. But according to Al-Azhar, they posted a flat Earth.
Where's that globe at then? Let's see that.
Oh, just Google Earth. Like if you go there and then you point it from North America towards Saudi Arabia, it would be northeast. Percent. I can show you the article. Do you accept Al-Azhar University or no?
Generally, no.
Will anyone?
Majority of them are Ash'ari, Kuffar.
Yeah, percentage. I just posted a video, a short one, about the Quran and the references to the flat Earth. Okay, it's in there. Can you see it in the chat? I just posted it.
Is that Jin CBR1? He sounds sick.
That is Jin CBR1 being the secretary in the 24/7 for today, and I'm kicking ass in that chat. They've been hammered.
Are you sick, sir? Are you sick?
I'm not sick at all. Why?
You sound sick, man.
I'm not sick at all. Do I sound sick, guys? Do I sound sick, guys?
Jin hasn't been sick for like 20 years or something like that.
45
Oh, really?
years.
He sounds under the weather to me.
Years.
He has a sore throat, guaranteed.
No, I don't have that.
I just got a little of that old man wrath.
Don't worry, Robert.
He's not an old man though. He usually sounds young and robust. Now he sounds kind of frail.
I'm not frail. You're out of your mind, man. You're wishing.
I don't know, man. How many push-ups you do
Wishful
today?
thinking, man. Wishful thinking. I did 9.5 miles today. Okay. Or should I say yesterday? Because it's early morning now here in Japan. Yeah. But anyway, the Quran references are there for those who are interested. It's a beautiful reference. Have a good look.
What about the Quran where it says Surah number 9, kill all the fucking people who go against Allah or won't join it?
Well, infidels.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So if we don't join them, we gotta die. Is that how it is?
Not really. No, not really. That's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. If you are bringing Islam into disrepute or you're threatening our lives as an infidel, you will go down. Simple. Outside of that, we don't just go for murder. It's not about just murdering every person. That's not Islam.
I'm not saying you might not, but the Surah 9 of the Quran definitely does. It says right there. It says at the end of time, at the end of the day, people must convert to Islam or we're going to kill you.
Nah, that's an extreme view there. Sorry, that's not Islam.
It's from the book. It's not my view. It's not my opinion.
Yo, Rob, did you know that in the end times, the Christians and the Muslims unite against a common enemy?
Let's get back on topic. The surface of the earth.
Bro, it's talking about those who go against the treaty, man. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, don't worry about that. Let's get back on topic.
No. Hold on. He just blasphemed against a religion, and then we're not going to stay quiet.
Yeah, well, you will stay quiet because this isn't the topic.
I'm not going to stay quiet. No, I'm just saying, they had war against people that went against the treaty. You have a treaty with somebody, they go against it, there's war. That's a law of war.
Okay, all done now. Now we're moving on.
That's fair.
Yeah, thanks, Crit's under control there. Doing a great job of the
Thanks,
moderation.
Musa.
I love it.
Sorry, Crit.
People that break their word are the worst type of people, man.
Yeah. But he did have a valid point. He did have a valid point, though. And that was also, I must mention that. That was a good point he raised, anyway.
Like, how much does your respect fall for someone when they give you their word and then they lie to you or they break it? It's supposed to be men,
Yeah, it is disgusting. But then again, it depends on how much love you have for that person and et cetera, et cetera. It would all depend, wouldn't it?
No, even if he's just a random.
It should never be based on love or hate
deal or something.
Yeah, if you're talking about your family member now, what you do,
Yeah, I would never base it on love and hate. You're basing on your personal feelings. That's just ridiculous.
All right, where were we anyways?
Shape of the earth. What's the shape? Why is it that shape? How can we prove it's that shape?
But yeah, Musa, so let's say it's known that that Yemen, Sana'a, is as far as this city in Oman or something like that from the Kaaba. People regularly travel. It takes the same time to travel to these cities, right? And to go from Mecca to Sana'a, you're going west, or for Oman you're going south, or whatever it is, right? They know that they just need to pray in the opposite direction. Simple as that. There's actually a hadith where we're traveling from Mecca to Medina, and then Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, the Qibla is between the east and the west. Just pray in because it's Yemen and Mecca. Mecca and Medina are just straight north south. So he's just saying pray straight north to reach to pray to the Kaaba.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's saying if you're traveling away from the Qibla, you're supposed to pray towards it. But it has to be a traveling direction, so it can't be through the Arctic. Because you can't travel through the Arctic. You know what I mean? So it has to be northeast or southeast.
You can travel through the Arctic. I don't know why they don't let you. Sure, but it's still.
It's possible to take a plane and fly through the Arctic.
No,
people fly over North Pole every day.
But not just that. Why not just pray in the direction that you left? Let's say you left Mecca from the south, you pray to the north. You left from the east, you pray to the west. It's simple. Like, assuming you traveled in a more or less straight line.
Okay. Anyways, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Somebody gave me the article and then I can't find it. So I'm gonna have to go ask him for the article and I'll be back.
And now they wait for the next meal to arrive. How big is the Earth? Does anybody know that answer to that question? We're dealing with a finite object with parameters set? Are we dealing with an unfathomably endless supply of whatever? Is it endless? What's the size of the place we live on? Does anybody know that? Is it measurable? Can it be measured?
Yo, Jin, I was watching this video that you posted. I mean, the information that he's providing from the Quran and Tafsir is good, but this guy thinks he's exposing Islam and he's a globe earther basically. So beware.
If we know how big something is, then we can kind of get the dimensions of it, right? I mean, once you know the dimensions of it, you kind of know what it looks like, right? Once you know what it looks like, you can go see it. Seems like a pretty easy thing to do.
Okay, who killed the conversation then?
It was Rob again. Oh, he left. I wouldn't have made the joke if he had known.
Whoa.
Welcome to the room. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you doing?
I'm working, but doing well. Thanks for asking, dude.
So I have a question. Why are you against the heliocentric model, buddy?
It's unverifiable.
Based on what criteria, my guy? What's your ceiling for evidence?
Must be repeatable. Of course. Observable, repeatable. That's good enough, isn't it? That means we're out in nature now. Physically doing it, yeah.
For example, instead of just making an assumption that now that we don't see the boat from the shoreline, it must have went over a curve and bending downwards. We investigate further and we make further observations. So we can wait a half hour, 45 minutes after we see the boat disappear and then pull out technology, which is available to us now, such as a camera or a telescope, and we can zoom the whole boat in, hull and all. And it's a lot further away than it was when we saw it disappear. And therefore, we can conclude there's no physical horizon that that boat went over. And so we want to verify what we've been told, and that's what we did. We went to verify the Earth shape because we were told that for many years. Many of us here, some of us knew different from an earlier age, but for myself, it took me 9 months of research to realize, not only are a lot of government agencies deceiving us, but there's a lot of average people out there that want to defend those agencies. It's crazy. But yeah, no proof of Earth's curve, no proof of Earth's movement. The moon landing is just bunk, the more you look at it. And in fact, a lot of globe people come in here and they like to bring up the moon landing, yet when we ask them the day and month, they can't tell us. They can only tell us the year it happened. So for something they're wholeheartedly into, they just don't seem to know a lot about it.
So what's your response to that? That silence is very noisy.
Yeah, the silence speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Percent, are you there?
Yeah. He's with his child, his baby. She's a handful. So, and then he's eating as well. So he might not be there for a little while.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing superbly. Thank you.
Oh man, that's good to hear. Finally some good fucking news. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Times are tough, man. Times are tough.
Oh yeah. Times are
so
tough.
Are you one of them flat earthers?
Oh, I'm one of those loudest flat earther you'll ever meet, mate. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Speak loud, speak clear. Make your voice be heard.
Correct.
Amen, brother. Amen. No, but in all seriousness, your friends of old, dude. Let me see. Okay, no. All seriousness, though, can you? I come here to broaden my horizons. No pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Brilliant.
share your perspective, maybe, if that's okay with you? If I can spare 2 minutes of your time, if that's okay.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah. Well, just before you start, what's your position? Are you a flat earther, or are you a globe earther, or are you on the fence?
I must admit, my friend. I must admit, I'm not 100% sure, right? I don't know, right? But I lean towards the globe side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, whilst you're leaning the globe side, you have to admit to yourself that whilst you're leaning, you haven't done anything to actually go out and measure curvature to know that the Earth is a ball. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did know.
Right. So even though you're leaning towards the globe, you're leaning because that's what you were taught at school, but you haven't verified it. Now, we, the flat earthers here in this server, we were just like you. In my case, it was 48 years believing the Earth is a globe. That belief came because I trusted the information that I was given from the elementary school, secondary school in my case, and then college and then university. So it it was definitely a globe, even though I hadn't checked it.
Interject? Can I interject
I
for a
haven't
second?
checked it at all. I hadn't checked it at all. So I'm running on trust. They've done their due diligence here. But then we get to
May I ask
24.
you what you studied? It's
Oh,
not
I've studied many things. I've
No,
studied
you were-
many things: science, maths, history, geography, physics, English, technical drawing, metalwork, woodwork.
How long have you been in
physical
college, man?
education?
That
I'm a
sounds awesome.
physical teacher. I'm a welder now. Mechanical engineering, electrical
Hell yeah,
engineering.
brother. Hell yeah. Thermodynamics and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. Yeah, right. So okay, so
Wait,
I've studied a lot,
studied
and
mechanical
I am now
engineering?
63 years old. Okay, now 63. Okay, going to be 64 this year.
You
So
don't sound no day older than 40.
sorry, yeah, okay, good. So I'm 63. So now, the experience, of course, as I was saying to you, was that we learned it at school. It was reinforced through my childhood days, then through the secondary education, and then onto college, onto university, and business courses. It's all being reinforced. The globe, okay. So as far as I was concerned, the Earth was a globe. I had no reason not to believe that, even though I hadn't checked it. This is the point you must hang on to now. The most important part of it. Even though I hadn't checked it, I'm saying it's a globe. That's me. Okay. Then 2014, flat Earth videos were being suggested to me whilst I was looking at the moon landing hoax, which I'd been doing for like 12 years or so. Okay. And I ignored them. I thought it was stupid. How stupid, flat Earth. What a stupid thing to be putting on YouTube, I was saying to myself. Okay. Okay. So now we move forward to Boxing Day of 2015. I'd run out of material for the moon landings. I've seen a lot. Remember, 12 years now, 13 years coming up at that time. So I thought, okay, let me click on one of these stupid flat Earth videos. What could I possibly learn from these fools that are putting this material up? Okay, and when I clicked on the video now, it was the Mark Sargent one first. After a few minutes, I began to feel stupid. I was the stupid fool. I started to sink in my chair. I began to feel inadequate because all my research on the moon landing should have taught me something there. So I said to myself, oh, well, I'm actually crap at research, because I should have known if they didn't go to the moon, they couldn't have taken a picture. So they couldn't have had. Why didn't I think of that? And then Mark Sargent's platter of clues I watched for about maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And I thought, okay, let me check another video, because I've missed a lot now. Now I'm trying to do catch up here. So I looked at other videos like Celebrate Truth, ODD, Eric Dubay, 200 Proofs, Generism, Dave Murphy, Greatest Lie Ever Told. So in total, I binge watched about 8 hours of videos. And then I wrote on my whiteboard, this is Boxing Day of December 2015 now. I wrote on my whiteboard, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know it? And I dated that January 6th of 2016. Okay, so we've got that ready there for the students when they came back from the Christmas and school holidays here in Japan. Then I went straight upstairs and informed the family that the Earth is indeed flat and it's not a ball and we've been deceived. Okay, that's my position.
Yeah, look,
and then,
brother,
and,
that
yeah,
sounds good. Right? No, but like you're a mechanical engineer, right? So we have some common ground there, right? Like I've talked to some flat earthers, right? Like I must admit, I think they were not like the most educated kind, so it's kind of unfair to like generalize their position to all of the people who hold like the belief that the earth is flat. But what I found is that there is some lack. For example, I talked with one guy about 3 hours about like rocket propulsion, right? And like you're a mechanical engineer, right? Like you know how a rocket works, right? And they didn't understand it, right? No matter how often I explained to them, it just didn't.
I think you might be making a misconception yourself. Let me explain to you how rockets work, yeah? If we don't have air, rockets is going nowhere. Rockets need air to propel themselves off. So I know you're of the idea where the rocket carries its liquid oxygen and then the Aerosine 51 in two separate compartments, and then they come into contact, and then spontaneously combust, and then you get that thrust. Well, without the air, it still doesn't go forward, okay? Air is a criteria for rockets to work. They don't work in a vacuum. No rocket goes to space. So I understand what you're thinking, that the rocket is pushing itself because of.
Brother, can you fire like paint up and like kind of show me like a diagram? Because like I don't understand what you mean when you say that you need air to like propel yourself forward.
It is arcing is because the air is thinning out. Less air means less forward propulsion, which means arc and come back down. Okay, that's how that rocket is working. No rocket goes to space, my friend.
Why do you need air to like propel yourself forward?
That's what it is, because of the volume of air that comes out at the rate it's coming out. It's pushing against the atmos to go forward. That's how it works. And I can put a video in here, a simple video called "Easy Debunk: Rockets Don't Need Air," and you look at it, and it just totally blows away any idea you have about rockets. Using just fuel to propel.
Do you see my stream?
I don't see a stream now.
No, I like streaming on Discord. Yeah, but I'm only gonna like. Brother, it's gonna be like a fine piece of art which I'm drawing right here, right? Like I'm gonna show you like how I think like rockets work, right? Okay,
I don't want to go down that road, mate, because I already know what down. Remember, I'm 63 years of age.
No,
I don't want to go down that road.
I really
not even. Look, you're not listening to me. Not even for you. Okay, that's how that goes. I'm not going to be listening to something that I've heard over 10 years into this flat Earth truth. That I'm not going to be listening to your rocket. I know more than you on this topic matter. I don't want to listen to it. Okay. Thank you.
I want you to share the knowledge with me. Like, this is the issue.
I'm giving you that knowledge now. I'm going to give you a video later on. Look, I know the knowledge. I don't want to listen. You're not listening. I'm not going to be listening to your idea of how rockets work, okay? That's not... Jim CBO1 is not your man for that.
Wait, listen. It's okay. Like, if you don't want to... My idea was I present you, like, the conception I have, and then you tell me why it's wrong. I thought that's, like, good.
I've already told you the idea that you've got there that rockets are propelling themselves because of the velocity of which the fuel coming out of the nozzle, which is giving it the forward propulsion. Is not happening, okay? I understand where you're coming from. I understand.
Let me speak to this guy.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm speaking to the gentleman. Who is it?
Sir? Cyrus.
Cyrus.
AV, all right? Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, are you new to this topic? Or?
I've talked with some flat earthers, but I never visited like a congregation of your kind.
Congregation, yeah.
No, I'm not a native speaker.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you can whatever language you speak, you're doing your best. I get it. All right. As far as this topic goes, it's pretty popular. And do you know your argument from which you're coming at right now? Like, what argument are you presenting?
No, I want to try to explain how like a rocket can work without like a vacuum. In a vacuum.
Well, yeah. 1 second. Are you a rocket engineer?
I am a mechanical engineer, and I worked for Rheinmetall for 2 years. I was able to I designed. I didn't work on rockets per se, but I had a huge I'm an engineer, so I needed to.
You're an engineer, so there's a lot of knowledge that you carry into this topic. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
As far as rocket propulsion, do you know the type of rocket propulsion that's needed or in one of the rockets in question?
I thought we were speaking about like a general rocket, like as long as one rocket.
No. We're talking about the ones that actually obtain orbits, escape velocity and such, go out into outer space.
I understand the concept. I don't know the rockets. I don't know their serial number. So no.
Well, I know that. But what I'm saying is, somebody who's acquainted with such technology could speak on the matter. Are you that individual, is what I'm asking.
I can...
No. Not what you can do. I'm asking a very specific question. Are you somebody who could speak to rocket propulsion as far as
Yes. Yes.
You can. What knowledge base do you have again? I know I heard you were an engineer, but
I took constructing flight vehicles 2 modules at my university.
Interesting.
I will probably work for a company in my country, which is it's basically working on airplanes, and we use a lot of the same concepts. Like it's important that we
aerodynamics. Yes.
Yes, aerodynamics. And this kind of plays into that.
Okay, well, we're going to try to figure out where the disconnect is, but first of all, we have to establish a foundation. The foundation is such that we're going to know or not that the gradient air pressure actually reduces to a specific amount for then the argument to be that the rocket that's in question is going to work in such a case as a vacuum. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in order to lay that premise, we have to first establish the ground, the foundation. So the foundation would be, is there a vacuum for these arguments to even occur?
I thought, for the sake of the argument, I would say there is. Yes, I would say that.
Well, do we know for sure or not?
Do we know for sure if there's a vacuum? No, we do not.
Yes. Okay, how can... Well... Okay, so you know the gradient air pressure as you go up, it reduces, right? Less oxygen and so forth. Okay, how do we know how high in the atmosphere can you guarantee knowledge of there being a vacuum?
There isn't like a true vacuum, right? Like it doesn't exist. Like I would agree with that. Actually.
But you get what I'm saying. I'm not talking. I'm not, for the sake of this argument, I'm not talking about a true vacuum. What I'm saying though is, do you know the specific pressure of air that's in low Earth orbit for rockets to be considered in a vacuum?
No, I do not.
Okay, so should we first establish what the air pressure is in a specific region of altitude to say that the rockets work in this specific region or not? Do you think that would be better?
I would assume that in your point of view, that rockets become less efficient the less air there is around them. So
yeah, but what I'm saying is, do we know that's the case? Is what I'm saying. Do we know that's the case? You and I, can we establish a foundation to know that for sure?
Yeah, sure.
To make the argument.
Yeah. The thrust system, sure. The rocket itself, that there's like less air drag, so you could argue based on the design that there's like some variability there, but just the thrusters, right? We assume there's like no air friction, all that. Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, there's an assumption, but what I'm saying is, from the standpoint of a knowledge base, can we know that is, for all intents and purposes, a vacuum that the rocket's flying into?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how did we establish that?
Well, we have in the globe model, right? We need to we have like an atmosphere, right? And we have less air pressure the farther we go out, and we have higher speeds of the individual particles the farther we go out. Interestingly.
Okay, so how far do you think we can guarantee knowledge for if there is a specific vacuum up there?
Are we talking about like a true vacuum or like?
No. I never said true. According to what the idea of rockets working in a vacuum or not in low Earth orbit, like that's where the Kármán line is. I'll give you a standard 62 miles above the Earth's surface. I'm going to give you a number to work with. So that number,
gas pressure there, I think.
Yeah. There's a number that they would say would be where low Earth orbit actually begins. So are we talking about in that specific location?
No, there's too much air pressure.
Okay, so we're not talking about 62 miles above the Earth's surface, because that's where they say the Kármán line is and low Earth orbit begins. Or rather, they would say that the ISS is above that, but if you're going to say a rocket works in this region, I want to know if we can guarantee the knowledge base to know what air pressure is at that region.
Look, I would make it easy for you. I would be willing to defend the position that a rocket would work in a true vacuum.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that's fine. That's fine. I know you want to defend that, but the problem is we haven't established first what is the air pressure in that region. Do you know how we can do that?
We can measure the pressure in this. This is an interesting question. Wait, we could basically. I'll tell you why, Cyrus. I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking these questions is because this argument is a false dichotomy. Do you want to know why? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the idea that there's already this specific low pressure in this region has been just an assumption on both sides. Do you know that?
Not specific. No.
The argument was born out of the idea that somebody has already figured out that there is super low pressure, something to the tune of 10 to the negative like 6 or 10 to the negative 2 in that specific region that I just described, around 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Okay, so there is a specific Torr value according to this globe paradigm. However, there is nothing to substantiate that that's the case. This is important. This might be new for some people that are listening to me right now, but the argument was actually investigated into, I would say about maybe a month or two ago. And I actually looked into it, and I'm going to guarantee you one thing. Nobody knows what the air pressure is in that region. This is going to startle you right now because the argument was rockets work in a vacuum. And we'd say, no, they don't work in a vacuum. But do you know that nobody knows what the air pressure is in that region?
We can probably approximate it to a
Well, that's a problem, Cyrus. You know why?
No, I do not.
Because an assumption doesn't give us the answer to solidify a knowledge claim.
Even
let's say I'm against the fact that rockets work in a vacuum. Let's just say that, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually working off an assumption that the value is already established. And you're working off the assumption that the value is already established. So you and I have now built on an argument on top of a premise that's not even examined.
What value do you mean?
Well, there's a supposed vacuum in that region, right? Low pressure, according to what people talk about when you talk about low Earth orbit. But nobody knows. Nobody has investigated. Nobody's even checked to see what the pressure value is there. Do you know that?
I mean, I didn't claim that it can fly in low. I mean, I do claim that too, right?
Right. But the argument is Cyrus. If rockets work in a vacuum, we've already given you the argument that they're in a vacuum. No one knows that right now. Everybody right now is working off of the idea. No, let's just argue that they're in a vacuum. Well, I'm not going to give you something nobody knows, right? So the new is that nobody knows what the pressure is in that region. So we can't have an established argument that supposedly works on both sides, right? Us against you four. It doesn't work because nobody knows if it's ever been investigated what the air pressure is in that region.
You're 100% correct. I would 100% agree with you.
Okay.
I think the issue is that just even if I say there is no vacuum, the other guy. Okay, I don't want to
Yeah, you don't have to straw man, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said it doesn't work because in a vacuum.
Yeah, but see, I'm trying to tell you over the years, right? Over the years, people have argued back and forth, and I'm going to say this because it has happened. I myself have done it, right? So I'm telling you that because we've only given this specific information away as a given, right? It was just a given. We would argue the fact that rockets do not work in a vacuum, and then of course the globe side, you and everybody else that thinks the Earth's a globe, would argue that yes, rockets do work in a vacuum. The fact of the matter is, nobody knows what the air pressure is there to even have the argument. You can argue it if you want, right? And of course, both sides will be trying to argue or debate something that is built on no knowledge whatsoever. So we have a problem, right? Both of us. We have on the one side flat earthers arguing that the pressure is supposedly low in that region. But if you were to even ask somebody, flat earther, do you know what the air pressure is in that region. They were just going to tell you exactly what we know from the globe telling us. We don't know that it's been established.
Yeah. Okay, man, I need to go now. It was an interesting chat. Maybe I will come back, man. I wish you the best.
Yeah, look into it, Cyrus. Look into it.
Tell you that the claim pressure is based upon a model, not on any type of measurement.
Yeah, he left too, but yeah, he just dipped it.
Oh, dude, well, freaking pulled the rug out from under him.
Yeah, see, because I think he was ready to defend something that it's smoke and mirrors. Like, I guess for a long time, like you said, it's a model, but for a long time, people have been trying to go at the argument with the premise, and like I said, I myself have argued this.
Me too.
But I think it's fair, right? Like we all when does this come to light?
I've got proof, though. I mean, we've got some evidence. Hang on, Miggy, we got some evidence because when the rocket goes up, it's clearly coming back down in a parabolic arc. So obviously, fuel is running out. That's one. But the air is also thin up there because you do need air for propulsion.
Yeah, but
I was going to post an experiment that proves that. I was going to put.
There's a section, an altitude to another altitude, which they admit they've never measured the pressure.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, that's all very well. But
knows. It could go up for all we know. It could stay the same. It could go down. Right, it could do anything. We don't.
But we've seen but we have witnessed rockets taking off and doing that parabolic arc, have we not?
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So the question, though, Jen, the question is proper, right? Do we know the air pressure in the region where they say low Earth orbit is?
We don't know that. We don't know that at all.
Do they know that? Not us. Not talking about flat Earth, but do they? Right.
They
so the point would be, can they demonstrate that the rockets are in a vacuum? Not that they work in a vacuum. Are they in one? So they don't know that. So here's, now you can bring it to any Glober that wants to argue with you. But if they're going to say that it actually exists, like the way NASA or whoever's saying, they're going to have to show anything that's been measured. Like we always talk about measurement, right? That's always seems to be the thing that we ask for. Why not ask for it here?
Of course, we must ask for it.
So if they can't measure there being an actual vacuum like they describe, then do they not have their argument is void? It's like canceling an argument, right? You can't have the argument unless you have established the premise. The premise would be that there's this low pressure, according to them, the way they've described in the low Earth orbit, where they say that rockets are in a vacuum. So if they've established that, we could have the argument, like the one you consistently say, that there's no way that rockets can work in this specific region. I mean, you would be logically consistent to say that, but the problem is, if they can't even establish the fact that the low pressure is said to be what it is in that region, then the argument is null and void. It's like canceling.
Well, because they can't. Yeah, but we have to go. But we do have some evidence, though, that does lead us to think that there's obviously air is thinning out, because when you climb Mount Everest, the air gets thinner. We've got some physical experiences, and then we do see the rocket go up and take that parabolic arc. Then, if you let me finish it properly now, I've got videos that show us rocket engines not working in a vacuum. We've got that on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah. That would be an argument, right? That would be an argument to be had.
I was going to destroy the
guy. But even though that point can be shown to them, they think their mythological vacuum exists. So in other words,
we don't know that, that's the thing.
They don't know that either, Jen. It's not that you don't; they don't either. So the point is you can engage in that argument. It would be an argument out of an exercise in futility. Like, you're going to continue to do this argument even though it doesn't need to be had. Why? Because they can't produce the evidence that the gas pressure is measured in that region. So you're basically going to launch into an argument that doesn't need to be had.
Well, so that's fine, So I like to chew my food and play with my food, man. So that's what
that's great. That's great. But it's like, what we're doing here is sharpening our swords, right? We're doing points. We're doing points where, trim the fat, right? What needs to be over the years? Let's say things have people have increased in knowledge. We are starting to get better at like how we do arguments. However, there's people that are lagging behind. There's people that haven't been a part of 24/7, and they're still having these old arguments, like the three-body problem, rockets in a vacuum. Like, these arguments are antiquated. So right now they need to be reassessed. Like, are they valuable, or can we discard with those because they haven't investigated whether or not they can have the argument or not. Neither have we. So now's the time. Now's the time to clean house. Yeah. Let's see how we can make our arguments better. So, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I still feel that my argument would have been a good argument anyway, because I was going to back it up with.
I'm not saying it's. Not saying it's not, bro.
Man, but like you're giving them a sacred cow. Like I understand.
Not really. I'm not giving them a sacred cow. I'm taking it. I'm taking it away from them because I'm showing them that no one goes to space. The rocket's not going there. It goes up. Its fuel is coming out. It's coming out at a fixed rate. If it needs to go further up and up, the nozzle itself must be adjustable. So if you change the shape of the nozzle, for example, you get more thrust going up. But they don't have it. It's a fixed nozzle. It has to come down because it can't go. It doesn't have sufficient fuel to propel itself straight up because the bigger the nozzle becomes, the more fuel you're going to need. I was going to give him a good argument, man. But okay, go ahead.
What kind of
magic?
Aside
go ahead and do.
So there's the official location where space begins is like 100 kilometers, right?
Yeah, 62 miles. It's called the Kármán line. Yeah, okay. 10 to the minus 2 tall, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
They have no idea what the pressure is at that point. I know they don't because they don't have any vehicle that can loiter in there to measure the pressure. Mm-hmm. They can only ever transit it, right? They can't. Planes don't fly that high. Hot air balloon don't go that high. So they can only ever transit it. So they can't measure the pressure because they're going at some ridiculous rate of speed. Right?
That's right. No, you're right. You're absolutely correct.
The pressure reading, how fast they're going. They would need a priori knowledge of what the pressure is to even make an instrument to measure.
To go there.
You would need okay, the pressure is this. We're going this fast, so the pressure reading should be this. But we need knowledge already, which they don't have because they don't have the measurement in the first place. So they've never had outer space ever.
Never.
Ever. That's right.
So what's the highest altitude?
I'm 100% behind you on that. 100% behind you on that.
So what happens is like whenever you engage with something.
Hold on, probably the X-15 airplane. I think that went to 120,000 feet or something. Well, maybe how high, whatever the max height.
I was going to ask, what's the highest altitude pressure reading that we do have? The actual reading.
Probably the highest altitude a balloon goes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about 120.
Yes,
120,000 feet, which is 24 miles.
Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. It's
that's 24 miles. That's the high altitude balloons that we can see the flat Earth from.
Now this has been confirmed. This has been confirmed by a meteorologist that comes in here. Like I say, he's worked with these devices that actually go into altitudes where they're taking pressure readings and such. So we have confirmation that the globe side does not have any pressure readings beyond that point. So their space, what they think it is a giant question mark in the sky.
Of course it is. It is.
Right.
A fact. I agree with that 100%.
I mean, it's basically what they did was like, we're going to pass a law that space exists at the UN. So space exists.
So space exists, yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Did you know that percentage? Like, one of the things that, and I'm saying, man, because like we're trying to look through the arguments that people have had over the years. 24/7 is always, dude, at the forefront of these arguments. Like, you hear people lagging behind.
Tip of the spear,
right? And the only way we get better is by understanding the arguments, right? How are they laid out? Are they important?
Well.
That's great.
I do understand the argument well. I know they don't go to space. I've always said that.
But think about it like this: if they can't provide evidence, I'll give you an example. If they can't provide evidence what the pressure value is up there, how do they know space is a vacuum? The answer is they don't. They don't,
no,
right?
They don't
That's
know.
the answer.
Right.
So you could launch into the argument of gas pressure without a container, right? But what if they can't even confirm that there's a super low gas pressure to have the high vast pressure differential that would need to be there to have this thing? What if it's just an environment that we don't need a container? Perhaps it's just an environment we exist in that it's not a vacuum. Well, the all-encompassing place that we live in. So all I'm saying is there's a lot of arguments that precede the idea that space is a vacuum, right? things out of that will be born, like the fact that you would have to insert container, like the fact that you would have to insert knowledge about rockets working in a vacuum, that sort of thing. When you don't need to have any of that because none of it can be proven as far as pressure values go.
Yeah.
So all I'm doing is showing you the information. Like we've already examined it and it works. We've combated a few people coming in here wanting to have not you, but other people that want to propose that space is a vacuum and such, and rockets are working this way and that. And I've laid it to them. I'm like, good, show me how you know that there's a vacuum up there. Like, everybody claims that there is.
Yeah, I can't show you that. My only claim would be that because the rocket is going up and we see it going in this parabolic arc, that's due to the fact that the air is diminishing at such a rate that the rocket can no longer propel itself, and plus it's running out of fuel, it has to come back down. It doesn't get to space. I've said that all along. That's always been my argument.
There's visual confirmation of that.
They just got the pressure from a satellite.
I know. Percentage. That's what a lot of people have been carrying, right? This idea. And let me tell you, the first time I even thought about it, or I guess you could say I stumbled upon it, was when Mark J, or whatever the hell his name is, he got really upset with Brendan, with the meteorologist that comes in here every now and again, because he was arguing with him, saying that we can measure air pressure in the vacuum of space, and Brendan was like, no, you can't. And I'm like, what? Like, it was kind of weird to me because we've always given the Glober the argument, right? Like, just give it to him. And like, obviously, NASA is thinking that they can measure something there. But when the argument was had, Mark G was trying to demonstrate that you can measure. And I think they had sounding rockets at above the stratosphere, which is like right around the mesosphere. And I'm only speaking this way so you can see their paradigm, the way they structure the altitudes, right? So the altitudes, like where the mesosphere is said to be like the region where you cannot measure anymore. But the altitude right below that, the stratosphere, is like right the highest level of the balloons can go, which is right around 120, something like that. It's a little give or take, right? But after that, you can't have in situ measurements. Now, I heard that term in situ, and I was like, that sounds like a really odd term. So I looked it up. It just means localized. That's what it just boils down to. So in situ measurements of that region would mean like what India was describing. You'd have something that's just loitering in that location, kind of getting the information, as far as measurements go. But you can't do that if you can't have something established to be in that region. So all we had were sounding rockets exploding, causing air pressure, readings that were inferred and not measured by having them in situ localized. So it was all it's basically just a giant question mark to those guys, man. You can look this up if you don't believe me. What was it? The last NOAA PDF, and I think Sporadic had given it to me. It was back in the 70s. I don't know, Indio. I don't know if you know that PDF that I'm talking about. It just talks about like the pressure readings that they have to work with as far as like what they know with weather and such, but they don't have any measurements beyond the stratosphere, so they don't have any information to substantiate that space is a vacuum, that sort of stuff. So I don't know what you guys.
I totally agree with that. What you said there, because that's always been my feeling. Because they can't go to space, and with India giving me this material from the Apollo detectives, I've been able to extrapolate through their experiments that they're not going there. If all what they're putting forward here is true, and I've witnessed like outgassing and stuff like that, and I've got the charts. They're not going up there. Of course they're not going up there. Of course not.
I mean, I believe it, but it's just like, it makes satellites even more fake for me. Like, they never thought to take a barometer onto the ISS, ever. It's
silly. It's not up there.
It doesn't. Barometers don't work beyond, like I said, beyond the stratosphere. So it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. So according to the altitude, the way they describe altitudes, and I think that's the only reason why I'm saying that. It's not so
that's the way they describe it,
but yeah. So the altitude.
Why wouldn't it
go ahead? Problem, right?
You have like a really accurate one. Why wouldn't it work?
Well, there's the thermosphere temperature problem. How they exist in the thermosphere in the first place.
Right.
And then what they'll say
that's the ISS.
Well, there's the particles are so sparse that it doesn't heat it up because the particles don't hit it enough because there's not a lot of them. Well, then there's the question of how'd you measure that temperature in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the answer is, well,
and what about that Mark?
We
Mark
just made it up.
23. Mark 23. Trajectory of 26,250 miles circumference at Mark 23. That's 920,000 G's. That thing is being subjected to. It would tear itself apart. It couldn't survive it. Mark 23 is just a straight linear line, man. You can't force that round curves. If you do, you better make sure you've got something. It's a solid thing that doesn't give. The ISS, the way it's been configured, cannot do a 920,000 G's. Sorry, can't do that. Yeah. No way. No way.
So they've been sold a story, right? And of course, that story, as you guys in here already know, doesn't make any sense. But not only does it not make sense, there isn't any information to support that they're in that location based on anything that's measured. So now you could ask them, okay, before we get into like pressure values and rockets working in a vacuum, ask them this question. How has it been measured that the air pressure is said to be what it is? Just ask them that. See what they tell you. If you don't believe me, they're not going to find the answer on the internet. It does not exist. Doesn't exist. There's nothing that measures pressure beyond the stratosphere. Nothing.
Right.
Absolutely nothing.
So that's it. See, that's the space killer right there. That's the end of any idea of anyone going to space. Right there.
Yeah.
You can't measure it. We haven't been there to measure it. Wow.
Nobody has. Yeah. So the idea is that they send rockets beyond that. And okay, so let me say the only argument they have, the one that's come up, is they use an equation, a drag coefficient, with satellites in that specific region going at a specific speed, and they say because they work out a formula, based on that formula, they could tell you more or less what the pressure would be there. But the problem is, in the thermosphere, you have a lot of heat. It's hot there, right? So what happens to heat when it's induced into gases? What happens to gases when you induce heat? Do you know?
Well, they become volatile, don't they, and move around.
They move around. Does not work.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is, if that was true, then they would be able to get some sort of temperature and pressure reading. They don't even have that. Now, there's been attempts of what I heard of outfitting the ISS with some device, according to what has been given to me, because I've been talking about this argument. So they've given me this, not like a PDF, but it's more like a website, and you go in there and it just describes this device. Yeah, it describes a device that they say that they've outfitted the ISS with, but the device is not able to measure any air pressure because of other factors such as solar winds and things that will interfere with that device's capability of measuring in that location. So there's a lot of excuses now. It's nobody can actually put a device that could measure any air pressure to have you get on top of a mountain, air's thinning out, you go up a little bit higher, air's thinning a little bit more. But how do they know it becomes a vacuum once it reaches those regions? And the answer is they don't know.
No. Do you remember?
They will continuously tell you that.
Yeah, do you remember? I think it was in 2017 or 18 where they said that the Earth's atmosphere now extends to the moon. Do you remember that?
Yeah. But interestingly enough, why was that argument born? Because they had to put some sort of way to say that it's possible that you could go to the moon and still be within the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why they. But they're only trying to do this, and the problem where they shoot themselves in the foot is that there's a specific air pressure at a specific altitude. That's the only place they shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah. So they can't say that it's not a vacuum at the Kármán line because that's where low Earth orbit begins. So it doesn't matter if they say So I'm saying at that region is like you said, 10 to the negative 2, but they don't even have the air pressure to substantiate that as measured. So
that's
now,
right. No, they don't. They don't exactly.
Yeah. So back to it. It's just So the argument was born out of it's already established. Like all of us in here have just been giving it to them this whole time. This many years, just been giving it to them. Okay, 10 to the negative 2. Now, how can rockets work there? And yada yada. And so now we're we're going a little bit back. Let's say, okay, first now you have to establish, if you want to have this argument, right? You want to have the rockets work in a vacuum, and I say the rockets do not work in a vacuum. First establish, at least have them do that. Establish that there is that pressure measured at that region before you launch into that. Because you have two ways now, like before they enter that, the arena of that argument, you're going to have to first pass the barrier of having to establish that that pressure is measured at what they say that it's measured at.
Yeah. They have to give me that, and then of course they're going to bring some material which is going to be fraudulent, of course, because that's what they're going to have to do that.
Well, yeah, they'd only have to, because they'll say that. Well, here's a couple of things they'll say. It's measured, and they'll say, well, it's been calculated. So we're not asking for calculations, inferences. We're not asking for best guesses. We're asking for direct measurements of air pressure in that region.
Yeah, and the methodology that was used, and let's see the data. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Let's see what we're dealing with. It looks like Tristan had supported something.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in. But I was going to turn him into mincemeat with my stuff anyway, because I've got videos. Rockets not working in a vacuum. There's the easy debunk rocket stuff. Yeah, it's right there for you to have a look. And he would have been left dumbfounded. Yeah, go ahead.
I talked about this the other day. Your approach isn't wrong. Sometimes it's for the purpose of the conversation or the audience is to grant them an assumption, and then even with their assumption granted, it still can't do what they want.
No,
right? So now
that's
they're
right.
down two pegs. It's more than, instead of just one, they got two hills to climb.
Yeah.
You make it as difficult for them as possible.
Yeah. Pile on the problems.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I thought I had undone all of the programming, but it seems like there's still some tentacles in there that you got to detach.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
going to do that.
And we'll build this argument. I guess for anybody that wants to take the position of them having to prove it, is allow them to present anything that they would say is the way that they measure it. Like Tristan right now had presented something. I don't know if you guys can see his link that he posted in here. So Tristan, he says, I found space pressure measurements. Like, do you know at what altitude? There's a lot of things that are required, right? At what altitude are we saying this device is measuring? And then go ahead and show us ISS module. Okay, so this module is on the ISS, which is at 255 miles above the Earth's surface. Go ahead and show us what the device is and what page did you find it on. We're going to examine it. Definitely want you to give it your best shot if you think that it's been measured. Yeah, where did it start? I'm still learning about the device. No, you have to come with at least having knowledge of it. So wait till you learn and then present what you have. Okay. Yeah, alleged. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, they've said that too already. So we kind of have, there's calculations. I already said there's inferences, calculations, ideas of like what can be done to estimate, but there's no direct in situ measurements. So yeah, look into it. Then come back with an argument if you have one. It's difficult when something's used as a calculation and been taken as long as like people have been taking them as like, okay, well, we'll just say that it's been measured. That we can't do that. I mean, if we're going to start with a point proper, the premise has to be built on a truth claim. Is it true that the air pressure has been measured? And let's start there. I mean, if it's not, I guess we have to find out how it's been,
Yeah, it's got to be built up.
So the next question is, how reliable are the indirect measurements?
Dude, and everybody's going to tell you something different, right? You're going to have, because like we talked to the meteorologist, Brendan, he comes in here, but that's the thing. You can never base any direct measurement to say that, your calculation is going to be something close to, because how would you verify it?
Exactly. You have no control. You have no...
Yeah. Brendan did a very good in Earth Awakenings, okay? Because of his speciality there, and he had them all tied up in knots, definitely. And he gets to the point where he's actually shouting at them like I do because they really want to overtalk him because he's killing them and they're hemorrhaging blood all over the place. You know what I mean? And yeah, he's good. Brendan, he's good. I know
he goes over there.
Yeah, he hasn't been in for a while, and I think the reason why was because he all of his best. Totally destroyed them, and obviously he thinks it ain't worth dealing with these people because you tell them the actual truth and they still don't concede. So obviously you get exasperated, you just move on, don't you? But let me tell you, he was in there for a number of years. So he didn't give up after a number of years at it, and then he hasn't been in for a while now.
Well, he said Mark G was hounding him in the DMs after that one interaction with him, and I guess it was in Here in Politics. So he had the interaction with him. It was a lot of people in here too, and we had it on the live stream. But that interaction happened, and Mark G was upset about it because he was basically debunked, right? So he couldn't.
Yeah.
He was trying to get in his DMs and say that Brendan's, he's cucking for FE and all this kinds of shit. And Brendan's like, dude, I haven't made up my mind. Like, I think the Earth's a globe, but flat Earth is like sounding like it's got really good points anyway. But Mark G was, he's a total anti-flat earther, so he was just like arguing with him in the DMs. And Brendan's like, dude, it's been like weeks already. The guy's still in my DMs. Like dude, I'm telling you, he got torn down so bad that day that it really stung. Like,
Brendan doesn't. Once he's on point and that, it's all over for those people over there. And there was a number of these Globers just couldn't take it. But there are times when he's trying to get his point across. When the tactics where two or three of them are trying to talk at him at once, the moderators are not doing their job because they're Globers sometimes, all right? So he's calling out for Gio, but Gio wasn't around at the time. Yeah, but he carried on anyway. He did destroy them in the end.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like this, man. Space is fake. That you can stand on. You can stand on business when you say it because they can't prove it. So until they do, like their space is fake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along. I've been saying that all along. That space is fake, and they keep asking. I said, yeah, because we can't go there. Okay, the same. That's where all this other stuff that we tell them, the stuff they tell us about the planets. Have they been there? They can't send anything there to confirm their theories here. So come on, wake up, will you? Yeah, you're carrying a belief there. No validation, no confirmation being had at all.
And we can even call out the Globers, man, if they want to come in here and present their case for space being a vacuum and it's been measured. We could do like an all call. If you guys are listening right now on YouTube or in this room at the moment, and you think space is a vacuum, go ahead and present that. Show how it's been measured.
Yeah.
Actually measured, not inferred, not calculated, but actually measured.
Yeah, I like it when they do these vacuum experiments as well anyway. And you do witness the outgassing and stuff, and you think, there's no way that they can put anything up there. If they can, I always say if they can go up there. I don't think, I know they can't go up there. And then the experts have given us this information. Do I believe it? Really, I don't. But if this is the information they give us, many questions arise from this stuff. And that's what we're doing. We're questioning everything we're being told. Okay? It doesn't match up. NASA look, just to go to the moon, for example, and to contend with there are numerous problems in space if they could go there, yeah? You see, I said it again, if they could go there. One of them is this one, the cosmic ray particles supposedly traveling at the speed of light, okay? Now, in order to contend with that, you would need 2 meters thick of shield, that's 6 feet, to absorb those particles as they hit, because they're coming in at a rate of supposedly 4 particles per square centimeter of your rocket. So it'd be like having your rocket in rain, you know what I mean? But it's cosmic ray particles. And NASA never had 2 meters thick of any shielding. 2 meters. They never had that. So it could never have gone just like that. They could never have gone. You see?
They could have never, just that, they never could have found their way there. Even if they made the craft, how did they know their orientation relative to anything? Right. Which way am I pointed? Which way am I going? How fast am I going? How do they know any of that? There's no way to even figure it out.
Yeah, there is none.
Leave Earth, right? And there's a way to figure out your orientation on Earth, but you need gravity. Okay, so I flew up into the sky. Where I was on Earth is now pointed in some other direction. So now I don't even know my orientation relative to that anymore. So now what's my orientation relative to the Earth and the Moon? Am I pointed at the moon? Am I pointed away from the moon? Am I pointing to the left, to the right? Which way am I pointed? I have to know which way I'm pointed because when I use the thruster, I want to go toward the moon. I just don't want to go up into the endless void. So and then once I hit the thruster, how do I know how fast I'm going? There's no way to measure my speed because typically, like with an airplane or a boat, right? You measure the flow of the medium past the sensor, right? The pitot tube. And on the ground, right, we use like a tire and we measure the amount of rotations.
Yeah.
How do you do that in space? Like, how do you know your velocity at all?
Exactly. Yeah. How do you know your velocity?
So many problems. You don't know which way you're going. And then, like, even if you did, when you hit the gas to go, you don't know how fast you're going. And like, why don't you zip past the moon? Like, it's crazy when you actually think about all.
It's all crazy. Look, it's all crazy, and they give us this slingshot. So they're going past, but the gravitational pull of the moon brings the rocket round, slingshotting. Stupid, isn't it? Come on.
We got some people that have jumped in here. We got Bee's Knees. We got Darth Baby Yoda. Let's see. We got Solid Volcano. Welcome to the panel. Tristan's there, but he don't want to say anything.
Hold on, Jin, can you see the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to look in there right now. I'm going to look in there right now. What am I looking for?
I'm going to post proof that NASA's trolling everybody.
Oh, okay, cheers, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah. Also, what's his name? Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear mentioned this. Okay, the balls and the dick. That's where he got the idea from. And he drove his car, did all the wheel spins to make this shape, by the way. So yeah, I've seen that.
Is that a circumcised orbit or an uncircumcised orbit?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks for that. I've seen it before, yeah. You can tell they're gaslighting us, obviously.
Yeah, the problem with it, like, we're having, like, Tristan talk to Darth Baby Yoda, and he's, like, being a bit, facetious. But the problem is, he couldn't prove that space is a vacuum if he tried. So go ahead and try to prove it. I know you're making jokes in the chat, but try proving it. How about that?
Dude, he said, why do you need to pressurize spaceships then? You don't have spaceships in the first place, buddy. You don't have space.
They're so far down this like mindset, dude. It's like really hard to pull them out of it.
Bro, I was in the other one, the English hub, and you might have talked. It's like I'm trying to say this and be politically correct. It's a confused person about, their things, their private parts. But anyway, that's not the important part. They're like, have you ever seen, what is it? Starfield Universe, whatever the hell they call that. Sandbox Universe. And you're like, you could go to all the other planets, and it's so realistic, and it's accurate simulation of the universe. I'm like, oh,
geez.
And I'm like, man, you sound so enamored with that. I just don't want to bust your bubble.
Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes these guys come in here and
like all in, way down the rabbit hole, like this guy, like so far down the rabbit hole, like they took the space lore and they wrapped it around themselves like Linus in his blanket, right? They're like, the space lore, it makes you feel so safe and secure. And
yeah,
I just said, well, how do you know it looks realistic? Because it does, because the scientists, because I'm like, oh my God, someone else talk to this person.
But what's weird is that they appeal to like what it looks like, and it's almost like a spiritual experience. Crit kind of like capitalized on this point. It's called the overview effect. So they have like this idea of what space is based on these pictures that have been given to them. So they're gonna like go ahead and fantasize about it and think that it's real based on that information that's handed to them, the videos and the images. So they're going to go off and think that space is exactly like that. And so their mind runs wild. And they're like, how can it not be that, dude? Like, we got all this evidence. You mean to tell me it's not like that? We got Kerbal Space Program. Oh my God. I've seen stuff happen in space. Like, what? Yeah. It's bad, dude. Like, most of these guys, they're so far down the well, dude.
Earth is not a globe. How can I play EVE Online?
Yeah, the space fantasy is real within these guys.
Darth, baby, you really got
okay. Yeah, I want to talk to. Okay, but if there's no space, where's our solar system? What is that?
What?
It's the imagination. It's imagination of some dude who told you about this idea, and you're like, "Oh, that's so awesome! We live in a solar system." There's no evidence of that, bro. None.
Just unmute. We'll have a civil conversation. We'll just ask you some questions, man. We just want to know, man. Like, you believe these things. We just want to know what the evidence for these things are. Like, what's your evidence that there's a solar system?
Yeah, the glass of Kool-Aid's all gone, Indio. I don't know.
What do you mean you need to explain past imagination? Your explanation is imagination. To even entertain your idea that there's a solar system, well, not your idea, the idea that was implanted in your head, we're going to have to talk about imagination because it is imagination. What are we in then? Not a solar system. Okay,
crazy.
I'll just ask you a simple question. What is the observation that says we're in a solar system? It don't make sense. It doesn't match up to the lore. The lore is correct. I just downloaded it.
He wants you to put a bib on him, get the spoon, and start going. Yeah, here comes the airplane. Yeah, like, dude, why does he got to spoon feed you information so you could believe what we're like? That's the worst, dude.
Why do I need an alternative? We can demonstrate that the one you think is true has no evidence for it.
We're not going to spoon feed you a cosmology, bro. It's not going to happen.
That's the one you believe? Oh, shit, this is the first one I heard. I'm stuck on this one until I get an alternative.
Yeah, they have no evidence of a solar system.
Yeah,
None.
The first girl he met was a virgin, so they're all virgins until someone proves otherwise. You already know something. Well, tell us what you know. You don't know there's a solar system, that's for certain.
He's saying so I can compare the two. Dude, you're comparing it to something that's not real, bro.
Yeah, type in the chat how you know it's a solar system. The evidence, not the claim. The claim isn't the evidence. We want the evidence that supports the claim. Earth, planets are in a solar system, i.e., a heliocentric configuration where the planets orbit the sun. Go.
Please don't show your 7th grade science project. No, please don't do that.
Show like a little diagram.
Don't, dude.
Yeah, I've been told a lot of things that aren't true. So have you.
Hey, wait a minute. Do you know that it's not a solar system now? Within the context of like 2 minutes?
Why don't you just unmute? I don't really want to read the chat. Unmute, buddy.
Yeah. Has he even spoken in here?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't think so.
He says, hold on, so.
Hello.
Oh, it's a she.
Well, that's not really relevant.
We were saying sorry about that.
How do you know?
Okay. I'm used to that being the default.
Yeah.
Well,
how do you know the Earth is in a solar system?
I don't know if that matters because that's not like the point of contention.
Well, I mean, okay, claims are not evidence, right? So if I make a claim,
I didn't make a claim.
Well, yeah, you said the Earth was in a solar system. That's a claim.
No, I didn't. I just mentioned something that we've been told. Like that's just what's been taught and told, right? So it's like, well, everyone's being told and taught this one thing, and then what would be the claim is that it's not true, right? It doesn't exist. Well, then just tell me the information then. Right. So like, tell me the reason why like you are saying it's not real.
Observe it. What else do
we
observe? We don't observe a solar system.
How? Okay. How not?
Okay. Have you ever seen any of the planets or the Earth orbit the sun?
Yeah, through a telescope.
Through a telescope.
Oof.
Where was the telescope? Above the solar system looking down?
No, but it's kind of similar to watching like an eclipse, right? Like you can see like Mercury, Venus and things and like Jupiter going around in the solar system. Yeah.
No, you just see them moving around. You don't see them orbit the sun. So Mars, from our vantage point, it'll go left to right. It'll go right to left for a period of time. Then it'll do a loop-de-loop and go back in the other direction. You never see it orbit the sun.
You see nothing orbit the sun.
In fact, you've never seen it orbit in your entire life. No human being has ever observed it orbit.
Rotates.
Okay.
No, it's literally just because the Earth rotates. So like, if you follow the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, that's not an orbit.
Say like you're tracking like Jupiter. So like obviously at our rate, we're not moving at the same rate as Jupiter.
Yoda, the Earth spinning is not an orbit. We're talking about things going around the sun, not the Earth spinning on its axis.
No, I know that's not what I'm getting at. Because like he was saying, like, do you observe it? Right, I know, but you think I'm going somewhere and I'm not going there. Like I'm literally talking about the orbit. So like, because the Earth spins, we're obviously not going to see it. Like if you
observe it. You're going to argue against
No, I don't know why you're not letting me finish my sentence. I thought you wanted to have a conversation.
We do, but you're not acknowledging what we said, that you don't.
No, I am, but you're not letting me finish.
Like, what else are we going to do? We got to go by shit we don't observe? We don't observe a lot of things. So there's fucking unicorns. We don't observe them. Certainly they exist because we don't observe them.
Oh, sorry, babe. Sorry. Hold on a second.
We're trying to apply logic, dude. How can we reach a conclusion with no observation of the conclusion? Or the premises for the conclusion?
It's really dead on arrival. She said, hold on, babe.
Don't call me babe.
Sorry, I was talking to my husband. No, I was trying to say
we figured.
Don't call him babe either.
What?
I'm kidding. I was figuring.
Just relax.
I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, you should tell your man to get on here so we can speak to both of y'all, man. It's a family affair. But honestly, man, like I think what we're doing here is just getting good exposition on how people think. Yeah. Yeah, tell your man to get like we'll speak to both of you guys. All right, can you guys both hear us?
Yeah.
All right, well, so check it out, man. Like what we've been talking about in here is the idea that people think that the Earth is in a solar system, right? Well, both of you. I mean, yeah, your dude and you as well, both of you. So the idea is that we live on.
Sorry, AB, he's really busy right now.
That's fine. We'll just.
We can have a talk.
He said he would join, and maybe we can have a talk.
That's great. Yeah, it's good, right? So
yeah,
I guess what we're doing here is just getting good exposition on the fact that people have this idea that what they've been told. I like the way that you even said this, by the way. Let me just give you props for saying that we've been told, because yeah, we have been told, and it's not taught. Something that's been told, they don't give you an option of how to think. They just tell you what to think, right? So that's right. You've been told that the Earth is.
A weird thing anyway that I would love to talk with you, because I don't really believe in the official version, if it makes sense. You know, there is too many. I don't know. It's weird. I'm sorry, I'm not an English speaker. I'm really busy right now, but I will join, and I will really love to have that conversation with you guys.
Likewise.
Thank you very much. Have a nice one, guys.
Hey, you too, man. So what we do here, though, is we like people to have the thought process of like how things are, right? So if you're critically thinking about what we're saying, then you're going to be able to understand whether or not you can know something to be true. So that's what we do, right? We want to have that good exposition. So what we do is we challenge you, Yoda. We want to challenge you to think, how do I know what I know? So India was taking you down a line of logic, right? So the line of logic is, how is it possible that you can even obtain the knowledge that we're in a solar system? Now, you could say that somebody greater than you knows it, right? Like a professor and an astronomer or cosmologist or whatever it is. But even appealing to those guys, we're going to ask, how do you know that they know what they know, that we're in a solar system? So we have to put together something that's logical and coherent to say that we know something to be true. Well, we're starting with the solar system. So if you think we're in one, then we're going to examine the claim, how is it possible that we are in a solar system, right? So that's what we're doing now. So we're asking you, and if you can present evidence that you know that we're in one, then we'll look at that, examine it, and see if it's possible. But if not, then all we have are just stories that we've been told. And that's what India was trying to get you to think about. It's like, that's all you have. That's all we have. We just got a story. They said, this is just how it is. We're in a solar system. And we're like, okay, as children and such. Does that make any sense? Like, I'm trying to jumpstart your critical thinking, because that's what this is all about. Even though it sounds like, well, you guys are arguing for a flat, but
right. Sorry to interject there, Miggy. I know you were giving it some good spiel there, and everything was perfect. I just want to draw your attention to an image I posted just a few moments ago. You will see it. You got a sliver of the Earth curvature there, and then the rocket supposedly leaving to the moon. And you look at that and you think, is it possible they could have gone? Just that image alone begs questions, doesn't it? Have a look.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jen. Let's just stick with the what's at hand right now. We're actually talking about whether or not we're in a solar system.
Yeah,
we gotta stick. Let's stick to the point proper, and then if we want to, we can have tangential topics, that lead into what you want to present. So, at the moment, right now, let's see if Darth Baby Yoda can actually have sufficient information to substantiate the claim that we're in a solar system. Is it possible, Yoda, that you could chime in on this?
Yeah, sure. What was the last sentence?
So, what information has been laid into your mind that you're in a solar system?
That there's a sun and there's planets around us in our solar system, and we can observe them orbiting the sun.
Okay. What is an orbit?
It's a rotation around the sun. A planet's rotation.
So, in order to witness an orbit, what would one have to do?
So we would have to be in a stationary place, I guess in any continent of your choosing, with a telescope. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not gonna be
I'll give you your best shot.
Okay, yeah. But we would have to basically be in a stationary place, look through a telescope, and then basically move with the Earth's orbit, I guess, if you really wanted to document the other planets' rotation around the solar system. And then obviously you jot that down, jot down the coordinates, and you will continuously observe them from where you are on Earth.
Okay. Based on what you're talking about, has it ever happened that you've ever seen this yourself? We'll start with you first.
No. Well, I haven't done it personally because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a scientist, but I have done it enough to I don't have all that time on my hands, but I have enough where I'm like, okay, it's kind of like following the, like a star pattern or something,
Okay, so in order to witness an orbit, you've laid out kind of the premise of what needs to be done, right?
Yeah.
You said it yourself. So according to your standard, have you ever witnessed, just be truthful, that's all we care about. Have you ever witnessed an orbit?
Myself, no. But I trust scientists enough to be like,
that's good. That's what I wanted you to say. If you trust scientists or you trust astronomers or whoever it is, what information can you link us to?
I want to ask her.
Go ahead and do.
Did they witness an orbit?
I trust them enough to believe them by following the data that they've laid out.
Have you heard a scientist say, "Yes, I witnessed an orbit"?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh. Which one?
When scientists witness an orbit, they're saying, "Yes, I've witnessed an orbit." I don't know.
I've never heard anyone say that.
Orbit.
Okay. That's anecdotal. So sure.
No, no, it's not anecdotal. They even admit it's not possible. Because let's take the moon to Jupiter.
Okay, hold on.
For instance, they would only see. Notice that there's a recurring pattern here with her. Right when you get to the crux of the problem, I got to go away.
I didn't say I've got to go away. I muted so you can talk.
Oh.
And I'm sorry that I have a family and a husband that came in when I was having a conversation. But, like, I don't put him like below everybody else.
Well, I mean, never mind. So what they see is, and pay attention, Prod. You ain't never seen Mercury do an orbit. Okay, so can you see Mercury when it's behind the sun if it was in an orbit? No. So you've never seen an orbit. Can you see the Galilean moons behind Jupiter? No. So you've never seen an orbit. No human being has ever witnessed a complete orbit, ever. They've inferred an orbit from seeing the translation of a body going in front of some other body, assuming they are bodies. Okay, that's what they've seen. But they've never seen something circle another thing, ever. Never once in all of human history has any human being ever witnessed that.
Yeah, I said sure. I agreed with AV when he said that. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I was referring to the data points.
We're
the fact
going
that
from
they can, like,
logically, we've never witnessed an orbit, to all the planets orbit the sun. How did you do that?
So, like, what I said to AV was I agree with him. I said that by the fact that their predictions have never been, like, wrong. I trust that. That's why I trust what they say.
They have.
So, like, yeah.
Yeah, they have been wrong. They're wrong all the time. All the time.
Okay.
Well, so what we're examining right now is just the bare bones claim that we're in a solar system, right? And in order for that to happen, like you said, there's certain constituent parts for it to be such, right? As in the planets in question have to be making their revolution around the sun. Now, that is never witnessed. It's only been inferred. Like these are we're working off of inferences at the moment, right? People are inferring things based on an educated guess. So all you have are these astronomers, astrophysics, anybody that's in the field of like staring at the sky. People are just making these claims that this is what's happening. And individuals such as yourself and everybody else who hears the information are only like basically recalling what they've said and then saying this is just the way it is. This is the truth. So you stand on that truth, but it's not true, basically is what I'm saying. So you're being told about a cosmology that no one can verify is true. So this is the problem, right? We're showing you the problem, and you have a choice, right? You have a conscious choice to say, okay, I'm not going to accept that. I want evidence for this, and not just rely on someone telling me that this is the case. Well, I mean, you could live in a world where you question things, right? Not that you just have to accept everything that comes your way. So what it does is engages with your critical thinking, and now you can question things, and nobody's going to hold you to, why are you questioning your cosmology? Get back in line, like agree with everybody else. Like you don't have to, right? Because there's no evidence for it. So we're just giving you the option to make a conscious decision to not accept that.
Sure, but I mean, again, like I said, it's like I said, like that's okay, and I can accept that as like your reasoning, right? But like for me, if I'm looking at predictions, for example, like where a certain planet is going to be, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go and look around this time, and it shows up, then I'm just going to go based on the fact that, like, okay, well, they were right about that prediction.
What if the predictions were never relying on the solar system being in place? What if it had to deal with another specific model instead of the model of the solar system? What if that was the case?
But that was my point earlier. Like, that's why I was saying, like, you guys need to tell me what your idea is then, if it's not the solar system, because everybody, and like me in this case, is basing like predictions and everything that I know of, or that can make sense of the planets and the Earth and stuff. It's based off of that, of the model that we're already taught, right? So if you guys are saying it doesn't exist, then give me another thing so that I can measure and see if your predictions also match up the same way.
Yeah. Predictions are not made by the Earth being a globe revolving around the sun. Predictions are made because people constructed what they see in the sky, and the patterns of the cyclical nature of the heavens are what they're going by. So everything is running on a cycle right now. Like the things that you see, like the phenomena of eclipses, the phenomena of like day and night, like everything that you see, right, is all based on cyclical patterns. So the moon's on a cycle, the sun's on a cycle, the stars are on cycles, right? Seasonal cycles for the stars, monthly cycle for the moon, and yearly cycle for the sun. And of course, there's greater cycles above that, which are the lunar eclipses, which happen, every so many number of years. But just because all they're doing is watching things in the sky, you could draw up any kind of model that would fit that description. So it doesn't need a specific idea, like you have to be in a solar system or something. It's just based on like what you see happen in the sky, and then you could draw out some kind of idea. So geocentrism was like one of the early stages of people trying to put together how they could conceptualize the sky. And now that's everything going around the Earth, right? Like basically the Earth is the center of the universe. Have you heard about this before, Yoda?
I've heard it said.
Yeah. So, and people went from there to the idea that, we're all going around the sun and such. So it was later put forth that that's the case instead of it being just like everything's revolving around the Earth. But from our vantage point, that's what it does look like. Like everything's moving basically centered on the Earth that we're on. But I'm going to say it's actually a step more inward than that. It's actually everything centered on your observation. Because everything that you see in the night sky is concentric to your vision. So I'm going to actually show you that that's it's a step away from the idea that's centered on the Earth, but it's actually centered on your vision. So everything that you see is basically catered to the way you see the universe around you. So you would look at the stars at an angle of degree throughout the whole night sky based on how you see them, right? You could say that the moon's at, how many degrees in the sky above you, and the star that you're looking at over here on this side is at a degree in the sky based on how you see them in the sky, concentric to your vision. So conceptually, you could think of it like a celestial sphere, because your vision, outward from your vision, it's like, you are the center. Your vision is what's making everything seem like you are the center. That's how you visualize everything, right? So conceptually, you could think of it like a celestial sphere.
I'm sorry. You did say a lot, and
sorry about that. Yeah, it's not an easy subject.
I'm trying to make sense of like the first thing you said, because like now I'm kind of stuck on like the whole like seeing the stars thing, and I don't know. I just like thought like how people in the South, right? Like they don't see the same like star patterns that we see. So, I mean, again, I don't know. You said a lot, so now I've kind of lost train of thought.
It's difficult because like having this conversation, you have to like put your cosmology to the side and then think of things based on how you observe them. So you said people in the South, people in the North, like it doesn't matter where you are geographically speaking, but when you make your observation, you're going to detail to somebody how things look in the night sky, right? Like the stars in the daytime, the way the sun moves around. So everything, it works specifically to somebody in that region, wherever they are, right? I give you for an example, right? An example would be somebody in the far north, right? Alaska or, any other part that you want to say geographically you can be in the north. You could see in the summertime that the sun moves about, like in the sky, it never sets, it stays up for 24 hours, moves around concentric in the sky. So you could say that somebody where I'm at in North America will see the sun move about the sky, appearing, rising northeast, setting northwest. So that's what I see. But somebody far north would see something moving around them in a concentric circle, right? So they would see that. I would see this. Somebody far south would see no daylight, right? Of course. So you would say, every observer has their very own specific way of the way they detail what the sky looks like, right? So we're just talking about the sky and the model of the solar system, like for the idea that everything's revolving around the solar system, when in fact, all the observer sees is the sun doing something. The sun's moving around. So we don't observe us going around the sun at all. We see the sun moving across the sky, basically catered to our vision, wherever we are geographically.
Okay, right. So I kind of remembered.
Go ahead.
Do you have... So, wait, sorry. So just to make it clear, are you saying that the reason we're able to make predictions on where certain planets are going to be in the, I guess you guys will say, quote unquote, solar system, is because these things have been mapped up like from before. They're just following like an already.
Yes. 100%. Yes. Exactly what you just said. Because we're relying on data that people have been taking from before us. So we're building
Even
upon
before
that.
Technology?
Yes. Way before. Yes. 100%.
So are you saying that they have the technology to do that before?
No. We're saying is Sky.
Hold on. Even if they didn't know about like the other planets.
Yeah, we're talking about sky gazers, right? Like the ancient times.
We was talking about like the planets. So
Yeah, what's a
Say again?
stargazer, mate?
What did you say? I didn't hear. Say again.
What's a sky gazer?
People who look up at the night sky, the ancient people that were making up the celestial sphere. So we're talking about Chaldeans, Babylonians, people that have like come together and collectively had information to say that over the many number of years they can tell where the patterns are in the sky, geographically speaking, right? Of course. So wherever you are, there's going to be something that occurs, the phenomena in the sky, based on the cycles that the heavenly bodies are doing. Nothing to do with the Earth at all, or a solar system, but basically what the observer sees in that location. Does that make sense, or you guys thinking about that?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm still kind of stuck on like. So like I'm trying to get my head around the fact that you're saying that everything is like a prediction from people that were already doing it from before. But it's like even before they knew like certain planets, like for example, like Uranus, or even if you want to take, which they don't class as a planet anymore, but like Pluto, right? Like they didn't know about Uranus or like Pluto. So it's like but we're making predictions for that now. And if you're saying that it's based off of like them, then that doesn't really make sense to me. So like, could you explain?
This is what you don't understand. These models are just mathematical constructs. There's more than one mathematical model that can make the same predictions. Now, there's two others I know of. So there's Tycho Brahe's model, and then there's the Ptolemaic model. So if we have three models, they all make the same predictions. How do we choose which one's physically real?
Yeah, what is the distinction, Indio? You said one's kinematic and the other one's dynamic?
Oh, these are all kinematic. There's no forces. They actually don't use any type of. They don't use Newtonian gravity or anything like that. They use Kepler's laws, where it's just like the timing of the period of an elliptical orbit, and they just time it, right? And then you say, "Hey, what size orbit would fit this timing?" It's just data fitting. That's all it is.
Yeah.
They're
Do you get what you just said, Yoda?
Post-dictions. I think we call it post-dictions.
Exactly, Jim.
Yeah, post-dictions, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, but like you told me that it was like, or like, how can they do that to something that they didn't know existed?
No, because these things are cyclical in nature. So they're running on cycles. So they're using a cycle to predict, for the prediction, basically. So the cycles.
How do they predict? How do they predict the planets that they did not know existed already?
But what are you talking about? Like,
well, okay, so like I could give you something like Mars and Venus, right, and like Jupiter, right, for like the Romans, if I was going to give you that, right? But like again, Uranus and Pluto, they didn't know existed. So, but now we know about them, and so you're telling me that the reason we can predict where Uranus and Pluto are going to be are because of those people's predictions beforehand. So, like, how if they don't know that they exist, how could they put predictions or put them down?
So yeah, the heavenly bodies are running on a cycle. So if let's say you discover something. Well, it was already there, so you're just basically seeing it. And so when it's discovered, you're going to find out that everything that you see in the sky all runs on a certain pattern, right? It's running on a cycle. You just have to figure out what type of cycle it's running on. And once you do, you're just mapping that out onto some kind of conceptual model. That's all you're doing. It's conceptual, and then you hand it to somebody else to, hey, what do you think about this? And then as it runs and repeated cycles, you just confirms the math. That's it. It's nothing more than just verifying something in the sky running on a pattern, and then you just put it in a model. That's all it is, really. It's not Okay, you don't need the solar system for this. You don't need the Earth as a globe for this. Right? You don't need any of that. You just.
I mean, I can post Tycho Brahe's model right now. Like you can play around with it, punch in the time, the date, all that stuff, and it'll tell you. It'll make it the same, not the same prediction from your observation point on Earth. It'll look the same as what it would look like in Kepler's model, as it would look the same in the Ptolemaic model, because we're looking at it, right? And we're trying to make some model that predicts, when I look in the sky, when will it appear at this location? That's all it is.
Yeah.
They're not actually tracking any motions. They're just measuring a period when something appears in a location.
Yep. Okay. And they've been doing this ever since people have been looking at the sky.
So this is a good analogy I've used before. So imagine you can't see out your house. All you can see out is the peephole of your door, and you can see the street, and you have a clock. And 5 minutes after the hour, a bus goes by. 5 minutes after the hour, a bus goes by. 5 minutes after the hour, a bus goes by. You can predict when the bus goes by again, and you don't need to know anything about buses. You don't need to know anything about the internal combustion engine, whether it's diesel, whether it's electric, whether it's freaking a trolley. You don't need to know any of those things about bus drivers, passengers, bus schedules. You can predict when the bus comes again just from the regularity of looking at your peephole and the bus coming. Right? And you can actually make some complex mathematical model that will tell you, hey, 5 minutes after hour, there's a bus. That's it. That's all you're doing.
And in your model, you can have the bus orbiting, doing some kind of crazy loop-de-loop, figure of eight, or whatever you want it to do. And as long as it appears at the same time,
go through a fucking teleportation hole. You can do whatever you want, dude.
You can do whatever you want. So as long as it has the same predictive value that you had with observing it at the same time. So once you do that, you construct the model, and Bob's your uncle. Now you have a model that people can look at and say, hey, we got a model that predicts. Yeah, really? So does that mean that model is actually what reality is for real?
I mean, I don't know. But like I would then say like, again, to like what I was saying earlier, if I'm in my house and I see it coming through the keyhole, and then like my mom sees it going through past the window, and my sister sees it going past her bedroom window, and then I don't know, like my kid sees it going through the back garden, so that it's doing like a northeast southwest kind of thing, then I trust them enough to go, okay, well, there's an orbit there.
Well, that's the problem though. How do you know that they're actually standing on a ground that would encompass an orbit? Like that's you're making quite a bit of leaps of logic here. So you can't just assume things. You'd have to know that things that, like, for an orbit to occur, it would have to go around something. So how do you know that it's actually going around something like the way you say it is? You'd have
because in this analogy,
in other words, but I'm saying, but over the length of distance, you're going to have to know whether or not you can guarantee that an orbit is occurring. So how have you noted that over the length of distance between you and, let's say, your family? I don't know what distance you're giving us, but however far apart they are, that you can guarantee that it's an actual orbit that the thing above you is actually doing. How can you guarantee that?
Because if I'm looking through my keyhole that's inside my house, so like it would be going around the house. So that's the orbit it's taking. It's going around the house. It doesn't need to go like. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't. I just told you.
No,
like it doesn't need to be.
No,
I already told you. It's doing the north, east, west, south thing, right? So I'm looking through the keyhole. My mom's looking through the kitchen window. Baby looking through the south, and then somebody else looking through the east. That's what I was saying. So like it would do the orbit around the house, is what I'm saying.
Okay. But that would be the case where it's orbiting you and you could see from a bunch of different perspectives at the same time. That's not the case in this situation.
Yeah, because that's what I was saying earlier. Like because the Earth spins around, right? So I was
saying that.
You don't let me finish past that point, but that's what I'm talking about, though. So, like, because from what we're told that we don't spin around. Like, we're told that. Huh?
You added an extra layer to what was already
I'm
just an observation. So the observation was, and I'll bring you back to the premise. The premise is, how can we verify that we're in a solar system? And now it's jumped from there to the Earth actually spinning. So now it's another point that you brought up.
I'm not talking about. No, I'm not even like focused on that. I'm just saying.
You brought it in. It's involved now.
No, because you moved it to the house analogy. So I'm trying to like show him why it makes sense, but I have to talk about that because I'm talking about the model that we've been given. So I don't know if it's a trigger word for you guys, but
no, it's just not. It's what you said was not observed. Like we always start from a base observation.
How do you know what I said if I haven't said it yet?
Our observation. Yoda. Our observation was.
You don't know what I'm doing.
Listen. Just hold on a second. The observation was that the bus was moving in front of your people, so you're just observing that. So going to another layer and saying that the Earth is in motion, you'd have to observe that. Was that an observation you made?
Okay.
Observation.
Hold on a second. Okay, I see. All right. So we'll do it that
way
then. All right. No. We'll do it your way. So if my house has the ability to spin, okay, then what I would then do is I would wait for, I'll keep looking through the keyhole and I'll see the bus come at whatever time it comes up, right? And since my house can spin around, I would jot down the angle that I am at compared to what, I don't know, a bus post, or like a bin or something outside. And then I will jot another piece down, maybe, I don't know, a piece of a lamp, like a light post. And then I'll do the measurements there to see the angle so I could see how much spin I had, how much I spun, right?
Yeah.
And then I'll do the same thing. Hold on, let me finish. And then I'll do the same thing in the other directions. And then that way I would still get the same result. And that's what
I know. That's good. Thank you for that. But you've said that your house is spinning, right? Isn't that what you said?
Because the Earth is spinning, but you don't like when I say that.
No. I'm talking about your house. You made an analogy that your house is spinning, right?
Yeah, because that's what you need me to say.
Right. But no, I don't need you to say that. What I'm saying is, you don't know. Is there an observation of your house spinning in your analogy? Did you observe your house spinning?
Yeah, I just told you. So like, when
you
I
did,
said
right?
that, I would,
in your analogy,
I would jot down like key points, and then from those key points and how I would make the mathematical image.
Wait. No. What I'm asking is, did you witness your house spinning in your analogy? Did you witness your house spinning?
Okay, I'll walk out my house and I'll see it spin.
Okay, you walked out your house and
hypothetical.
I think it was Indio's point. Really, the example was Indio's point.
You've abandoned my hypothetical instead of making up your own.
You made your own.
Because I tried to stay within it, but you guys don't like it when I say Earth orbit and you don't let me finish, and then you say that I'm doing something that I'm not. I'm honestly not doing anything. I'm just trying to finish, but you won't let me finish. At least let me finish.
You've been listen. Your word count is way beyond ours. So
it's not actually. It's actually not.
The number of words you said versus the number of words we said. You're censoring us, quite honestly.
No,
Stop
that's
playing
not
the
true.
victim. It's annoying.
No, now you're lying. No, now you're just lying.
But now I'm lying.
I've listened to Avi. Have I not listened to you speak? Avi, have I not literally listened to you speak? And when I literally told you that you've been saying a lot of things, did you not agree with me?
To play back the audio, that's 4 words. You just said 10 words. You just said 10 words after that.
Okay.
Now 3 more words when I say you just said 10 words after that. You're blowing us away in word count.
Yeah, the problem we're having is...
This isn't like soapbox time, okay? So, in my scenario, okay, if your house was spinning, when you looked out your keyhole, you'd see the outside spinning. You'd see the outside moving. You wouldn't know that you were moving. So you still not observed the Earth's rotation. Now you want to go outside and look at it. Well, okay, go outside the Earth and see if the Earth is orbiting the sun. Then we can end all this, right?
Yeah, the point was that we stick to just an observation of being inside your house, seeing a bus move across the street, and that was all. There was nothing more added to that. And based on that, the prediction from when the bus arrives and moves away is at a specific time frame. That's all we were talking about. You came and then changed that example to doing all kinds of stuff and witnessing something happen that we weren't even talking about. We were only talking about seeing something move across your vision. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing more.
That exercise was this. that we can make models to make predictions, but the models don't relate to anything physically real other than the observation of, I saw a bus go by.
That's all the point was, and based on that, you're just seeing things happen in cycles. That's it. That you don't have to think that you're in a solar system or that you're on a globe or anything. You just see stuff happen in the sky and you document when that time period is when you see those things, and that you construct the model afterwards. And the model doesn't have to be what represents reality. Like your model includes, that once you don't see the star anymore, it goes into a warp, or whatever, and comes back from another warp hole. Like, all that stuff is just stuff you add to what your model is. But as long as the prediction stays intact, then you can make up whatever you want, That's all we're saying, is that you've been told that this is the way it is based on a model and not on just people looking at the sky.
Am I allowed to respond?
That's all. Yeah, no, I didn't want you to change the example, Yoda. That's all.
I wasn't changing the example, but when I tried to keep it within the example, you guys got triggered. So that's why I tried to keep it within the house, and then you didn't like that. So then this will happen. And I also wanted to point out, earlier, you agreed with me when I literally said that you were talking for a long time. But it's just interesting that you don't say anything then. I wonder what you would say and how you would treat my husband, because he would give you the exact same reasoning that I was giving you. But I am curious to see the response. That will be interesting.
We don't know because we haven't talked to him.
He can't.
If I might, because I feel like Darth. Sorry, India.
It'd be the same, yeah. If anything, they'd be harder on him, if that's what you're saying.
I was going to say something because I've been listening for the last half hour or so. And so, Yoda, I think maybe you had a question that was gone into a little bit about post-dictions of these things in the sky that we know exist, the celestial bodies. But I feel like maybe your question wasn't answered. So I was going to go into these things that we know of, like the cycles. Sure, like the cycles that AV was talking about, and Indio, of these celestial bodies in the sky. So I'm just going to present a short scenario, and I'll leave it at that. So what they did is, let's say they're looking up at the sky, and they see at 7:30 p.m., their local time, this could be an ancient person, however they're measuring time. So let's say at 7:30 p.m., they see Mars appear at 23 degrees elevation angle, right? And then then they know Mars, okay, so then they see Venus in another direction at 30 degrees elevation angle. So then years later go by, and let's say in the 30s when they discovered Pluto, they have all these other things that are arranged at elevation angles at certain times on Earth in local location, right? Specific locations. So then Pluto comes by and they go, now we see this other thing out there. And let's say, I'm just going to make a scenario. Let's say that is in between Venus and Mars at 28 degrees elevation angle. So then they watch it the next time and they find out that exactly that time of year, the next year, those things are in place at the same elevation angle. So then year after year, they start watching Pluto, Uranus, or Neptune, those other things. So then they start putting them in place based on their elevation angle. Now, the thing about the elevation angle is that's an elevation angle that they're using to locate those things in the sky. That elevation angle is measured from a horizontal plane of the Earth. That's how they've done it the whole time. So these things that are used for what people call predictions of where the planets are, where the stars are, where the sun and the moon are all based on flat Earth measurements, elevation angles from the horizontal plane. This is how we navigate to this day. That's what a sextant is used for. Now, in ancient times, they didn't have a sextant, but they had something that's similar. They had something called a cross staff.
The Incas also had knotted ropes that they use at certain disc lengths, and they could determine elevation angles based on these knots, called a quipu. And there also were cross staffs, also astrolabes, that are used to measure angles to celestial bodies. So all of these devices that the modern devices of navigating with are based on elevation angles, the elevation angle from the horizontal plane, the plane of the horizon, or the plane of the earth. So that's how they were done. They're postdictions. They're not predictions. They just watched and they made note of when these things were in place at those elevations. And that's all I wanted to say. So I hope you understand that.
I appreciate that. No, I did understand that from Indigo's point. I think we kind of moved on to something else. But I do have another question then. So then what's the sun then? Like, so we do believe, or like you guys do believe in like the sun and things like that. It's just that the earth rotates around the sun. The sun rotates around us instead of
it just moves across the sky. We could tell time by the equation of time from where the sun is in every location. So I mean, as far as like what it is, no one knows that. You got best guesses coming from cosmologists that have came to our channel. We've talked to them. We've asked them what the sun is, and they've given us a description of it being something to deal with nuclear fission happening on its surface, and how it takes millions of years for that energy to reach the surface, and then of course the light would emit from the surface and reaches your eyes within 8 minutes. But all these ideas that they're giving us is just basically a story that they would say is how they know the sun to be what it is. So we're getting a story that they're telling us that they say is their best guess. They're not telling us that's what it is for sure. And basically other people such as yourself and others will just claim that that is what the sun is. But you're working off of their best guess, right? So you don't know that. Perhaps maybe you do now, but that's all you're working with is their best guess. They would never say that they know something for sure.
Yeah, no, because that's not how it works, right? But I wouldn't also say that it's definitely a sun. I'm just calling it what we've decided to call it. It's kind of like we've decided to call orange kind of thing,
Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying this is the problem with people claiming, okay, well, flat earther, tell me what the sun is. And we're like, dude, nobody really knows. How about that?
I didn't ask you what it is. I just asked if you like your whole idea behind the sun and like the logistics of it. Okay. And then what was your reasoning then for why we see different like patterns, like star patterns, depending if you're at the north or the south of the equator?
Different star patterns, like as in like rotational patterns, just movements.
Yeah, like why does like if you're in the South Pole, for example, like the Earth rotation, it appears clockwise, compared to for like us, it's like counterclockwise.
Well, I mean, the stars are moving, as far as we can tell, across the sky in a specific pattern, and all you can do is document what that pattern is. But I mean, there are no regards are there correlated to anything of the ground, like let's say either the ground moving or the ground being a specific geometric shape. So we just see the stars doing whatever they do in whatever geographic location and just document what they do. So it's not like there's anything special about it. You're just basically reporting back what they're doing. There's nothing more than no more information can be obtained other than what you see. I don't know, does that make it difficult for you, what I just said? Like the only information you get is whatever you can observe, that's all that's happening. You don't then infer like, okay, we're on a spinning globe or anything like that. You can't do that. You could think of it like that, but there's no way that you can verify any of it.
But I mean, again though, like if it was flat, wouldn't we all see the same? Like, wouldn't we spin the same way if there was a spin?
Yeah. No, I mean, the question's valid. It's what most new people ask, right? Why wouldn't we be spinning if we see something in the sky moving? But in fact, there is no evidence of the thing that we're standing on having any motion or any motion detected. So, I mean, there's no device that can measure this, even though people will claim there's gyroscopes and pendulums and stuff like that. But if you're going to relate that to the Earth, then you're going to have to first make an observation. Like, in order for you to make a device that actually details you're going to check the Earth doing something, you first have to make the observation of nature actually in action, which means that you'd have to see the Earth actually in motion to then say, let's create a device to see if I'm actually seeing what I think I'm seeing, and the Earth is actually in motion. So let's figure out a device that can actually detect whether or not this is the case. But within the device, if I just say, I'm just going to create a device to check the Earth in motion, then you haven't started from seeing nature do anything, so you have a faulty premise. So in other words, you could think of anything causing that thing to do what you're saying is showing that the Earth is in motion, like a pendulum or a gyroscope. So you can't come from that vantage point. You have to come from a premise where you actually observe nature doing something.
Okay,
so that's where you start.
Simple.
That's where you start.
This might be really simple, okay? But so when it comes to motion and feeling motion, what I was taught, you don't when you're traveling at a constant speed of velocity or motion, you don't feel it, right? And then obviously everybody gets taught the thing with the car. And then when the car suddenly stops, you feel that's when you feel the motion, right? You until you slap down back in your seat. So and you can kind of do that test yourself, right? And then if you throw the ball up in the air and it's still traveling with you because it has your motion, it's matched to your velocity. So that's kind of what I'm thinking when you say that. So is there a way that
I get it.
I don't know, break that down?
So there's two schools of thought here with the guy who thinks he lives on a spinning globe. The guy will say two things, right? He'll say, well, like you said, conservation of angular momentum. We have things that are just going to go with you. As if you throw a ball up in the air, it'll land straight back down in your hand because he's on the thing that's actually spinning at the same rate. So it's just like, tossing a ball up in a moving car, right? Say you reach 55 miles per hour. If you toss a ball up in the air, the ball's not going to smack you in the face. It's just going to come right back down to your hand. So if you're thinking that's the case, then like I said before, that's one idea. The other school of thought is that, yes, things actually are affected by the Earth's spin, right? Which would mean that there is some detection that something is happening.
Actually fucking retarded, Have you ever thought about that? Have you looked into the mirror?
Yeah, you can reserve your judgment for later.
How can you tell someone's intellectual capacity by looking in a mirror?
Well, he probably does. He probably does that. I don't feel smart today. All right, so the other school of thought is that things that leave the Earth's ground, are being affected by the spin of the Earth. So you have two ideas, right? The one guy, like you just stated, it's conservation of momentum. Things aren't actually moving because, you throw a ball up, it'll land right back down in your hand. And the other guy who says, yeah, if you throw a ball in the air, it will be affected by the spin of the Earth. Which do you think people actually think that the Earth is akin to? Which school of thought do you think they would land on, Yoda, in your estimation? Based on those two schools of thought, that things are being observed as experiencing, when they leave the Earth, that the Earth's motion is going to affect them, or that it doesn't affect them, like you were stating. Which one of those do you think is the right one?
I'm honestly lost.
Well, there's two, right? I said two schools of thought. The guy who thinks that when something leaves the Earth's surface, it's going to be affected by the spin of the Earth. And the other guy who says, just like you were saying before, if I throw a ball up in the air, it'll land right back down in my hand because we're going the same speed as the Earth. Which one do you think people are saying?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, they're saying my one. The ball.
Right. Well, would you be shocked to know that they're not saying that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So sniper bullets that leave a barrel of a gun will be affected by Coriolis. What else? Footballs that Neil deGrasse Tyson said are being thrown are also affected by the Coriolis effect. Many other examples, right? That will have hurricanes being affected by the Coriolis effect. So that's above the Earth's surface, weather patterns and such. And because of that, they are feeling the effects of the spin of the Earth. So maybe you had an idea that you thought what you were saying is correct. But of course, these other guys will say that they're things that are leaving the Earth's surface are feeling the effects. And you got pendulums that are moving in certain directions, processing according to them because the Earth's in motion. So there's things that people are talking about within the idea that the Earth is a globe that doesn't fit what you're saying.
But hurricanes are affected, though. by the Earth's motion, the Earth's rotation.
Yeah. So you have either things that leave the Earth's surface are affected by the spin of the Earth, or things are not affected by the Earth's surface when they leave the surface of the Earth. Spinning.
Yeah, they are affected. That's what. So you're saying that they
But you said
they're not, but they are.
Yeah, but you said that they're not earlier.
No, I didn't. I said that
Yeah.
How can you,
conservation of momentum? Remember, you throw a ball up in the air and it lands right back down in your hand, and you were kind of saying the same thing that a lot of people have a misconception on, thinking that the Earth is a globe. You were saying that just a moment ago. I know you were. You just said it.
No,
you can't say you didn't say that. You did say that.
Can you stop, please, so I can respond to you?
Well, isn't that true though?
Hold on. I'm used to having conversations where one person speaks and the other one responds. So can you please give me the chance to respond to you? Because then there's no point. Thank you. So what I asked you about was in regards to rotation. And so I brought up that example because I said that's what we're taught, right? I said that's what we're told. So I gave you the example, I spoke about it, knowing that you would recognize it. And I asked you to break it down for me because that's what we are taught. That's what we're told about. So could you tell me how flat earthers make sense of that if they're saying that if you're saying there's no rotation? That's what I asked you.
Yeah, no rotation is being felt means that Coriolis and every derivative argument or idea that comes from the spin of the Earth is void. So basically anything that occurs is happening due to the fact that we can observe patterns in wind and there's the Magnus effect that occurs that changes the trajectory of things. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not, but depending on things that spin, like a bullet or a ball, if you spin it in a certain direction, it's affected by wind in a certain way that it has a certain effect when you see it actually moving across the Earth. So certain things do occur that don't lead back to the Earth actually in motion. And we could do just fine with the idea that things that are affected have nothing to do with the Earth actually in motion. Basic physics, that we can talk about. Like I just said, Magnus effect is one of them.
Right.
So you don't need a spinning Earth, is what I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just that doesn't, because again, like the hurricane example you gave, it is affected by Coriolis, which is the Earth rotation.
Yeah, I know, but that's not supported though. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to come from, even if you say that's true.
You say that it's not.
Yeah, because you can't support the fact that the Earth's in motion. You have to make the observation. Number one would be the observation of the Earth actually in motion. And then number two, you'd have to say, okay, I'm going to test the fact that the Earth is in motion by using a device. And then you could say, okay, now within the device, because I've witnessed the Earth in motion, I can see that the Earth is in motion. And then we could say a derivative argument will come from that, saying that because of this information, we can now support the case that Coriolis effect is real and not just a phenomena that we say, is an effect. So you have to be the one to say all of these things have been proven to get to the derivative topic that the Earth is experiencing Coriolis effect. So
now you're kind of going based off like the equipment they use to measure those things off of those different things.
Well, yeah, somebody that, not you, let's say, but anybody that makes the claim that the Earth is in motion, they'd have to show you the demonstration of it actually occurring in nature, number one. Number two, they would then construct a device because they saw something happening in nature and then figured out they tested this device against the hypothesis with the test, right? Changing the independent variable, which would be the Earth actually, changing the independent variable and then testing the dependent variable to see a reaction if it changed. You'd have to do all of these steps to say that the Coriolis is an actual effect that occurs because the Earth's in motion and not because what we understand Coriolis to be is just simply something that we could see like people actually do. Like if you're on a roundabout, right? I could just give you that demonstration. If you're sitting on a roundabout and somebody's on the other side and you throw a ball to them, it looks to you and the person that are throwing the ball that it's going back and forth, but to somebody outside of that could see that the ball looked like it's curving. So they see something like that's not what you and the other guy are seeing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it is. It's an effect that's occurring because you are on a point of view that you could see outside of the view of the person that's on it. So you would have to be in a perspective that could witness, like they said, the Earth actually spinning. But nobody's ever seen that to make that claim. So, you'd have to support it with demonstrations, and it's a bit tedious if you think about it. You'd have to do a lot just to even make that claim. That's all I'm asking. We've been asking for evidence, not from you, but from everybody that makes the claim. If you advocate for it, then so be it. Support it with evidence.
No, honestly, I just like talking to people with different perspectives. It's just interesting to me. That's all.
Well, what's fascinating is that people can say many things, but they don't support their claims. Usually, the ones that do think they have a claim to support when they talk about this very topic, the Earth spinning, and they'll conjure up some device and say, well, look, we see the pendulum doing this, therefore the Earth is spinning. But like I said before, their premise is faulty because they've started with already conjuring up the idea that the Earth is in motion because a device is doing something. But what if the device actually points to something else occurring other than the Earth in motion? So their premise could be faulty, but no one knows that because they've never witnessed the Earth in motion. We have to ask them that.
I guess it kind of sounds like, I'm not saying that you are, but it kind of sounds like the whole well, did a tree really fall down in the forest if you weren't there to witness it? If no one hears it, does it really fall down? Well, yeah, it does. Yeah. And then it's well, if you have a sound meter to test that, well then yeah, it obviously fell. So on their perspective, what the things that they've done to test the Earth's rotation means enough to say sure, you know what I mean? And you're basically just
but that's the problem. That's a problem. It's conjured up in the
first place.
It's an invention that somebody said, hey, I think the Earth's in motion. Nobody's witnessed this, and this is the problem. So you're making it sound like the tree that falls in the forest that no one hears, but the problem is that they need to take their ass to go see the tree fall in the forest. I mean, obviously, right? If you're saying the tree's falling and no one's there to see it, well, why don't you go see the tree falling in the forest, and then you see the tree falling, and then you could say, okay, well, we saw a tree falling, so now let's put some let's put some work behind this. Why does a tree fall? You figure things out. But if you never see a tree falling, then how can you make up an idea that the tree ever fell?
Yeah,
if you've never seen it.
Yeah, that's literally why I said brought up the sound wave meters that they would have to measure the sound. But then you're right. But then at the same time, it's they would. If I was a hardcore glober, I would then say, well, we've gone to space, right? We've seen space. But then I know you would just say, well, how do you know? That's, you know what I mean? All that stuff.
Well, what's wrong with that, though? Yoda, what's wrong with me asking that?
I didn't say that. I didn't say there was anything
perfectly
wrong with it.
Logical for somebody to ask. I think it's perfectly logical for somebody to ask for evidence that somebody makes a grandiose claim to. I don't see there anything wrong with that.
No, but then I just pulled it up because you said, oh, well, why don't you go and see if the tree fell, right? Yeah. And that's why I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, because the sound waves could have been coming from a recorded device of a tree falling and not an actual tree falling.
That's why I said I agree with you. So, yeah. And then that's why I said the space thing.
Well, the space thing it's a grandiose claim that somebody would have to substantiate and not just believe, oh, trust me, bro. Nah, that ain't going to work. So what we do here is, we ask people to actually get down to the bare bones. How do we know what we know? Yeah.
Yeah, and I find it it's interesting because then the people that would come back and tell everybody, yeah, no, we've got pictures of the tree falling, they would have the same thing, oh no, this is a grandiose claim. That's why I say it's interesting to talk to people with different opinions because they can argue, they can find ways to argue it back and forth. So that's why I find this type of conversation interesting.
Isn't a grandiose claim.
Because you can actually go and do that, right? And again, I could argue to you, well, you could become an astronaut, you can put all your effort into doing so, or you could do I don't know, Katy Perry did. You could do something like that. You
just saying believe it because of believe it some more.
No, I'm saying you could argue that you could become an astronaut or do
all that exists. I know trees exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
imagine
you can do that.
Imagine this. Imagine if
hold on a second. One.
Yeah.
okay, not you, nor nobody you know, nor nobody they know, has any firsthand information about being an astronaut and going to space. Every single one of those people has experienced a tree. Okay, it's not the same claim, dude.
I didn't
Not
say
even
it was
remotely
exactly.
similar.
Okay, I wasn't saying that. I was talking about how people have different opinions. No, I was talking about how people have different opinions, and it's interesting to talk to them because they always find a way to like talk back at each other.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Yoda. This what we're starting from at being here. We start with the premise that's sound, right? Logical. That's you could reason with somebody that does actually have evidence to back it up. So it's not like an opinion. This is an actual fact. Nature will display itself as a horizontal plane to you, me, and everybody. Nature will also give us the ability to actually test over large bodies of water that it's flat and it's horizontal. So it's not just that it's our opinion. This is just an actual fact of nature, right? We're going to show the world that what you've been thinking this whole time is an opinion. It's just an idea. But what we're showing you is an actual fact. That's what we're demonstrating here in this chat. We want people to ground themselves in truth and not in just a pie in the sky idea, which is what you and everybody imagine. Like you've been given this story. It could be any story, really. They could have sold you a story that we're actually on Middle Earth and there's other lands out there where all the orcs and elves are and dragons, and all that. And you'd just be propagating that information to us and be like, hey, well, it's just because you haven't been to go see those elves and orcs and all that. That's the reason why you deny it. I'm like, bro, there's no evidence of that. They just sold you on the lie, and you're carrying this belief and thinking that somehow it's true. But in no way does it even equate to what we're saying in here. We don't have an opinion. We're giving you facts of nature. It should be eye-opening in any way to somebody that's brand new to this. Unless you're so conditioned to think that it's a globe that you're just rejecting it outright. I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not one way or the other. I'm just a person who likes to talk to people with different opinions. I've said that I think 3 times now.
It's not an opinion.
So it doesn't mean that. But okay, but yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like again, to somebody who isn't one way or the other, it would be to me. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just,
I guess.
It is what it is. I'm not saying that. Like for you, it's facts. For me, I guess I don't run on that. I just run on, I'm talking to people right now who have a different opinion that I have. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that they're wrong.
I see it from your eyes. I guess I can see it from your eyes. Okay. That's fair.
Because I live by the water. So like now, like, and I know what I'm going to bring up. Like the way that I see like a boat disappearing, you know what I mean? So now you would be telling me to just completely like say F you to my vision, No, listen. Whatever you've seen, I would ask for you to test whether or not it's the curvature of the earth that's obstructing your view or not. Have you ever heard of that? Testing? So, in other words, you have to test all things, Yoda. You can't just accept that what you're seeing is due to the fact that the nature of the earth is a globe. Because if it was an actual globe, then you could do a lot of stuff. You could test it, you could validate it, you could falsify it, and then you could hand over the methodology to somebody else to do the same. So that's what I would say. I didn't say what you said I would say. I would tell you to actually test it to see if it's actually true or not. I didn't say you would say it. I said where I was going with what I was about to say, is what I said.
Yeah.
Which you did know, for the record. But no, so I have heard about it. I have looked into it. But I'm also a short person, so like I had to make certain adjustments. And again, like what I saw, it makes sense. Like nothing's going to be 100%, right? Like there is going to be a bit of a difference, but it's like, and especially when you have certain like equipment, you can see like further, but it still disappears in the same way that I would expect it to. So it's not that like like I said, I'm not one way or the other. I'm not completely closed off to it. I don't know. Maybe I'll get like hubby to do it. He's like, 6 foot plus, or maybe I'll get somebody else to do it. Maybe they'll get something different. Maybe I need to get other people to do it.
I don't know if it has anything to do with the specific height, but what you're working with is distance. Of course, height would matter, but I'm saying where you were focusing your vision on. So that would be at the horizon. Now, what's important here is I don't know what you have to work with, but you need to have something to demarcate distance with. That's going to be supremely important in this specific example. I don't like I said, I don't know what you have in your view out there where you're at, but perhaps I would say to locate something in the water that would give you something to see that would demarcate a distance. So that's important, right? You need to have something that demarcates distance.
I didn't have that last time, so I'll try it again.
Do you know what I mean? Like either something sticking out like a peninsula, or perhaps like an oil rig or something. I don't know what you have there in your water that's stationary. That, let's put it this way, that you could know a known distance to. Because what you want to do is you want to put it between you and the horizon, whatever that is. So the horizon would be the object of what you actually really want to focus on, but the thing that's in the way that would be in your vision, in your line of sight, you need it to be something that's stationary in the water to give you a good distance between where you and that stationary thing is, and then from there it would demarcate a distance, and then you could see to the horizon, which means that between you and the horizon, you would know, the horizon would be, according to the idea, if you're living on a globe, it would be the leading edge of the sphere, that where boats disappear behind and such. So you're using the thing that's stationary to demarcate a distance. And then you could gauge some mathematics, simple geometry, based on the line of sight. You could say, well, the Earth should be curving away at a specific distance away from me, being, however tall you said you were. And then you work out the math and seeing how much drop over that distance there would be to back up the claim that the Earth is of a said radius, diameter, and circumference. So according to that, you do some simple geometry and find out if the Earth is conforming to the spheroid that they say that it is, and boats disappearing at the specific distance away due to the fact that it would be curved. You get what I mean? Like you would do a test to see if the Earth would be curving like they say it does.
I guess it depends on the size of the ship that I'm looking at too, so I'm gonna have to get that.
Well, you could use that, but I'm saying from the bottom of that ship is what you'd really be focused on. So, I mean, how tall it is probably would be inconsequential, but from the bottom, you would really need to know at what distance away you start seeing that occurrence, like whatever that distance would be.
Now, depending on how big it is gonna make a difference. So I would have to know. But yeah, okay, I'll try and do it again, I guess.
Yeah, this stuff, and there's a little bit more to it, but you'd have to know the ambient temperature outside. I'm pretty sure where everybody lives, there's a weather app that you can get to show you how far you can see. Like depends on how hot or cold it is. You can see closer or farther.
I think again, and I'm just like, I don't know, like seeing it is one thing, but if it disappears in the same manner, right? So if it disappears like bottom to top, that doesn't mean that it's not there. It just means that the curvature's off. Do you know what I mean? Like the curvature's just not where it's supposed to be.
Well, no, and that's the thing. It needs to be, because according to geometry, it needs to conform to a specific predictable distance away from you. So the distance would be predicted, right? You could say, from me to 3 miles, I should start to see disappearance from the bottom up. Now, if that doesn't occur, then the Earth, according to it being a spheroid, is not what it's cracked up to be. You can't actually have it be a globe at the same time you not see the disappearance happen where it should happen. You get what I mean?
If it still happens, that doesn't mean it's not a globe. It just means the measurements are off. Which I suspect anyway, because again, we don't know everything that we're supposed to know. Like when they say like how old the Earth is, for example, I don't believe that exact number. Do you know what I mean?
No, but then you'd have to then say that you're making up your own cosmology, your own size of the Earth and such.
No, I'm literally just saying that like I expect there to be numbers off, because again, I don't expect humans to be perfect. Like we're still learning,
Okay, so
our intelligence level is so recent, so that's why I'm going on.
I think that's not that sounds like a cop out though, Yoda, because what we have right now. Let me just tell you, what we have right now is the fact that we have the numeric values that they give us. So we have radius, diameter, and circumference. These values are already input into like what the size of the Earth is. So you can look them up right now. If you look up the size of the Earth, it would conform to those metrics according to what they say. So it's not like they're not just pulling numbers out of thin air and saying, "Oh, its radius is 3959." Well, today, but tomorrow it might be different. This is our best guess. No, they're actually putting this values to what the size of the Earth is according to what they think the Earth being a globe is. So you can't You're locked in, basically, is what I'm saying. There's no wiggle room. You have to have a globe of that size. Conform to the vision that you would see ships disappearing from the bottom up at a predicted distance away due to the size of the Earth. So there's no playroom here. It is what it is. It's take it or leave it. If you don't get that, what you get, then it's not what they're saying it is. But because we're going off of that, not what you were saying. We're not going off of what, well, today I measured and it's not what they're saying. So what I did was, I still think it's a globe. It doesn't work that way. It's either what the math is, what the size of the Earth is, or it's not. There's no, you're locked in, basically. They're locked in. We're all locked into that. So if we're not saying that's what it is, then it's not that globe that they're claiming it is. Because it's, according to them, settled like that. There's no, like, tomorrow it'll be different kind of thing. It's not. Do you know why that's the case, though? I don't even know if you know why that they have to be certain on that. It has to be that number because there's a lot of things tied into the radius. Like, it's tied into so many things. Distance to the planets, orbital trajectories, like when they're trying to, orbit the Earth. Like, it's tied into a lot of mathematics that they have to have, the equation, the R value. It's got to be there. It has to be. If it's not there, then you throw a lot of things into question. So if you're not measuring that 3959 radius, we got problems. So it's not as simple as like, well, it might be wrong. No, it can't be wrong. Because then NASA and everybody is going to have to redact all their information of the R value. I mean, there's a lot tied into it, Yoda. There's too much behind it to say that it's, it might work or it might not. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, it does matter. It really does.
Yeah, so that's not what I was saying, but I hear what you're saying. But I feel like we just are going to speak past each other.
Well, I'm not speaking past you. I'm just saying that this is important information. If it's not what they're claiming it is, then you don't have the globe of the size that they claim. And maybe you want to believe you're on a bigger ball or whatever, that's on you. But it's not the one that they're saying it is.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like you're just going to speak past me, so sure.
Well, I'm just making... Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say a couple things I want you to look up too, like your talking point earlier, the Coriolis. There are storms that pass the equator or have been well within that equator band where they said they shouldn't form. The most notable one was Typhoon Vami, and they originally was reported as two separate storms because it's not. They were like, this isn't possible for a storm to be this close to the equator. So they said it was two different storm fronts, one coming from the south and one coming from the north. And then since then, when they got done, they finally said, yep, that was one storm that broke the rules. It shattered the rules. They said this is a one in a lifetime event. There were so many uncontrolled variables here that it was basically impossible. Like 1 in 400 million of something like this happening again. And since then, it's happened a ton, like some 17 times. So they started looking at why does it keep happening and how come it wasn't recorded in the past? They looked back at past records and they started saying, hey, some past records weren't kept appropriately. And some other storms have done it too. Like the most current one that happened last year, was there were 3 storms all on the south, like near Madagascar, and they think it pushed the other one up into the equator. And they said these type of things weren't really well documented in the past and created sort of an old wives' tale, like a seafarer's old wives' tale that you can be safe from storms if you sail on the equator. So you're going to relook, like right now, people are relooking for lost ships that maybe got sunk by storms that weren't accounted for. That they don't know where the wreckage is. The ship just disappeared. They're saying, well, if there was a storm they got hit by that no one saw, no one reported, and no one found the wreckage because they weren't looking for on the equator because it couldn't have sunk there because it should have been easy sailing.
Yeah. So no, like Crit actually, like that goes to what I was just saying. So it's like we didn't look into it. We didn't have equipment for it. For whatever reason, it wasn't like, documented. So that's literally what I was saying about like if some measurements are going to be a bit off. Like that's why I expect it to be. So that's not a surprise to me. That's like, yeah, we're finally, finding things out. I expect us to do so because if we don't, that means we've plateaued and we're never going to, improve. So that's good.
Yeah, it's not just us though. We're not. Nobody in this room is making the claim, but the claim has already been like put forth so that all people can consume the information, which is the size of the Earth being what it is. There's no wiggle room there. That's what I'm saying. Like you can want it to be like later on we're going to find out more information and perhaps the model will change for the size of the Earth. That doesn't change. It's going to be that way forever. So either it's wrong or it's right. That's the only place that you can go with that. So it's not like later on the scientists will be like, oh, well, we got a better explanation. Here you go. That's not going to happen.
Then, like I said earlier, like that's the fault of the human because humans are fallible. I expect that also, right? So that's why I said I would ask multiple. No, I'm saying I would ask. That's why I said I would ask multiple people of different, variations, so that I can have make sense of the results. Is what I'm saying. That's why I mentioned different people earlier doing the same test because I am fallible to myself. So let me get other people vary the results.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm telling you is that what we try to inspire here is people to think for themselves. So you could be looking for information from other people when really you got to actually critique everything you know and take stock of what you know, right? And then see if what you know is actually true or not. So you're thinking for yourself and not asking other people to give you information to think about because you're hearing them. Now it's time to figure out if you know what you know or not. So that's how you know what I know. If I'm telling you that the Earth is flat based on water being horizontal and there's something off there, you could test that. You could say, let me figure that out. Is that true? I don't know. Let's figure it out. But then you could find out and then, reach a conclusion whether or not what I was saying is incorrect or correct. Just like the person that told you the Earth is a globe. The same thing.
And I agree with you. We don't disagree. I would say I am thinking for myself because I'm taking what I know, and then I'm also actually doing a real test for myself and taking into fallibility into the test, right? And I'm looking at all of the results and then cross-referencing and trying to find the actual truth, rather than just going off of my fallible result.
All right, let me ask you a question. This actually comes up a lot. So, do you think that even if you understood truth, that you would still say you can never reach a conclusion ever? Like you could never know truth to be truth?
I've never heard anyone say that, no.
Like you could never reach a conclusion. Like I would say like this, you could never know anything to be 100% true.
100% true. Sure, I guess. I can't think of something right now. I mean, I know that my daughter's my child. Like,
yeah, so you can know things to be 100% true. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because I know she's my child. So
okay, so could you put the Earth in that category? Could you know it to be 100% true as a globe or not?
No, that's what I told you earlier. I'm not 100% one way or the other.
No, I'm saying I know that, but I'm saying could you find out? Could you find out one way or the other?
No.
Is it possible to find out?
I feel like we can get as close to the truth, but I wouldn't say it's 100% because again, like I said, we don't have like all the knowledge, right? I don't know. I've kind of already given you that answer, I think.
So you're saying that even if they're claiming that they have the radius, the diameter, and the circumference to the Earth, you're telling us in this panel that is still fallible. That's not true. They can't possibly have that information settled.
It could be 99.99 as much as to closest to 100. But what I'm saying personally for me, I would kind of expect something to be off because that's just how I view things.
So you're expecting them to be wrong? Well, the ones who propagated the Earth being a globe.
But again, that's why I said earlier, like I've already given you my philosophy or my understanding of things. I don't expect us to know everything because that means we've plateaued, right? So I'm expecting things to improve on the knowledge that we have. So I've already
I don't
told
know.
you.
I feel like you're saying we've plateaued as like we've already accomplished the goal, and then there's
That's
no
not
more
what I
to
said.
accomplish.
That's not what I said.
What do you mean by plateau, though? I don't understand with that.
Listen. I didn't say we've plateaued. I said that if we are finding things to be 100% accurate, then that means there is nothing else to find out. That means that there is no need for our intelligence to grow and to improve on things. So we would plateau. And what I'm saying is, because I'm expecting, and because we've, like you've already said, we've proven, right, that humans are fallible, that our equipments are fallible because we are fallible, that means we haven't plateaued because we continue to improve. So yeah, I wouldn't view anything to be 100% true.
So even if the Earth, you found out the Earth was flat, you couldn't say that that would be 100% true.
When humans stop being fallible, which means
you're arguing. You're arguing for fallibilism, but at the same time, you say your daughter is yours 100%. So yeah, it's not fallible. That's not fallible.
No, you asked me whether I feel like things can be true. You didn't ask me if the Earth could be true. That's a
that's a
different
part
thing.
of the
Like,
reality in which.
But it's not the same thing. Like I grew my own child. I birthed my child. I stayed with her throughout all of the process in the hospital. There was no chance for her to be separate from me, and she's never been apart from me. So I know for a fact she came from my womb. So yes, but the Earth, I did not birth the Earth and have that same experience with the Earth, and I do not know everything. I am not a god if anyone believes in one. So I cannot tell you 100% what the Earth is. Does that make sense to you?
No. Not the. We're not talking about the whole entire thing, but the parts that people have explored, known places, right? You could say that it's a horizontal plane. It looks that way. It tests that way. People actually navigate across the surface of the Earth that way as well. So there's many indications that could give you the experience of the Earth being a horizontal plane. So it being that, you can actually test that with water. Water is a great demonstration of the Earth being flat. It holds to a horizontal plane. It's flat on its surface. Large bodies of water display no convexity whatsoever. They're not having any curvature on their surfaces like a globe. So you could test this. You could know this. You could be in the know, have knowledge for that the Earth is a horizontal plane. Like, there's so much to actually say on, like, stand on this. Like, there's no reason why you could argue against it. Like, I mean, obviously you could say that we're all fallible. We're just, we don't know the Earth is what it is. But I'm saying that within physics, it describes the Earth, water, with hydrostatic equilibrium, being that the surface of water is horizontal and flat on its surface. There's things that we've discovered and understood to be true. Like, after you understand things to be true, it's like, now you could stand on knowledge. It's not just, fallibilism. Like, well, we still don't know. Like, it's, I don't know, that's not a very good argument for, like, testing things and finding out. That's more of like, you'd never reach a conclusion one way or the other. Like, globe or flat. Like, you just...
It's just a different philosophy that we live by. That's all that is. I'm not trying to, like, apply that to, like, what you was trying to apply it to. I'm just saying, like, for me, personally, that's how I apply my life, right? So, like, if somebody, like, I don't just go based off what a person tells me. I'm going to do it myself, but I'm also going to make sure that I've tried my best to get as close to the truth I can, right? And all I can use is what we have today, the knowledge that we have right now, the intelligence that we have right now. That's the only thing I have the power to do. So, and that's what I do, right? I can't do something that I don't know not to do. I can't use something that doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we're using things that do exist, which is water on the surface of the Earth.
Sure, but like, like when you use it, other people like have a different measurement to you, or other people say something else.
I'd like to see that. That's the thing that we're asking in here is if anybody wants to come into this room and show us that water is actually curving on its surface like a globe, I would love to see the demonstration. Please show me something opposite to what nature is actually displaying itself as. And then finally, that would end the conversation, as now we understand that all this whole time, it's really been a globe. But I guarantee you, because of what we understand of the physics of water, it is actually flat. And to much people's surprise, they're going to find out that they're going to just see the same thing as everybody else has. Water over large surfaces and areas is going to display itself as a horizontal plane. That's just the nature of it. People want to have a fit about it and say, well, we'll never know reality to be true. It's like, that's so incorrect. Water's flat. Like, so is the earth. But I mean, where else can we go from that? Like, obviously, I want to see people actually argue for the point that it's not the way we experience it. Like, have you ever heard of an argument of people saying water isn't flat? Like, let's go through it.
But like, okay, so now I guess you're trying to have that conversation with me, even though I didn't bring it up. But it's like, you've already explained to me that you've already had this conversation, so it would be pointless. And I already told you earlier that I'm not a scientist. So if you're telling me that you've spoken to people that are actually like in different fields and you didn't, like, you're still on your version, then I definitely can't convince you. And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just having a conversation because somebody asked me to in the side chat.
Well, it's good. That's actually getting a lot of people to think about how your perspective is fallible in some areas, but not in others. So it's kind of like you're kind of seesawing back and forth between fallibilism and not being fallible. So it's very peculiar. It's almost selective, if you ask me. You're selective on where fallibilism actually exists and what context you're using it as. And it seems like you're conflicted because you want to stay in a realm where you could be flexible to say you don't have to say that you know certain things in reality. At the same time, you want to say I do know some things in reality is true. So it's kind of like you want to have your cake and eat it, like still be on the side of being fallible at the same time not. It's I don't know. I think to me it's just somebody that's very confused. Sounds like, because you either are fallible or you're not. You know what I mean? Because as infallibilism, you'd have to be completely the idea. Like, we all know that we make mistakes. People do make mistakes, right? But the fact is, like, we can know things to be true in this reality. And that means that you could reach a consensus within the reality that you're in. Things can be demonstrated to be absolute facts, factual and true. Like, you can't get away from that. Unless you say that you're in a reality that you can never know to be sure of. That'd be weird. But you've already demonstrated that that's not the case with your daughter, so.
Again, like,
I don't
know. There is high nuance. I don't know why you're getting like a bit like moody about it, but that's kind of strange. But no, like what I was saying is that those two comparisons aren't the same, right? So like that's something that, because I never said that there is nothing you could never know to be 100% true. What I said is that certain things that you have no control over, right? That's what I said, is that you can never know to be 100% true. So if you're asking me about something that I have no control over, which I do not have control over those things, right? Or I would be, that's why I said God, right? Which I'm not.
So you mean the earth, right? Is that what you're talking about? The earth?
No, because like you tried to ask me about truth, and I have
no. I know, but are you talking about the earth?
Daughter, so that's why I said that, right? So
are you talking about the earth in this instance?
I clearly said that. I said the earth would be something that I would have had complete control over, but I'm not God, so I don't have that, right? But I have complete control over what I grew, what I birthed, and so that's why I know that. So I don't know why you're trying to bring that, like my philosophy about being fallible and trying to like cross-reference that or trying.
Because it just falls in the.
Well, hold on. When there is no flaw in the logic.
Yeah, it falls in the realm of being fallible when in regards to the earth, but not in regards to your immediate surroundings, which is like people that you birthed out of you. Like so.
Because I have complete control over it.
What I'm saying is though,
if you have complete control over something, you know it's true, right?
Yoda, the problem that we're having though is the disconnect happens whenever you start thinking about the earth and what it is. So you've been told a story, right? Like let's just say that. Yeah. And according to you, because of your fallible mindset of like the world around you, you don't know if it's a globe or not. So you can't carry the idea that it actually is a globe. It'd be just, you don't know. You don't know what the earth is. According to that, like.
Right. So what I told you earlier is literally that. So I said, I'm not one way or the other. I just go based off what, is the most provable to me. And for everything that like they've told me, like when I brought up the planetary rotations, right? For what I've done, it was enough for me to see what I saw and then say, okay, I believe them, so I accept this. It makes sense. Their predictions, the math, the method that they went through makes sense. So okay, fine, I can accept that. That doesn't mean I'm 100% with that, but yeah, sure, okay, fine. That's like 99.9% for me. I can agree with that, right? So that's why then I asked you to give me a model that would, I don't know, make me 50% or like 80% on your side, right? We had the conversation. So that's what I'm saying when I'm saying fallibility, right? So it's like I don't say things are 100% of the things that I cannot control, because they're not, right? I expect there to be a difference. I expect there to be a change. However, if I can control it, if I can control everything in my surroundings and my outcomes, then yes, obviously that's true, right? Like, I think that's not hard to understand.
Yeah, what was explained to you about that portion of thinking about like these models and predictions, it was explained to you that it was just things that were observed that had cyclical nature in them. So what you were observing is just something that they're telling you in the model that they're presenting, like solar system, right? It doesn't matter what it is, but in regards to the solar system, they're just making a model based on what the observations were. And so you're saying because of those predictions, you're matching them to this specific model, and to say that, well, yeah, I think that's what I would think is the case, is the truth. But what we're saying is they could have constructed any model and given you that, and you would have had the same reaction. You would have came away with, well, since they had their predictions and they showed me a model, I'm running with that. And me and Indio, what we were saying at the very beginning is that it has nothing to do with the model to show what reality is. You're basing your idea of what reality is based on their idea to you that the model is solidifying some sort of reality that you think you're in, like a solar system. But in no way did they show you how the solar system is real. That's not observed. It's just a model or an idea that they've given you, that you've ran with. So they're not giving you a way to think critically about the universe or the world around you. They're only giving you an idea of what it is conceptually. And you're running with the conception versus actual reality outside. And so the problem was that you weren't actually applying that conception to what you see outside. You're just saying it just is. That's what the issue was at the beginning.
No, I never said that. I already said what I said, but I feel like it's pointless to repeat it. But like, are you trying to convince me of something now? Or like...
No, I'm proving it's exposition. It's good for the audience to hear that some people that think that they're basing their worldview on something that's real are actually basing their worldview on a conception, on an abstraction, nothing that's real. That's what you're basing your whole reality, that you think that we exist in a solar system and all that, based on some idea that you think that we're in this specific model of a solar system, and it's not true.
I said that I'm not, but I never made that. I never said that. I never made that assertion.
You did.
I said, okay, so for like the 100th time, I'm not one way or another. I'm going based off what's the most like what most makes sense. Let me try.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And what's that?
Okay, what most makes sense to what we're told, and from what I've seen and from what I've experienced, it makes sense, right? So then I only asked you to give me what your idea is. And so, hold on, I'm sorry, you don't know who this person is. I like to talk to one person. If you want to speak to me, that's no problem. It's just I'm trying to talk to AV.
Clear as fuck, so it doesn't even matter. I'm not even going to fight her for it.
No, Elijah, she had asked earlier to talk just to one person. Yeah, just if you would, Elijah, make space. She really did at the very beginning of this conversation request that she talk to just one person at a time.
Thank you, Craig.
We're honoring that.
Therapy hour. I got you. All right, my bad.
No, if you guys I don't want to like take it over. Like if that's the case, it's just that I was having the conversation with AV, so I don't want it to get like confused. But if you want to jump in, then I'll just dip out. It's fine. Does he not want to go? Okay, so no, AV, what I was saying is that it's not like, again, I can't say 100% one way or the other. I'm just going based off what we're told. I already gave you that, right? I agree with you. And you even gave me props. You was like, yeah, it's what we're told. So I don't know why now you're saying that I've made an assertion that you know I didn't make. So there's that. Also, again, I understand, right, that you have a view of the earth, and for you, yes, it's 100% this way. And that's fine, right? For me, nothing is 100% that I already told you, I can't completely control, okay? I know I'm just basing it off of what I've chosen to accept. I told you I'm not a scientist, I'm not trying to be a scientist and everything like that, okay? I admit that. That's fine. So I don't know what type of example you're trying to make, because I've been very open and honest about my position and the reason I'm here. I even told you that I just like having conversations with different opinions. And when I was in the side chat, I heard you guys say there's no space and everything, there's no solar system, or at least it's not for what we've been told. So that's what sparked my interest. I was like, oh, can you please explain that to me? That's all I was asking, so that I could then like compare what I know to what you told me, and I can mull that over, think about it. And then, yeah, like I said, like right now I'm at 90% it's a globe. Maybe what you would have told me, would have told me, okay, maybe it's not so much. Maybe it's more this way. Maybe it's more that way. And like I told you already, I can do the test that you was telling me. I didn't have the, like a stationary object, right, to like compare the two. So I told you I'll literally go and do that now, right? Well, not right now, obviously, but like I'll go and do that test with other people and I'll compare the two. So I don't know why you're trying to like make this assertion that I've made any kind of claims or I've made any kind of like, oh, this is how the world is. I haven't at any point.
Yeah, I think what I was explaining to you that you said was the fact that you were saying this is what I'm running with based on what they've told me because it makes the most sense to me. Didn't you not claim that? You're running with this idea. So if you just finished saying right now, it's like what you think is 90%, true, according to you. Yeah.
Again, that's not the only thing I said though, right? Like again, the other thing I literally said with it is based off my own assertions, things that I've done myself, things that I've seen myself, right? So you're like leaving out that context for some reason to like stick to something.
If there's some experience,
if you're gonna try and like misinterpret on purpose, then again, there's no point in this.
I've just said right now what you've just said only moments ago.
No,
you just said that just moments ago.
Yeah, but
so if there's
also seen, not just what they've told me.
If there's a greater point that you want to make to like say that you have a different view than the rest of the mainstream, that's great. But what I'm telling you is what they're saying is that these are the facts. This is what's true. They're presenting it to you and everybody else that this is the case. What I'm saying is that this whole discussion has been about is how we evaluate information being given to us. That's what I'm saying that people in here do every day. It's called critical thinking. And what you haven't been doing is that. So at the very beginning of the conversation, it was how to address the fact that critical thinking is not being used when presented information such as what cosmology they're presenting to you. Anyone, right? Could be your teacher, it could be your friend. It doesn't matter, whoever's presenting you information about cosmology or the fact that you think that you have a good handle or whatever it is. I don't care. I think what I'm saying is how you evaluate information is so important. And that's why we're actually making that a point. Because it feels like at some point you feel like there's a bit of fallibilism within the information, right? Like we can only get to a certain level of knowledge when it comes to the earth and not when it comes to like things that we can say individually, like, oh, my child who was born for me, I know that. But as far as the earth goes, I didn't birth the earth, so I don't know about that. So what I'm saying is how do you process information is really important versus like what you think that our point would be about telling you that the earth is a horizontal plane. How would you evaluate what we're saying about the earth being a horizontal plane if you don't have critical thinking involved? That's what I was making the point. That's the greater point that I wanted to make with you in this whole conversation we had.
Right, and I agree with you, but I would think it takes a lot of critical thinking not to just go based off like what you said, and also not just to go based off like what I've seen or the things that you might show me, but to do it myself and again do my own testing, right? Like I literally told you already, I'm gonna go and do it again. I'm gonna reevaluate what I already told you I've already done, and I'm gonna do it in ways that you brought up to me, right? So I took your points, I listened to you, I ingested them, and I'm going to go and apply it. I think that takes critical thinking. So then for you to then now say that I've not done that, I think actually now you're being passive aggressive for some reason, or like you're trying to do something that you don't need to do. Like I'm not these globers or whatever that you talk to on a daily basis or whatever. I'm not trying to do any of that. Like I said, I heard something being said. I asked the question in the side chat and I was asked to come and have a conversation about it. No one's trying to do anything here. It's called a conversation. Okay, so I think we've kind of got an impasse, and you're kind of, like I said, not really engaging, honestly. So, but it was a nice conversation. Can I just like sit and listen to you now, or I don't know if
you can always do that, man. There's nobody's telling you got to get out of here. But what I'm saying, so the point that I'm making, you might feel like it's a jab to you. It's not. It's we talk like this with everyone. We want to inspire that critical thinking within everyone, right? So. It could be you, it could be the next person we speak to. It doesn't really matter. So that's a point. We're trying to get for people how they process and evaluate information. That's it.
I 100% agree. And like I said, it's just saying that I've not been critical thinking when I literally have been, and I've demonstrated that. That's why I'm saying it just doesn't seem like genuine. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure you can understand why.
Yeah, go ahead. If somebody wants to go ahead and chime in, I think we've already reached a conclusion.
Get her,
here with Yoda.
Elijah.
I'm gonna mute up.
Or Dandelion, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I was unmuted. Sorry.
I think I got something for Yoda. I get the framework you're laying out, that you have a confidence interval and that you can reach 100%. And you think that, like, your child, I think you said daughter, but maybe your son, that that was your child because you were there for the full process from day one until today. At no point was your child ever switched, like the nurse didn't take him away and bring another child back or whatever. So you use that same framework that for the earth, like you weren't God, you didn't make the earth and have been there all the way through that. And I kind of like that framework because I've used something similar to that too. But when I say the earth is flat, there is nothing I am more sure of than that. That would be my 100%. Like, I don't have a child, so I can't say that, plus I'm not a woman where I carried the baby all the way through. But my confidence interval, there's nothing more than when I say the earth is flat. There's nothing I'm more sure of. That would be the ultimate 100%. The earth is observed as flat and stationary. It's measured flat and stationary. It's practically used flat and stationary. The only conclusion it could be is flat and stationary. And there isn't any wiggle room there. It's not like 99.9%. Something else you could be like mostly sure of, or like next week, something like you could make a prediction, like the weather or something like that. You're 50% sure it's going to rain today, or something along those lines. Like you're kind of just giving a confidence interval of how sure you are that something will happen. Like a sports team might win. But there's always like weird things that happen that can throw a curveball or throw a monkey wrench into the mix. Like unforeseen consequences. Like unforeseen turn of events. Okay, that is not something that's going to affect objective reality. Like earlier when you talked about a tree falling in the woods.
Yeah. Here's critically thinking 101. Don't commit logical fallacy. Don't commit law of identity violation. Okay, test 1. Is level straight or is it curved? When you can answer that question honestly, everyone out there, whatever listeners have ears on this broadcast, once you can answer that question honestly and not have some weird caveat that isn't based in any of your direct experience, then you might be thinking critically. You might have just begun to start thinking critically.
Yeah, and I think critical thinking also involves, acknowledging the possibility that this globe story is wrong. So, I would say this whole conversation, the theme, which, was a great conversation, you both took turns and so on. We were able to actually hear what you were saying, which is always a plus. But I did hear Darth Baby Yoda, I heard you say several times, that we're entitled to our opinions and so on. Because you're still viewing this as an opinion matter, even though it was reiterated several times that, no, this is a matter of something that you can go out and test in reality. You can come to a conclusion with 100% certainty, like Crit was saying. I know that's a thing a lot of globe believers have trouble with. And, if you aren't willing to follow the facts where they lead, then I can understand why you're not able to wrap your head around that. But that's just the way it is. There's no globe. We've never lived on a sphere, and there's no evidence of it. And the mathematics of it has been conclusively disproven with thousands of counterexamples to the faulty conjecture that we live on a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles. So using logic, that's why we are able to come to a certain conclusion, and it is not an opinion. So I don't expect you, like I think was mentioned earlier, we don't expect to change your mind. But, there is an objective measurement there. Big Daddy's question was good. And that just gets to the crux of the matter. At some point, maybe you will decide to look at objective reality, and, we'll be right here whenever you want to ask more questions about it. Okay, well, I'll respond to your comment in chat then. Okay, I didn't know. Is opinion a trigger word or slur here? Are we not allowed to use it? Is that why? No, that is not it. Thank you for clarifying, because I would hate for you to go away from here thinking that's what I was saying when that it was not what I was saying. What I was saying is that if I go over and I measure my table and it's 120 inches long, then my table is 120 inches long. I'm not going to have you come in here and tell me that it's not, unless you're going to, find some error with my measuring device. You could have a margin of error, within a certain percentage, depending what the smallest, increment is on the measuring device you're using. But you are going to have to agree that it's 120 inches, maybe plus or minus quarter inch or something like that. So if you're not going to agree to, you don't get to come in and say, oh, my opinion is that your table's 80 inches. And I think it's curved too. You don't get to do that. So that's what we're talking about. It's not that it's a slur. People have opinions and they think this is an opinion. So I'm not like, we're not like upset that you think it's an opinion. That's a common thing people come in here with. I'm just explaining to you why it is not an opinion.
No, okay. I was just asking. I didn't ask the question the way that you read it at all. It was a genuine question because I didn't know. Because I know I'd said it before multiple times and AV kind of got upset and then other people kind of got upset. But that's why I was asking the question, because different rooms on the political server have certain words that you can't say. So
I apologize then. Yeah, Big Daddy, before you go on, let me just say, I'm sorry I read it in the, with the dramatic interpretation, and thank you for pointing out that was not the correct interpretation.
I'm not trying to make I'm not trying to it is what it is. But I understand what you're saying as well. For you, yes, it's a fact. That's how. Yeah, I get it. It can be annoying, and people keep coming in here and using. I'm not using it like that. Just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you're allowed to say it. If that's what you think, then say it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to say it. I was just trying to point out why we don't view it as an opinion, because it's not.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
So did you have an answer to what Big Daddy asked about, I think the question was, is level curved?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what was the question?
That was earlier. I think he said, is level curved? Wasn't that the question? I don't know. I think he's having audio problems. So
okay.
I don't think I am. I think y'all aren't listening, and so I'm just shutting up.
Okay.
Let him cook.
Sorry, I had you low down really low. I'm sorry.
Let him cook.
Lies. Like I'm supposed to believe y'all. I don't know y'all. I don't care what y'all think. It don't matter. The bottom line is, I believe this person to be a high level passive aggressive player, and so the last thing you want to do is give a shit ton of energy because she's not invested. But when she says something that sounds like she's invested, she just denies it. That would drive anybody crazy. I'm not gonna sit here and argue whether or not you're trying to be passive, whether you're trying to be passively witty. Oh, if you got, just have your opinion, even though it has probably been explained to you, because AV definitely said, well, there's a difference between opinion and objectivity. What you have debates about, those are things that are opinions like, do strawberries taste good? Do I like rock music? Like, that's an opinion. Two trees being across the street having been planted 30 years ago, that's not an opinion. That's just me stating what is. There's a difference between axioms, logic, and beliefs. Differences. Some of us know that. Some of us are still learning. Some of us just walk through the door. Maybe that's you. Maybe you just walk through the door. You're trying to figure out what's going on. But that attitude is gonna. And you don't have to explain it to me. I already see you. I already know what it is. It's going to take you a long time to unbullshit this if that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out what's going on and understand how you're doing it is the slowest way possible.
Well, you can have both too. An opinion can be a fact.
But like,
A fact can be an opinion.
It's weird though, 'cause you kind of when you because like I
Could
never
be,
came in.
but a minute
No, 'cause
conversation. Yeah,
I
it could
never.
be, but obviously that wasn't
No,
my point. Just like when
Yeah,
AV
I
was
get
talking, just like when AV was talking, and then he was like, "Well, I said a whole lot of things, not just that one thing, right?" See,
No, I didn't say I said a lot of things. Though.
And why are you talking anyway? Because it was another guy. I thought you were gonna make room for other people.
Because were you not talking about me?
What
So
you
you just so if I started making assertions about you based off the words that you said, you wouldn't.
other dude. When you were talking with Mary Mom, y'all both talked like y'all straight up didn't hear any of my audio.
I didn't. I told you I didn't. So I don't know what you're. Why are you so upset with me? Like, I haven't done anything to you.
That the other dude is talking, and you did say that you were going to give room for other people to talk. You did say that.
But if I start talking and making assertions about you and what you would have done and said, would you not respond to that?
Maybe I'm not triggered.
I'm not triggered. I was just trying to say, like, I was just trying to defend myself. Okay, all right.
I'm not going to say anything. That's all. I didn't say you were triggered. I'm not triggered. So, just going off of what you said. You said you were stepping aside.
Well, something can be curved and be leveled with something else.
No,
you can compare it to something, or you can just say level in general.
I posted the definition of level in the side chat. Would you like me to read it for you? To be level with something, to be level with something means to be parallel with something, because level is a straight line from left to right. So to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's one straight line. Let's say your shelves in your study, which will be parallel when you look out the window to the horizon when you look over the sea, because you live by the beach. So this is how we level ourselves with the world. We get level, horizontal, that orientation from the surface of the earth. It's how we know what level is.
Okay.
Like I said, the citations are in the side chat. Just scroll up a little bit.
Okay. No problem, dude.
Thanks for the citation, Jedi.
No problem, man. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. It's good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, ask anybody that knows me. I'm not like all the other global thoughts out there. I don't bullshit. I don't play games. If I'm wrong, I admit it. You know?
It's cap, bro.
Yeah. High fives, Brandon. It's good to see you, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I know Brendan from like multiple servers, like going back years. Like he's like Ice Wall, sort of like MK Ultra. Like I've run across him so many times. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's harmless. He's pretty chill.
Okay. Saying I am MK Ultra.
Were you? I think were you on the server MK Ultra? I don't remember. I'm just guessing that. That's what I remember from back in that time frame.
I am that. I was on. No, I don't know. I've been on a few servers.
Yeah, the round table. Were you on the round table?
I might have been on that one time. I can't remember that far back.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah,
At least 2-3 years. He's been.
Oh, before the room goes dead, what's going on? Who are we speaking to? Has anyone got any questions, conversations? What's going down?
Yes, I have one question.
Oh, not you again. Fuck off.
You decide who you want to be able to.
Hello, is anyone there? I have one question.
How much for your wife?
My question is, can something be both straight and curved?
I want to answer.
No.
Good. I was hoping that was. Sorry,
I'm barely keep my composure right now.
My bad.
Train tracks being straight but curving around mountains.
It can be curved
That
in a
kind of
single
curve?
Then they're not straight, then, Brandon.
Right. Let's look at very simple geometry, right? A straight line is zero.
Shit. Okay, never mind.
Okay. A straight line and zero change of slope, right? No point higher or lower, but you can have a vertical line, you can have a diagonal line, but it won't be curving. And curve is a rate of change of slope. Now, that geometrically, definitionally different things. So for you to say you can have a curved horizontal is a contradiction in terms and and against the law of identification, right?
Well, if you're straight and go up a mountain, technically you are curving, but in a different way.
My voice continues to still try to boulder through it. I'm not having it today. I'm just. So the follow-up question is, if there's a difference between a flat line and a curved one, then why isn't it of the utmost importance for the Globers to figure out whether the Earth on the surface with distance is curving or straight? Why is that never the conversation when that's the only thing that matters?
Because we've already determined that the Earth is curved due to other evidence, so we don't bother with those tests.
See, what's funny is when we talked about like, speaking of law of identity and realizing that straight and curve are two different things, and then literally the only tool you can use to figure out if something's straight or curved is measurement, shit that has to do with geometry and dimensions. And you talk about inferences from doing literally everything else other than that. It's weird.
Yeah, that's about right.
Mm-hmm. See, they had to get the girl out of here because I'm too good with passive aggressive. But Matthew gets under my skin. I don't know if y'all can feel it. I'm already agitated.
The clown car just pulled up, man. You got Pazza down there.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. Pazza showed up. Who else?
Wait, the clown car just pulled in?
Yeah. There, a few more will be coming in here.
This is one big clown car. Let's not pretend anything to the contrary.
No.
The rest of the world sees this as a clown car, and it's a clown coach, actually.
Dang, you've upgraded.
really?
Double-decker luxury coach, mate. Yeah, whatever.
It is luxury. I'll give it. It's very
Double
luxurious.
Dutch bus.
That breaks. that breaks your worldview because people love clowns. Clowns are like fun and entertaining. Meanwhile, you guys have said that flat Earth is harmful disinformation that's grinding all of humanity to a halt, and there are clowns who are entertainment, and you say something, you contradict it, you contradict it again, you contradict again. You are in a freak out.
No, I'm not. I don't think you're harmful disinformation.
You are, mate. You are.
Okay, I don't think you. To be clear, I don't think you're harmful disinformation. You're not harming anybody. You're not harming anybody.
Why are you here caping for the globe, bro? You got the cape on today.
I mean, do you think it's harmful disinformation where we just point out that it's a contradiction when people say that horizontal lines are curved? It's not disinformation, is it? We all agree to this very simple basic of geometry. We learned this at like kindergarten, right? Nursery school.
You learned about horizontal at kindergarten.
Straight lines and curved lines, shapes. You know, when you drew triangles and circles and squares, you might have coloured them in red, blue, yellow. You might have numbered them as well, the amount of sides that they had.
But you didn't learn about horizontals and curves in kindergarten, did you?
What, straight lines and curved lines? Yes, I knew the difference between a square and a circle.
That's not what I asked you. You said, but you
I know you're talking about horizontal. You want to get that in there. I knew what fucking horizontal was, dude. I knew what happens when I spilt my water or my glass or my milk. Now, back to my question. Is it disinformation when we correct people who think that horizontal lines are curved?
No, it's not. That's not disinformation.
Good, thank you very much.
But I don't think that you lot are harmful to anybody in any way.
Yeah. What's your argument today, Plaza?
I've got an argument, boys and girls.
Are you just gonna sit here and filibuster for no reason? Come on, man.
Bored of the echo.
Yeah,
he got bored of the echo chamber, so he wants to come over here. Wasn't getting the attention he wanted.
Let's put it this way, man. You're like the old dog in here that wants to talk about the Earth being a globe. So show them how it's done. Show them the evidence that the Earth is a globe, man.
No.
You got some listeners, dude. People are listening. Let's put it this way: inquiring minds want to know. Yeah.
What do they want to know?
Well, how do you know? Show them how it's done.
We need the facts.
You know me. I can't do this. You guys run me in circles.
Facts.
Come on, dude.
Oh, it's a losing. We're a losing bunch, aren't we, the Globies? You know that. I know that.
He's cucking.
That makes me. Yeah, it's just too much. You're laying it out too thick, bro. Come on now. You have to do that. What's your question?
You made it losing because you turned it into a win-lose situation. It was a win-win situation. All you had to do was just understand other people and then use the globe to explain how there's all different types of people in the world that have all different types of ideas and epistemologies. This was explained to you by the Apollo astronauts, which you deny also. I mean, you got Brian Cox talking about the children of the Apollo program, a new world order, a change in the way people interact with each other and understand themselves in the world. And you guys decided to say, nah, hold my beer. What we're actually going to do is weaponize ignorance and try to marginalize the other. You turned it into a lose-lose. You had a win-win situation and turned it into a lose-lose, then cried about something you did.
Cried about that? What did I do that I'm crying about?
Hold on, pause. Wait. We got a new guy in here. We'll go turn to your story later.
Go for the new guy.
Well, yeah. I'm not really new. I've come in here and I've listened quite a few times. The question I wanted to bring up was to Darth Baby Panda, because I've heard her speak on some things about flat Earth and they're very profound. That's why I was just wondering, because the last time I heard her speak, she was talking about how they were going out to go do the laser test. So I wanted to know if she actually did it.
Interesting.
Darth Baby Panda, are you there? Did you ever do that
You're
test?
getting mixed up with another gal called Salt Lake Stacy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh no, Darth Baby Panda. I've heard her talk about doing that. That's why I wanted to ask her to like, did she ever do it?
I don't know. There seems to be somebody like threatened by women, so I don't know if it's safe for me to speak.
Oh God, just go ahead, Yoda. Just go, dude. Come on, man. Let's.
What is?
Just no. Don't worry about. Just. He's asking you a question, legitimate, right? Did you do the thing he said?
No, I know, but the guy doesn't want me to speak. I don't know.
Bro, don't worry about, dude. Why are you? Okay, so you're now. Does he get some kind of hold on your mind? Like, what's this thing here? Like, what are you doing?
But like he said earlier, that like I said, I was going to make room, so I want to make room for you guys. Right?
Bro, just relax.
And Marta at the same time.
Can you just answer his question, bro? Just answer his question.
I'm sorry, everyone was talking at the same time. What happened?
Answer his question.
Yeah,
okay.
So the last time I heard you talking about doing this test was like the other day in another room. So I was wondering, did you ever get a chance to do that laser test to find out whether or not if you saw curvature or if your result was holy shit, it's flat?
Don't answer
No.
that. Just
Wait, you're telling me not to answer?
You're doing good this far being on mute.
Okay, so like yeah, no, I haven't been able to do the test. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you did it already. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's new information for me because she didn't mention that during our discourse. So, wow, that's a new one. I didn't know that she was challenged to do that, didn't do it, and then perhaps
I wasn't challenged.
This is what she said. This is what she said in our discourse. Something about ships disappearing, bottom up, and of course she said she experienced that. So, I mean, I thought a laser test would have been. I would have put that thing over the top, but I don't know. Maybe she's still just looking at you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think she was talking about like wanting to do the test and getting ready to do it. So that's why I figured like maybe wait a few days to see if she did it. That's why when I saw her in here, I was like, holy snap, maybe she did it. She's probably like letting everybody know like what happened. So that's what made me like jump in and was like, hey, did you do it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, fair enough. I guess sounds like she didn't do it. So that's that question.
Sorry.
You're roboting, dude. Someone should tell him.
Yeah, we can't hear you, brother.
Baby Yoda was trying to get back in again.
That was funny. No, I was asking, are you gonna do it, Panda?
She's not gonna do it, bro. She's not gonna do it, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna do it. Like again, I have to get round to it because I've got to do the ship one, and then I've got family life. So it's
like get round.
All right.
So I got to get round to it, because again, I've got things, actually happening in my life. I don't sit on Discord all day. It's one of the rare times.
Yeah, of course, and neither do we. But it's interesting that at some point, sorry, going to interrupt. It's interesting at some point that you think that this is going to help you understand that the water is going to be parallel to the laser when you pass it over it. If that's going to be your standard that you need to do, then I wish you the best of luck. Eventually, you'll understand what we do. You will be surveying the land. This is commonly done by hundreds of millions of people every day.
And just to you definitely do have to get off Discord and go outside.
So just say, you made it sound like you have a life, and everybody that's sitting in here doesn't. Like that's just, dude. Why are you doing that, bro? You ain't gonna do that.
Because you was like, oh yeah, she said she was gonna do this and that, and she hasn't gotten around to it. So I was saying, like, yeah, I haven't gotten around to it because I'm doing things, right? Like I suggest you guys are, like, so I'll get around to it when I get around to it. I'll do it. Don't worry about that, and I'll tell you guys.
Have you got ability to get hold of the laser, or is it something that you've yet got to do? I mean, how close are you to doing it, do you think?
Yeah, fair point.
Sounds like
maybe
excuses.
Next week. Depends on Thank you, honey. That's so sweet.
Because I remember you saying the other day.
Maybe I'll get an answer.
No, I don't think she has excuses. The only thing I can speak up on about this when she was talking about it was like she was saying something about her husband had to deal with something with the boat. So they have a boat. It's just like I think the husband has to do something. So
yeah, let's go.
I don't think there's anything like holding her back other than maybe real life stuff. But then again, I don't know her personal life like that. But yeah, I feel like she's like just got to do that. Let him do what he got to do so she can go out and I guess they're both gonna test it. But yeah, that's definitely something that I'm like I can't wait to see. Because are you gonna live stream it or are you just gonna just record it?
Or I don't know. I guess I was just gonna record it. Okay, honey. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, I was just gonna record it and then like send it in. But like, yeah, sure. I didn't know it wanted to be live streamed.
It's okay. Have you looked into other laser?
One of your recording.
I'm gonna be honest. Again, I'm not that type of like you said. My husband has the boat and all that stuff. Okay, like he's interested in all that stuff. So he's getting the laser and all that stuff to do the test, and I'm gonna be there to watch him do it, and we're gonna talk about it and bask in the knowledge. Okay.
That's really cool. That's really cool. You've looked at other laser tests. You understand the principle, and you've looked into other studies on this, right?
Oh, this is yeah. They already like when they said I should do it, they already kind of went down, kind of like what AV was doing with me, because like I told AV earlier that I did like the Horizon boat test, right? And he gave me other notes, other ways to do it, and I took the notes and I said, okay, yeah, I didn't do this last time, so I'm going to do this time, So I'll probably do it at the same time we do the laser test.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. If you're going to go out and do it, then yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, we went over the the methodology of looking over to the horizon using a demarcation position, something stationary in between the line of sight from her vision, let's say from the beach to the horizon, and then something to demarcate the distance with. So it could be, and like I said, it could be anything. It could be a peninsula, stationary object like a oil rig or buoy or something that she can say, okay, I've seen something in the distance that I know the distance to, and then from there you could see the horizon beyond that, so that we can get some numeric values going. I don't know. We didn't even go over the fact that Walter Bislin had a Earth curve calculator that you can actually utilize too. So that's another component to this. There's a lot of stuff, bro. Like, I mean, if you're going to be talking about actually doing this thing, I'd say do it proper.
I mean, I like it now when people say, oh, you should use the Earth curve calculator, because, that's the standard that the globe is going to be using to make the prediction of how far you should be able to see over the surface of the Earth a distance. Now, it'd be interesting if anybody would look through the equation and then figure out, well, where's the angular size reduction with distance within the calculation? Because perspective exists. We're making observations. So, yeah, it's a lovely standard to have if we think you're on a ball and you're going to go down to the beach and make lots of observations of boats and the horizon and relative distances and shit. And then you're going to scratch your head and then realise that actually this isn't a mathematical formula you should use when you are using an optic to make predictions of how far you should see. It doesn't include the angular resolution limit of the human eye or the optic that you're using, because it will change. So, yeah, when you've done all of that and then you realise that it's missing a lot of math, then, again, you'll be welcome to Flat Earth. I look forward to welcoming you aboard.
Yeah, one of the things she did say within what we're discussing is that that's probably going to be something that occurs. So she's already kind of expecting that to be the case. But, what I was actually challenging her on is that even though you think that's the case, then what's going to happen is not that you can say that the Earth is a bigger ball, but you're going to have to say that the Earth, according to the size that's been given to us, is not what it's turned out to be. So that's what's going to be your conclusion if it doesn't equate to the thing that you should see, predictably, with the Earth being at the size that it should be, at the distance away from you and the horizon. So that she was kind of already saying that when I talked to her.
I know. I'm just using it for everybody else's benefit, dude.
Which is very interesting, because you got to think about it too. It's like people often will say, well, yeah, I probably won't see what I should see if the Earth is well, therein lies the problem. If you say that's true, then what does it mean for the predicted distance that the Earth's curvature should be there? Maybe it's not a globe. Just spitballing here.
Well, it's always good to spitball. It's close enough to Sunday.
So we got some of the team on the panel. Got some new people. I don't think we've spoken to Doom. Doom, it's you joined this room every now and again, or?
Yeah. My other name or my old name was MF Meme God, and then I just changed it to MF Meme Doom.
Bro, what's your investment in what's your investment in the topic, dude? It sounds like you're a bit knowledgeable, but I don't want to count my chickens right now. Where do you stand with the topic?
I mean, me personally, I don't know, so I can only go for what's given to me, what I see locally. I mean, I can look on the internet and find things that might lead to that might sway me a certain way, but if I was to look at locally on what I see, I mean, I'm just observing what I see, and that's what I see. That's all I can go by. I don't know because I never measured the earth or locally where I'm at to know if it's flat, round, or anything like that. So I don't want to make a claim. I'm just observing what I see around me and taking it like that.
Would you stand on business if you found out that the Earth wasn't a globe?
I mean, at that point, that would be new information for me to find at that point, because then, like, holy snap, there it is.
But you forgot to say whoop before that. Now, the thing is, man.
You're right. You're right.
What I'm saying, though, is I'm kind of joking around because lighten the mood and that. But it's interesting, man, because this information that we talk about is like paradigm shifting information, right? Like, you have to really rewire how you think about things. And what I mean is, like Eli was saying earlier, it's like the law of identity. Well, we stay logical in this room, right? It's not illogical because there's no way that we can stay consistent with what we see. So if we see what we see, and we also equate that to physics and all of that, demonstrating that the Earth is displaying itself as a horizontal plane, then, I mean, there's really nowhere else to go, man, but to declare it. Like, let's say it out loud, on the rooftop, shout it. But what I'm saying is people need to come to that place where they are, arriving with the logical conclusion that the Earth is just what it appears as, and it measures that way, and it's also traveled across that way. So it's not just us telling people that, but we want people to go investigate, right? That's the whole point. So hopefully it kind of inspires that critical thinking, brother.
Well, I got a couple friends of mine where, like, I've tried to show them the way, and one of them I was able to crack the egg wide open. When I told them, I was just like, just go find out for yourself. And then eventually they went ahead and tried to do something, and then that's when they were like, wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. And then that's when I just looked right at them and it was like, there you go.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo would say on Joe Rogan's podcast, just look into it. And it starts there, man, where you start looking into it, because at first it sounds like off the wall, batshit crazy. But then when you're starting to look into it, you're like, dude, why does this not equate to the Earth being what I thought it was? And it shifts your mind into, like, really looking at what you thought was true, and it makes sense that you can attach something that's logically coherent within the realm of, like, understanding physics, and you can test things with long distance observations. So I think it's important for us to get to a place where we can have these discussions and speak reasonably with each other, right? And not just be like, well, I think it's a globe because I saw the moon, like the moon is round. Why isn't the Earth round? Like that kind of stuff. Because, like,
it also depends for some people what look into it means, because looking into stuff will, take certain steps to do some research, maybe go into some topics that you probably never heard about. Like even the horizon is something that many people don't even know what that means. Laser tests, water physics, and looking into something that is gonna take some people away from your Netflix or their basketball or whatever. It's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna some people will superficially look into it, and some other people will actually put some effort into it, and those have a bigger chance to figure certain things out instead of just overviewing it without having the actual time into look into the information and think about it, come to a conclusion about whatever they're looking into. Go ahead.
It's funny that you brought up the basketball, Gems. Yeah, I think I'm going to start using the phrase "we're like ants on a pool table" when they make their claims.
I know. I told a friend of mine that this globe stuff. I told him straight up. I was like, this globe stuff is like it's like cheese on a mousetrap.
You can go a little deeper and more closer home. You could say the globe is complete nonsense because it goes contrary to everything you can observe, sense, experience, test, verify. It's all contrary to the realist level. It's are incredible claims about things that you cannot verify. It's complete nonsense.
When you watch the sunset, it doesn't go completely against the globe.
It all goes against the globe.
Oh, yeah.
Your vestibular system doesn't detect motion, and you cannot detect the motion, and that makes sense. You observe the horizontal frame of reference that also is in relation to your vestibular system, because you have this water in your inner canals that are horizontally indicating to you that there is a horizontal frame of reference, and you cannot have those horizontals on a globe. And you also observe the sun, the moon, the luminaries moving. That's with your vision, your visuals, your another of your senses, indicating that the luminaries are moving, contrary to the globe belief that is the ground spinning, contrary to what you're sensing, observing. So the globe curving, and also the physics of water. We observe water, we can test water, we can touch water, we can drink water, and water doesn't work on a globe. That's why they have to paint it for you, give you cartoons, give you crayons. You cannot have water on the outside of a spinning ball. The physics of water don't work on a globe in a vacuum of space. So the globe is complete nonsense that goes with everything you can test, demonstrate, and verify. The globe is nonsense.
Yeah, a good point that Radwin usually brings in here and talks about, that space being fake, Doom. I think one of the reasons that you could show people is like, so if space was what they're saying that it is, it's a vacuum, right? It's a low pressure. And when you have a vacuum and you put water next to it, what do you think happens to water in a vacuum?
Evaporates.
Yep.
Yeah.
So how could it be possible that we're adjacent to this vacuum and we have water on the Earth?
Yeah, because you require a pressurized system to have the water in the liquid state. So if you don't have that pressurized, the thing that causes the pressure, which is the gases pushing against the walls of the container, if you don't have the container in place, the gases wouldn't be pushing against it, causing the pressure, and you wouldn't have water
or breathable air. Yeah.
It doesn't pass the smell test because you require a pressurized system to be able to smell it. You need the air pressure to smell, to breathe. Smell. You wouldn't be able to breathe in a vacuum of space.
Physics always helps us demonstrate the reality in which we exist, Doom. So it shows that water always is horizontal on its surface, according to hydrostatic equilibrium. Large bodies of water display no convexity on its surface while at rest. So we can understand this with surface tension being spread over the surface of water, with the hydrogen bonds of the molecules of water adhering to this principle. So we know this to be true. This is just something that's a fact. We can test, we can verify, and we can show other people that this is true as well. This never changes. Only people's mindsets of what they think they're standing on could change, but not the fact that physics demonstrates the reality of our world.
Alpha, the smell test
Yeah, I
goes
think
goes with the scent. Go ahead. Someone is speaking.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I think the hard part that I've had to do over the years was just sprinkle a little bit of this and a little bit of that to a few, to where it kind of, because whenever I would flat out tell them straight up like, hey, look, this is what's going on. That's when I get the side eye, get looked at, and then you think that way, and obviously things things get turned a certain way. So yeah, what I've been doing is just sprinkling a little bit of truth here and there. One of them, they've actually got a taste of it, and it was just like, holy snap! They just realized I didn't know all of this stuff. So I'm like, all right, cool. But everybody else, I'm just kind of like give them a little breadcrumbs to just kind of lead them up to that point to where they find out on their own.
I'm gonna dip out of here.
Later,
Catch you guys after a while.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, you gotta be careful. You don't want to be the villain of the globe religion, because remember, the superheroes always saving the globe. And people watch the movies, the animes, and all the heroes are saving the planet. And you are telling your friends that it's not a planet. So you're gonna take their planet away. You're gonna look like a villain. And they love the superheroes. You're being the villain against the planet. So be careful, because that's in the subconscious of many people. You're going against whatever they believe, whatever they hold dear. That's the globe religion, or the globe beliefs. You don't have to convince people. Maybe you present some of the information, but that's not for you to convince them. They're gonna have to do their own search.
Oh yeah. I'm not all like, oh wait, let me tell you about this. Some person I don't even know. It's it's the close friends, the ones where that I trust, and I can sit back and be like, oh yeah, you're like a brother to me, or you're like a sister to me. Those are the ones where I'm like, hey, listen, check this out, or look out for this, watch out for that, just so that they're aware.
Yeah.
Great, man, have my babies, bro. You'll create all my babies, man.
Hey, bro, this is an English channel. You have to speak English in here.
Oh, no thank you, man. No thank you.
Just mute yourself if you're gonna be speaking nonsense. Do yourself a favor.
Wait, do I have to?
Yes, if you're gonna be speaking nonsense, just mute yourself.
Okay, man.
Unless you have any questions in relation to the BC topic, you're gonna have a decent.
Yeah, I have a
You
question.
want to have a conversation.
Yo, how old is your father? Just a quick question.
He's as old as he is. That old.
Can I get his number?
I said English. Remember?
Yeah, ain't nothing, ain't nothing, ain't nothing, ain't nothing you need to know. So how about you grow up?
Good answer. I like that one.
Yo, GD, why you so mad, man? Calm down.
Is that CB again?
Is that CB again? Don't fuck with me, CB. Well,
unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah, CB will kind of pronunciate his words in a way that it will sound weird, but it will still be comprehensible.
Yo, are you still talking?
Yeah, we're still talking, and
Yeah, I thought we
in the middle of our
permabanned you.
sentences.
Yeah, I got unbound by Creed just a second ago.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to prove to be more of value than you have in the past to remain unbanned.
Oh no.
Yeah, it might not last long if you keep it up, dude.
Oh no.
I've been looking for to ban someone so I can check the ban list and make sure I got everyone. Do you want? Should I do it? Should I just put you back on the list so I can check what the list says?
No, Creed.
Do it.
We were gonna have babies,
Do it.
man.
Definitely do it.
thought we were gonna have babies.
Oh, it should have been done by now.
Just get it done so Jera doesn't have to release his coffee cup.
Just say something functionally normal. Just one thing. That's it. Just one, like, something that you would say normally. Just be like, hey, I'm in a channel with a bunch of people, and then say something that's functionally normal.
On the Earth is flat.
I dare you to say, hey, Matrix, press the enter button.
Just give him one chance, or do you have the ability to have an adult conversation about the topic of the room? Yes or no, please.
Wait, do I need to answer?
Holy shit! I guess
Do
that
it,
was it.
Matrix, do it.
I was thinking he had one more chance, and he's going to pull it out this time. I mean, he's going to, redeem himself somehow.
Yo, can we free Paulus though?
That was good enough.
Do we have anybody that does want to have an adult conversation in here that thinks they live on a ball? Go ahead, go.
Yeah, we have Matthew Learns in here. Go ahead, Matthew. Tell them, Matthew. Tell them it is a globe.
Tell us the whole globe story, Matthew. We haven't heard it before. Go ahead.
Tell them how we don't measure curvature, but we've got other stories. I mean, evidence.
Matthew, how does the globe nonsense make sense?
Jimsy, it only makes sense if you put it in textbooks and teach it to 6-year-olds before they can think. Anyway.
You can read it in a book. That's how it makes sense. You can draw it with your hands. You use your hands and draw the cartoon. Is that it?
I have a question.
Go ahead. Ask your question. It's directly to Jedi.
Okay, so in the first 5 minutes of the sunrise, you can notice that the sun is shining on the bottom of the clouds and not on the top of the clouds. Right? How is that possible on flat Earth?
It's called lensing.
Yeah. Are you standing on Earth? Are you below the clouds or above the clouds?
He's below the clouds. Most of the time.
Surface. Yeah.
Okay. So the clouds are above you, and the sun is higher than the clouds. Ta-da!
No, so okay, let me ask you again, all right? It doesn't seem like you understood. So in the first 5 minutes of the sunrise, right? Like it was dark before, and then in 5 minutes you see the sunrise, and you can notice that the sun is shining on the bottom of the clouds and not on the top of the clouds. Right?
Yeah, because you're below the clouds, and when the sun is coming up, it's at the horizon. Your view, because of perspective, yeah, you would see it lighting underneath of the clouds. Yeah.
Is it true? Like, this is telepathy. Is it true that if the Earth were a globe, then at sunrise or sunset, it would only shine on the bottom of the clouds? And if if that didn't happen, then the Earth wouldn't be a globe, right? That's the proof that it's a globe.
Well, I don't know that. I'm just saying that it's consistent with the globe theory and not with the flat Earth theory. And I'm asking flat Earthers, how do you explain it? And they're trying to say that it's perspective. That doesn't explain it.
Lensing.
I just explained it. There it is, lensing. Anyway, if you know that Earth is a globe,
lensing,
then you should be able to provide us with an actual measurement of curvature on the surface at the first instance. So then all your secondary claims about how clouds are being lit up would be a moot point. It would already be solved by your measurement of Earth curvature. So do you have a measurement of Earth curvature on the surface? Direct measurement.
Yeah, that's not persuasive. He gave a one-word response, lensing. Does anybody understand how that explains anything? Lensing?
So I'll accept your concession because you just avoided answering the question about the first instance Yeah, go ahead and dip. We don't care. So you avoided the topic, so you made a concession. So by avoiding answering that question about the Earth curvature measurement, you conceded that you don't know and you don't have that measurement. So thanks. We accept your concession. Next.
You know, Sonny, why isn't it weird that all the globe proof seems to be in the sky?
Wait, he said clouds. Don't clouds need like a pressurized system to be clouds in the first place?
Yeah, right.
How are you gonna have clouds in the back clouds on the surface if the pressure is gonna leave the Earth without the container?
Yep. And what are clouds made of anyway? Water vapor.
Crystals, ice crystals.
You can't have water vapor on an open system.
Some of them.
Not possible.
It's that damn pesky water that no matter what state it's in, it's always screwing up the globe. Damn it.
Have a go at the shit that Snackle posted up in side chat about the space station. You know, every now and then, you want to grab a kid by the ear and march him up the front and put him on show. One of these days, Snackle. So they claim that the concave view, not convex view, is because it's panoramic. What about the lens used?
He doesn't understand. You're going to have a curved horizon when you turn around 360 degrees upwards. Or you're going to have a curved horizon when you turn around 360 degrees on a curved surface. How can the horizon be convex when you turn around 360 degrees to get a panoramic shot? How's that possible?
I'm going to have a wild guess, and I'm going to say it's because the horizon is below the center line of the camera. That's just what I'm throwing at it.
I'm going to add refraction.
Nice.
Why would anybody even argue about an image that shows the horizon in three different forms? Level, concave. I mean, what the fuck?
Straw man. If you read underneath it, when you go to this dumbass site, they'll have some smartass thing at the top, and then down the bottom it'll be flat earthers claim this. So in this case, flat earthers notice the funny shape of the Earth from the Tiangong live stream and use it to discredit the mission. Well, it's not funny. It's concave. If you're supposed to be on a convex surface, you've fucked up. That's pretty straightforward. So anyways, in reality, the image is panoramic. It shows the view behind the camera and cannot be compared to what our eyes would see.
Yeah. So panoramic, like 360 degrees, right? Because you say behind the camera, that's 180 degrees, apart from the field of view, which is like, what, 120?
Yep.
So 360 degrees, right? Panoramic. How can the horizon curve upwards when you turn around?
So what's up with this silence, guys? Let's get busy proving this globe. I'll go first. I got nothing. Next.
The Earth is round, guys.
Oh, really? Never heard that before. Explain that to us. It really is round. Cool.
Is that it? Did he leave?
He insta bounce looks like Jedi. Bounce right out.
You had me hooked. I wanted to know more about this.
Yeah, I mean, that compelling opening statement for sure, right?
Yep. Like a Jehovah's Witness coming around knocking on your door. Some kind of used globe salesman.
Nice of him to offer his services to come around and remind us that the Earth is round. I appreciate that. All right, ladies and gents, dead air day is going to bounce out. Maybe the dead air will go away if I do. I continue my Saturday evening here on this plane of existence. Everybody have a good one.
Later, ladies.
Catch you, Dave.
Is this thing on?
Yep.
Are we live?
We live, chat?
Chat, are we live?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live!
And we are live.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Who's the host of the show? Announce yourself.
Tag, you're it.
Nose goes.
Yeah, everyone took a step back. So you look like you took a step forward. So now you volunteered for it.
All right, I'll be your host, CB, for the evening, for the next 10 minutes or so.
Got soundboard cheering.
Should I hit the Don DeMarco?
Yeah, go ahead. Why not?
Hey, Don DeMarco, bro.
Don DeMarco.
Hey, I just want to quickly say thank you to everyone that attended to yesterday's misogyny meeting. That was a very successful turnout. It was a great episode. Thanks for everyone for just popping in.
These nuts. Got him.
It was a great show, dude. We cooked for like a good 16 hours straight. That was a great episode, honestly. That was episode 2 of CB's misogyny meeting. Incredible stuff. Everybody brought amazing value. And thanks again for showing up. Special thanks to Dandelion. Special thanks to AI. Who is that? That's got to be Indio, bro.
Bruh.
Okay. Thanks to Sunny. Thanks to let's see who else was there.
Bruh.
Indio. Yeah, thanks to everyone for popping in. I also want to quickly plug we have a new server tag. So Over Fences, Meticulous, Rayleigh Criterion, Travis Clark, Carr, Gemsy, Elbow, Dank, Percent, you guys all need to add the server tag. If you're on mobile, Kingsley asks, is that in your own channel? No, this is in 24/7 home base. If you're on mobile, click on your own profile, give yourself a click, and then hit edit main profile. Scroll down, it should say server tag. Change it right there. If you're on your computer, you can go to 24/7, go to the home base server, click on the drop down menu from the top, and it should say server tag right there. So go and add the tag, chat. If you don't have it, add it right now.
Yeah, a good reason to have the tag is because anybody that's new coming in can click right on that tag and they'll have a link to the home server right there. It's easier than giving them a link to the or a a link to the server. They can just click on it.
Facts. So yeah, if you need help with that, just let me know.
If you don't have it,
you're getting banned. Yeah, if you don't have the tag, you're getting banned, bro.
Crit has his own tag. I'm like, what? Where did that? How'd you get your own? What is that? What is that, Crit?
It's
Crit.
It's Sigma.
Hey, he's doing him.
It's a tag
his catchphrase is you. He's doing him, bro.
Sorry, it's a tag to a different server, whether politics or politics and religion.
Hey, you do you. So anyway, go ahead and add the tag. I'm looking forward to seeing Gemsy have it, Mark J, Matthew Learns, Migo Wego. Come on, Migo.
Wait,
Over
you're
Fences.
expecting me to add the FE tag?
Of course, you're a flat earther, bro. Of course.
Driving man at the moment. I will do it myself.
Hey, people think I'm.
Matthew, if you do it, I'll do it. Should we do it together?
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Yeah, think how important it is. I mean, like this topic, this is a channel you hanging out in. Don't you want people to know what you care about and what's interesting? And
it's a trap, man.
What am I supposed to do? Did I do already? We don't know.
Hey, let me check. No, Gemsy, are you on the computer or on your phone?
My phone.
Okay, click on yourself.
Okay.
All right. It should say edit profile.
1 second. 1 second. Right.
If he clicks on himself, is that considered masturbation?
Maybe.
Wait. Stop it.
So click on yourself.
Edit profile.
It should say edit profile. Edit main profile. Click on that. Then you scroll down. Scroll down till it says server tag. Click on that and then pick 24/7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Shout out to Jamsy.
That's cool.
Let's see if it worked. Oh, it looked good on you, man. Looks good.
No, it doesn't.
Scat, bro. Migo, you're next. Hey, that's my boy Migo, for real.
A bunch of other stuff.
Sorry, man, I'm driving at the moment. I cannot do it.
What'd you say?
I'm driving at the moment. I cannot do it. Give me a minute.
Over. Just pull over and get it done.
Pull over, bro.
He's driving right now, bro. He's literally driving.
Pull over right now.
Y'all are
You're
doing
being-
what you want.
You're being stopped by the Flat Earth Police. Pull over right now.
Yeah, y'all are trolling. Anyways, Ryan,
Yeah.
you're incorrect. The Earth is not flat.
I have put in the car. I have to deliver it.
That's what your
Earth is not
e-brake is
flat.
for. So you can change your server tag. That's why they put an e-brake in your car.
Wait, I have a question. Why do you have a round Earth emoji in the 24/7 flat Earth channel?
not, bro.
It is though.
No, it
Wait.
isn't.
It is though. That's a
No, it
round
isn't.
Earth.
No.
Yeah, Deadly, you gotta change your server tag or your tag to
Deadly. Hold on.
yeah. You're not on. Oh, you're not on the 24/7 channel.
Okay.
Yeah, Master Debaters.
Get that ass
Zero
back,
win.
Mons. Get this dude out of my motherfucking shop.
Yeah, you put flat. You gotta put the flat in there if you want to talk around here. You gotta represent. You gotta keep it real.
Yeah, this like W Rage bait.
What do you call somebody that is really good at playing games with crocodiles?
You.
Master Gator.
Master Gator.
See, there's a lot of people missing it. Come on, guys, you gotta change that tag. Let's get it done.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. That sounds stupid, little nigga. Well, nigga, you sound dumb as hell.
Yeah, Matthew, what's up, dude? How come you said you'd change it if I did? You didn't do it.
You're putting words in my mouth.
I heard it.
Boy. I put something in. Hold on. There's a family show.
He's like, "Are you reneging?" Because that might show something.
What's the problem? Someone else put a globe in your mind.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I was taught as a kid.
Me too. You don't have to cling to those ideas, bro.
No, I know.
So you admit it. Someone else put it in your mind. You didn't find
The fact
it.
that it was put in your mind as a kid isn't the staple. Like, you're hanging on to it. That's the problem.
Right, because I think it's true.
That's cap, bro. It's cap.
It explains the observations better.
No, it doesn't.
I think it explains the observations better. In my mind, it does.
Well, within the lore, it makes sense.
Right.
You're saying the lore makes sense, basically.
Right. It's
I like the story.
consistent. It works.
Translation, I really like the story. Sounds good to me. Makes healthy
I
falls.
like it. Yeah, I like it, but it also provides good explanations for sunsets, moon phases, eclipses, satellite TV, GPS, all that type of stuff.
Like Sun and Lillian eclipses?
Yeah, we have a good explanation for that too.
What is it? What? What's the explanation for selenilian?
Is that it only works on a flat Earth? It's impossible on the globe.
Yeah, because you can't have parallel light rays and converging and diverging light rays at the same time. Not possible.
Yes, and he's correct with the point source, but then the sun is about 0.5 degrees in width.
Yeah, but we've seen your little cartoon diagram, Matthew, and what you're showing is an observer either at the very top of the ball or the very bottom, not anywhere in between. So it doesn't apply.
Yeah, so you're talking about if you have a point source of light, it can't have converging and diverging and parallel at the same time.
Show your little cartoon. Let's see it.
A cartoon of what?
For the Selenelian eclipse.
Of your magic lava ball, water covered lava ball, creating
I was just saying,
upside down shadow of the Earth on the moon. Can you show that?
I was just saying the globe explanation makes sense to me. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, the globe explanation is that it can't happen. It would be impossible for that to happen.
No, the globe explanation explains how it can happen. No, I get that
they call it
think it's not
impossible.
happening.
It's called the impossible eclipse. That it's not supposed to
Yeah,
happen.
that's its nickname, right?
So it's named the Selenelian, the impossible eclipse.
Matthew, you know why it's called the impossible? Because it doesn't make sense. What you're saying is called the impossible because it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense.
Because it's
That's
rare.
why.
It's like counterintuitive. That's why.
Yeah, but the globe doesn't make sense because it goes against everything we know about the senses.
Makes
So
sense
it
to
doesn't
me.
make
I'm
sense.
pretty
So you just can't use a word. You just can't say refraction, and then that somehow becomes your
that's what happens.
explanation. But it doesn't explain how it's upside down. You might say it's invisible at the same time because the sun is an apparent location, not a physical location. But what you doesn't explain how the shadow is upside down. And now that you use the apparent location of the sun, that explanation contradicts your other explanation about sunsets.
Yeah, there's on the globe model. There's a whole circle on the Earth where the Selenelian eclipse might be visible at that moment in time. So, depending on where you are in that circle, it could appear at any angle, upside down, right side up, 90 degrees, whatever.
Does gravity play into the equation at all, Matthew, or is it just
not at all?
Your ball Earth.
For the Selenelian eclipse, it's just about where things are. It doesn't describe why they're there. So the gravity has nothing to do with those eclipses.
Okay, yeah. It's all refraction and shit.
Refraction is part of what's going on sometimes, but that doesn't change the path of light very much. I mean,
oh, come on, man.
0.07 degrees per mile is all you'd need.
You really believe the things you're saying, eh? That's wild.
100%. Me and all the other.
These are explanations, though. They're not belief systems. They're just somebody told you a just so story, and then rather than evaluate it, you just said, "Sure, sounds good enough for government work."
Right. The explanations work well, therefore I believe that they're true.
They work well. Where do they work well?
Like I said, for sunsets and moon phases and GPS and satellite TV, like all those different domains and lots of others, they work for explaining that well.
So they work well within the falsified model of the globe. Okay, yeah, we can understand.
I wouldn't call it a falsified model, but they do work well within the model. They're internally consistent. In other words,
that's where they're internally consistent with the imagined model of the globe Earth. Got it.
No, they're not internally consistent. That's why it's called the impossible eclipse, not the possible.
You
not
wouldn't
the rare.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't say it's falsifiable, but yet we've been here for how many years? In fact, we had to start a new server and rebuild it because one of the globies destroyed our first one.
somebody acted badly, and what does that have to do with me?
No, you're saying the globe's not falsifiable, but we had a server, a 24/7 flat Earth server, and some globe people broke terms of services or did whatever to have it taken down. We had to start a new server, and here we are with 24/7 2.0. Rebuilt it.
That's a different server.
Yeah,
This is the
no, that's
public.
not what happened.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to explain. If it wasn't falsifiable, we wouldn't be here falsifying it daily.
Yeah, Flatman, that what this the 1.0, I think it well maybe they deleted it now. It used to be around still. Like you could find it on dashboard. A different guy was in charge of it, and there was some disagreements on how the server should be run. So some of the admin decided to split off and make a 2.0, and 1.0 and 2.0 existed at the same time for quite some time. Yeah, I think the guy, if I last I heard, like it wasn't too long ago that he said that he was going to delete it or something. So I think it might be gone now, but it wasn't deleted because of TOS violations. Because the owner decided to take it down.
Okay, I thought we had to start this because the other one got taken down. Sorry.
No, the FED got taken out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know
the original server got taken over.
Yeah. At the time, there was a method where if a server admin or server owner was like AFK for 3 months, you could submit a ticket through like the Discord customer service, and you could transfer server owner. And that's kind of what happened. So then they took control of that. They said, "Hey, you need to give it back to somebody else." And the dude was like, "No." And then they said, "Okay, fine. We'll just start a 2.0, and you can keep 1.0."
I gotcha. I was just trying to point out to Matthew that if it wasn't so falsifiable, we wouldn't be here. There'd be no Flat Earth Discords or Flat Earth topic. Everything would be globe. Everything we would see the curve. We'd have millions of people that went to space by now. Like I've said a few times before, I could take 1,000,000 bones, take my girl, my buddy and his girl, go to the moon for a weekend, take pictures of the Earth, spend time in the anti-gravity room, blah, blah, blah. None of that is possible at this point in time. It never will be. So, to my knowledge, I don't want to, I'm not going to say somehow, but, maybe. For now, no, it didn't happen and it's not happening.
Yeah, I don't know why you said the globe Earth is non-falsifiable. There's lots of things that would falsify it, like seeing a full moon at 3 p.m. In the middle of a day. If the stars rotate the wrong way, if the moons of Jupiter start going backwards. I mean, there's lots of things that would falsify it.
But you want to continue to believe it, Matthew. I know. Just like you said, even if they came out and told the truth and said it is flat and stationary, you would still believe it's not. We know where you stand, Matthew.
Yeah, I said it's falsifiable, but it hasn't been falsified yet. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't need to be because it hasn't been proven.
It doesn't need to be. It's just the best explanation. So no.
It does. It does. For it to be true, it needs to be proven. What's falsified mean? What's the definition?
It means that there's something that logically falsifies a certain system. Like you show.
It means to prove to be not true, to be false. It means to prove to be false. So if it's falsifiable, which means you can prove it to be false, where's the proof of it being true?
I guess I was seeing a difference between falsifiable and falsified. I think that there are things that could falsify it, but it hasn't been done.
So that's not answering my question. Where's the proof that it's true?
Oh, there is no proof. It's just the best explanation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Thank you very much. Come again. That's all I needed to hear.
You heard it here first, folks. There is no proof of the globe Earth.
There is no proof of the globe Earth. There is no proof that water is H2O. Same kind of thing.
Yeah. It's known that water, hydrostatic equilibrium, it's known that the top surface of water is horizontal in all cases. When contained water, still water is contained, then, well, that's an oxymoron. But yeah, so water that's still, the top surface is always horizontal in all cases. In every instance, at every scale.
Matthew knows he created his own black swan. It's a beautiful thing.
My own black swan? I don't know what you're talking about.
I should have saved the image. Somebody posted an image in here the other day, a photo I guess you took through like a paper towel roll or something like that, and it definitely did not prove any curvature. So yeah, you made your own black swan.
No,
I should have saved the image.
It was the Santa Barbara oil rigs, and I went and took a picture with my cell phone through my telescope, and it was white swan conditions, so it was inconclusive.
Inconclusive. You're hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't see the bottom of the oil rigs.
Okay. So where was the horizon at that day, Matthew? What was the distance?
What was your observer height too?
Observer height was about like 2 feet or something.
Okay. What was the location of the horizon that day?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You said it was white swan conditions, so it was at 2 foot observer height, so, nearly 2 miles?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the classic black swan image that QE falsely claims to have invented, that you can see the bottom of both oil rigs and that the horizon's behind that. When I was there, it didn't look like that.
You think it came from QE? Like, hasn't the source been shown to you multiple times?
I'm just saying that he frequently claims credit for popularizing it.
He claims credit for creating the argument, the modus tollens.
Yeah, I think you might not know this, but a guy called Rumpus used it as his proof of the globe. He said it demonstrates superlumin. That you could see, his claim was, here's a perfect demonstration that you can see past the curvature of the Earth because of atmospheric effects. Have you come across the Rumpus? Or do you not know who that is, or what?
So I didn't know that information. So the source of that meme and that information, Matthew, was a glober going out to prove the globe. Wild.
Yeah, and that's the best part. That not only that, but they also called up like the black shark observation. Like this stuff, I think you're like pretty far back on your lore here, or maybe you didn't hear some of the things, but and currently,
I probably haven't memorized all that lore.
The guy who picked up currently, because maybe the Rumpus has not been around ever since George passed, but the Ruhif is the guy who popularizes the black shark argument, which is that you can see the back of your head on the globe. Is that falsifiable, Matthew?
That you could see something that saying that you could do something is not falsifiable.
Yeah, if someone says, "Hey, I could see farther than the geometric curve of the Earth," that would falsify the globe. And the person says, "No, you could see the back of your head on the globe. There's no limit to how far you could see." Does that make the globe unfalsifiable?
In that in that way, it is unfalsifiable. Like seeing farther than you should, it does not falsify the globe.
Seeing unlimited distance, does that make it unfalsifiable? How far would you have to see to make them falsify the globe?
There is no. That's why I was saying there is no distance at which that observation would falsify the globe.
So you make it unfalsifiable.
Right. Seeing too far is does not falsify the globe.
Well, there you go. There's exactly what Sunny was talking about. It. You have an unfalsifiable belief system.
No, I don't.
Okay, how far would you be? What's the absolute limit that you could see on the globetard?
There is no limit. It's unfalsifiable by seeing too far.
Oh. So it could be so far that it would make your globe 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and that's okay with you, huh?
You could see the back of your head?
If you saw the back of your head, that would not falsify the globe.
Wow. So unlimited range. So you could see as far as you possibly could see, like 275 miles, Mount Kanu in infrared, and that's still okay.
Right.
That would make the Earth's diameter like 2 or 3 million miles in diameter, and that's okay with you.
Well, I don't think the Earth's diameter changes. It's just that you can see around.
It would. It would, because there's no conditions that could be possible, right? In that paradigm, that would allow your magical light bending, right, to explain that sort of observation.
Yeah, to be clear, the
conditions in the air that would be required could never be possible within that narrative. You'd never get an academic to agree that would be possible.
So to be clear, you're saying it would never be possible to get the path of light to bend 0.07 degrees per mile.
To bend enough to falsify the globe. You're saying that it's possible that any amount of light bending would be possible. That could happen.
I'm saying you only need 0.07 degrees per mile. That's all you need.
What? You just said it wouldn't matter how far you could see across the surface of the Earth. It would not falsify the globe.
Right.
Right, which would require, let's say you saw 1,000 miles from 1 foot. You identified a landmark or something, which would be impossible on the globe. You'd say that would not falsify it.
Right, that'd be impossible on the globe if the path of light were perfectly straight.
No. Even if you appealed to bendy light, the conditions required for that to occur is not accepted as being possible.
To see 1,000 miles from 1 foot height, all you would need is the path of light to bend 0.07 degrees per mile. That's all you'd need.
Yeah, you're trying to make it sound small. You're trying to make it sound small. No, it's not. It's in orders of magnitude. It's in orders of magnitude greater than is what is accepted.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I would imagine it would hardly ever happen.
Even 10 miles, even a horizon of 10 miles is in orders of magnitude greater than what is accepted. But you like to use these fancy little math terminologies to make it sound like it's tiny. It's like saying 1% of a zillion isn't much. That's dishonest, Matthew. You're being disingenuous right now.
That's slander.
Yes.
I'm not being dishonest.
Yes, you are. You are being disingenuous.
I am not being dishonest. I actually believe this with my whole heart.
You are trying to use math terminology, right, and making it a small, tiny percentage make it sound like it's only a tiny little bit. It only has to do that by a tiny. No, it has to arc in orders of magnitude more than what is accepted. And you've been through this before, and I've got you to concede that it is in orders of magnitude greater.
Yeah, the distance is orders of magnitude greater. The angle is 0.07 degrees per mile.
So what?
So you prefer that I stick to
the conditions that would be required for that to occur within the narrative, because I don't even accept that that's what happens, right? But within your own narrative, the conditions required for that to happen is not accepted as being reasonable or true or possible even.
Yeah, I don't think it happens hardly ever or ever, maybe. I don't think we ever
What?
see 1,000 miles, right?
What? Horizons beyond 10 miles? You don't know how far that horizon is away in the Black Swan. You have no idea.
I have no idea how far the horizon is.
Right. Right.
I just know that it would be hard. It would be impossible to tell the difference if the path of light bent just that tiny amount.
Yeah, not interested in Matthew's expertise that he doesn't have any of. We're interested in what's claimed to be the case. And what's claimed to be the case is that light, the conditions required for light to arc like that, right, doesn't exist.
But sometimes you see farther than you should.
A little bit. They will allow for a little bit further. You want to talk about minute fractions and percentages? Try, like, extending the horizon on average from 1.225 miles to 1.32 miles. Not 10 miles, not beyond 9 miles. Go and ask the experts. Go and ask them, Matthew.
Yeah, I don't know about
They'll tell you.
those equations.
They'll tell you that no, that would fundamentally that would require us to go back and reevaluate what we thought we know about the Earth's surface, its curvature, right, and the way we think light behaves in the air.
I can see that it would be unusual to see 1,000 miles with 1 foot.
No, even 10 miles of surface.
Turn around. Look at what you see.
Okay, why is she back?
In her face.
I'm abandoned.
The mirror of your dream.
Okay, I'm doing that again, and you're never coming back. And if you do, server mods will take care of you. Never again.
And there's plenty of those observations, Matthew. That Black Swan isn't the only one. Not that there isn't needed to be any more. Thus, the term Black Swan. Right? But actually, it turns out that nobody's even been able to show us a geometric horizon ever. There's no proof that it even exists. There's no proof that at 1.225 miles, an object traveling over the surface is now behind some sort of curvature.
Yeah, because we only ever see the apparent horizon, right? Not the geometric one, because there's atmosphere.
No. We only see a horizon. There is no two horizons. There's no apparent horizon. It's redundant to say that because it's in the definition. The place where the sky appears to meet the surface.
Yeah, so
we only see an apparent horizon. We don't see this. It is insinuating that there's these other ones that you could potentially see. No, there's no potential to see any horizon than the one we do. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's only one horizon that we see.
Right. And it's not representative of the edge of a ball. It's capable of obstructing your view of objects on the surface. It's just not that.
I mean, I don't have any argument against that. I just think it's patently obvious that the sun sets every night, so I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, because nobody ever comes in saying, well, we know the Earth's a globe because we see a refracted boat go over a refracted horizon. And when they're saying that they see a boat go over the horizon, they're essentially saying, we see objects go over the Earth curve and become obstructed from view by the surface geometry, the result of the Earth being a sphere. They're saying that that horizon is geometric, if that's what they're claiming.
Yeah, I think that's usually what they're claiming. Right.
Right. Have you written to Bill Nye and told him he's an idiot?
No. But he is an
That's
idiot
a bad
as far
argument.
as intelligent design goes.
What about everybody else? Have you told them it's a bad argument? Don't
No, I
use
haven't.
boats over the horizon? You should publish it. You should publish something on YouTube saying, Globers, please don't use that. It's a bad argument. It doesn't prove
No,
anything.
I think it's a good
not
argument.
indicative. It's not indicative of the Earth being a globe or of the Earth being a spheroid. What we're seeing out there is not the obstruction of an object due to the surface of the Earth being curved. You published any of that yet?
No, because I don't agree with it.
You don't agree with that? So you do agree that it's a result of the surface being of a geometric shape?
Yeah, I think that the fact that the Earth is spherical in nature, the surface of the ocean is spherical, is a good explanation for why boats appear bottom up or disappear bottom up as they go.
Yeah, but that
So you
hasn't
are
been true
claiming
for 129 years.
So you're reneging now. You're reneging. You're saying it is that is the case. That the horizon is geometric.
I'm saying it's an explanation. Yeah, the horizon that we see.
So now you're reneging.
But it's caused.
Right, so now you're reneging on refraction. You're reneging on refraction now.
No, both. I say both are true. Refraction and the curve of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Are you actually seeing the actual boat get obstructed by the actual physical Earth curvature that would be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
No, you're seeing an apparent version, but it's caused by the physical horizon.
It's caused by the obstruction of view at 1.225 miles.
Right, but then we see it in different places, especially over water because...
No, that's not the claim, Matthew. That is not the claim. The claim is not that refraction extends the geometric horizon beyond its limitation. No, that's not the claim. You're incorrect. In your narrative, the geometric horizon remains where it is, and you're not seeing a refracted version of it. You're seeing a point beyond that that's lifted up from behind that, giving the appearance of another horizon in the narrative.
Timbo, did you hear him say it causes the apparent horizon? So we have a causal claim, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. So what we would need is the Earth curve, measurement, and physical evidence of it causing the horizon. That's what we would need from you, Matthew.
Yeah, I would say the bottom of the boat is not visible.
I don't give a shit what you say. I want you to demonstrate it.
Then goodbye.
Later.
Goodbye, Felicia.
Does he have any 21st century globe proofs, or is he still stuck in the 19th century?
Everything he does is affirm the consequence.
Yeah.
I think you were right. He's being very deceptive when he says that minuscule 0.7%.
Yeah, he's a snake. He is a smile at your face, stab you in the back kind of snake. That dude, one of the most disingenuous people I've ever met.
He does the same thing with rotation. Right, so we'll talk about the speeds involved in the claimed motion of the Earth, and he'll turn it into some tiny, small percentage, right?
Yep. Definitely. He'll say 15 degrees per hour, as if he's at the axle, not the outside of the wheel. Who's at the axle?
Does anybody else have a flat Earth question? Darth Baby Yoda's still here if you have a question. Light, did you guys talk to Light? Scarlet King. Good to see y'all. Flat Angle.
Hello, Dandelion.
Hello, how's it going?
Super.
Yeah, I hear
Sorry,
your
I
birds.
chased away your chew toy, Deb. Yeah, we got
Wait, you
birds.
chased away who?
I chased away T-Dub's chew
yeah.
toy.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
that's fine. No, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty shitty too. He's like, I'll change my user tag to Flat Earth if I did it. And then after I do it, he's like, well, that's not exactly what I said. I'm like, huh. It's not what you said. Somehow it'd be like if you were to be like, hey, Crit, would it be okay if I take this conversation? And I just say, okay, and then start talking. You're like, well, you just said okay. Like that's like you sounds like you're agreeing with like let's do it. Like, well, in Globtardia, okay just means you're acknowledging what the person said. Doesn't mean you're actually going to follow through with it. Probably couldn't figure out how to do it, so he had to like fake the funk.
In the end, too, I was just happy to demonstrate that he doesn't even understand the claims involved. He thinks that the horizon we see is a refracted version of the geometric horizon. That's not what they claim. It's not the claim. There's a point on the surface beyond the geometric horizon, which is reflecting light, which is arcing up over the curve to your eye, allowing you to see more of the surface than what should be possible. That's the claim, not what he's talking about. Don't even know what he's talking about.
And this wonderful claim of light bending, such a small fraction, but the furthest they've sent a coherent laser beam is about 70 kilometers. After that, they can't do it.
Andrew Thomas Young explains that because there's such inconsistency within the air, like the conditions are constantly fluctuating, that they can't model it, so they just use a standard value, which is 7/6R, which only extends the visible horizon to 1.32 miles in their narrative, and it doesn't go in excess of that. And they might claim that under certain conditions, it could even extend out a little bit further in rare occasions, but they're not willing to give it to increase their standard value by any more. And he also explains that this just essentially gives you an arc, right, of the surface of the Earth, which is just a greater value than 3959. So it turns it into like 4,000 or 4,100 something. And they would never say that with the amount of the observations that we have now, where it's well in excess of 5, 10 miles, even 20. You know, like this should be being presented to academia, because it will force them to have to reevaluate the way that they understand it. It'll rewrite the textbooks, because this is not common in their eyes, but it is actually a common occurrence. It's a common observation now to see the horizon extending way beyond the geometric limitations in orders of magnitude further. And it's beyond what they're allowing for, and what they accept as being a reasonable have a reasonable explanation. How many rare occasions do they need before it's not, before it's considered to be not a rare occasion? This really needs to be taken out of the realm of media, right, and into the realm of academics, right, and proper study. They could at least collaborate with flat earthers, right, and make observations. They don't have to convert or whatever, but what their textbooks are saying needs reevaluation, needs rewriting, because it's wrong. We're proving it to be wrong. I think DJ points out that there was a recent interview with, I think, was it Dave Weiss? It might have actually been Jaron and Whitsett, talking to some guy, some professor or something, and he said, "Look, you show me these observations, like we'll look into it, like we'll take it seriously, because that if you're going to tell me that you're making regular observations of horizons from like 1, 2, 3, 4, even 6 foot height, that's exceeding the geometric limitations of the sphere Earth, in orders of magnitude, then that's worth looking into, So it's coming from these guys' own mouths, that it shouldn't be possible to see that far. By their own standards. Not by Matthew Learns' standards, not by Donald C's standards, not by fucking Soundly's standards, anybody else's standards, like these numpties on here. The people actually in those fields study.
What about Jamaican Joe's standards? Are his good enough? Come on, brother.
Robert Utah.
Brother.
He's more of the astrophysicist type, right? Like Robert Utah. So he's not really. He's not. He's more inclined to hold on to that strong-held belief of there being outer space and the planets and we're a planet and all that stuff.
Okay, T-Dub, let's stop the yapping, okay? The Earth isn't flat. Let's start the debate.
Welcome to
No,
the channel.
I've been monologuing. I've been monologuing long enough. I'm gonna pass the pen over to someone else.
Yeah, Deadly, I'll talk to you.
Oh my god, this is about to be really funny. So, again, let's try this again, all right? Can anyone here prove that the Earth is flat? Well, actually, you try to prove it.
Yeah, the Earth is flat. That's a fact. Are you saying it's not flat?
Okay, so burn the proof now, since you made a claim. So
Yeah, are you saying it's not flat?
Yes, I'm saying it's not flat.
So what is flatter to you, Earth or a pancake?
What's flatter to me? Oh, I already know the argument you're about to make.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone over it multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a dumb argument, though. I mean,
how is it dumb? Mathematically, do you believe in math? Or is math something you don't believe in?
Mathematically, you're wrong. Right?
No, mathematically, Earth is damn, I quote, damn flat. Significantly flatter than a pancake.
A pancake is not flatter than the Earth.
Yeah, mathematically, the Earth is like 2 significant digits flatter than a pancake.
Okay,
like
show
1,000 times flatter than a pancake.
Show me any evidence of this.
Yeah, we've gone over it. You've seen it before.
Yeah, but let's go over it again. I mean, let's see the evidence. You haven't shown any evidence for it. I hope you know that.
Yeah, we've talked about it. You know exactly what I'm going to talk about. And the best part is that that's Kansas that was mathematically flatter than a pancake, and they found out that there's like 7 other states that are even flatter than that. It's almost a perfect flatness, 1.0. Perfectly flat, which then it starts a question. So that explains Florida Man. So now you've got explanation, a demonstration, you've got measurements, you've got observations. Flat, 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 flat. And at this point, it's like you guys say you don't believe in this stuff. You don't believe in math. You don't believe in explanation.
Okay, no, add homs. Show me the evidence.
Well, what else? What do you got? Show me curve. What state?
Okay, again, this is like burn the proof.
What portion of the Earth is curved? Where is that at?
Reverse burn the proof fallacy. You made a claim, so you show me that.
Yes, I showed you. You got Kansas.
Okay, no,
7 other states.
Show me an article showing me the math that says this.
Yeah, I've given you that before.
No, it doesn't matter. I haven't. No, you haven't. By the way.
I just posted the article. Atlantic. It might not be free. I'll see if I can find it somewhere else if you actually want to read it. But I guess Crit's already said it to you.
I mean, me and Crit are.
Yeah, I've gone over this with Deadly more times than I can count. I mean,
you haven't though. You've talked about it before.
How many times do you think I've gone over this to you? 30, 40?
Talked about it with me before, but you haven't shown any evidence.
About how many times? Currently. 30, 40? Something like that.
I think Crit's old enough. I mean, he's a big boy. He's in his big boy pants. Let him find the article. I mean,
dude, I'm like doing something else. You know exactly what I'm talking about. See,
I mean, I know, but that doesn't mean it's right.
This would be the chance for you to explain why that's not the case.
Again, no, this reverse burn the proof fallacy. I mean, still gonna wait for the evidence you're gonna show me. So keep it.
And for this one, we're going to once. Right here we have a grizzly bear big though, and it's actually right now. So this could be more.
Are you getting the article finally so I can look at the?
No, dude, I'm not going to waste a click. We've gone over it too many times.
No, already. You haven't though. Again, bro.
I already found it. It's already in the chat. I already tagged you. So move on.
He's in his big boy pants. I mean, let him find it. I mean, he's fingers, doesn't he? I mean, he got on Discord. I mean.
You're being ridiculous now. We work as a team here. I've already found it for you. So what's your next question?
So again, no. So, I mean, if Crit, concedes the fact he doesn't want to find it because there isn't any evidence, I'll look at it.
Well, if you want to take that route, that there isn't any evidence, you can't ask for it.
Okay, so exactly. So I'm waiting for you to show me the evidence. But if you want to concede in that part, then I'll just look at her article.
Yeah, it's been shown to you. It's right there in text chat. Mary Mom got it for you.
Yeah, you conceded about that part, and that you couldn't show any evidence. But here, let me look. Yeah, 2003, the Annals, Improbable Research. The final was not incorrect parts. Yes, in fact, flatter than a pancake. This is Kansas, not the Earth. So you got that wrong.
Kansas is like we talked about this before too. Remember that scene from Iron Man where it was like Star Lord was talking to Iron Man, and Iron Man said to Star Lord, "It's like where are you guys from? Are you from Earth?" And Star Lord says, "No, I'm from whatever state it was, Oklahoma." He goes, "That's on Earth, dumbass." Kansas is a large portion of the Earth. That's 500 kilometers. You're looking at 500 kilometers, no curvature at all. Mathematically, almost completely flatter than a pancake.
So
Where's
again,
the curve? Where's the curve?
let me finish this, right?
Well, how about this? Can you say everyone in Kansas lives on a flat Earth? Would you say that?
So before I answer that, we need to finish with this first, right? I mean, so first of all, right, this article is saying Kansas, not the Earth. So you already got that wrong.
Yeah, Kansas is on the Earth.
That's 1 point off. Okay, so second of all, right, I'm reading this. It says parts of Kansas, not the whole of Kansas, right?
No, all of it.
Another point. No, I read it. It literally said only parts of Kansas. So it's obvious your friend didn't even read her own article, right? So that's one thing. Hey, I can't read.
I'm a national.
Yes.
I remember you. You got muted by that guy.
Anyways, I don't care about that VC. What's up though? But anyways, right? I can't read the rest of the article since I need a fucking subscription. I'm not gonna pay for that. But yeah, from what I'm seeing, it's already 2 points off. You have 10 points, so you're already at 8. I mean, so can you show me an article where it says that the whole Earth is flatter than a pancake? I'm gonna wait.
You talking to me?
No.
Make sure just hold your breath. Just like get blue in the face, and then when you finally realize that what we're talking about is the surface of the Earth and parts of the Earth called like Kansas, Florida, was it Minnesota, some of the other states. 7 states that are significantly flatter than a pancake. You're basically the whole Great Plains, a whole continent. A vast section of the North American continent is considered significantly flatter than a pancake. And not just that, you've got other places, like you've got Netherlands, significantly flatter than a pancake. You've got Australia, significantly flatter than a pancake. At this point, do you have any places that are significantly curved, like a beach ball? Where's these beach ball areas of the Earth that you're focusing on? Where's that come from? Where's that at?
So again, real quick before we hop to this other topic, I mean,
okay, you're giving up. Yep,
I'm not though.
That's a concession.
So again, this is just like a fallacy, right? I mean, but again, you already conceded the fact that you have no idea what you're talking about, right? You said that
talk about the surface of the Earth.
You said that the whole Earth was flatter than a pancake, but I'm reading here it says Kansas and only parts of Kansas. So
all of Kansas.
Yeah, no. You want me to screenshot the article where it says only parts of Kansas are flatter than a pancake? So your friend showed me an article that helped my argument. So I mean, good job playing yourself. Congratulations, I guess. But here, let me read the second article. Maybe this one will be better. I read somewhere that contrary to belief. Yes, it's not. Okay, this also proves my. So now you're moving from saying Kansas is the flattest state to Florida, So I'm reading this right now.
Florida. Yeah, Florida's even flatter than Kansas.
Okay,
That's
so
it. All of all the ones coming out of that study, yeah, they say Florida's the number one, and 7 U.S. states, including Kansas, are flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, so now you're changing.
I don't know what your problem is. Nobody's changed anything.
You did,
I don't
though.
even know why we're talking about this. I put
1 point
another one
off,
in there.
7 points.
The Smithsonian article is pretty good. Do whatever you want.
Okay, that's already 1 point off. 3 points off already. So 7. Okay, read this article. Yeah,
How about this? Just put yourself on mute, and we'll move on to someone else while you read the comment.
No, you're gonna run away. So let's finish this. Here, you can talk this. Actually, yeah. Go ahead. Flattest looking state. So Dandelion, you didn't even read the article name. It says flattest looking state. So 1 point off, 6 points.
No, you'll
So
see
far,
that
you
it
have
has
no
to.
idea what you're
No,
talking about.
it has to do with the elevation
Okay, do you want to read?
differences.
Okay,
Well,
Dandelion, you're real.
Britt already gave you the directive to read it yourself. I mean,
I
the
am
first
reading
time
it,
I read
and-
it was back when it came out.
Okay, but again, right? I mean, I haven't even opened the article yet. I read the 2 articles you sent, and it already says right here, what is the flattest looking state in the U.S.?
Are you able to look at something?
How things are? Hold on. How things are? You want to look at this? Hold on.
Are these the most curved states or the most flattest states? Which one?
Okay, look at that article name. Click chat. I just screenshotted it so you can see what I'm saying.
Look, dude.
So can you acknowledge that real quick?
Yeah. Make an observation. Remember, right from the very beginning, I told you the Earth is observed as flat and stationary, measured flat and stationary, practically used flat and stationary. We're talking about observation. Another word for that is called looking.
And so you're changing your argument again. 1 point off, 5 points.
You stating that does not make it true. So I
It
like
is true,
this
though.
part.
I mean, you've changed your argument about 3 times so
let
far.
me speak now.
lying,
You've said that about 10 times, so you can stop saying
yes,
it now.
What you have.
I like this one. I like this statement in the Smithsonian article.
Maybe you'll find an article that actually backs up your statement instead of mine.
Explain how this was done. It says they used a computer analysis to calculate how a 6-foot-tall person who could see just over 3 miles would see the world, using this analysis to dub the view either flat or not flat. So, yeah, I mean, this is not like an argument for flat Earth. This is just kind of like an intriguing thing. It's kind of similar to the argument that since the Earth is over 70% of water, and we always observe that water lays flat in any container, how could it possibly be that we live on a ball when this supposed ball is covered by water that is never observed to curve in that way? In a similar way, if you have 7 U.S. states that are flatter than a pancake, where's the ball? That's the idea.
And it says parts of, not all of. So 1 point off. You don't know how to read. 3 points. So again, right? This just you not reading. So I think it'd be best for you to read.
What's your argument for the globe, Druggy? What's your best evidence for the globe? Where's your curvature measurements?
No, let's stay. We're not going to reverse the burn, right? I mean, you're not going to dodge, right? So
no, the burden is on you with the extraordinary claim of curvature.
The burden is on me.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt. You got a positive claim of something that's never observed anywhere. The claim of that we live on a sphere.
Okay, I said that out of my mouth so far in this conversation.
Oh, so you're a flat earther? Is that what you're telling me?
So Dandelion. So have I said it out of my mouth yet?
If you are not claiming the globe, then explain to us why we're a flat earther. Not a dodge, sir. You either think that you live on a sphere or you do not. So if you're going to say you're not making that claim, then I will assume you're a flat earther. I made the assumption that you were not, since you have these weird little arguments about pancakes and you seem to be very cantankerous about the whole thing. Am I wrong? You don't think you live on a globe?
I'm saying that you don't know how to read your own articles, your own evidence, right? At that, right? I mean,
that's irrelevant. It's not my evidence. I was doing a service for Crit as his buddy and teammate. So, I think it's an interesting article. I have no opposition to the article, but I'm not wedded to the article. We already know the Earth measures flat, no curvature's ever been demonstrated. That's why I
show me the
asked
evidence
you.
for that. Okay, so, since you said that, go ahead and show me evidence. I mean, that's a burden of proof right there. Come on.
You have a real big problem there, Druggy. Is he always this
Okay,
rude,
so
Crit?
1 point off because you don't know how the burden of proof works.
Yeah,
You
his
don't
goal,
you don't want to
he
back it up.
claims a victory as soon as he gets muted.
Yeah, he's always.
Well, you're on 1 point right now so far.
Flat earthers are like the bottom of the barrel. Like it's like the lowest tier. It's like
at home. Make an
actual. I
argument.
don't care. I'm gonna add home. I don't care.
Yeah,
They're
make an
like a
actual
waste
argument.
of oxygen. Truly think that.
No, I'm literally unironically winning. You're typing a whole paragraph that I'm not gonna read, right? But either way, right? I mean, these people. I mean, it's foolish, right? You had 10 points. Now you're already on 1, right? I mean, so go ahead and make your argument though.
It sound like you're 12.
Oh wow! Oh no! Anyways,
wow.
Dandelion, right? Can you show me any evidence of what you just said that you claimed was true and is the truth?
No, because you're too blind to see.
Anyways, who's the ad homer so I can mute them? Okay, there we go. Anyways,
no, don't be muting people. You know that.
Yeah, I'll turn him down to like 10%. How would that?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, he's not adding anything to the conversation. He's just ad homing.
No, he's totally adding it. He's explaining like why when I just found you 4 articles and you're incredibly rude, should I do more work
already
for
1
you?
point off. You don't know how the burden of proof works.
I'm not trying to earn points from you. In fact, if you're giving out points, I would like to not have them. I don't want to be rated highly by you.
Austin!
Guys!
Get in the controller when it's after the time to switch. That's Tristan!
Oh, Kingsley, hot micing Kingsley. Somebody got you. Let us know when you're ready to be unmuted.
Oh, he boot scooted.
I think so. No, the druggy's back. Yeah, who wants to tell the
Oh, yeah,
druggy
he's back.
about flat Earth?
Okay, sure. Who wants to actually debate me? You get 10 points. If you lose the 10 points, you lose automatically. So, who wants to debate?
Well, the thing is, Dandelion, he was in here a long time ago, and Alpha had asked him, or was it India or Alpha? One asked him, go ahead and just describe the horizon to us. And he said,
Incorrect. That's AI, by the way. Just letting you know.
That's not AI. He said, it's the flat. And then he stopped and realized what he was saying, and he stopped mid-sentence. But he'd said flat. It was too late. He'd already said it.
Never said that. That's an AI clip. Anyways.
That's funny.
No, don't lie. I banned you last time for lying about it. Please don't lie about it. It was you. You did say it.
Okay,
Just,
sure.
no, come on, bro. No, be honest. To be honest, you did say it. Don't
I
be
did,
disingenuous, man.
Anyways.
Don't be dishonest, man.
Okay, sure.
Don't be a
But
liar.
anyways, sure.
Don't be a
sure,
liar.
sure. Anyways, yeah, for sure. But can anyone actually debate me? Like,
what
No,
claim?
there is no debate.
well, no,
Have a
there is a
claim?
debate. He made a claim.
What? No, what's your claim? What's your claim?
Okay, so you want to shift it to me?
No, I don't want to shift it to you. I'm just wondering what would be a claim and counterclaim.
Well, no, this is just like you trying to reverse the burden of proof. I mean, when we're debating.
There isn't anything to shift to. You haven't made a claim yet to shift to. What
No,
would
you
be
made
your
a claim first.
The
You said.
Yeah, what is yours for you?
What do you think my
So
opinion
far,
is?
all you've given us is that the horizon's flat.
I never said that.
And I agree with that.
Never
You're
said
right.
that.
The horizon is flat.
Never said that AI clip. But anyways, again, right? I mean,
So AI said something that you said. So what's the horizon? What's that look
no,
like?
the AI used AI.
Okay, fine, sure. Okay, so what I'm asking you right now, what's the horizon? What does it look like?
What's the horizon?
Yeah, what does that look like?
Is a curving surface.
It's curved. How much curvature are we talking about?
Curving, however much the horizon curves. I mean,
Yeah, like can you put a number to it, or you just?
I mean, you obviously not. I mean, yeah, you know too.
Do you know how much is curving?
Yes, of course. 180.
From where you're standing, you can see the horizon curve 180 degrees.
Yes.
I'm complete. I'm good with.
Why would you want to debate a liar?
I debate a liar again. Ad hom.
Yeah, it's a bold-faced
Unless you
lie.
run the conversation and debate me, then stop ad homing in the background, retard.
Clip it.
Use a bit.
Not an ad hom when it's true.
You're ad homing.
You just said the curve of the Earth, the horizon, you could see 180 degrees, like half of the ballpark.
Well,
Maybe you
again,
don't know
right?
this.
Did anybody
How many
agree to
degrees is a
having a
full
debate
circle?
with you anyway?
Well, no, he agreed to have a debate with me when he wanted to, state his position with me and try to make an
No, I was
argument
waiting
for
to get
his
your
position.
claim.
No. When I joined the VC the first time and I destroyed you horrifically, right? You made a claim, and you wanted to argue for your claim, meaning that it's a debate, right? And I was debating with you, right? So that's a debate right there in itself. Again, so you don't even.
No, it's
None
not.
of you
It's a
seem to know what a debate
conversation.
is.
You're a
That's not a
fool, son.
conversation. He was trying to argue for his point.
Yes, it is. It's a conversation.
No, John, you don't know how
It's
to do
not a
it.
debate unless
He was
both parties
making
agree to the
he was
debate, son,
making
and the
argument
terms.
for his
And
claim,
the terms.
and I was trying to disprove his claim. Therefore, that is a
This
debate.
is a discussion. This is not a
How are you
debate
this
forum.
old, but you don't even know what a debate is? How are you this old?
Listen,
How do
you're
you
not
make it this
having a
far in life
freaking
without knowing that a
debate,
debate
son.
is? How?
Brother, have you made
I
it
don't know,
this
but
far without
how?
getting punched
How
in
have
the
you made it
face
this
to
far
death,
in life?
dude?
You're 30,
I mean, your
probably 4 years
voice
old,
is
right?
like the most
How?
annoying thing I've heard in my life.
How
I
did you
swear,
make it
dude.
this far?
I'm trying to
I don't care about the
enjoy
ad-homs.
a
How did you make
discussion,
it this
and
far
all I hear.
in
No,
life
this is
without knowing
fact,
what?
man. This is my opinion, son. Your voice is so annoying. I've been so tempted to just jump through the screen. I swear to God. Just stop. No one agreed to have a debate with you. You came in here just fucking diarrhea at the mouth, dude. Just knock it off. It's not fun for anybody listening.